My name is Yunimo, and I was just an ordinary college entrance examination candidate on Blue Star. After working all night on homework, I fell asleep without realizing it. When I opened my eyes again, I had traveled to a parallel world where monsters were wreaking havoc. In order to resist these powerful monsters, countless powerful people with awakened martial spirits were born in this world. Some people awakened the phoenix spirit, releasing blazing flames and burning the land. Some people awakened the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit, and with a slap of their palm, the mountains and rivers shook. And when I awakened, colorful beams of light descended on all directions. Everyone was full of anticipation, and the principal's face was filled with excitement and excitement. Everyone thought that I would awaken a powerful martial spirit. However, what I awakened was the most common and weakest, the Sky Star bug martial spirit. My classmates laughed at me, saying that I was worse than a dog on the street. No one was willing to take me to the next level, and my future seemed bleak. At this moment, I awakened the mutation system. The starworms can not only reproduce infinitely, but also mutate and evolve. After the starworm mutated, it became a self-destructing starworm, like an armor-piercing shell, which frightened the enemy. The star bug mutates into a reconnaissance star bug, which is as invisible as the wind, coming and going without a trace, and stealing enemy intelligence as easily as drinking water and eating. What's even more amazing is that the starworms have mutated into brain-eating starworms. No matter whether they are monsters or humans, they can eat the brains of their opponents and control them perfectly, making it impossible for the enemy to distinguish the real from the fake. Other warriors need to rely on the cooperation of their teammates, but I can form my own army. When millions of beasts were approaching the city, I stood calmly in front of the city gate and summoned my endless army of starbugs. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of starbugs, the beast-tide army couldn't help but feel a chill. Who is this beast-tide? At this moment, in a shabby rental house, an attribute panel that only I could see quietly appeared before my eyes. Host, Yin Mo, unrated warrior. Martial soul, starworm queen. Special talent, 10,000 times the reproduction speed. Strength, 1. Life, 1. Speed, 1. Special ability. Compound eyes can detect any attribute of the enemy, regardless of level. Hunting value, 1,000, can be used to cultivate martial souls. I couldn't help but feel my scalp tingling. My martial spirit values were so horrible that I couldn't bear to look at them directly. Although I can see the other attributes clearly, I am really confused about how to use this hunting value. With a thought in my mind, I instantly entered my own martial soul space. Since hunting value is used to cultivate martial souls, I have to study it carefully. Oh my god! As soon as my consciousness entered the martial soul space, I was shocked by the scene in front of me. When I looked just now, there was only the mother insect and a hatched larva, but now, the entire space is full of insect eggs, so dense that it almost reminds me of the feeling of trypophobia. The size of the queen insect also changes from the size of a thumb to the size of a palm. I gradually regained my composure and observed carefully, and found a small plus sign appeared on the head of the queen insect. I clicked it curiously, and 3 options popped up immediately. Soul Enhancement consumes 1 hunting point each time. Soul Upgrade changes with level. Soul Mutation, Random Mutation, Failure Probability exists. Each time consumes 100 hunting points. So this is how hunting value is used. I couldn't help but take a breath, and felt a little disappointed when I saw these 3 options. The first 2 don't seem to be anything special. After all, the basic attributes of the starworm are already here, and strengthening them a few times will not change much. But now, I only have 1,000 hunting points, and mutation requires 100 points, and it may not be successful. As an African who is used to eating the guaranteed minimum, I am really hesitant. He let out a long breath, and after some inner struggle, he finally made up his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. The starbug has successfully mutated, gained a new talent, self-destruct, and consumed hunting value minus 100. Did it work? I didn't expect that I would succeed on my first try. I couldn't wait to look at my martial soul, the starbug. The size of the starbug is much larger than before. It was only the size of a thumb before, but now it is as big as a fist. At first, it was milky white, but now it has turned deep red, as if magma is flowing in its body, and it looks very active. I curiously stretched out my finger and poked it lightly, and its detailed properties popped up instantly. Martial Soul, Starbug. Special talents. 10,000 times the breeding speed. Self-destruction. Can cause damage to the enemy 100 times the health of the self-destructing Starbug, ignoring any defense. Strength. 1 life. 1 speed. 1. Wow. I couldn't help but sigh. 100 times the true damage. This is too strong. In other words, my Starworm can cause 100 points of damage to any enemy, which is even more terrifying than armor-piercing bullets. However, unfortunately, its health is too low, only 1 point, so it should not be able to kill the enemy directly. Soon, I understood the importance of hunting value through the system introduction. Simply put, as long as there is hunting value, my martial soul can continue to breed more larvae. However, each enhancement, mutation, or even hatching of special larvae requires the consumption of hunting points. There are 2 ways to obtain hunting points: hunting and recharging. The higher the level of the target you hunt, the more hunting value you will get. And to recharge, you need to pay 10 yuan for 1 hunting value. Doesn't this cost money? I couldn't help but complain when I saw the recharge option. Now I live in a rented house in the suburbs and rely entirely on government subsidies for food. All the money I had on me only added up to a few dozen dollars. It seems that the most urgent thing is to find a way to make money. Just then, a news notification suddenly popped up on the phone. It has been confirmed that Zhang San is a spy from Japan. He is injured and on the run. His strength is bronze 10 stars. The bounty is 500,000 Xia country coins. If you have any relevant clues, please call. I took a quick glance and couldn't help but gasp. What kind of important fugitive is this? It's actually worth 500,000 Xia country coins. The government subsidy I receive each year is only 5,000 yuan. It takes at least 5 years for an average family to earn 500,000 yuan. If I can catch this fugitive, won't I be rich? However, I also know that the other party is a vicious fugitive. If I meet him, wouldn't I be courting death? Besides, although money is important, it is only important to have a life to spend it. So, I completely gave up this idea and started to consider other ways to make money. Hey, look who this is. The genius of our school finally shows up. Suddenly, there was a sneer. I frowned, turned around, and asked impatiently, Sun Z, what's wrong? The person in front of me is the guy who awakened the dagger spirit, and the poor student who always ranked last in the mock tests. In the past, he always called me Brother Yun, and I personally tutored him in various courses. Now, seeing how miserable I am, he has returned his old attitude. Hey, Brother Yun, didn't I come here to build relationships with a genius like you? How about we have a sparring match? Sun Z smiled proudly, summoned his dagger martial spirit, played with it in his hand, his eyes full of teasing. Yes, great genius. Let's also see the power of the star bug. The 2 students beside Sun Z also nodded, with sarcastic expressions on their faces. I chuckled, just you guys? Before he could react, I had already decided not to give them any face. I could easily crush them before, and it's still the same now. Wow, the great genius is still so confident. Sun Z continued to sneer. He seemed to regard the fact that he once called me brother as a shame and felt that it was his biggest failure. 3 people quickly surrounded them and blocked the exit of the alley. Host, do you want to hatch the special talent star larvae? The system's voice sounded in my ears. Hatch. I hesitated for a moment, turned my head to look at the insect eggs in the martial arts space, and found that there was also a plus sign on it. I was inspired and quickly clicked it. Does the host spend 1 hunting value to hatch the self-destructing star larva? Hatch 10 self-destructive starworms for me. I gave the order without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host. 10 self-destructing star larvae have been successfully hatched, hunting value -10. The system prompt sounded again, and then the attributes of the self-destructive star larvae appeared before their eyes. Self-detonating star larva. Strength, 1. Health, 1. Speed, 100. Active skill, self-detonation, can cause damage to the enemy 100 times the health of the self-detonating star larva, ignoring any defense. I was excited. Maximize it. Maximize the level for me. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the self-destructive starbug. The current level is LV2. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the self-destructive starbug. The current level is LV3. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the self-destructive star bug. The current level is LV10. I upgraded the level of the self-destructing star larvae to level 10 in one go, but couldn't be upgraded any higher. It seemed that it was limited by the level of the queen insect. I didn't dwell on these things, but became even more excited. Self-destructing starworm variant. Strength, 1. HP, 200. Speed, 100. Active skill, self-destruction, can cause damage to the enemy 100 times the health of the self-destructing starworm, ignoring any defense. Although the health points are only increased by 200 with the support of active skills, the damage is increased by 200 times. I continue to hatch 100 self-destructing star bugs, and then upgraded dozens of them to level 10, and the hunting value was instantly exhausted. These huge numbers of star bugs were enough to deal with a silver level monster. I'm talking to you. How dare you ignore me? Sun Zi shouted angrily when he saw that I acted as if nothing had happened. My cold gaze made him stop moving instantly, and his fist froze in the air. I gave you face, didn't I? I sneered and quickly kicked Sun Zi in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. I was the first in all the tests, so my physical skills were no problem. Even if I didn't use my martial spirit, the three of them together would not be my opponent. Damn it, what are you standing there for? Come on together. Sun Zi felt his internal organs shaking violently, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly stand. I'll teach you a lesson. Remember not to bother me again in the future, I said lightly, releasing 3 level 1 self-destructive starbugs. They quickly rushed towards the 3 people. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions sounded, and the 3 people fell to the ground screaming. Their flesh and blood were blurred. Bastard, what on earth did you do? Sun Zi covered his chest in pain and stood up with hatred in his eyes. I must teach you a profound lesson. I smiled contemptuously. It seems it doesn't hurt enough. Sun Zi was about to explode when suddenly a cold voice came from behind him. Get out of my way, everyone. Sun Zi was already upset and turned around angrily to look over. I also looked in the direction of the voice. The man in front of him was about 30 years old, covered in blood, looked disheveled, and exuded a dangerous aura. I recognized him at a glance. It was the neon spy wanted by the Public Security Bureau, Zhang San. At this time, the compound I automatically opened, and Zhang San's specific information immediately appeared in front of me. Zhang San, Bronze 10-star warrior, severely injured. Martial Soul, Poison-Horned Arrow Frog, level 19. Martial Soul status, severely injured. Martial Soul current HP, 9887/10W. It was him. I quickly retreated and hid behind Sun Zi and the others. Facing such a dangerous fugitive, it was obviously unwise to confront him head-on. Who did this idiot come from? Get out of here. Sun Zi obviously didn't want to be disturbed, and stabbed Zhang San with a dagger in his hand without hesitation. Bang! The next second, Sun Zi was thrown out, hit the wall hard, and fell to the ground in a mess. He felt that his bones were almost broken. Upon seeing this, the 2 younger brothers immediately lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Looking for death, Zhang San's cold voice echoed in the air. He had not yet escaped from the city and was worried about being discovered by the Public Security Bureau. He originally planned to find a remote place to hide temporarily, but he didn't expect to run into Sun Zi, this idiot. Seeing this, I silently released several level 10 self-destructing star bugs and slowly retreated, keeping a safe distance from Zhang San. Zhang San is a vicious fugitive, and it would be unwise to confront him rashly. Poison-Horned Dart Frog. Zhang San saw me retreating and immediately became alert, knowing that he had been recognized. He shouted in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, a giant frog 1 meter tall suddenly appeared. Goo. This person's spiritual energy concentration is at least bronze 8 star. Sun Zi felt Zhang San's powerful aura and was so scared that he trembled all over. He instantly lost the arrogance he had just shown towards me. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he provoke such a strong man? I won't die here, will I? Sun Zi's heart was completely filled with fear. Poison-Horned Dart Frog, kill this guy. Zhang San's face was full of murderous intent. He didn't dare to delay and planned to eliminate all possible threats. The poison-horned frog suddenly stuck out its tongue and attacked me quickly, leaving marks of varying depths on the wall. If the poison-horned frog hadn't been injured and its speed hadn't slowed down a lot, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to dodge it. I panted heavily and secretly arranged the self-destructing star bugs around me to surround Zhang San. As long as I gave the order, the explosion would come like a tide. I pretended to be panicked. My eyes widened, and I took 2 steps back. Since you've recognized it, I can only send you on your way. Zhang San's expression twisted, and he sneered. Poisonhorn dart frog. Don't mess around. I'm a warrior too, I said as I released a level 10 self-destructing star bug from my sleeve. Huh, the martial soul is actually a bug. Zhang San couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. Frogs love to eat bugs the most. Boy, are you sending food to my martial soul? As soon as the words fell, the poison horn dart frog's tongue instantly popped out, wrapped around the self-destructive star worm, and swallowed it into its stomach in one gulp. Your martial spirit is destroyed. It's your turn next, kid. Zhang San laughed triumphantly. Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. Oh, really? I suddenly raised my head, confidence flashing in my eyes, and a smile at the corner of my mouth. Seeing my determined eyes, Zhang San's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before he could react, I shouted, explode. Boom! With a loud bang, the poison horn dart frog that swallowed the starbug was instantly blown into pieces and died tragically on the spot. Puff! Zhang San's martial soul was destroyed, and he was already seriously injured. He spurted out blood from his mouth and felt his knees on the ground. Ew, how is this possible? Zhang San's eyes were full of disbelief. He, a bronze 10-star warrior, was actually tricked by a student without any rank. No, Zhang San was stunned. His level 19 poison horn dart frog was obviously a powerful martial spirit. How could it be destroyed together with a level 1 star bug? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He couldn't help but tremble all over. Who are you? A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Zhang San looked ashen, completely losing his fighting spirit. I still kept a safe distance from him. No, that's not right. Zhang San suddenly noticed something was wrong. Your martial spirit was also destroyed. How come you are not hurt at all? My complexion was rosy, and I didn't look like I was being attacked by the backlash of my martial spirit at all. Oh, I still have a lot. As I spoke, I summoned hundreds of sky star insects, which floated behind me and were arranged in a dense formation, enough to make one's scalp tingle. Boom! There was another loud noise. A self-destructing starbug lurking behind Zhang San heard my order and detonated without hesitation. One of Zhang San's arms was blown into a bloody mess, with blood splattered everywhere. He howled in pain with a hideous face. Zhang San was already on the verge of collapse. If he didn't stop bleeding, he would surely die. He lay on the ground, breathing with difficulty, unable to fight back. Zhang San couldn't understand why a young student could be so steady and decisive. Devil. How could this be an ordinary student? Zhang San was in a state of confusion. The me in front of him was like a devil from hell. I controlled several self-destructive starbugs to fly around Zhang San's head, and they could explode at any time. Zhang San's face was pale, his body was shaking violently, and his face was full of fear. No, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Co-Prosperity Society. If you kill me, the Co-Prosperity Society will never let you go. Co-Prosperity Society? My face instantly darkened when I heard that. These people from Japan really refuse to repent. What kind of co-prosperity sphere are they going to set up again? Only heaven and earth know, you know and I know. But when you die, no one will know. I smiled, but in Zhang San's eyes, this smile was like a demon from hell. No, don't. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I will give you all my cultivation resources. Crack. I raised my foot and broke Zhang San's neck. Sorry, even if I kill you, the things are still mine. I squatted down and felt Zhang San's breath and heartbeat, and confirmed that he was dead. Only then did I feel at ease to start searching for the spoils. You can't see me. You can't see me. Sun Zi felt extremely regretful. He didn't expect that such a terrifying guy would die in my hands. He was really afraid that I would also attack him, so he lay on the ground and tried to make himself invisible. The 2 younger brothers didn't even dare to breathe heavily for fear of being noticed by me. Zhang San did have a lot of good stuff on him. Not only tens of thousands of cash, but also some bottles and jars. I didn't choose carefully, I just stuffed them all into my school bag and made a fortune. Zhang San still had several identity tags on him, but I did not take them, but put them back on him. It would be a hidden danger to carry these things, so it would be better to hand them over to the Public Security Bureau and investigate the details of the Co-Prosperity Society. After counting the spoils, I looked at the 3 people lying on the ground, then walked over slowly. I kicked Sun Z's, and said coldly, "Don't play dead." "Brother Yin, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go." Sun Zi hurriedly begged for mercy. The 2 younger brothers were also in tears, with snot and tears running down their faces. They witnessed my decisiveness with their own eyes and dared not provoke me again. They all swore to stay away from me in the future. "If you tell anyone a word about what happened today, I don't mind coming to your house to kill you." I threatened lightly. 3 of us, we absolutely dare not. "We swear." The 3 men quickly raised their hands and swore, repeatedly saying that if they dared to leak it, they would die a miserable death. "Well, hand over the valuables and I'll let you go," I said easily. Very smoothly, the 3 men handed over their belongings, and they were immediately robbed of everything. Sun Zi and the other 2 wanted to cry, but had no tears. They had provoked such a terrifying guy, which was really asking for trouble. They also knew in their hearts that how could I be a waste when I ranked first in all the tests? After sorting out everything, I called the Public Security Bureau. "Hello, I'm a student from Danyang Middle School. I found the fugitive Zhang San. The location is..." "Classmate, the other party is very dangerous. You must protect your own safety. We will send someone immediately." Before I could finish my sentence, the person on the other end of the security bureau hurriedly took action. I was speechless as I listened to the sound of the phone being disconnected. I hadn't even told you where I was. A few minutes later, more than a dozen armored vehicles arrived, dozens of sheriffs arrived, and even the chief of the sheriff's bureau came in person. Oh my God, with such a big scene, what on earth did Zhang San do wrong? "Hello, classmate. I am Li Zheng, the director of the Public Security Bureau. May I ask where Zhang San is hiding?" The appearance of Director Li Zheng made me feel a lot more at ease. Sun Zi and the other 2 stood aside, not even daring to breathe. Li Zheng is the most powerful sheriff in Danyang City. He is impartial and a workaholic. Zhang San is lying there. I pointed at Zhang San, who is no longer breathing. "What is this?" Li Zheng was stunned and looked in the direction where I pointed. Because it was late and the light was dim, he did not immediately notice the body lying on the ground. 2 sheriffs hurried forward and began to examine the body. "Director Li, the person is dead. The time of death was about 10 minutes ago." After hearing the report, Li Zheng's expression changed instantly. He was obviously frightened by this harmless student of mine. "Did you kill this person?" "He wanted to kill me, and I had to fight back." I scratched my head embarrassedly, pretending to be shy. Li Zheng was speechless. He never thought that the student in front of him could kill a fugitive in this way. After all, Zhang San was the target that the Public Security Bureau had made great efforts to capture. The surrounding sheriffs exchanged glances, with surprise and curiosity written all over their faces. They couldn't help but ask in their hearts, when did such a genius appear in Danyang City? "Director Li, this was found on Zhang San." A sheriff handed Li Zheng several identity cards. "He is indeed a spy from the Kyo Prosperity Society." "Damn it." Li Zheng looked at the sign, extremely angry. "What a pity we didn't catch them alive, so we have no way of finding out the exact location of the Co-Prosperity Society." Everyone felt a little disappointed. After tracking them down for so long, the clues were actually cut off. "Director Li, what is that Co-Prosperity Society?" I asked curiously. The Co-Prosperity Society is an organization supported by Japan. They worship monsters and promote belief in monster gods in order to gain eternal life. Countless people in Dongxia have been brainwashed and harmed by them. Li Zheng looked at me with admiration in his eyes, as if he had already regarded me as the future pillar of Danyang City. "If you meet anyone from the Co-Prosperity Society in the future, remember to stay away from them. You can also contact me as soon as possible," Li Zheng instructed. "Okay, I'll remember that." I nodded and said nothing more, watching them continue investigating the scene. "Does Zhang San have anything else on him?" Li Zheng suddenly asked. "No more," replied the sheriff who was searching him. Li Zheng glanced at me and seemed to understand something. He sighed in his heart that this kid was really brave. He was not afraid of killing people and even dared to touch the corpse. His character was really extraordinary and had crushed 99.9% of the students. "What was the cause of death?" Li Zheng continued to ask. "The martial spirit was destroyed, the arm was blown apart by the powerful explosive, and the neck bones were shattered," the sheriff who performed the autopsy reported. After hearing this, everyone's expressions became even more complicated. They were curious about how I did it. Such a ruthless action was totally unbecoming of a student who had just awakened. Soon, Zhang San's body was taken away. Li Zheng looked at me again. Student, you need to go back with us and make a statement. Don't worry, we won't leak any of your information. Okay, I agreed with a smile. What about the bounty? I couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, the money will be deposited into the account tomorrow after the record is completed. Li Zheng smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect that I was such a money grubber. I got the answer I wanted and happily followed him into the car. Sun Zi and two other people were also taken away. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, a young girl with extraordinary temperament stood at the highest point, looking down at the entire city, wondering what she was thinking. The girl's name is Muling Shuang, and she is the apple of the eye of the city lord Muicheng. Today's awakening is her home court, and she has always been the runner-up to me in various simulation tests. She awakened twin martial souls, and both were extremely powerful. The beast martial soul, the sky holy dragon, was used for attack and could also be used as a mount, while the weapon martial soul, the holy dragon battle flag, was an auxiliary martial soul that could provide her with various buffs. Muling Shuang can form a team by herself. Her appearance broke the gap of Dongyang City without twin martial spirits for thousands of years. At this moment, Muling Shuang's twin brother Mu Fan hurried over and said anxiously, "Sister, are you stupid? The 4 major martial arts colleges have all offered you an olive branch, but you don't choose them, and you have to participate in the freshman assessment tomorrow." Muling Shuang remained indifferent and continued to stand on the high ground. "Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. You're such a genius. Why do you still want to stay on Yun Mo's crooked tree?" Mu Fan stood up for her. Muling Shuang glanced at him coldly and said softly, "Call him brother-in-law." I understand." Mu Fan's heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he almost wanted to cry. He couldn't understand why his sister was always so stubborn and insisted on fulfilling the long-gone engagement. They haven't interacted much in years, right? Except for the occasional mock exam. I will announce my engagement tomorrow, and after the freshman assessment is over, we will go to get the marriage certificate. Muling Shuang's voice was still calm, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. "Sister, think twice. Yin Mo's martial soul is just a bug. It is impossible for him to become a strong man." Mu Fan was confused and couldn't help but wonder if his sister was possessed by some strange thing. "It's okay, I will protect him." Muling Shuang answered confidently. "Haha, you're indeed my Mu Yicheng's daughter. You are really responsible." A hearty laugh rang out. Following them came a burly man, about 40 years old, who was Mu Fan's father, Mu Yicheng. "Father." Muling Shuang nodded slightly and responded lightly. "Dad, look, my sister beat me again." Mu Fan walked to his father with grievance and began to complain to him. Since he was a child, Mu Fan has been beaten by Muling Shuang all the time. When will it end? You deserve it." Mu Yicheng snorted coldly. Woo-woo. Mu Fan collapsed. Everyone knew that he and Muling Shuang were twins, but in their father's eyes, it seemed that his sister would always be the apple of his eye, and he was just a superfluous existence. If there hadn't been Grandpa Yun Mo, how could our Mu family be as glorious as it is today? Mu Yicheng suddenly became serious, staring at Mu Fan, his tone full of blame. "That marriage was requested by your grandfather himself. Now that the Yun family has fallen on hard times, do you not want to fulfill the marriage?" "I didn't. I just think he doesn't deserve it." Mu Fan hurriedly explained. Although he was often beaten by his sister, in his heart, his sister was always the most powerful person. "Bullshit. Our Mu family wasn't worthy of her back then. Do you think this engagement was groundless?" Mu Yichen really wanted to slap his stupid son, but he held back. "But father, why haven't you ever helped Yin Mo in all these years?" Mu Fan couldn't help but ask. He thought his father wanted to break off the engagement, which was why he made such a fuss. When did I ever say I wanted to break off the engagement? These years have only been a training for Yin Mo. Who do you think applied for that subsidy for him? You bastard. Mu Yichen patted his chest as he spoke, explaining helplessly. After so many years of observation, I think Yin Mo is ambitious. Even if he can't become a strong man, he can still contribute to the tribe in other areas. Mu Yicheng's tone became softer. "Well, at that time I will be in charge of external affairs, and Yin Mo will be in charge of internal affairs." Muling Shuang agreed lightly. "Okay, that's great." Mu Fan felt extremely helpless and felt like he was an ungrateful person. In the car, "Hey Chu, I sneezed suddenly and touched the tip of my nose, feeling confused. I didn't have a cold, and I didn't feel anything was wrong. It was strange. Gradually, I felt a little drowsy, while Li Zheng looked out the car window with a serious expression. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have killed a higher level enemy, and you will be rewarded with 10,000 hunting points. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first kill, gaining a lot of experience. The queen insect successfully upgraded, current level 10. Ding, congratulations to the host. The queen worm has successfully mutated again and gained a new skill. Absolute defense, 30 seconds of invincibility, 1,000 hunting points consumed per second after 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours. The system prompt sound suddenly rang, and I woke up instantly. 10,000 hunting points. My queen has also reached level 10, which means I am now qualified to take the Warrior Association's grading test and become a bronze level warrior. The best part is that the queen's new skill, Absolute Defense, is invincible for 30 seconds, which allows me to easily escape even the most dangerous situations. Even better, as long as the hunting value is high enough, I can remain invincible forever. It was awesome, it was awesome. If Li Zheng hadn't been beside me, I would have almost jumped up and cheered with excitement. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. This is just the beginning, and there will definitely be stronger rewards in the future. The car finally arrived at the Public Security Bureau, and I got off and followed Li Zheng. He usually had a serious face, and everyone in the bureau was in awe of him, but now he greeted me with a smile, looking particularly friendly. Everyone kept looking over at me, obviously guessing my identity. Li Zheng took me into his office and took notes for me personally. I answered very cooperatively, leaving out the details about Yin Zhongsan and my own martial arts abilities, and told everything I could. Write down your bank card number and phone number, and the bonus will be in your account tomorrow. Li Zheng looked at me with a smile. His calm, decisive, and ruthless temperament made me respect him. Thank you, Director Li. I don't need to pay taxes on the bonus, right? I asked with a smile. Of course not. After finishing everything, Li Zheng sent someone to take me to my doorstep. While I got home, I checked around to make sure there were no suspicious people. Then I locked the door and summoned hundreds of self-destructing star bugs, scattering them in all directions. If there was any movement, I would be able to detect it immediately. After I was ready, I started to sort out the spoils of the day, starting with the cash, which totaled 58,000 yuan and a few dozen yuan in change. I'm rich, ha! I've never been so rich. In the past 5 years, the cash in my hand has never exceeded 200. I carefully put the cash aside and picked up the vases to continue examining them. Is this the mirror-breaking pill? I observed it carefully. It was white in color and had a slightly sweet smell, which was exactly what the mirror-breaking pill was. It looked like the pill that Zhang Xin used to break through to the silver level. I didn't expect it to be so cheap. The market price of the broken mirror pill is as low as 200,000 and as high as 300,000. This is why ordinary families cannot afford the training costs of warriors. One pill is enough to bankrupt a family. I carefully placed the pill back into the porcelain bottle, intending to use it later. Then, I couldn't wait to open the other porcelain bottles and found that they were all ordinary qi gathering pills, each worth about 10,000. These are very useful before I'm officially classified as a warrior. I will sell them when I go to the Warrior Alliance for classification tomorrow, although the price will be lower. After I sorted out all the spoils, I entered the martial arts space again. I have to become stronger. Only by being strong enough can I survive in this world full of monsters. Bronze level warrior? This is just the beginning. On the real battlefield, I am not even worthy of being cannon fodder. Continue to mutate. I chose the star larva without hesitation and started the mutation. Ding, congratulations to the host. The star bug has successfully mutated and gained a reconnaissance and hunting skills. Hunting value minus 100. Oh my god, another success? It was the first time I felt how lucky I was. After all, whether it was playing card drawing games or buying lottery tickets, I had always been a sure winner. I was far from lucky and had never seen any good luck. Until this moment, I suddenly realized that all the good luck seemed to have gathered at this moment. I couldn't wait to open the attribute panel of the star worm, and my heartbeat accelerated. Martial Soul, Starbug. Special talents. 10,000 times the breeding speed, self-destruction, can cause 100 times the health value of the self-destructing star bug to the enemy, ignoring any defense. Invisibility, not easy to detect. Vision sharing, can view the reconnaissance area screen at any time, regardless of any distance, the host can scatter it everywhere until it is destroyed. Strength 100. Life 100. Speed 100. I couldn't help but take a breath. This martial spirit was tailor-made for me. It was so powerful. The combination of invisibility and vision sharing is incredible. What's even more exaggerated is that there is no distance limit at all. As long as it is alive, it can continuously transmit intelligence, and its reconnaissance function is simply invincible. Assimilation system, hatch 100 for me. Ding, congratulations to the host. The starbug has hatched successfully, hunting value 100. As the system prompt sounded, 100 reconnaissance starbugs broke out of their shells and waited for my instructions. Although I knew that the hatching was 100% successful, when I heard this prompt, I couldn't help but clench my fists excitedly, and I couldn't wait to experience the feeling of sharing vision with the reconnaissance starbug. I recalled the self-destructive starbug outside the room, released 100 reconnaissance starbugs, slowly closed my eyes, and the next moment, there was no longer darkness in front of my eyes, but countless lines connecting every reconnaissance starbug outside. I randomly selected one. The next second, my vision suddenly became clear, and it was the night outside the house. Although my residence is remote and it is pitch black at night, these reconnaissance starbugs have night vision capabilities and can clearly see every corner in the dark. This experience is really intoxicating. When switching perspectives, it is very smooth, without any lag, and everything around is quiet and silent. After exiting the vision sharing, I decided not to upgrade them yet. They're enough for reconnaissance, but not necessary for the moment. System, hatch the remaining eggs into self-destructing starbugs. Although reconnaissance is important, combat effectiveness is king. The number of self-destructing starbugs is my confidence. After all, the mother bug will hatch 10,000 larvae tomorrow. Ding, congratulations to the host. Assimilation is successful. Hunting value minus 9,798. Remaining hunting value 432. How cool. I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling very excited. With nearly 10,000 self-destructing starbugs, if they all self-destructed at the same time, the destructive power they would generate would be unimaginable. I clenched my fists, looking forward to tomorrow's freshman assessment. However, the hunting value is consumed too quickly, and I really need more. Host, it is detected that you currently have 58,103 Shadow coins. Do you want to exchange them for hunting points? The system seemed to sense my thoughts and sent a question. No, I don't need it for now. I held the money tightly in my hand like it was a precious property. The system actually counted the few coins in my pocket. It was too much. If I exchanged all of it for hunting points, I would not be able to survive. I already have a plan. I will use this money for living first, and after the 500,000 bonus arrives, I will convert it all into hunting points. The system did not respond, as if it accepted my decision. I breathed a sigh of relief, and my money was finally saved. I was a little overwhelmed by what had happened in the past few hours. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, looking forward to tomorrow's freshman assessment. The next day, the freshman assessment finally came. I arrived at school early. Yin actually dared to participate in the freshman assessment? Isn't this courting death? Yeah. Does the insect spirit also need to be tested? It seems that he still feels that he hasn't embarrassed himself enough. As soon as I appeared in the school, someone pointed and talked. I chose to ignore these. Those people were just clowns. When the test results came out, the strong and the weak would be immediately clear. Are you guys crazy? Isn't it time to kneel down and lick Yin Mo's ass? That's right. Even if Yin Mo's martial spirit is a little lacking, Yin Mo can be a researcher or analyst, and he will have many career options in the future. What about you? It's not even certain whether you can become a warrior. Not everyone was laughing at the joke. My classmates also came forward to support me. Ignore them. Just treat them as the barking of dogs. Those who flatter the powerful and flatter the weak are destined not to go far. Yes, don't argue with them. It's not worth getting angry. Several classmates came over to comfort me, which made me feel warm. It's okay. They're just jealous of me. I smiled easily. Jealous of a loser like you? What a joke. A student with a pointed face and monkey cheeks looked at me with disdain, as if he wanted to take this opportunity to step on me, and then continue to sneer at me. Get out of the way, don't block the road, or don't blame me for being rude. At this time, an arrogant voice came from behind, and the student was kicked to the ground before he could react. You kicked me. The guy with a pointed face and monkey cheeks was about to fight back, but he immediately shut up when he saw the person coming. What? Do you have any objections? Mu Fan sneered and looked down at him condescendingly. No, no, no. The student immediately lowered his head without any intention of resisting. Mu Fan was well known for his arrogance in the school. Who would dare to disrespect him? But Mu Fan never bullies others. He just keeps a high profile. After all, he is the strongest second generation in Danyang City. Who dares not to give him face? The students around him immediately made way for him. Hey, sister, is the road open like this? Mu Fan smiled very flatteringly and looked back. Yeah. Mu Ling Shuang nodded slightly and walked towards me with her long legs. Oh my god, it's Mu Ling Shuang. Hasn't she already been admitted to the Warrior High School? Why is she here to take the freshman assessment? I don't know, but Mu Ling Shuang is really beautiful. Slurp, the appearance of Mu Ling Shuang instantly attracted everyone's attention, with admiration, excitement, jealousy, and a few people were so excited that they almost went crazy. I was stunned, staring at Mu Ling Shuang as she walked towards me. Wait, suddenly I remembered something. This girl seemed to be engaged to me. Could it be that she came here to break off the engagement? Are you going to humiliate me in front of everyone? I wondered in my heart and couldn't help but smile. I felt that the plot seemed a little familiar. However, wasn't it the fate of the protagonist that I could rise in this script? Mu Ling Shuang seemed a little confused when she saw me like this. Her slightly furrowed brows revealed a unique queen-like temperament, which made people feel irresistible. Her figure was so perfect that it made people imagine a lot. But I am not the kind of man who only looks at beautiful women. I will break off the engagement if I want to. Anyway, I am good enough now, and I have countless choices in the future. Yin Mo. Mu Ling Shuang stopped in front of me and spoke in a cold tone. It's true. I became more certain of my guess, thinking she really wants to cancel the engagement. I have a marriage contract with you, she said lightly. I know, it's just a retreat. Before he could finish his words, she interrupted him. After the freshman assessment is over, come with me to get the certificate. I was completely stunned. This script is wrong. Not only was I stunned, but the students watching were also stunned. Was there something wrong with my ears? Why did it sound a little unreal? The city lord's daughter, a peerless genius with twin martial spirits, actually wanted to get a marriage certificate with me? Was this a joke? Mu Fan stood upright at the side, with a smug smile on his face. Obviously, he was the only one who knew about this sudden script, and he was very happy. What did you say? I asked in disbelief. I kept thinking, when will Mu Ling Shuang be interested in me? Although we have met many times in the past 5 years, she was always cold and distant. Could she have some purpose? Thinking carefully, I came from a poor family, and my martial spirit was not outstanding, so it seemed that there was nothing worthy of others' attention. The system had just awakened, and no one knew about it. Brother-in-law, my sister said it very clearly. After the freshman assessment is over, you should go and register for marriage. Mu Fan rubbed his hands and moved closer excitedly. I couldn't help but look at him. His usual arrogant look became particularly likable at this moment, completely different from his usual expression. The students watching were all stunned. Isn't this the overlord of Danyang City? Brother-in-law, don't be nervous. If you fail the freshman assessment, my father will help you find a job. Just do whatever you want and ignore the gossip. I will give you half of the Mu family's assets in the future. Mu Fan's words shocked the people around him even more. Mu Ling Shuang also nodded slightly and added, if you want to study in one of the 4 major martial arts academies, I will help you. Although her tone was cold, there was a hint of warmth in her words. Before the time travel, the original owner was devastated and died alone in a dilapidated rental house, with neither government subsidies nor any help. After crossing over, I worked hard and finally got all kinds of resources. Now, thinking back on it, I realized that the Mu family was silently supporting me. I couldn't help but feel touched and really wanted to give Mu Ling Shuang a warm hug. As soon as these words came out, the students around them were immediately excited. Oh my god, am I dreaming? My goddess is going to marry Yin Mo? I don't believe it. This can't be true. Many boys' moods instantly fell to the bottom. Mu Ling Shuang is not only the daughter of the city lord, but also has the peerless talent of twin martial spirits. Even if I am a loser, if I marry her, wouldn't I be able to reach the pinnacle of life in one leap? Envy and jealousy intertwined. Many boys glared at me fiercely, their teeth almost breaking. The person who laughed at me just now turned pale, and when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he slipped away in shame. Brother-in-law, let's go. The freshman assessment is about to begin. Mu Fan patted my shoulder carelessly, his tone friendly and natural, and we walked side by side. Okay, I responded with a smile and a nod. But before that, I have something to do. I looked at those classmates who had stood up for me, and the chi-gathering pills seized from Zhang said were just enough for each of them. What is this? Several classmates looked at the porcelain bottle in their hands in confusion. I'm getting married today, and I'm in a very good mood. The chi-gathering pills in the porcelain bottle are like wedding candy to you. I hope they will be helpful for your assessment. Chi-gathering pill. Their eyes lit up instantly. For them from an ordinary family, a chi-gathering pill was an astronomical sum. Getting this pill meant that their cultivation would be greatly improved. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. A classmate declined. You're welcome. Just consider it as my thanks for your help before. I won't need these anymore. I patted their shoulders, my tone firm and unyielding. The students around him were all envious. Getting the chi-gathering pill was like pie in the sky. If I had known earlier, I should have helped. Thank you. Thank you. Several students were very excited, with gratitude flashing in their eyes. Brother-in-law, you are such a real person. Mu Fan gave me a thumbs up. If you need pills, just tell me. As long as you ask, brother-in-law, I will help you. He said with a smile on his face, completely unaware that I didn't actually need these ordinary pills at all. Mu Fan completely regarded himself as my supporter. He thought that this was just a trick I used to win people's hearts. He didn't realize that I had actually already reached the bronze level and didn't need this level of elixir at all. I can take you to hunt monsters. Maybe your martial soul will evolve faster. Mu Lingshuang's words warmed my heart again. As long as you don't let me down, I will never let you down. I secretly made up my mind that I must become strong in the future, not only for myself, but also for the Mu family. With such a beautiful and powerful wife, even if I have a system, I will feel more pressure and need to work harder in the future. If others say that I am a gigolo, it doesn't matter, but I will never really be a gigolo. Okay, I won't be polite. I responded without any pretense and became friends with Mu Fan. Let's go. I'll show you my brother-in-law's extraordinary performance today. It will definitely amaze everyone. I said excitedly. Then I'll have to look forward to it. Mu Fan replied with a smile. The two of them were arm in arm, like a pair of partners who were willing to do anything. Seeing this scene, an almost imperceptible smile finally appeared on Mu Lingshuang's indifferent face, as if she was satisfied and relieved. The three of them walked side by side towards the stadium, preparing for the upcoming freshman assessment. Inside the stadium, amidst the bustling crowd, a row of school teachers sat on a high platform in the front, and the atmosphere was serious. Mutation and the principal sat in the center, with some college admissions officers sitting next to them. In the open space in front of the stage, there stood a huge iron cage covered with black cloth. From time to time, a low roar could be heard from the cage, which made people feel chilly. Soon, students taking the test arrived one after another, and the atmosphere was tense and expectant. City Lord, can you say a few words? The principal looked at Muichen with a smile, his tone relaxed. Muichen smiled slightly and waved his hand. Let's get started directly, don't waste time. People from the colleges are still waiting. The principal nodded, thinking it made sense, and announced briefly. The rules for the freshman assessment are very simple. Fighting with a bronze 1-star monster for 3 minutes will qualify. Each person will be scored based on their performance. Now, the assessment begins. As soon as he finished speaking, several teachers quickly walked off the stage and pulled the black cloth aside. The monster in the iron cage finally revealed its ferocious true face. Chapter 8, I'm Super Brave. Roar. The roar became clearer and clearer, and many students present swallowed silently. Brother-in-law, even a bronze 1-star monster is not so easy to deal with, except for my sister, of course. If we encounter danger, we should run away. It's not shameful. Mu Fan kindly comforted Yunamo. His meaning was very clear. Just go through the motions, and the Mu family will help you make the arrangements later. Do you think I should pay compensation if I kill this monster? Yunamo didn't respond, but asked back. Forehead. Mu Fan was stunned when he heard this, and felt that this joke was not funny. Among the freshmen present, except Mu Lingshuang, who else dared to say that he could kill a bronze 1-star monster? I guess you won't have to pay compensation, and you'll even be rewarded. After thinking about it, Mu Fan still didn't say anything to attack Yunamo because he was afraid that Mu Lingshuang would beat him. The black cloth fell completely, and everyone could see clearly the true form of the monster imprisoned inside. Its entire body was gray-black, and it was 2 meters long, with sharp claws and a mouth full of fangs. It was an adult black wind wolf. Each black wind wolf has only the strength of a bronze 1-star, but they are social monsters that advance and retreat together. Even if they encounter a silver-level monster, they dare to fight. Roar! The black wind wolf was wild and difficult to tame. It looked at the people in front of it, roaring angrily, its eyes filled with violence and savagery. The timid man was so frightened that his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. This horrifying creature is only 1 bronze star? Everyone was somewhat skeptical about life. They had only seen it on video and had not witnessed it with their own eyes. Now that I see it, it is indeed scary. Some people get scared before they even start the battle and even think about giving up on taking the test. The black wind wolf struggled continuously, and the chains trapped on its body made harsh collision sounds. The iron cage slowly opened, and the black wind wolf rushed out directly. The 4 chains tied to its body were instantly tightened, stopping it from rushing out. Students, rest assured, if there is any danger, the teacher will come to rescue in time. No one's life will be in danger. The teachers calmed the students down for a moment before taking out the list and starting to call the roll. The first examiner is Wang Tong. Before he finished speaking, a confident young man walked out from the crowd. Everyone just wait and see. It's just a bronze 1-star monster. We can easily defeat it. Anyway, there is no danger to life, so just pretend first. Moreover, his father said that he had the potential to become an emperor. Now Wang Tong is extremely confident and inflated. A dog-beating stick. Wang Tong summoned his martial soul and wielded his staff with great force. Die! Wang Tong leaped up with a dog-beating stick in his hand and smashed towards the black wind wolf. Ouch! The black wind wolf slapped out with 1 claw. Oh, I will definitely come back. Wang Tong flew directly into the sky and turned into a meteor. The teacher quickly chased after him and rescued him. Wang Tong eliminated. Next up, Lin Yan. Qualified. Next, disuse. Soon, the teacher called Mu Fan's name. Hey, brother-in-law, let me show you how powerful I am. Mu Fan patted his chest, full of confidence. Come on. Yin Mo was naturally optimistic about Mu Fan. After all, in addition to Mu Ling Shuang, the super genius, his martial soul was also very powerful. Ling Shuang, ahem, can I call you that? Yin Mo looked at Mu Ling Shuang standing aside, still with an indifferent expression, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with her. She's like a fairy who has descended to Earth, untainted by the mundane world. He's quite capable. Mu Ling Shuang looked at Yin Mo, and their eyes met. Be careful and don't get hurt. Oh, okay. Yin Mo nodded awkwardly, and the conversation between the two came to an abrupt end. Mu Fan had already walked up to the black wind wolf amid the cheers of the crowd. Holy Spirit White Tiger, appear. Following a low shout from Mu Fan, a huge white tiger that was 4 meters long and 2 meters tall appeared behind him. The black wind wolf was like a little friend in front of it. Ouch! When the black wind wolf saw the Holy Spirit White Tiger, he instantly became timid, laid on the ground and cried, and instantly lost his fighting spirit. Possession. The martial spirit can fight alone or possess a warrior to enhance the warrior's own combat effectiveness. Mu Fan likes the feeling of punching someone in the flesh, so he chooses to possess a body. Mu Fan clenched his fists, feeling his whole body filled with unparalleled strength, and rushed straight towards the black wind wolf. Each of Mu Fan's punches was accompanied by a tiger roar, as if a tiger was descending from the mountain. The black wind wolf howled in pain after being beaten. 3 minutes finally passed, and Black Wind Wolf felt that it was as long as 3 years. It was too painful to be beaten unilaterally. Mu Fan is so strong, everyone exclaimed. Of course, you don't even care whose brother he is. He's not your brother. Why are you showing off? Mu Fan, excellent. The teacher saw Mu Fan's performance and nodded with satisfaction, saying that he was worthy of being the city lord's son. The person in charge of admissions at the university quickly wrote down Mu Fan's name. The leaders of the 4 prestigious schools are all here, and they all came here for Mu Ling Shuang. This time I must get it into my school. Brother-in-law, how are you? Are you shocked by my strength? After returning to his original position, Mu Fan immediately started to show off in front of Yin Mo. Like a puppy begging for praise, he didn't dare to show off in front of Mu Ling Shuang like this. Easy to get beaten. Very strong, second only to your sister. Yin Mo thought it was great. That's right. I am very brave. Sooner or later, I will surpass my sister. The next examiner is Mu Ling Shuang. As soon as the name was uttered, the entire stadium became lively again. The leaders of the 4 prestigious schools also perked up, and everyone's eyes were instantly focused on this cold girl. The person in charge of the assessment quickly replaced it with a black wind wolf of peak strength. Mu Ling Shuang walked slowly to the testing area. With a slight flip of her jade hand, the Holy Dragon battle flag instantly appeared in her hand. Then with a wave, various buffs were added to himself. Roar! The Black Wind Wolf had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation and was baring his teeth at Mu Ling Shuang. Boom! Mu Ling Shuang stepped on the ground and instantly came in front of the Black Wind Wolf. When the Black Wind Wolf sensed the danger, it was too late. Mu Ling Shuang slapped the Black Wind Wolf on the head. Its huge body shook and fell to the ground instantly, losing its combat effectiveness. With just one move, the Black Wind Wolf was defeated. If Mu Ling Shuang hadn't used her full strength, it would have probably become a corpse. Flash sale. A definite instant kill. His tilde. Yin Mo looked at his future wife, and a storm of emotions suddenly arose in his heart, which was stronger than he had imagined. Mu Ling Shuang, excellent plus. The teachers all looked at Mu Ling Shuang with satisfaction, as she would be the face of their school in the future. The city lord is so lucky to have such outstanding children. The principal said enviously. Just luck, just luck. The city lord smiled very modestly, but he was very happy in his heart. My daughter is naturally the best. The leaders of the 4 prestigious universities have already started to fight with each other, thinking about promising Mu Ling Shuang more benefits. Otherwise, it would be difficult to recruit them to your own school. The teacher in charge of the assessment was replaced by a lively Black Wind Wolf. The next examiner is Yin Mo. As soon as Yin Mo's name came out, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Of course, there were more ridicules. Come on, brother-in-law. Mu Fan's main theme is optimism. It's better to be careful. Mu Ling Shuang instructed. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Yin Mo slowly walked to the testing area amid numerous questioning voices. It's great that I can marry Mu Ling Shuang. I don't know what kind of shit luck I have. The assessment is just a formality. Yeah, it turns out that no matter how hard we work, we can't be as comfortable as others who just eat gigolos. These people spoke so sourly and had very ugly faces. You guys don't live off of me, but you haven't had the chance yet. You're just sour grapes. Are you ready? The teacher looked at Yin Mo with some worry. After all, his martial soul was just a bug, and it would be bad if it got hurt. So I just gave you a friendly reminder. Yin Mo nodded heavily, his eyes extremely determined. Okay, let the test begin. Chapter 9, Shocking the Audience. Roar! The cage opened, and the new Black Wind Wolf rushed out instantly. Unfortunately, it had 4 iron chains as thick as bowls on its body and was held back about 10 centimeters away from Yin Mo. Yin Mo stood there, calm and composed, and could clearly smell the Black Wind Wolf's bad breath. Why isn't Yin Mo moving? You're not going to be scared, are you? Some students originally felt sorry for Yin Mo, and when they heard that Mu Ling Shuang was going to marry him, they all wanted to ridicule him. There are so many outstanding students in the school. Why did you choose Yin Mo? Sister. Mu Fan looked at Mu Ling Shuang with some concern. Focus on it. Mu Ling Shuang stared at Yin Mo in the field without blinking. Yin Mo looked at the Black Wind Wolf's attribute panel and couldn't help but laugh. Black Wind Wolf, Bronze 1 star. Status, weak. Current HP 5K/1W. With this amount of health, Yin Mo doesn't need a level 10 self-destructing star worm at all. A level 5 one will be enough. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Yin Mo immediately strengthened one and summoned it out. The self-destructive star worm is only the size of a thumb and can be easily overlooked if you don't look carefully. Is this Yin Mo's martial spirit? Forget about dealing with a Black Wind Wolf. I can kill it with one kick. As soon as the self-destructing star worm appeared, many people couldn't help but laugh out loud. He summoned his martial spirit. Where is it? Why didn't I see it? A group of people gathered together and laughed loudly, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Mu Yicheng and the principal on the stage were also looking at Yin Mo nervously. The admissions officers of the colleges and universities did not take Yin Mo seriously and started chatting. Roar! The black wind wolf noticed the disdain in Yunmo's eyes and became manic. It struggled frantically, and the chains rattled. Yunmo's mind moved, and the self-destructing star bug flew to the front of the black wind wolf and landed on the tip of its nose. The black wind wolf waved its claws frantically, trying to slap it away, but couldn't catch it. After arranging everything, Yunmo turned around silently. Is he giving up the assessment? This action stunned everyone present. Why did you even go on stage if you're going to give up? It's really shameful. He must have been frightened out of his wits. Look how slowly he's walking. His legs must have gone weak. Brother-in-law, you are right. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Mufan spoke in a very loud voice as he comforted Yunmo. After a brief exchange with Yunmo just now, he felt that Yunmo was a pretty good person. I feel that since my sister is my brother-in-law, he will definitely protect me in the future, and he won't be able to beat me when she gets married, right? Once Mufan identifies you, he will do his best to protect you, which means he will protect you. A trace of doubt appeared on Mu Lingshuang's face, and she tilted her head slightly. She was also confused, but she noticed a detail that others didn't notice. That is, the color of Yunmo's martial soul when he awakened was different from now. Yunmo, do you want to withdraw from the assessment? The teacher in charge of the assessment asked doubtfully, just when everyone was puzzled by Yunmo's actions. First, Yunmo uttered a word lightly. Boom! The next moment, a huge explosion resounded throughout the entire stadium. The black wind wolf didn't even have time to scream before his head was blown off, turning it into a headless corpse that fell to the ground with its neck burnt and emitting wisps of green smoke. A real man never looks back at the explosion. A self-destructing star bug is enough to kill the black wind wolf in seconds. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 1-star black wind wolf and obtaining a hunting value of 100. The system's prompt sound made Yunmo feel refreshed. It turned out that only by constantly fighting and killing enemies could he gain more hunting points. We must hunt more monsters. The hunting value is really tight now. The examiner was confused. He was the closest to the examiner and his head was buzzing. Mutation and the principal stood up excitedly, their faces filled with disbelief. The admissions officers of the colleges and universities also stood up straight, some of them not understanding what was going on. Damn it, is this the useless starbug you guys mentioned? It blew up the black wind wolf to death in one go. The starbug is a useless martial soul. So what is my martial soul? Oh my god, sister, did you see that? Sister, brother-in-law. Mufan was already incoherent with excitement, pointing at Yunmo in the field, full of envy. This guy is so good at pretending. Isn't this exactly what I'm pursuing? It's really cool. Mufan suddenly felt that beating up the black wind wolf for 3 minutes was too low. The corners of Mu Lingshuang's mouth curved up slightly, and her cold face softened rarely. Teacher, you can announce the results now. Yunmo turned around and glanced at the examiner. Oh yes. The examiner recovered from his shock and announced quickly. Yunmo, excellent plus. My school has produced 2 excellent plus students in succession. The examiner felt a little elated for a while, as if he was dreaming. No, Yunmo actually let his martial soul perish together with the black wind wolf in order to pass the test. People who think they're smart discover their blind spots, which are like a conspicuous bag. His tone was firm, as if he had seen through something that no one else had, and his expression was full of pride. Without a martial spirit, what kind of warrior is he? Yeah, I thought he was so powerful, but it turns out he sacrificed his own martial spirit. Isn't this ruining his own future? What future can a starbug have? I really laughed. Everyone was talking about it, and everyone had different thoughts. Yunmo, did you really sacrifice your martial spirit? Muichin asked anxiously. This is his future son-in-law. Why is he so desperate just to pass the assessment? It is really irrational to do this just to maintain the so-called dignity in front of everyone. Yunmo, did you suffer any backlash? Are you okay? The principal saw that Yunmo looked very good and asked in confusion. Muichin was so concerned that he didn't notice this. Oh, you're talking about this? Yunmo smiled and flipped his hand. Hundreds of sky star insects were summoned and flew around Yunmo. My martial soul is the mother of the sky starworm. These are just the larvae that reproduce. I can have as many as you want. After saying this, he put the star bug back into the Wuhuan space. This. The worry on Mu Yiqing's face disappeared, replaced by excitement. He jumped off the stage without caring about his image and landed steadily in front of Yunmo. He asked excitedly, placing his hands on Yunmo's shoulders. Yunmo, are you saying that this kind of sky star bug that can kill the black wind wolf instantly can be mass-produced? Yeah, but it'll take some time. Yunmo felt a little reserved when he saw his future father-in-law. Is there a limit to how much it can be trained? It can't only deal with bronze-level monsters, right? Mu Yiqing wanted to know more. After all, a martial soul with a growth limit was destined to not go far. So far, we have not encountered any growth bottleneck. Several minutes passed as the two of them asked and answered each other, completely ignoring everyone present. A martial spirit that can reproduce? Is there such a thing? Who said that the star bugs are useless? I will be the first one to disagree from now on. Yunmo is so handsome. Does he need a maid to warm his bed? The students who had looked down on Yunmo just now had very interesting expressions on their faces. There was shock, horror, and admiration. This world is full of crises, and most people admire the strong. As long as you are strong enough, you will be respected by more people. When you are strong enough and surrounded by good people, the mocking voices will disappear instantly. It's so realistic. Chapter 10. For major colleges compete for. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mu Fan scratched his ears and cheeks excitedly, just like a monkey. Sister, which idiot tested my brother-in-law and said his martial spirit was rubbish? Didn't they test his talent at that time? Mu Lingshuang said lightly, with a somewhat happy tone. Perhaps the martial soul has mutated halfway through. Don't doubt the teacher's testers. Is this possible? You can keep reproducing larvae. How is this different from having an endless amount of martial spirits? This is so cool. Sister, I suddenly feel that my white tiger is not so good anymore. Mu Fan muttered softly and glanced at Mu Lingshuang stealthily to see if his sister was angry. Mu Fan realized that he was overthinking. Mu Lingshuang's eyes were always on Yunmo, and she ignored him completely. For some reason, Mu Fan felt a little disappointed that he didn't get beaten. So love disappears, right? No, it was transferred to my brother-in-law. Mu Lingshuang was in a very good mood at the moment. She thought she would have to go to the battlefield alone in the future, but she didn't expect Yunmo to make such a big splash. From now on, we can be one as husband and wife and fight side by side. Haha, good, good. You're really my good son-in-law. I'll see who dares to call you a waste in the future. Mu Yiqing patted Yunmo's shoulder excitedly. He said, Yunmo worked so hard. God couldn't be so cruel. The principal also walked over silently and looked at Yunmo with a gratified look on his face. He was sincerely happy for Yunmo. Yunmo, work hard. You will become the backbone of our Dongyang city in the future. I will work hard and live up to the principal's expectations. Yunmo nodded heavily. Both the principal and Mu Yiqing had helped him, and he respected them from the bottom of his heart. The three of them talked for a while before letting Yunmo return to his original position. The assessment continues. The principal returned to his seat and announced. Because Yunmo shocked everyone so much, the students who followed him were all mediocre, without any highlights. The assessment is still ongoing. The admissions officers of the 4 major universities have already contacted Mu Lingshuang and Yunmo. Student Mu Lingshuang, student Yunmo, I'm the person in charge of the White Tiger Academy. Come to our academy. I will be responsible for all the resources for you to cultivate to the platinum level. There are also various subsidies, and the instructor will lead the team personally. Don't listen to him. Come to our Qinglong Academy. We can promise you all these. What's the point of a platinum grade? As long as you graduate successfully, you can directly become a specially appointed teacher. We can also grant you the right to enter the E-level secret realm at will. The stronger you are, the higher the secret realm you can open. Yunmo was a little excited about the E-level secret realm. The so-called secret realm is a world of its own. The monsters in it are generally at the bronze level, and the silver level is already the king. Go inside to replenish your hunting value. Come to us. We have the best benefits. We are paid the best. Students Suzaku and Xuanwu also tried their best to fight for it. The 4 of them fought tooth and nail to fight for Yunmo and Mu Lingshuang. Mu Fan was left aside. Mu Fan looked like he had lost all hope in life. He had done very well in the assessment. So why was he so unpopular? As expected, people do not share the same joys and sorrows. Fan just thought these people were noisy. Which one do you choose? Mu Lingshuang looked at Yun Mo, and she obeyed Yun Mo's decision. And you? Yun Mo asked back, do you have a favorite college? Wherever you are, there I am. Mu Lingshuang shook her head slightly. Yun Mo felt his heart skip a beat. Was he being seduced by his future wife? Upon hearing this, the heads of the 4 major colleges looked at Yun Mo nervously. The resources they promised were similar, but only Qinglong Academy could provide the more advanced secret realms. I choose Qinglong College. Yun Mo made a decision immediately. I also choose Qinglong Academy. Mu Lingshuang agreed softly. Okay. We welcome both students to Qinglong College. The wrinkles on the face of the representative of Qinglong Academy disappeared with laughter. Upon seeing this, the heads of the other 3 colleges turned away with some disappointment. The remaining students were not satisfied with the show, and they were too lazy to stay here any longer. After saying goodbye to Muicheng, he left in a hurry. Hey, what about me? No one wants to look at me more. Mu Fan felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Dong, and I'm the freshman advisor. After Lin Dong introduced himself, he handed 2 items to Yun Mo and Mu Lingshuang respectively. This is a student card, a symbol of your identity. This bank card contains 10 million Xiaogu currency, which can be used to purchase the resources you need. Yun Mo took it calmly, but his heart was already filled with turmoil. Oh my god, 10 million. I'm rich. Mu Lingshuang nodded and took it. Although his father is the city lord, 10 million is a lot of money for Mu Lingshuang. Mu Fan looked at the 2 people taking over these resources with eager eyes. He wants it too. Yun Mo noticed Mu Fan's emotional fluctuations and turned to take a look. I found that the child was about to cry out of grievance. Mr. Lin, look at my brother. Yun Mo said as he pulled Mu Fan in front of Lin Dong. His test scores are pretty impressive. How about? Yun Mo didn't say it directly, but his meaning was very clear. If he accepted both of us, then he could also accept Mu Fan as a gift? Brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Mu Fan's face was filled with excitement, and he stared at Yun Mo with his eyes fixed. Lin Dong was in a dilemma. All the students in Qinglong Academy were geniuses. Although Mu Fan's test scores were good, they were still a little bit lacking. He is a warrior and a student, and he has also seen Mu Fan's high-profile personality. Afraid that Mu Fan would get beaten every day. Teacher Lin, this kid has some talent. Mu Lingshuang also spoke up for her brother. Sister, I know you still love your brother. Mu Fan was even more moved. Then, okay. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and agreed with difficulty. But let me be frank with you. If you fail the subsequent tests, you will still be expelled. Just give me a chance. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Mu Fan thanked him quickly. This is your student card. Lin Dong nodded, which was considered as his approval of Mu Fan. Muichen saw all of this and nodded with great satisfaction. Okay. The brother is friendly and respectful to his younger brother. He treats Mu Fan as his own brother, even before marrying his precious daughter. Lin Dong exchanged a few words with Yun Mo and Mu Lingshuang before turning around and leaving. Muichen hurried over to meet him. Teacher Lin, you've worked hard all the way. After the test is over, let's have a quick meal together. The city lord invited me warmly, so I naturally cannot refuse. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. He had gained a lot this time and was not in a hurry to go back. It would be nice to cultivate some relationships with the freshmen. Woo-woo, brother-in-law. Thank you for speaking up for me. Mu Fan was trembling all over as he looked at the student card in his hand. Qinglong Academy had always been the extraordinary academy of his dreams. Today the dream came true. We're all family, why be polite? Yun Mo smiled and patted Mu Fan's shoulder, comforting him. Yes, from now on you are my brother-in-law, Mu Fan. If anyone dares to say bad things about you, I will bite them to death. Chapter 11, Humanity's Defeat. Forehead. Yun Mo twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. This brother-in-law really said something shocking. Not really. At this time, all the students' eyes fell on Yun Mo and the other 2, with envy in their eyes. That's Qinglong Academy, the most top-notch supernatural academy in the entire Xia country. As long as you are admitted, it means that you have stepped half a foot into the ranks of the strong. It is the ideal college that all students aspire to. Dongyang City is just a remote town in Xia country, and very few students are admitted to top colleges. The last time he was accepted by the 4 supernatural beings was several decades ago. Now, That person has become the backbone of the Xia Kingdom. Now that 3 people have been admitted at once, the entire Danyang city will benefit from it. In addition to envy, these students also admire and feel proud. I will have something to brag about when I go to other colleges in the future. Yin Mo, congratulations. Yin Mo, don't forget us in the future. We are all warriors from Danyang City. For a moment, many students took the initiative to show their friendship to Yin Mo. Some students also blushed. They had mocked Yin Mo in the past and were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Now Yin Mo has been admitted to Qinglong College. If they're all trash, then what are they? Sure. There wasn't much change in Yun Mo's expression. No matter who took the initiative to show friendliness to him, he would just smile and nod in response. He won't care about these. Remember, someone said, when you become famous, good people will surround you. Yin Mo is in the same situation now. He is now a quasi-strong man, and more people will curry favor with him in the future. From this moment on, he and this student were no longer from the same world. The freshman assessment continues. The principal did not continue watching, but walked down the stage and came to Yin Mo and the other 2. Yin Mo, classmate Mu Lingshuang, follow me. The principal looked at the 2 of them with a smile, and all the wrinkles on his face disappeared. These 2 people are the pride of Danyang Middle School, and will surely become the pride of Xia country in the future. He was really happy that Yin Mo was able to rise. Okay. The 2 nodded and followed the principal. What about me? Mu Fan pointed his index finger at himself. After all, he was ranked 3rd in the test, right? At least I've joined Qinglong Academy, even though it's a buy 2, get 1 free deal. The principal cannot be so hypocritical. I have brought honor to my school and shed blood for it. Mu Fan was so anxious that he jumped up and down, looking like a conspicuous bag. Mu Fan, come too. The principal held his forehead in his hand speechlessly. The sister and brother are twins, so why is there such a big difference between them? Hey, principal, here I come. Mu Fan smiled happily upon hearing that, and followed him happily. Looking at the backs of Yin Mo and the other 2 as they left, the students were filled with envy and prayed that they could be admitted to a better school. Principal's office. You're welcome, sit anywhere. The principal looked at the 2 of them with a smile and ignored Mu Fan again. Mu Fan didn't care and sat down happily. Your future will definitely be extraordinary. I won't say anything more. As the principal spoke, he took out 2 bank cards and pushed them in front of Yin Mo and Mu Lingshuang respectively. This is a reward from school. There's only 1 million in it, which is much less than what you get at Qinglong Academy. Please don't despise it. What are you talking about, principal? This is not a small amount of money. Yin Mo didn't hesitate and put the money directly into his trouser pocket. Only a fool would complain about having too little money. Even if it was only 100 yuan, he would not mind. Mu Lingshuang turned her head to look at Yin Mo, then immediately took out her bank card and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. Forehead. When the principal saw what the 2 did, he couldn't help but laugh. It was really interesting. No, principal, where's mine? Mu Fan looked at the principal with great heartache, as if asking, I'm also a student of Qinglong College. Sorry, the school only prepared 2. The principal shook his head embarrassedly. Different treatment. Definitely different treatment. Mu Fan complained madly in his heart, saying that he never had any good things, and it was a bit like he was raised by a stepmother. Besides, you are well known in Danyang City, so you can afford this little money. The principal lost his usual dignity in front of the 3 people and complained happily. This made Mu Fan embarrassed. Principal, my sister is not short of money. Why does she have it? Mu Fan expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Look, all I have is superficial glory. My father is an old man who favors girls over boys. My food, clothing, and other expenses are much worse than those of my sister. It brings tears to my eyes just talking about it. But he couldn't keep this kind of thing secret. Otherwise, where would he put his face? She's number 1. You're the giveaway. It's that simple. Yin Mo smiled and patted Mu Fan's head, becoming the principal's mouthpiece. Mu Fan's heart is broken. Brother-in-law, your words are like stabbing a knife in my heart. Mu Fan walked silently to the corner and started drawing circles. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help laughing. What a funny guy. Yin Mo, Mu Lingshuang, I won't go into a long speech. This world is full of dangers. I just hope you guys stay safe when you're out there. The principal paused and swallowed what he wanted to say. He really wanted to say that no matter where the 2 of them went, they should not forget that this was their hometown and their roots, and if Danyang City was in danger, he hoped he could help. Nowadays, the strongest city lord is only a gold-level warrior. Most people hope that a strong man can appear in their hometown to guard their hometown. Last year, Hanyuan City, which is close to Danyang City, suffered a disaster-level beast tide that occurs only once in a century. Beast tide levels: disaster level, catastrophe level, calamity level, natural disaster level, unknown, but they have dozens of gold-level warriors. In the end, the city gates were breached by a tide of beasts, and millions of people were killed by the monsters. This kind of scene has been played out countless times over the past hundreds of years. Although powerful warriors continue to emerge in the human race, they are still surviving in the cracks. It passively defended itself under the pressure of monsters from various spatial worlds and never took the initiative to attack. The Xia Kingdom originally thought that when faced with a life-and-death crisis, humans, as a community with a shared destiny, could fight against the monsters together. Until a joint counterattack by human warriors 100 years ago, internal divisions continued and civil strife broke out before the battle even began. Faced with the powerful and united monsters, humans were defeated. After thinking about it, the principal decided to keep quiet. This statement was a bit morally blackmailing and would only add unnecessary pressure to the two of them. These are still too far away for the two of them. What the future holds is still unknown. Don't worry, principal. I value my life the most. Yin Mo grinned. He knew exactly what the principal wanted to say. Before he traveled through time, he was an orphan without a father or a mother, and he was still the same after traveling through time. Without the help of the principal and others, Yin Mo would have starved to death long ago. No matter how far he goes, he will never forget his roots. Chapter 12, let him personally invite me to go. The principal gave some further instructions, and then Yin Mo and Mu Lingshuang left the principal's office. Mu Fan was still drawing circles in the corner when Mu Lingshuang grabbed his collar and dragged him away. Sister, can you please give me some face? You dragged me out like a dead dog. How can I face people in the future? Mu Fan protested strongly. Mu Lingshuang slapped him on the back of the head, and he immediately became obedient. Seeing the daily life of the brother and sister, Yin Mo almost laughed out loud. Brother-in-law, look at my sister. She is too violent. I am very worried about your position in the family after you get married. Mu Fan knew very well that he was no match for his elder sister, so he could only place his hopes on Yin Mo. Looking at Yin Mo pitifully, Yin Mo looked up at the roof and laughed. It's a nice day today. Tisk, he's a henpecked man. Mu Fan curled his lips and muttered softly. Mu Lingshuang glared at Mu Fan coldly, scaring him so much that he trembled. Let's go, Yin Mo. Mu Lingshuang shifted her gaze to Yin Mo. Although her voice was still indifferent, it contained a little joy. What are you doing? Yin Mo didn't react for a moment. Get the certificate. Mu Lingshuang said this and walked out of the school gate first. Hey, that. Yin Mo hurried to follow. I don't have my household registration book with me. No problem. I'll go get it with you. Mu Lingshuang looked serious. Good. Yin Mo didn't expect Mu Lingshuang to be serious. They got the marriage certificate so quickly. It felt like a dream. However, just as they took 2 steps, Mu Lingshuang's phone suddenly rang. Yes, father. I will go back right away. Mu Lingshuang hung up the phone, feeling cold. Anyone could tell that she was very unhappy. Lingshuang, what's wrong? Yin Mo asked cautiously. My father urgently called us back, saying that there was something urgent. Sorry, we have to wait until tomorrow to get the certificate. Mu Lingshuang apologized. It's okay. There's no rush to get the certificate. Yin Mo expressed his understanding, saying it must be an urgent matter. Then let's go. Mu Lingshuang took the initiative to hold Yin Mo's hand, and the two interlocked their fingers. Since they couldn't get the marriage certificate today, they might as well collect some interest first. Good. Yin Mo smiled and nodded. Mu Lingshuang's hands were white and soft, and felt tingling and numb. The two of them chatted and laughed as they headed towards the city lord's mansion. Hey, did you forget there's someone else? Mu Fan was completely numb. He was treated differently by the principal and had to eat dog food from the two of them. That's enough. No, I also want to find a girlfriend and show off in front of you guys. Mu Fan silently clenched his fists, as if he had made a great decision. When he raised his head, Yin Mo and Mu Lingshuang had already walked away. It seemed that he had been completely forgotten. Hey, sister, brother-in-law, wait for me. City Lord's mansion. Father, what's the urgent matter that called me back? As soon as she returned home, Mu Lingshuang questioned Muicheng. That, Muiching suddenly felt like Alexander, sweating profusely. He could feel that his precious daughter was angry, and even said, "Teacher Lin wants to see you urgently." Student Mu Ling Shuang, I just received a call from the principal. The academy has organized a special class for geniuses, and you have been selected. The class will start tomorrow, so you have to rush over now. Somehow, Lin Dong, a platinum-level warrior, felt a little nervous when he met Mu Lingshuang's gaze and hurried to explain. This is a short notice, but it's also a rare opportunity. Muichen had just learned the news that Qinglong Academy's special class for geniuses was full of geniuses among geniuses, led by the principal himself. There were abundant training resources, and all the students were vying to get in. I didn't expect that my daughter would be selected before she even registered at the college. Muichen, the old father, was filled with pride. "See, this is my daughter. Where's Yun Mo?" Mu Lingshuang was not very happy, but questioned Lin Dong. This? Lin Dong glanced at Yun Mo and thought that some words should not be said too obviously as they might be hurtful. In other words, Yun Mo is not qualified? Mu Lingshuang frowned slightly, and her breath was terribly cold. After all, you have twin martial spirits, and your growth potential is high. Faced with Mu Lingshuang's questioning, Lin Dong had no choice but to reveal all the reasons why Yun Mo was not selected. Although Yun Mo's freshman assessment results are good, his martial soul's growth potential is unknown. The academy has limited resources, so it will naturally cultivate students with more potential. Lin Dong has done his best to provide Yun Mo with these resources. Mu Lingshuang's face became even colder. It turned out that prejudice in people's hearts was as huge as a mountain. Yun Mo was so outstanding, yet he was treated like this. It can be seen that the senior management of Qinglong Academy is not that good. There are many examples of ordinary martial spirits becoming powerful, so why can't they believe that Yun Mo will be the next one? In that case, I won't participate. Mu Lingshuang flatly refused. "My dear daughter, please don't be confused." Muichen became anxious instantly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He must not act on impulse. Lin Dong was also stunned when he heard this. There was actually someone who would refuse this hard-earned opportunity. "Ling Shuang, I understand your feelings, but I don't want to see you delay yourself for me." Yun Mo put his hands on Mu Lingshuang's shoulders and scolded her seriously. Although Mu Lingshuang's face was cold, she looked at Yun Mo obediently. Mu Fan thought to himself that he had seen a ghost. Who was his sister? Sometimes she didn't even give face to her father. "It has to be my brother-in-law. The queen has her own way." Mu Fan was very curious about when his elder sister started to like Yun Mo and why she was so devoted to him. I scratched my head but couldn't figure it out. "You want me to go?" Mu Lingshuang looked straight into Yun Mo's eyes. Yun Mo nodded heavily. "If he didn't choose me, it means that the principal is blind. I will prove myself with my ability and ask him to invite me in person." Yun Mo's words were full of self-confidence, as if he had already secured victory. Lin Dong felt his scalp tingling as he listened to this. After all, he was a teacher at Qinglong College. Is it really okay to complain about the principal like this in front of me? As you say, Mu Lingshuang felt a little disappointed. "Unfortunately, I can't get the certificate for the time being." Yun Mo suddenly felt that Mu Lingshuang was so cute. She had always been anxious to marry him. This little woman's look was really adorable. Mu Fan's eyes almost popped out of his head. Crazy. This world has gone absolutely crazy. I actually saw my elder sister's feminine side. Would she be killed to silence her? Mu Fan gently held Mu Lingshuang's heroic face in his hands. "It's so tender and smooth, I really want to keep touching it. It won't be too late to get the certificate after school starts. By then, I'll be stronger and prove that the person Mu Lingshuang likes is definitely not a waste. How about we make a pinky promise?" Yun Mo coaxed Mu Lingshuang like he was coaxing a child. Although she has a cold personality, she is still a woman, and she must have a soft heart at times. Yun Mo's voice was soft and patient, just like when he was a child. Very gentle. Thinking of how they had gotten along in the past, Mu Lingshuang smiled rarely when she heard that. A smile is enough to conquer the city, just like melting ice and snow. It's hard to take your eyes off it. Chapter 13 Genius is just the threshold to meet her. As you say, Mu Lingshuang nodded slightly. Mu Fan was rubbing his eyes frantically. He just saw his sister smile. This world is really crazy. Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Mu Lingshuang was a rare genius. If she quit, how would he explain to the principal when he returned? After Muiching gave some instructions, Mu Lingshuang followed Lin Dong and left. He boarded a flying boat and traveled day and night to Shanjing. Only Yun Mo and 3 others were left in the city lord's mansion. They stared at each other, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Yun Mo. Muiching coughed twice and looked at Yun Mo like an old father. Although I haven't had time to get the marriage certificate with Ling Shuang, in my mind we are already a family. From now on, you can treat the city lord's mansion as your own home and live here. If you have any difficulties in cultivation, you can always ask me. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Yun Mo readily agreed. A good training environment is important, and resources are equally important. We are all family. There's no need to be polite. Okay, brother-in-law, let's sleep together tonight. I want to sleep with you and talk all night long. Mu Fan looked at Yun Mo excitedly. Ugly rejection. Yun Mo waved his hands with a look of disgust, which broke Mu Fan's heart. My elder sister dislikes me, and my brother-in-law also dislikes me. This life is unbearable. That night, Yun Mo lay on the soft bed. This was the room that Mu Fan had carefully prepared for him. Mu Fan lives next door. There was nothing much to say to the 2 stinky men. Yun Mo missed his future wife a little not long after separating from her. Unconsciously, he picked up the phone and sent a message to Mu Lingshuang. Where are you? Are you tired? Almost there. Mu Lingshuang replied immediately. Yun Mo felt his heart was filled with happiness and sweetness. Is this what being in love feels like? Don't tire yourself out. I'll come find you after school starts and let you see a brand new me. Yun Mo also attached a picture of struggle. Then I will marry a beautiful, wealthy woman and reach the pinnacle of my life. Good. Mu Lingshuang still didn't say much. On the other end of the phone, Mu Lingshuang typed a lot of words and then deleted them all. She also missed Yun Mo a little. I didn't have time to get the certificate and forgot to kiss twice before leaving. Alas, what a pity. Mu Lingshuang felt a pang of regret. Seeing this, Lin Dong sighed helplessly. Even such a genius cannot avoid being trapped by love. The 2 chatted back and forth like this for more than an hour. The conversation ended only when Mu Lingshuang reached her destination. Putting down his hands, Yun Mo opened the system interface. He is still too weak. Although he was able to cheat, there was still a certain gap between him and Mu Lingshuang, which made Yun Mo feel very pressured. System. Yun Mo shouted in his heart. Host, do you want to recharge your hunting points? The system was delighted. Well, all 10 million has been recharged. Yun Mo nodded immediately. The remaining 2 million would be used for daily expenses and could not be spent all at once. Ding, congratulations to the host. 1 million hunting points have been received. Please check it carefully. Yun Mo looked at the hunting value 1 and the many zeros behind it, and his smile was harder to suppress than with AK. These were all his capital to become stronger. System. Hatched 10,000 self-destructing star larvae. Today, there are another 10,000 insect eggs, and the strength has been increased again. Ding, hatching successful. Hunting value 1W. Keep mutating. Yun Mo now has 1 million points in his hand and is thinking about giving the queen insect more abilities. The host's current level is insufficient. Please continue after leveling up. Depend on. It seems that I have to go to the Warrior Association tomorrow to rank myself. Then continue to upgrade the self-destructive starbug. Yun Mo clicked plus frantically and upgraded more than 100 level 10 self-destructive starworms to level 20, reaching the level cap again. A total of 50,000 hunting points were consumed. Another 900. Yun Mo is not sure of hunting points now, and his hands are sore from clicking. I collected 1,000 level 20 self-destructive starbugs, and 600,000 hunting points were gone. Yun Mo felt a toothache. He thought he could make a fortune with all the money he made, but now he still had more than 18,000 level 1 self-destructive starbugs waiting to be upgraded. The remaining 400,000 hunting points should be kept as backup, and you can strengthen them again after you are ranked as a bronze level warrior. Although he spent so much hunting value in one go, Yun Mo's strength also grew by leaps and bounds. Now he dares to challenge even a gold level warrior. It feels like I am invincible under gold, and I can exchange 1 for 1 above gold. Unfortunately, the self-destructive starworms are disposable consumables. They are gone after they explode and need to be replenished constantly. I'm still not strong enough. Yun Mo lay quietly on the bed, waiting to be graded tomorrow before making further plans. It was just dawn. Yun Mo slowly opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and saw that Mu Ling Shuang had sent him dozens of messages. I finished training and returned to the dormitory. Are you asleep? Did Mu Fan disturb your practice? Good night. Mu Ling Shuang, who usually doesn't talk much, becomes a chatterbox during online chats. When Yun Mo saw these messages, he felt a little guilty that he did not reply to Mu Ling Shuang immediately. If those fairies were ignored by Yun Mo like this, they would have probably written essays to denounce him long ago. Family members, who understands? Mu Ling Shuang was so calm that she even sent a thoughtful goodnight message to Yun Mo until he fell asleep. Yun Mo smiled, feeling warm in his heart, and quickly replied to the message. Good morning. I went to bed early yesterday. How do you feel? It feels okay. The others are too weak. Mu Ling Shuang replied immediately again. You are naturally the best. Yun Mo added an emoticon of praise. What Yun Mo didn't know was that many boys, seeing such a stunningly beautiful woman like Mu Ling Shuang, wanted to get close to her and have a taste of her beauty. They were all beaten to the ground by Mu Ling Shuang. Only 20 people participated in the special training, and half of them were taken to the hospital that night. The principal was really confused. He knew Mu Ling Shuang was powerful, but he didn't expect her to be so powerful. It turns out that there are different levels of genius. Mu Ling Shuang is the peerless genius who stands above all other geniuses. Genius? It's just the threshold to see her. Well, all of them combined are not as good as you. Mu Ling Shuang smiled slightly while chatting with Yun Mo. The classmates passing by felt their scalps tingling instantly when they saw her smile. After yesterday's battle, Mu Ling Shuang completely made a name for herself. No one dared to covet her anymore, and they all called her the female devil. When the devil girl smiles, life and death are unpredictable. The students around saw this and quickly hid far away, fearing that they would be caught in the same disaster. Yun Mo felt a little embarrassed by Mu Ling Shuang's straightforward praise, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the door. Brother-in-law, are you up yet? It's time to have breakfast. How can a man stay in bed? A day's plan begins in the morning. Let's get up and practice together. Mu Fan's voice sounded outside the door. He is such a chatterbox. No wonder he is always beaten by Mu Ling Shuang. He talks too much. Yun Mo ended his conversation with Mu Ling Shuang and smiled helplessly. Got up and opened the door. Chapter 14. One Punch. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Mu Fan poked his head in, showing his big teeth and smiling in a naive way. He thought Yun Mo was secretly doing something bad in his room, but he found nothing and was a little disappointed. Talk to your sister. Yun Mo shook the phone in his hand. Mu Fan suddenly felt a chill on his back and asked nervously, Am I disturbing you too? Mu Fan was really afraid that his sister would come back and beat him up. Just finished. Yun Mo shook his head and walked out of the bedroom. That's good. Mu Fan was truly relieved. After dinner, Mu Fan felt bored and wanted to go out and have fun. Brother-in-law, what are your plans for today? Since my elder sister is not here, I should ask my brother-in-law for his advice. What's the level of your martial spirit? Yun Mo asked back. Level 10, what's wrong? Mu Fan didn't understand. Then why haven't you done the grading yet? Yun Mo asked suspiciously. Damn, I really forgot about this. Mu Fan slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. Come on, brother-in-law, let's go to the level assessment together. With our combined strength, we may even be able to break a record. At Mu Fan's urging, the two quickly arrived at the Warrior Association. It's quite lively here. Looking at the warriors coming and going, Mu Fan sighed sincerely. In the warrior hall, in addition to the people who came to rank, there were also many warriors taking on various tasks. This is one of the important sources of income for warriors. You too. Is there anything I can help you with? The receptionist saw the two of them and asked politely. She didn't know Yun Mo, but everyone in Danyang City knew Mu Fan, the second generation, so she didn't dare to neglect him. We are here to get graded. Please make the arrangements. Mu Fan looked arrogant. Among the newly graduated students, Yun Mo and Mu Ling Shuang are the only ones whose martial spirit has reached the 10th level. I felt a little proud in my heart. Wait a moment, both of you. The receptionist responded with a smile and started the operation. The arrival of the two instantly attracted the attention of many passersby. Isn't that the city lord's son Mu Fan? His martial spirit has reached level 10 so quickly? Isn't that too strong? After all, Mu Ling Shuang's strength is there. It's not reasonable to say that Mu Fan is too weak, right? Who is next to him? I've never seen him before. The grading training room has been reserved. You will be in the second position in a while. The receptionist respectfully handed 2 serial numbers to the 2 people. Mufan is number 99 and Yunmo is number 100. Thank you. Yunmo took it with a smile and sat casually on the sofa with Mufan. That must be Yunmo, right? It is said that he defeated the Black Wind Wolf in seconds during the freshman assessment and was admitted to Qinglong College. Oh my god, when did such a genius emerge in our Dongyang city? Everyone was stunned. There is actually a genius who is comparable to Mu Lingshuang. But the grading is different from the freshman assessment. The monsters are not bound by chains, so it won't be easy to pass. When Yunmo was free, his attention was attracted by the ranking on the huge screen. Bronze level test. First place, Susan, 2.5 minutes. Second place, leisure time, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. There is no name of Mu Lingshuang. It seems that she did not choose to rank here. Please go to classification training room number 3 with number 99. A pleasant female voice slowly started broadcasting. Brother-in-law, it's my turn. Mufan stood up excitedly. Come on. Yunmo gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry. It only takes a minute for me to break the rules and record the events. Mufan began to get ready and walked straight into the grading training room. A panoramic live broadcast of room 3 instantly appeared on the big screen. Many people were attracted by the City Lord's son's promotion, and many people were looking forward to whether he could break the record that Susan had maintained for decades. In order to ensure fairness in the qualifying round, the types of monsters that the people who are qualifying will face are random, and their levels are all Bronze 1 star. Of course, Bronze 1-star monsters also have strong and weak ones, and which one you encounter depends entirely on luck. Warriors live on the edge of a knife, and there are accidents everywhere in the wild, which is to cultivate the warrior's temporary reaction ability. Let me see what kind of monster I can get randomly. Mufan summoned the Holy Spirit White Tiger, and his eyes fell on the 5-meter-high heavy iron gate in front of him. As the ground shook, the iron door slowly opened and a huge figure appeared in front of Mufan. Oh my god, it's actually an ink-scaled snake. This monster is not easy to deal with. Yes, this monster has a very high defense, which is indeed difficult for novice warriors. The black-scaled snake is 5 meters tall and as thick as a bowl. Its entire body is covered with black scales, as if it were wearing a suit of hard black armor. So it's a black-scaled snake. Now I'll let you taste the power of my fist. Mufan grinned. His martial spirit possessed his body, and he rushed forward mindlessly. Hiss! The black-scaled snake roared, as if it was facing a formidable enemy, showing its sharp fangs, and started fighting with Mufan. Congratulations to number 99 for successfully completing the challenge, which took 2 minutes and 3 seconds and successfully set a new bronze level record. Soon, the battle was over and the announcement rang out throughout the hall. Mufan successfully reached the top, and Su Sanshun became the second place. This is too cruel. He is worthy of being the City Lord's son. Looking at the black-scaled snake that was beaten to a pulp on the ground, someone couldn't help but gasp. The black-scaled snake's body was covered with pits, and the ground was littered with broken black scales. It was such a miserable sight. Brother-in-law, how is it? Mufan walked up to Yunmo with a smug look on his face, and it felt like his tail was about to reach the sky. Very strong. When Mufan fights, every punch hits the flesh, which is very exciting to watch. He just averaged 3rd in Dongyang City. Mufan touched his nose. It's up to you now, brother-in-law. I don't think my record will last long before it changes hands. Mufan had witnessed with his own eyes the power of Yunmo's martial spirit, and realized that he and Yunmo were really not in the same dimension. Please go to classification training room number 3, number 100. After hearing the notice, Yunmo slowly stood up and walked in slowly under the gaze of everyone. The big screen was still showing the panoramic live broadcast of the room. I heard that his martial spirit can self-destruct. Do you think he can pass the grading smoothly? The monsters you face during the leveling are not sitting ducks. They won't just stand there and get blown up. Just wait and see. Although people know that the self-detonation of the starworm is quite powerful, there are still many people who are looking down on others. No matter how the starworm mutates, it is still a low-level, useless martial spirit. How much growth potential does it have? Even if you can successfully get a grade, it will probably take a lot of effort. Come on, brother-in-law. Mufan stared at the screen, cheering for Yunmo. What the hell? Brother-in-law? The people around were stunned for a moment. When did Yun Mo become Mu Fan's brother-in-law? Could it be that the rumor that Mu Ling Shuang is going to marry Yun Mo is true? For a moment, many people present had their hearts broken. After Yun Mo entered, he immediately summoned a level 10 self-destructive starworm. Every warrior can use his martial spirit to possess his body, and Yun Mo can do the same. He attached the self-destructing starbug to his right hand. Some of what they said is true. Monsters are not fools. They will not stand there stupidly and be blown up by you. They will hide, and they can also fight back. So this time, Yun Mo plans to try a different way of attack. The iron gate opened, and a 3-meter-tall monster jumped out instantly. It beat its chest frantically and roared angrily, as if venting its anger. Oh my god, it's the exploding ape. This kid is really unlucky. This is the strongest monster of bronze level. The exploding ape's greatest strength is its power, and its speed is extremely fast. This is going to be a difficult situation. Mu Fan was also worried for Yun Mo when he saw this. Although the self-destruction of the Sky Starbug was powerful, Yun Mo himself was too weak. If he was broken through head-on by the exploding ape, it would be hard to say who would win. Roar! Exploding ape discovered the little guy standing in front of him. Yun Mo glanced at it indifferently, without any fluctuation in expression. The compound eyes automatically recognized, and all the attributes of the exploding ape were instantly presented to him. Exploding ape, bronze 1-star monster. Special, exploding fist. Current HP, 1W/1W. Current state, full of energy. The exploding ape felt that Yun Mo looked down upon it, and instantly became enraged. He immediately swung his fist as big as a sandbag and smashed it towards Yun Mo's head. Well done. Yun Mo had no intention of retreating. He clenched his fists and faced the enemy fearlessly. Is this kid crazy? If you fight against the exploding ape, you will be crippled if you don't die. Brother-in-law, you are confused. Mu Fan stood up instantly, staring at the screen, feeling extremely anxious. The moment Yun Mo's fist touched the exploding ape's fist, the self-destructive starworm attached to the fist exploded instantly. Absolute defense is automatically activated. Boom! With a loud bang, the whole room was filled with smoke and dust, and no one could see the scene inside. The entire hall began to shake slightly. Why did it suddenly explode? Is this kid going to be disabled? Just as everyone was discussing the issue, the announcement sounded again. Congratulations to number 100 for successfully completing the challenge, taking 0.88 seconds and successfully breaking the bronze level record. Chapter 15, you call this one-stop service? What? The entire hall was deathly silent, and everyone stared at the big screen in amazement. Many people thought they were hallucinating and looked at each other in confusion. As expected of my brother-in-law, he can actually fight in close combat. Mu Fan jumped up and down excitedly. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and everyone finally saw the scene inside clearly. The exploding ape lay quietly on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. The right arm had already been blown off, emitting wisps of black smoke. Yun Mo stood aside calmly. Not to mention being injured, there was not even a speck of dust on his body. My goodness, this absolute defense is really ridiculously strong. Yun Mo exclaimed in his heart. Fuck, 0.88 seconds. Not 88 seconds, I'm not dreaming. Is this record a cheat? Even the peerless genius in Shangjing can't do it, right? For a moment, the whole hall was boiling. Everyone went from doubt to admiration, and at the same time, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. A powerful warrior is about to appear in Danyang City. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully passed the bronze level trial, hunting value plus 1W. The queen's attributes have increased. Just as the battle was over, the system's voice arrived in time. Upon hearing this, Yun Mo immediately opened his attribute panel. Martial Soul, Starbug. Special talent. 10,000 times the breeding speed, self-destruction, can cause 100 times the damage of the self-destructing starworm's own health to the enemy, ignoring any defense. Invisible, not easy to detect. Visual sharing, can view the detection area at any time. Regardless of any distance, the host can scatter it everywhere until it is eliminated. Strength, 500. Health, 1,000. Speed, 120. This attribute has indeed been enhanced a lot. It feels like the queen can be summoned out to fight alone. but it's not necessary. Not bad. Yin Mo nodded with satisfaction. After all, when he just awakened, his attributes were 3 ones. Brother-in-law, yes. As soon as Yin Mo came out, Mu Fan ran up to him happily. No wonder my sister is so devoted to you. How did you manage to explode without getting hurt? At this moment, Yin Mo suddenly understood why Mu Ling Shuang always beat this Chi brother. He was talking too much, and Yin Mo felt his hands itching. Yin Mo is quite capable. I don't think anyone will break this record in a few hundred years. Congratulations, Yin Mo, well done. Many people around sincerely congratulated Yin Mo, and Yin Mo also smiled and nodded in greeting. Congratulations, this is your bronze emblem. The receptionist walked up to the 2 of them with a smile and handed them 2 exquisite bronze emblems. Thank you very much. Yin Mo took it with a smile and pinned it on his clothes. Haha, from now on, I'm also a real warrior. Mu Fan was very happy holding the bronze emblem in both hands. Come on, brother-in-law. Let's have a good meal to celebrate today. Mu Fan put his arm around Yin Mo's shoulders and was about to leave. Wait a moment, both of you. The front desk called them. Anything else? Mu Fan was a little impatient. You are very brave for disturbing my happiness. Our Warrior Association has a clear rule that anyone who breaks a record will be rewarded. This is your reward. The receptionist said as he handed each person a bank card. The reward is still money, simple and crude. Yin Mo likes it. There is 1 million in each card. I hope it will be helpful to your cultivation. Me too. Happiness came too suddenly, and Mu Fan was a little bit unbelievable. After all, you broke the record, so of course you have it. The receptionist was smiling like a flower. If the president was not there, she would probably present the awards to the 2 of them personally, and there would be other rewards as well. Haha, okay. Mu Fan excitedly leaned close to Yin Mo's ear and spoke mysteriously. Brother-in-law, let's go. I'm rich again. I'm going to take you out to spend some money. It's going to be a blast. But don't tell my sister. What on earth is it? Yin Mo was puzzled. Hee, of course it's a one-stop service. Mu Fan smiled obscenely. Yin Mo's old face turned red, and he seemed to be reluctant. Isn't this bad? Whether before the time travel or now, Yin Mo has never experienced it. After all, his financial situation does not allow it. It's okay as long as my sister doesn't know. Let's go, let's go. Mu Fan gathered Yin Mo. Yin Mo followed Mu Fan reluctantly. Holy Spirit Hotel. Brother-in-law, why don't you eat? Do you have a poor appetite? Mu Fan ordered a table full of delicious dishes and ate until his mouth was drooling. Seeing that Yin Mo had not picked up his chopsticks for a long time, he asked in confusion. Looking at the beauties dancing the dragon in front of him, Yin Mo's mouth twitched fiercely. You call this a one-stop service? Mu Fan looked at Yin Mo in confusion. They're dancing the dragon. Do you like the tiger? I'll ask them to change. No. Yin Mo held his forehead in silence. He shouldn't have held out hope for this cheap brother-in-law. I always feel that his brain circuits are different from normal people. Could it be that he was beaten stupid by Mu Ling Shuang? Poor child. Although it was not the one-stop service as he had imagined, Yin Mo enjoyed the meal very much. Because they were too poor in the past, Yin Mo had never been extravagant, and each meal did not cost more than 10 yuan, but today the 2 of them spent tens of thousands. Is this the life of rich people? Yin Mo just felt heartbroken. Wouldn't it be great if all these could be turned into hunting values? Eating is just to satisfy your appetite. It's enough to be full. Strength is king. Did you enjoy the meal, brother-in-law? I'll take you to other places next time. I can't tell you anything else, but there's no delicious food in Danyang City that I don't know about. Mu Fan and Yin Mo were arm in arm, talking freely. When it comes to eating, I can't stop. Yin Mo just listened silently with a faint smile on his face. He is a good listener and greatly satisfies Mu Fan's desire to perform. Mu Fan took Yin Mo to the game room and billiard room again. Had fun all morning. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Where else do you want to go, brother-in-law? Mu Fan smiled happily, like a child. I still have to practice in the afternoon. Yin Mo shook his head and refused. Mu Fan wanted to insist a little longer, but suddenly he remembered the agreement between Yin Mo and his sister, and he shut up instantly. Okay, let's make an appointment tomorrow. Thinking of the terrifying competitiveness of Qinglong Academy, Mu Fan also planned to make an appointment at a training hall to improve his practical skills. Yin Mo took out his cell phone and sent a message to Mu Ling Shuang. He hadn't contacted her for the whole morning and missed her a little. Ling Shuang, have you eaten? Just eaten. Mu Ling Shuang replied immediately as usual and attached a beautiful photo of herself from the front. Yin Mo clicked on the photo and enlarged it, looking at it again and again. My wife is indeed a naturally beautiful woman. Without any beauty filter or skin smoothing filter, her skin is so fair without any blemishes. Is the training hard? Yun Mo typed silently. Mu Fan took a sneak peek and smiled like an ant. The young couple is really in love. No pressure. There is full confidence between the lines of Mu Ling Shuang's writing. Have you determined their level? What level are they at? Yin Mo really wanted to know how strong he was compared to these super geniuses. They were graded together this morning. They are very weak, with an average level of 13. Mu Ling Shuang types very fast. What? Average level 13? Yin Mo was stunned. How could this be? Wasn't his wife joking with him? What level are you at now? 1-6. Mu Ling Shuang also came with a cute Q version emoticon pack. It still has to be you. It's really stressful to have such a super powerful wife. I guess I have to go for a walk in the wild in the afternoon. Hunt more monsters and level up as quickly as possible. You can't always be suppressed by your wife. The two chatted for more than half an hour before they finished. Hee. Mu Fan approached Yun Mo with an obscene smile. Brother-in-law, now that we've finished chatting, should we go find a training gym? The training room is a place created to help warriors with low strength improve their strength. As long as you pay enough Xia country currency, you can hunt monsters in it. Fighting is fun. Of course, if you encounter fatal danger, someone will rescue you in time. The safety factor is not comparable to that in the wild. I won't go. Yun Mo shook his head. So how do you train? Mu Fan frowned slightly, feeling very disappointed. Naturally, I'll try my luck in the wild. Yun Mo smiled and stood up. What the hell, going outdoors? Mu Fan looked at Yun Mo in disbelief. Brother-in-law, there are dangers everywhere in the wild. Are you crazy? Chapter 16, New Special Talent, Global Healing. This is something that will happen sooner or later. Yin Mo looked indifferent, which made Mu Fan's heart moved. He wanted to ask his brother-in-law to take him with him. But thinking about it, there's a certain gap in strength between himself and Yun Mo. If he encounters danger in the wild, he will become a burden. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. That's fine, brother-in-law. I'll go to the training hall to practice first, and then go to the wild with you when I get stronger. Mu Fan nodded. King. Yin Mo had no idea how dangerous it was in the wild. He knew that protecting himself would be no problem, but if he also had to protect Mu Fan, it would be hard to say. Yin Mo's current strength is not enough to ignore any danger, and he respects Mu Fan's choice. The two smiled at each other and then parted ways. Yin Mo collected all the reconnaissance star bugs scattered around and walked towards the south gate. Danyang City is surrounded by tall city walls on all sides, with 4 gates in the east, west, south, and north. The south side is the least dangerous one. We walked leisurely along the way and soon arrived at the south gate. I'll go. Seeing is believing. Looking at the heavy city gate that was more than 20 meters high in front of him, Yin Mo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. There are people coming and going around, and many of them are missing limbs. They were wrapped in bandages and had lifeless eyes, like zombies. No one knew what they had been through to become like this. Yin Mo used his compound eyes to scan around and found that they were all bronze-level warriors. Everyone is trying their best to become stronger. Hey, classmate, where are you going? As soon as Yin Mo walked to the door, he was stopped by fully armed guards. Yin Mo is very young, and you can tell at a glance that he is a student who has not yet graduated. The wilderness is full of threats, and students going out are simply seeking death. If they're descendants of a large family and have someone to protect them, that's a different story. Of course, we should try our luck in the wild. Yin Mo smiled and pointed to the bronze emblem on his chest. You are actually a bronze-level warrior? The guard was secretly surprised. I've just been graded. According to the rules, I should be able to go out, right? That's natural. The guard nodded, his tone very respectful. He was successfully classified at such a young age, so he will definitely have a bright future. You can go out this way. The guard pointed to the small door in front, which was also guarded. Thank you very much. Yin Mo nodded and walked towards the small door. It was his first time out of the city, and he felt inexplicably excited. Danyang City. Somewhere, a tall statue of a monster stood in the dim room. A circle of people sat around the statue. It turns out that Zhang Xin wasn't missing. He was captured by that bastardly Zhang, and he's already dead. He won't reveal our location, Will he? He's really a guy who can't do anything right, but always makes trouble. Quiet. The cold voice instantly silenced the noisy crowd, and everyone looked at the burly figure sitting in the main seat. Leader, this is the headquarters of the demon god cult in Donyang City, where all the top leaders gather. For our great plan, sacrifice is inevitable. If our location was exposed, Li Zheng would have brought people to search for us long ago. The leader shouted in a deep voice. You are so frightened by the slightest disturbance. You are really bringing shame to the great demon god. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. Of course, Zhang San's sacrifice will not be in vain. According to reliable information, someone cooperated with Li Zheng to capture him, and that person also received the bounty. I have sent people to secretly investigate who is against our demon god cult. Everyone raised their heads majestically, somewhat incredulous. Their demon god cult has long been notorious. Is there really anyone who dares to offend the demon god cult for the bounty? You really don't know how to live or die. You must also do your best to gather information. As long as we can determine who the other party is, I will make him pay with blood. The leader's voice was cold and murderous. Yes, Chief. Everyone responded in unison, and, at the same time, they felt a sense of crisis. Someone dared to attack Zhang San for the bounty. Perhaps they're the next target. We must dig them out as soon as possible and eliminate them completely. The moment Yin Mo stepped out of the door, he suddenly felt enlightened. The wild is indeed different from the city. Whether it's the atmosphere or the feeling it gives, it always feels like countless eyes are staring at you, which is creepy. Is there anyone who wants to team up to hunt monsters together? We are short of one person. The Bloodwolf Martial Group accepts various commissions. You deserve it. The best healing medicine, a must-have for wilderness adventures. You won't be cheated if you buy it. The quantity is limited, so first come, first served. A market has formed outside the city wall, which is very bustling. As soon as Yin Mo came out, many people stared at him. They came up to him to sell their things, thinking that the newcomer was easy to cheat. Some warriors also set their sights on Yin Mo, wondering how many valuable things he had on him. As long as you walk out of the city gate, the law cannot restrain anyone. When you walk into the dense forest and into a deserted place, the most dangerous thing is not the terrifying monsters, but the warriors with smiles on their faces. Some warriors will do anything to become stronger and acquire resources, and their hands are stained with countless blood. Yin Mo refused all sales pitches and did not rush into the dense forest. Instead, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. The people around him spat with disdain, thinking that Yin Mo was an idiot. Why did he go out of the city instead of into the jungle? Why did he come out to travel here? Or do you just want to show off and then go back and brag about it to others? Yin Mo naturally didn't know what they were thinking, and of course he was too lazy to care. He has entered the martial soul space. Continue to upgrade your self-destructive starworm. Ding, congratulations to the host. The self-destructing starbug has been successfully upgraded. The current level is 30, and the hunting value is 900. The hunting points required for upgrading are increasing, and Yin Mo is feeling overwhelmed. Yin Mo still has more than 400,000 hunting points in his hand, which can raise at most 500 level 20 self-destructive starbugs to level 30. The mother insect produces 10,000 insects every day, and now there are more than 18,000 larvae waiting to be upgraded. To bring them all to level 30, you need nearly 30 million hunting points. His tilde. Yin Mo didn't dare to calculate it in detail. This thing is much more difficult than raising a child. After careful consideration, Yin Mo upgraded 400 self-destructive starbugs to level 30, spending a total of 360,000 hunting points, leaving him with 60,000 to 70,000 hunting points. Keep mutating. Host, you need to consume 10,000 hunting points. Do you want to confirm the mutation? The system's voice slowly sounded in Yin Mo's mind. Damn, the price has gone up, and it's so outrageous. Yin Mo wanted to curse, but when he thought about the special talents of each mutated queen, he suddenly didn't think it was expensive anymore. Mutations. Yin Mo confirmed. Mutation failed. Hunting value -1W. Fuck, keep going. Mutation failed. Hunting value -1W. Mutation failed. Hunting value -1W. Yin Mo wanted to curse. He only had more than 10,000 hunting points left. He should have upgraded more starbugs earlier. 50,000 hunting points are gone just like that. What a huge loss. Looking at the last hunting value in his hand, Yun Mo gritted his teeth. At this point, there is no reason to give up. Continue. Ding, congratulations to the host. The mutation is successful. The martial soul has a new special talent, global physical therapy, hunting value, 1W. This voice was like the sound of nature, which instantly cheered up Yun Mo, who was originally discouraged. I did it. I did it. Chapter 17, The Beast Tide, is coming. His martial soul had once again acquired a new special talent, and Yun Mo opened the attribute interface with trembling hands. Martial soul, Starbug. Special talent. 10,000 times the breeding speed, self-destruction, can cause 100 times the damage of the self-destructing starworm's own health to the enemy, ignoring any defense. Invisible, not easy to detect. Visual sharing, can view the detection area at any time. Regardless of any distance, the host can scatter it everywhere until it is eliminated. Global physical therapy, can cure any injuries of the host, remove all poisons, consumes different hunting points. Strength, 500. Health, 1000. Speed, 120. The new special talent is indeed so terrifying. It can not only heal wounds, but also detoxify. As long as you still have a breath, you can be revived with full blood. Perfect. Yun Mo clenched his fist happily. I just don't know how much hunting value will be deducted for the consumption. Yun Mo only has a few hundred hunting points now. Yun Mo felt embarrassed again. His hunting value was still too little and was not enough to spend. I looked up at the dense forest in the distance and began to have hallucinations. There are countless hunting values jumping in front of him, waiting for Yun Mo to take them. Yun Mo stretched his muscles and got ready. It was time to set off. Seeing that Yun Mo finally moved, many people around him looked at him. They witnessed Yun Mo calmly walking into the dense forest until he appeared in their sight. The 5 members of the Blood Wolf Martial Group looked at Yun Mo's disappearing back with golden eyes. Being alone and looking like a student, she is undoubtedly a fat sheep for these people. Brother who, this kid probably has a lot of money on him. A bald man looked at his boss and muttered quietly, Wuku, don't worry. We are familiar with this area better than anyone else. That guy can't get away. Brother who has a beard and 3 long scars on his left eye, which makes him look very ferocious and terrifying. When he saw Yun Mo, he also became interested, but he did not take any action because he was observing the movements around him. Brother Tiger is right. Wu Kun nodded repeatedly, not daring to disobey in the slightest. The other 3 people kept craning their necks to look at the place where Yun Mo disappeared. They hadn't taken any action today and were really itching to do it. Forget it. Let's follow him and see for ourselves. If there's no one protecting this kid, we can take action later. Brother who thought about it and made a decision immediately. If it were in the past, he would never dare to attack the young warrior. After all, young warriors are either geniuses or have good backgrounds, and they're not people that a small martial arts group like theirs can afford to offend. But now the situation is different. They are fortunate enough to join the demon god cult. What needs to be done is to kill more young warriors in Danyang City and muddy the waters thoroughly. Not only do you not have to worry about retaliation, you'll also be rewarded. As long as they perform well, they can get the blood of the demon god as a reward from the leader and pursue immortality. No matter how powerful a human warrior is, his lifespan is barely 100 years, while monsters generally live for hundreds of years, and sometimes even thousands of years. The existence of the demon god cult is to lead humanity in the pursuit of immortality, and anyone who stands in their way is an enemy. Its purpose is, believe in the demon god, and you will gain eternal life. Boss is awesome. The 4 of them instantly perked up upon hearing this. This was not the first time they had done something like this, and their hands were stained with the blood of many warriors. Of course, this is the first time that he has taken action against such a young warrior like Yun Mo. Brother who looked around vigilantly and found that no one was paying attention, so he led everyone and quietly sneaked into the dense forest. The moment Yun Mo walked into the dense forest, he instantly felt that the environment was different. The surroundings were filled with a savage atmosphere, and he felt that the gazes of countless monsters were focused on him. Go ahead. Yun Mo waved his hand, and all 100 reconnaissance starbugs were sent out, quickly occupying an area of 10 miles in radius. Whenever there is any disturbance around, Yun Mo will be the first to know about it. A blood demon, Rat, is lurking in the bushes 300 meters away. A blue-scaled snake is coiled on a tree 800 meters away. There is a wolf spider's nest 1,200 meters away. Mo discovered the locations of the monsters one by one, as if he had turned on the full map perspective, so he didn't have to worry about monsters suddenly jumping out and launching a sneak attack. Now Mo is no longer the prey targeted by the monsters. He is the hunter who can hunt anywhere. Go ahead, leave no one behind. Mo casually released dozens of level 20 self-destructive starbugs. As long as it was not a silver-level monster, one would be enough. If you can't kill it instantly, then get another one. After receiving Mo's order, all the self-destructive star insect soldiers split into several groups and rushed towards their respective targets. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, a series of explosions were heard everywhere, and many low-level monsters were scared and fled in all directions. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the bronze 3-star monster blood demon rat. Hunting value plus 3W. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the bronze 5-star monster Byland snake. Hunting value plus 5W. Ding, congratulations to the host. Successfully destroyed the wolf spider nest. Hunting value plus 20W. A series of system prompts kept ringing in Yunmo's mind, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of hunting points were credited to his account. As easy as breathing. If other warriors knew that it was so easy for Mo to hunt monsters, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. They have to form teams to hunt monsters, and there is also the risk of injury and death. Mo simply stood there as the monsters fell to the ground and died one after another. It was simply outrageous. It was simply outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous. Is this guy still a warrior? Are you sure it's not the Grand Mage? Which warrior uses his martial spirit to self-destruct every day for fun? Not bad, not bad. Mo was very happy. Not only did his hunting value increase wildly, but his martial soul also upgraded to level 11. The corpses of monsters are very valuable. Not only can they be used to make weapons, but also various daily necessities. Monster meat is also a good food. And now, all Mo has to do is to happily pick up corpses. Having made up his mind, Mo slowly walked towards the direction of the blood demon rat. Oh my god, Brother Tiger, did you hear those explosions? Wuka suddenly stopped and looked at Brother Hu nervously. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. I'm not deaf, so I heard it naturally. Brother Hu rolled his eyes at Wu Ku in annoyance. What are you hesitating for? Be careful, or you might lose me. But Brother Tiger, Wu Ku really wanted to ask if the noise was caused by Mo, but when he saw Brother Hu's fierce eyes, he instantly backed down. He shrank his neck and continued walking forward. The explosion was so loud that all the warriors who were hunting nearby noticed it and were looking around nervously. After all, the explosion is not in a fixed place, it is everywhere. Could it be that there's a beast tide? Some warriors suddenly felt a chill down their spines. If a beast tide really broke out, no one present would survive. Chapter 18, Shocks. Is this a rat? When Mo came to the corpse of the blood demon rat, he was really frightened by the big guy in front of him. It is more than 2 meters long, big and strong, even bigger than a cow. This is still the smallest among the monsters. It turns out that what you learn from books is indeed different from what you see with your own eyes. Mo had a more intuitive feeling about the size of the monster. With a wave of his hand, he put the body of the blood demon rat into the martial soul space. Mo's martial soul space is about the size of a 2-story villa. It is estimated that it will be full if dozens of monsters are placed in it. It would be much more convenient if we could get some space equipment. Of course, with Mo's current strength, he can only think about it. Only warriors above diamond level are qualified to possess such equipment. However, he heard that Mutation had such a treasure, but he didn't know how he got it. 5 people approaching at 800 meters. 750M. 600M. The message sent back by the reconnaissance star worm interrupted Mo's thoughts. Someone. Mo looked in the direction where the 5 people were coming from. Not knowing whether they were enemies or friends, he did not attack directly. Instead, he leaped onto a dense tree and hid himself inside it. Huh? Where's that kid? Why is he nowhere to be found? Soon, the 5 figures of the Blood Wolf group appeared in front of Mo. Wu Ka looked around, but did not see Mo, and felt a little confused. Has that kid already left here? Brother Hu looked around vigilantly, and asked in a deep voice, "Don't panic. I'm using my spirit to investigate," Wuka said as he summoned his guiding centipede martial spirit. The next moment, the compass centipede spit out a cloud of purple-black mist, which filled the surroundings. Wuka's martial spirit is not only highly toxic, but can also use poison gas to lock onto a target range. Of course, its frontal combat effectiveness is somewhat poor. The display is nearby. Now his strength is still low, and he can only roughly determine a range. Fortunately, they are very familiar with the surrounding environment, so they did not lose him completely. "Everyone, please be alert. The boy may be hiding somewhere." Brother Who looked at the traces left on the ground and gave instructions in a deep voice. Yin Mo had some impression of these 5 people, as he had seen them once at the entrance. "Is this for me?" According to the information sent back by the reconnaissance star bug, there were only 6 of them around. "It seems like I'm being treated as a fat sheep." Yin Mo smiled coldly in his heart. Since they were looking for death, he might as well help them. Yin Mo's mind moved, and his compound eyes was immediately activated, and detailed information of the 5 people appeared before his eyes. Brother Tiger, Silver 1-star warrior. Martial Soul, Flame Tiger. Current status, in good spirits. Wuku, Bronze 9 stars. Martial Soul, Compass Centipede. Current status, in good spirits. The other 3 are all at Bronze 7 stars level. Seeing the attribute panels of the 5 people, Yin Mo smiled. With such limited strength, they still want to kill him? Gokropka! Yin Mo casually summoned a level 20 self-destructing starworm. The self-destructing starworm frantically vibrated its wings and swooped down towards the 5 people who were on guard around them. Where did the bug come from? The self-destructing starworm successfully landed on Wu Ku's arm, and he slapped it impatiently. Boom! The moment Wu Ku's palm fell, the self-destructive starworm exploded. After the scream, Wu Ku's arm was blown off, and he lay on the ground in a bloody mess. My hunt. Wu Ku's face was filled with pain as he lay on the ground, convulsing wildly. He was lucky, at least he was still alive. The other 3 people received their lunchboxes before they could react to what happened. Boo! Brother Who reacted quickly and took several steps back, but he was still injured internally by the aftermath of the explosion, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His combat effectiveness was reduced by at least 30%. Get out here right now. Brother Tiger quickly summoned his fiery tiger, feeling extremely panicked. We haven't even seen the enemy yet, but we've already lost 3 people and 1 is seriously injured. How can we fight? Brother Tiger, save me. Wuka lost too much blood and felt dizzy. He vaguely saw his grandmother coming to pick him up. He felt as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cellar, and he was shivering with cold. Brother Who doesn't have the time to take care of Wu Ku. The unknown is the most terrifying. His pupils were shaking, and he felt like there were people all around him. Flame Tiger, burn everything around me. Brother Tiger roared hysterically. Roar! The flaming tiger took the order, opened its bloody mouth, and spit out balls of flames. A sea of fire instantly ignited around it, and the temperature soared. Yin Mo jumped down from a height and stepped lightly on Wu Ku's head, making him completely unable to move. You. The moment Wu Ku saw Yin Mo appear, his whole body trembled violently, and he asked subconsciously, "You did this?" In response, Wu Ku was stepped on hard by Yin Mo, and he instantly became obedient. He lay on the ground motionless, pretending to be dead, but his heart was beating wildly. Wu Ku was so regretful at this moment. Even if he survived today, he would be disabled. He wanted to cry, but he held it back and tried his best to reduce his presence, just like a stone being stepped on by Yin Mo. "Aren't you looking for me? You're still asking who it is. How interesting." Yin Mo stared at Brother Who with a mocking look on his face. Finally, he showed up. "Flame Tiger, come on, kill this guy." Brother Tiger roared, and the Flame Tiger jumped in front of Yin Mo, waving its huge claws and slapping him on the head. Laugh. Yin Mo dodged, but 3 bloody claw marks were left on his arm. "It really hurts." Yin Mo took a breath of cold air. Does the host spend 1K hunting value to repair the injury? The system sounded on time. Natural repair. Yin Mo was injured just to try out the power of recovery therapy. He didn't expect that such a serious injury would only require 1K hunting value. It's really conscience. Ding 1K hunting value deduction successful, healing the host's injuries. Haha, keep attacking. Brother Who was overjoyed when he saw this, thinking that Yin Mo definitely didn't have anything that could cause a huge explosion, and he felt relieved. Tear him into pieces for me. Boom! With a dull thud, the flame tiger's claws landed on a thick shield, and its sharp nails were instantly broken. The flaming tiger screamed and retreated repeatedly. The arc of absolute defense cannot be destroyed by a small silver-level warrior. What is this? Brother who is horrified. A warrior and his martial spirit are connected. He could clearly sense that the wound from the flaming tiger's claws was not light. The experiment is over. It's time to end it. Yin Mo rubbed his hands together as he got ready to fight. The horrific wound on his arm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was completely healed, as if he had never been injured. What kind of monster are you? Brother who was so frightened that his legs went limp, and he almost fell to the ground. He didn't take the hard arc seriously. What on earth is this terrifying, self-healing ability? Brother who was completely numb. He was more frightened in this moment than in the past few decades. Chapter 19, I am no longer a human being. Flame Tiger, burn with raging fire. Burn him to death for me. Brother Tiger roared hysterically. Roar! The flaming tiger spewed out a ball of flame, instantly surrounding Yin Mo and burning him fiercely. The shield was still there. Yin Mo stood there without moving, and with a flick of his finger, a self-destructing starworm instantly flew in front of Brother Who. Not good. Brother Who's face changed drastically, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a loud roar, Brother Who was instantly knocked to the ground by a heat wave. He felt his head buzzing, and his whole body was burning with pain. He shook his head hard, trying to open his eyes, but found that he could not see anything. Roar! Brother Tiger was injured, and the Flame Tiger's combat effectiveness was instantly weakened a lot. The flame became smaller and smaller, and the martial spirit seemed to become much more transparent. If you want to kill a warrior, one self-destructing starbug is not enough. Yin Mo murmured softly as he looked at Brother, who was lying on the ground seriously injured. In terms of numbers, it is definitely possible to kill the opponent instantly. Of course, this is only in theory if the opponent does not dodge. Wu could close his eyes and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. This is Yin Mo originally wanted to summon another self-destructive starworm to kill Brother Who directly and end his suffering. I found a token next to Wu Ku, which looked very familiar. Curious, he bent down and picked it up. Demon God Cult. It's the Demon God Cult again. Yin Mo instantly became alert when he saw these 3 words. Could these 5 people also be wanted criminals by the Public Security Bureau? If they are brought to justice, I don't know how much the reward will be. Yin Mo happily took out his cell phone and wanted to check. Depend on. No signal. Damn it. I never thought that after so many years of traveling the world, I would suffer such a big loss at the hands of a young boy like you. Brother Who laughed out of anger. Although he was panicked, he knew very well that in his current situation, if he wanted to survive, he had to kill Yin Mo. They haven't even made a move on Yin Mo yet, but already 3 of them are dead and 2 are injured. Who would believe this if they told others about it? Damn it, this kid is still playing with his cell phone? Seeing Yin Mo's ease, Brother Who's mentality completely collapsed. He was really not taking him seriously. You arrogant fellow, let's die together. Brother Who's eyes seemed to be poisoned. He immediately took out a dark red pill and swallowed it, roaring loudly. Demon God, please grant me strength. In an instant, Brother Who felt that all the pain in his body disappeared instantly. The blood around him was boiling, and powerful strength was constantly emerging. After all, he is a silver-level warrior and can clearly sense the energy and blood around Yin Mo. He is undoubtedly a bronze-level warrior. Brother Who believes that as long as he tries his best, he can definitely kill Yin Mo. Yin Mo felt this abnormal fluctuation of energy and blood, put his phone in his pocket, and looked at the crazy Brother Who. Martial Soul Fusion. Brother Who clenched his fists, his clothes burst open instantly, his muscles were tense, and he looked very powerful. Roar! The fiery tiger roared in pain, as if rejecting the so-called fusion of martial souls. Martial Soul Fusion. Yin Mo was stunned. Warriors in this world don't have this ability, right? What is that? He had heard of the Martial Soul Fusion technique. The next moment, Yin Mo understood. The body of the flame tiger was being torn into pieces at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then merged into Brother Tiger's body. The so-called Martial Soul Fusion is that the warrior destroys his own martial soul and integrates it into his own body, causing a sudden increase in strength in a short period of time. It is a one-time life-threatening skill. It is comparable to Yun Mo's self-destructing starworm, but his self-destructing starworm can be hatched infinitely, while ordinary warriors only have one martial soul to use. For them, this martial soul fusion is a life-and-death struggle. Roar! Brother Tiger's head grew a new appearance. The human head turned into a tiger head, and his whole body was rapidly transforming into a beast. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 3-meter-tall, tiger-headed man. Ding! Brother Tiger's strength is rising rapidly. The system informed Yun Mo that the danger level was rising. Silver 1 star. Silver 2 star. Silver 5 stars. He rose 4 small realms in one breath. How terrifying. Yun Mo was completely dumbfounded. Could it be done this way? Can I do it too? Thinking about the deformed starworm on his head, he immediately shook his head and suppressed this unrealistic idea. MD, I don't want to be a human being anymore. When Wuku saw that brother whose injuries had healed, he thought about his own broken limbs and swallowed the dark red pill with a hard heart. Seeing this, Yun Mo kicked him away. Wuku's body hit a thick tree trunk heavily, and he shouted loudly before he fainted. Martial Soul Fusion. Then, Wuku's body began to tremble violently, and his head turned into a centipede head with 6 arms growing out, which looked very abstract. His strength also soared to silver 2 stars at one point. Brother Tiger, I feel full of strength now. Wuku looked at Brother Who excitedly. Although he no longer looked like a human, he liked his current state very much. That's right, the leader didn't lie to us. The new demon god can pursue eternal life. Brother Tiger nodded. Although their martial souls are gone, their strength is still there, and they can become half-human, half-beast beings. The only sad thing is that they don't know how to practice after losing their martial souls. He could only go to the leader of the demon god cult to obtain new methods of cultivation. Let's go together and kill him. Brother Whose tone contained cold, murderous intent. Although his overall strength has improved, his martial soul is gone, and he can no longer be a human being. He can no longer reveal his whereabouts in broad daylight, and can only survive in a dark corner. I'm going to break his neck. Wuka had wanted revenge for a long time, and before Brother Who finished speaking, he rushed towards Yun Mo. Absolute defense automatically blocks fatal damage and will automatically shut down after it is offset. There are still 25 seconds left, which is more than enough to deal with 2 people. Boy. Wuka rushed to Yun Mo in an instant, and his 6 hands grabbed Yun Mo's neck and hands at the same time. Roll! Yun Mo snapped his fingers, and a self-destructing starworm flew directly onto Wuku's arm. Not good. Wuku was shocked and quickly shook his hands, stepping back instantly and putting some distance between himself and Yun Mo. Boom! Unfortunately, it's too late. With an explosion, an arm was blown off, purple blood gushed out, and Wuku's whole body was filled with veins bulging with pain. Asshole! Kill you! Kill you! Wuku roared and rushed towards Yun Mo again without caring about his life. When he was less than 30 centimeters away from Yun Mo's body, a purple-black weapon came out of his mouth and instantly wrapped Yun Mo in it. At this time, Brother Who also disappeared. My poison gas is very corrosive. You are dead. Seeing Yun Mo surrounded by poison gas, Wuka laughed triumphantly, feeling that his sneak attack was very successful. This time, Yun Mo must have been caught. Ding host, toxins have been detected invading the body. Do you want to consume 1K hunting points to detoxify and generate centipede venom antibodies? Nature. Yun Mo didn't expect that full area physical therapy could not only detoxify, but also allow his body to produce antibodies against the toxin. The 1K hunting value was really worth it. Ding, congratulations to the host. Detoxification is successful. Centipede toxin antibodies have been generated. Hunting value 1K. Before the system sound died down, Yun Mo felt a warm current surging through his body, dissolving all the centipede venom. Then a thin membrane formed around him, blocking the continued invasion of the poison gas. Soon, the purple poisonous gas dissipated, and Yun Mo stood there unharmed. Seeing this, the smile on Wuku's face instantly disappeared. How is this possible? At this time, Brother Whose burly figure appeared above Yun Mo's head, and his sandbag-sized fist fell towards Yun Mo's head. The wind from his fist was whistling, like a tiger descending from the mountain. Keat. Chapter 20. When killing someone, be prepared to be killed back. Duong. Brother who only felt that he had hit a hard steel plate, and his fist was broken. With a scream, the burly body was flung away. This. Wu Ku, who had been very proud just now, was at a loss again. Haven't I become stronger? How come he is still vulnerable against Yin Mo? At this time, Wu Ku began to doubt his life. The moment brother who landed, he did not continue to attack Yin Mo. He held his broken right hand and ran away. Brother who knew clearly in his mind that he was no match for Yin Mo. He was not a tough guy. Hurry up and use the 36 stratagems to move. Brother whose every move was under the surveillance of the reconnaissance star bugs, and Yin Mo understood it instantly. He casually threw out dozens of self-destructive star bugs and instantly caught up with the fleeing Brother Tiger. Blocked his way. Brother whose scalp suddenly went numb when he saw the densely packed self-destructive star worms in front of him. He had just suffered a lot at their hands. He was very depressed as to why Yin Mo had so many terrible bugs that could self-destruct. Is this a martial spirit that humans can possess? If you say Yin Mo is the insect king now, brother who will believe it. Brother who was forced to retreat repeatedly by dozens of self-destructing star bugs and soon returned to a distance. Wu Ku also wanted to escape, just like brother who was facing. The two were forced to reunite again due to the self-destructive star bug. Brother Tiger, what should we do? Wu Ku was about to cry. He might as well have continued lying there pretending to be dead. The ambitions in his heart instantly vanished in the face of Yin Mo's absolute strength. How would I know? Brother who is also doubting his life. This is different from what the leader of the demon god cult said. After fusing the martial souls, taking the blood of the demon god will allow you to transform into a beast and greatly increase your strength. Why is it that even though his strength has increased, he is still beaten by Yin Mo? It's time to end the game. Through the battle with the two, Yin Mo verified the power of global therapy. Not only could it heal wounds and detoxify, but it also provided resistance to centipede venom. The experiment is over, and there is no point in keeping the two of them. No, I don't want to die. Wu Ku directly gave Yin Mo away. Please let me go, I'll do anything. You're such a wimp. Brother who had a look of disdain on his face, but he was complaining madly in his heart. Damn it. How did this bastard kneel down so quickly? How can I still be so cunning? As expected, hesitation will lead to defeat. Brother who hesitated for just a moment before Wu Ku took the lead. Yin Mo ignored them and turned and left. Are we alive? Wu Ku was overjoyed. Brother who also saw hope. However, the next moment, the self-destructive star bugs surrounding their bodies exploded one after another, completely trapping the two of them in the explosion range. I regret it so much. At that moment, Wu Ku's life flashed through his mind. Wouldn't it be better for him to be a warrior? To believe in some bullshit demon god cult and pursue the illusory immortality. Nowadays, you have to die before you are even 30. The same goes for Brother who. His martial arts group was doing well, but everything changed after they were bewitched by the demon god cult. Do they really regret it? No. They knew they were going to die. If they had to do it again, they would still make the same choice. Before the Blood Wolf martial arts group joined the demon god cult, their hands were stained with the blood of many warriors, and they were not merciful people. Such is the fate of a warrior. When you want to kill someone, be prepared to be killed in return. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed 5 warriors, hunting value plus 5W. Hearing the system prompt, Yin Mo did not stop moving forward, but just murmured something in his heart. These few people are not even as valuable as a bronze 6-star monster. In order to become stronger, Yin Mo worked hard to hunt monsters in the wild, and Mu Ling Xuan was also leading by a large margin in the training camp. Everyone was beaten by her, and there was no rival for her. Lin Dong became more and more satisfied with the students from this small city, and the principal also specifically instructed him to train Mu Ling Xuan well. As long as Qinglong Academy can fulfill the requirements raised by Mu Ling Xuan, they will satisfy them. Student Mu Ling Xuan, do you want to have lunch together? A tall and handsome student blocked Mu Ling Xuan's way with a warm smile on his face. His name is Chu Tian. He is a native of Shanjing. He has a strong family background and strong personal ability. He is also handsome and gentle. He is the dream of millions of girls and is definitely the school idol of Qinglong College. There are countless girls who have a crush on him. Admiration for the strong does not discriminate between men and women. Chu Tian thought it would take him a long time to find the woman of his dreams, but he didn't expect to meet her so soon. Mu Lingshuang pressed him to the ground and rubbed him several times, and the more it happened, the more he liked it. I thought to myself, what a great achievement it would be to conquer a woman like this. Many boys also wanted to invite Mu Lingshuang, but when they saw Chu Tian take action, they all left in disappointment. The other girls were not jealous of Mu Lingshuang, but stood aside and watched the show. After all, this was not the first or second time Chu Tian had been rejected. They also like handsome guys, but they think that big sister Mu Lingshuang is more handsome, and she is cold, cool, and sassy. Many girls excitedly shouted, "Sister, kill me in private." Mu Lingshuang's strength conquered everyone, both men and women. Not interested, Mu Lingshuang lowered her head and played with her phone, with no intention of paying any attention to Chu Tian. She still had to chat with her future husband, lest this guy forget about her. Chu Tian was not angry either. He believed that as long as he was patient, he would be able to defeat Mu Lingshuang sooner or later. Mu Lingshuang walked slowly past Chu Tian, her brows slightly furrowed. Usually, her expression did not fluctuate at all. Now it seems that he is going to be angry. What is Yun Mo doing? Why didn't he reply to my message? Mu Lingshuang was very unhappy, and she exuded a cold and indifferent aura that kept strangers away, making people around her shiver. Looking at Mu Lingshuang slowly walking away, Chu Tian smiled helplessly. Looks like it failed again. Mu Lingshuang came to the cafeteria alone. She still didn't receive a reply from Yun Mo. She was a little worried and immediately sent a message to Mu Fan. "Ikizishi. Sister, what can I do for you?" Mu Fan replied immediately. Mu Lingshuang's message to him made Mu Fan instantly alert. He thought over what he had done in the past few days carefully several times, and he didn't do anything bad. "Where are the people from Yuma?" Mu Lingshuang is quite talkative except when chatting with Yun Mo. She types as little as possible when chatting with other people. "My brother-in-law went to the wild. He said he wanted to follow your footsteps." Mu Fan answered, "It's normal that there is no signal in the wild and you can't receive information. My brother-in-law is very strong, so you don't have to worry." Mu Lingshuang did not continue chatting with Mu Fan, but turned off her phone and ate in silence. That day, Yun Ma's words came to her mind again. Yun Mo said that he wanted to become stronger and make the principal of Qinglong College regret not inviting him to join the special training class. Yun Mo promised that he would join the special training class through his own efforts. If it weren't for Mu Lingshuang, he could become stronger anywhere. Thinking of this, Mu Lingshuang felt warm in her heart, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just this one smile instantly controlled everyone present. Chapter 21 Space Rift. Yun Mo kept shuttling through the dense forest. Monsters kept falling down, and his hunting value rose wildly. There are too many monster corpses. My martial spirit space can no longer hold them. Yun Mo felt a little distressed looking at the corpse of the monster in front of him. These were all money, which could be exchanged for hunting points. It was a waste to just throw them all here. Hey, where are all the monster corpses I have? Yun Mo took a look at his own martial soul space and found that all the corpses of the monsters stored in it had disappeared, without even a trace of flesh left. He rubbed his eyes, but still nothing. If he didn't remember it clearly, he would have thought that he didn't stuff the monster corpse into the martial soul space. Wait a minute. Yun Mo suddenly discovered something incredible. He was not dazzled, but the corpses of the monsters really disappeared, and his martial soul was upgraded from level 10 to level 13. Moreover, the size of the starbug has become the size of a watermelon and looks very heavy. Could it be that his martial soul can gain experience by devouring the corpses of monsters? This was a major discovery. Yun Mo became instantly excited and put the corpse of the monster in front of him into his martial soul space. As Yun Mo expected, the Wuhuan Sky star bug slowly crawled onto the monster's corpse and quickly devoured it. In the blink of an eye, it had eaten half of it. Okay. Since you like it, eat more. There are plenty of monster corpses. Yun Mo was in a good mood. His martial soul broke through the upgrade paths of other martial souls and opened up a new track. And it is the only one at the moment. The corpses of monsters are as numerous as cattle hairs. Logically speaking, as long as the number of monsters is sufficient, his martial soul can keep devouring them. Becoming the strongest warrior is only a matter of time. Yun Mo felt so happy in his heart that he hummed a little tune. We, the common people, are so happy today. He hummed while hunting the demon god. The hunting value is growing crazily, and the martial soul is also gaining experience points crazily. Everyone, hurry up. This wind chaser leopard is about to collapse. Be prepared for defense. The back row should focus fire on its belly. Faintly, Mo heard someone directing the battle. Curious, he walked towards the source of the sound and saw a dozen people besieging a wind-chasing leopard in an open space. The strength of these people is generally around bronze 5 stars, while wind-chasing leopard is at bronze 7 stars. They were in a rather disheveled state, their bodies covered in blood. The wind-chasing leopard was seriously injured and was howling in pain. Mo just took a glance and turned to leave. He had no interest in ambush others, just to snatch this bronze 7-star monster. Of course, he would not be so kind as to help others and help them kill the wind-chasing leopard. The fate of others has nothing to do with Mo. He feels that not stabbing someone in the back and being the so-called Oriole is already a very noble character. Buzz. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to vibrate slightly, and the ground also shook violently. A sharp roar sounded in Mo's ears, making him feel dizzy. What's this? Mo was shocked and had a bad feeling. Roar! Just as the wind-chasing leopard was about to counterattack and engage in a final fight, it was suddenly cut into 2 pieces by an invisible sharp blade. The leading half of the body collapsed to the ground, and the other half disappeared. Not good. The faces of the people present also changed drastically. Several invisible sharp blades flew out from different directions, and one of them went straight towards Mo. Clang! Absolute defense was automatically activated, and a shield was successfully offset. Screams continued to ring out. The team hunting the wind-chasing leopards was not so lucky. Some of their bodies were cut in half, and only half of the body was crawling on the ground with fear on their faces. Wow, Captain, I don't want to die. A female team member was crying with tears in her eyes. Captain, save me. The others did not die immediately and continued to wailing. The few survivors stood there in a daze. They could hardly save themselves, so how could they have the strength to save others? This is the space blade when the space crack was just formed. Not to mention that they're only the lowest level bronze level warriors. Even if diamond level warriors came, they would not dare to resist it. Mo's heart was pounding. If it weren't for absolute defense, he would have been cut in 2 vertically. It's actually a space crack. These are really tricky. Ever since binding to the system, Mo's path of cultivation has been smooth, and all the enemies he encountered were dealt with simply and roughly. And this time, Mo is in a big crisis. He has now stepped into the range formed by the space crack. Although the surrounding scenery has not changed, the direction has been reversed. Here, all kinds of navigation machines will fail, and even the traditional compass is useless. Although absolute defense is there, Mo doesn't know the direction, and it is simply a pipe dream to want to walk out now. All he could do now was to wait silently for the space crack to form, and then look for an exit after the space stabilized. The appearance of space cracks is irregular and cannot be defended. They have not appeared around Danyang City for a long time. Mo met him the first time he went out of the city. He could only say that he was lucky. Thinking of this, Mo did not run around, but sat down where he was, took out the food he brought, and started eating in silence. There were constant screams all around. People and monsters were falling down continuously, and soon the place was filled with the pungent smell of blood. If a monster falls down around him, Mo will put it into his martial soul space without hesitation, so that his martial soul can eat more and become stronger as much as possible. Soon after eating and drinking, the space vibration continued. Mo could only pray silently in his heart that the level of this space crack was lower. If some monsters above diamond level appeared in it, he could just give up the fight and find a pit to bury himself. Maybe I can leave my body intact. At this time, the entire Danyang City was in chaos, and news of a space rift forming had been received from all over. Although I was nervous, I still breathed a sigh of relief. If a space crack appeared in the city, I don't know how many people would die. City Lord, the space crack is only 10 miles away from the city. I wonder if the city will be involved. Should we report this to the higher-ups? Muichin's phone was flooded with calls. So many people came directly to the City Lord's mansion to report in person. Let's talk about it after the space stabilizes. There's no point in reporting now. Mutation was already extremely anxious. Hurry up and send a pioneering team to minimize the losses. Contact the Public Security Bureau and ask them to calm the people down. Strengthen the patrols in the city, and don't let the demon god cult take advantage of you. In just a few minutes, Muicheng had issued dozens of orders, and warriors across the city were preparing for battle, prepared for the worst. Seeing Muicheng, who was so busy that he had no time to rest, Mu Fan was also extremely anxious and prayed silently in his heart. Brother-in-law, please don't get into trouble. Chapter 22, Gold Level Monster. Mu Fan stared at Mu Lingshuang's chat box on his phone, gritted his teeth, and deleted all the words he had typed. Telling Mu Lingshuang these things would be useless. Even if she came, she wouldn't be able to find Yun Mo, and it would delay her cultivation progress. Sis, you can't beat me up when the consequences of this happen. Mu Fan muttered to himself, closed the screen, and walked straight out of the city lord's mansion. He is now also a formal warrior. Although he cannot go out of the city to fight, he can still help maintain order. What the hell happened? It felt like an earthquake. People in the city are already in panic. I don't know either. Could it be that a beast tide is coming? Someone analyzed it weakly. You crow mouth, just shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. The man was immediately attacked by the crowd. If there really is a beast tide coming, there's no need to run. There's no need to run away from a small tide of beasts, but you can't run away from a large tide of beasts at all. Everyone, go out and maintain order. Don't let chaos break out in the city. Li Zheng waved his hand, and the sheriffs set out in a mighty procession, fully armed. The demon god cult branch. Everyone, space crack, is forming. Now is a good opportunity for us to take action. The chief looked at everyone present talking and could hear the excitement in their tone. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Opportunities and dangers coexist. Now is a good time for our demon god cult to stir up the storm. Only at the leader's command. Everyone raised their arms in agreement. Send the order to split the troops into 2 groups. One group will create chaos in the city, and the other group will all enter the space crack. You only need to hand over half of the resources you obtain. Those who perform well will be rewarded with the demon god's blood and longevity pills by the demon god. The leader's voice seemed to have some kind of magic. Before he finished speaking, everyone present was excited. Long live the demon god. Believe in the demon god, and you will gain eternal life. Believe in the demon god, and you will gain eternal life. Without further delay, let's go. As soon as the leader gave the order, everyone left in a mighty manner. Yinemo was unaware of what was happening in the city. He sat on the ground, leaning against a tree board. The space is gradually stabilizing. The space blade has disappeared, and it is safe for the time being. Buzz. The roar stopped abruptly, and Yinemo only felt a black screen in front of his eyes. His whole body seemed to be weightless and continued to fall towards the abyss. Tilda. After an unknown amount of time, Yinemo suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead covered in sweat. Yinemo was breathing heavily and looking around vigilantly, and found that the scenery had completely changed. The original dense forest had disappeared, and all around him were endless hills without any vegetation. The surrounding area is very windy and dry, a bit like the Gobi Desert. Yinemo was very clear that he was now completely trapped in the space crack. What we need to do now is to find the exit and leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. It's terrible. Yinemo originally wanted to summon the star bug to investigate, but found that the connection between them had been cut off. It is not known whether all 100 reconnaissance star bugs were killed or isolated outside by the space rift. Now Yunemo has no new insect eggs in his hands, so he cannot hatch new reconnaissance star insects. In this unknown space, there are no reconnaissance star bugs to explore the terrain. Yinmo's eyes were completely dark, just like a blind man. Depend on. Yinmo couldn't help but swear. It was true that people could not remember what they were taught by others, but they could remember it after being taught by events once. Be sure to save some insect eggs for future use. Yunemo is now like a headless fly. He can only familiarize himself with the surrounding environment first and wait until 10,000 new insect eggs arrive the next day, and then he can hatch them at will. Yunemo took a look at his martial soul space. Fortunately, he had the habit of carrying supplies with him. The food and drinks were enough for Yunemo to use for a week. If he was a little more frugal, half a month would be enough. Don't worry about supplies. Just find a place to stay overnight. Yin Mo walked around in the dry mountains, muttering to himself. There was only the sound of wind around him, as if there was no life at all. Why is there nothing in this space crack? Yin Mo clearly remembered that the space rift that had not been conquered by the pioneering team was rich in supplies. After walking a few steps, you could come across a good spiritual herb or various rare resources. Why have I walked for so long and haven't seen any spiritual herbs, let alone a single one? The more Yin Mo thought about it, the more depressed he became, but he soon felt relieved. There is no danger without monsters. It would be great if we could leave here alive. Help, don't eat me. Faintly, Yin Mo heard a cry for help coming from not far away. He suddenly perked up. After walking for so long, he finally met a living person. He immediately quickened his speed and ran towards the source of the sound. Yin Mo walked to a small valley and looked down from a high vantage point. He discovered that a giant scorpion several meters long was frantically chasing a man and a woman. Several corpses were strung on its huge scorpion tail like a string of candied haws. The corpse swayed with the swing of the scorpion's tail, and the blood on the clothes had long since dried. Desert King Scorpion. Level, Gold 3-star monster. Status, full of energy. HP, 990. Special skills, Cannonball Scorpion Tail, Rage. Du Shao. Hiss. Yin Mo never expected that the health volume of the gold-level monster had reached a terrifying 10 million. The Sky Star bugs in his hand were enough to kill one, but if there were more, he could only run for his life. The woman ran slowly and fell to the ground. Help me. Seeing this, the man quickly stopped, helped the woman up, and shouted anxiously. Run! Roar! At this time, the Desert King Scorpion had caught up. After the woman stood firm, she saw the huge monster approaching, and she made up her mind and kicked the man to the ground. The man felt pain and rolled on the ground for several times before he could steady himself. He looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief, feeling that her beautiful face was so ugly and distorted. Since you love me so much, just die for me. I don't want to die, the woman said and ran away without looking back, leaving the man staring at the figure getting farther and farther away in despair. I'm blind. If I die, you can either rest or leave alone. The man wanted to escape, but unfortunately his ribs were broken by the cruel woman. He could only scream hysterically. Phew! The Desert King Scorpion caught up with him, and its tail pierced the man's body, splashing blood everywhere. Yin Mo wanted to rescue her, but the distance was too far. He could do nothing and could only watch the woman running farther and farther away. The fist hardened instantly. I'm sorry. Although the woman said sorry, she did not stop for a moment and ran forward madly. As the saying goes, a friend dies rather than I die. The vows we made back then are nothing in the face of death. I don't want to die. Puff. Not long after the woman ran out, a huge python suddenly jumped out from the ground, opened its bloody mouth, and tried to bite off the woman's head. Damn it. Why is there another golden level monster? Chapter 23, Hunting Gold Level Monsters. Monster Sand Rattle Python. Level, Gold 3-star monster. Status, full of energy. HP, 1000. Special skill, Sandstorm. Looking at the specific information of the python in front of him, Yin Mo was numb. This Gobi Desert is really dangerous, with such powerful monsters everywhere. It is really not an easy thing to get out alive and safely. The headless female corpse fell to the ground, and her blood dyed the surrounding land red and quickly solidified. The sand rattle python picked it up and threw it into the air, then opened its mouth wide, and the corpse fell accurately into its stomach. Hiss! When the Desert King Scorpion saw its prey being snatched away, it roared angrily at the sand rattletail python. The sand rattletail python was not at all afraid. When it saw the corpse on the Desert King Scorpion's tail, it spit out its long tongue, as if in provocation. The war is about to begin. Fight! Yin Mo lay on a high place, secretly watching the battle between the two gold-level monsters. If they fight to the point of both being injured, Yin Mo can still take advantage of the situation. Thinking of this, Yin Mo rubbed his hands excitedly and kept cheering them on in his heart. The two monsters turned their heads suddenly, and their eyes all fell on the place where Yun Mo was hiding. What the hell? Have I been discovered? Yun Mo's heart trembled violently. Instead of waiting to die there, he ran madly into the distance. Damn it! Yun Mo suddenly felt that he was running too slowly. His body had not received much strengthening from his martial spirit and was too weak. Moreover, he was even worse in close combat. I don't know when a martial soul will be able to develop special talents that can strengthen one's own body. Ugh. After running for a while, Yun Mo was already out of breath. He looked back and found that there was dust flying behind him and two monsters were chasing him madly. Yun Mo complained his heart, thinking that he was so unlucky today. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow brushed past Yun Mo's head and flew out, then fell heavily into the sand. What the hell? Yun Montak was shocked. If this hit him, the consequences would be disastrous. When he got closer, Yun Mo could see clearly that it was actually a corpse. Yun Mo continued to run forward without any pause. The Desert King Scorpion behind him swung its tail vigorously, and the corpses hanging on it smashed towards Yun Mo in front of him one by one. Like a cannonball, it created corresponding deep pits everywhere. Fortunately, Yun Mo moved gracefully and was not hit. Seeing this, the sand rattle python burrowed into the ground, and its huge body disappeared in an instant. Go stop them. Yun Mo released 10,000 self-destructive starbugs. He kept about 30 level ones and sent the rest out. System, upgrade for me. Yun Mo earned millions of hunting points by hunting monsters in the dense forest. If he doesn't use it now, when will he use it? Only by transforming it into one's own combat effectiveness can its value be highlighted. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading. The system's notification sounds continued to ring, and the hunting value was consumed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Buzz. There were 10,000 densely packed star bugs, and the sound produced by their flapping wings was like the roar of a monster, which made people's scalps tingle. After receiving Yun Mo's order, they flew towards the Desert King Scorpion behind them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sand rattle python jumped out from the ground under Yun Mo's feet, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards his head. Court death. Yun Mo also got angry. Absolute defense. Still has more than 20 seconds left to use. Do you want to eat me? Are your teeth strong enough? When? At the moment when the sand rattle python was about to bite Yun Mo, absolute defense was automatically activated, directly knocking several of its fangs flying. The sand rattle python felt pain. Its huge body convulsed violently, and it fell to the ground. Yun Mo took the opportunity to continue running forward. Yun Mo used up 2/3 of his hunting value to raise the level of the remaining nearly 10,000 self-destructive starbugs. The remaining hunting value is for emergencies. If you encounter a sneak attack by a monster again, at least you can use your absolute defense for a little longer. Boom! Boom! At this time, explosions continued to sound behind Yun Mo. The Desert King Scorpion was blown back repeatedly, and one of its pincers was blown away. It screamed and stopped chasing Yun Mo. It chose to dive into the ground and became motionless. It took more than 5,000 self-destructive starbugs to blow up the Desert King Scorpion to a low health level, but unfortunately, it was not completely killed. Yun Mo did not dare to continue the pursuit. He was in danger every step of the way. Every time he consumed a self-destructive starworm, his strength would be weakened by 1 point. Yun Mo needs to conserve his strength and wait for tomorrow. At this time, the sand rattle python slowed down, stood up again, and its pupils narrowed to the size of pinholes. It was completely furious. It didn't get to eat a single bite of meat, but instead had several of its teeth broken out. It had never been so miserable before. The sand rattle python twisted its huge body, and sand and wind began to fill the air around it, wrapping Yun Mo to the ground. Looking around as if there was a sandstorm, Yun Mo stood there motionless. He knew that this was the special skill of the sand rattle python, Sandstorm. If he was rolled into the air, he would become a meal for the sand rattle python. So Yun Mo had to stand firmly on the ground, as if he was taking root. Seeing that Yun Mo's body did not move at all, the sand rattletail python gradually lost its patience and swung its thick tail towards Yun Mo's head. Although it tastes good when eaten alive, meat patties are also acceptable. Yun Mo dodged quickly, and the snake's tail brushed past his body and fell to the ground, creating a groove in an instant. Although absolute defense is powerful, UNMO feels that it is better not to use it if possible, and not to waste a second unless it is a critical moment. Whoosh! The sand rattle python was extremely fast, and its tail came in front of UNMO again. Bang! The tail hit UNMO heavily. Although he was protected by absolute defense, he still flew out and rolled on the ground for many times, making him dizzy and almost vomiting his overnight meal. The sand rattle python burrowed into the ground again, flew out from under Yunmo's feet, opened its bloody mouth, and wanted to swallow the man in the shield hole. Damn it! Yunmo spat, and hundreds of self-destructive starbugs were summoned. Burst! The successive explosions produced a cloud of smoke that blocked the sand rattle python's vision and bought Yunmo time. Yunmo leaned forward, causing the sand rattle python to miss its target and land steadily on the ground. The sand rattle python roared angrily, twisted its huge body as fast as lightning, and opened its mouth to bite again. The result is predictable. The sand rattle python's mouth, full of teeth, is almost broken. Hiss! It rolled on the ground in pain again. You like to eat meat, right? I'll let you eat as much as you want. Yunmo summoned back the remaining 5,000 self-destructive starbugs and released another 6,000. Let's go together and blow this beast to death. Tens of thousands of self-destructive starworms attacked again and flew towards the mouth of the sand rattle python. In the blink of an eye, countless self-destructive starworms flew into the mouth of the sand rattle python. Boom! 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 Before the sand rattle python could react, the continuous explosions pushed its health lower and lower. The sand rattle python twisted its body and waved its tail frantically, trying to drive away the swarms of self-destructive star insects that kept coming. But it didn't work at all. The explosions continue. The sand rattle python had been blown into a bloody mess, and its movements were getting slower and slower. Boom! With the last explosion, the head of the sand rattle python was blown off, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground, completely silent. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the gold-level monster sand rattle python. Hunting value plus 3,000 W. Chapter 24 Chaos. Huff finally dead. Hearing the system's prompt, Yunmo breathed a sigh of relief. Among the nearly 20,000 self-destructive starbugs, more than 16,000 were killed. If another gold-level monster came, Yunmo really didn't know how to deal with it. Although one of the two gold-level monsters was killed and the other was injured, the price was too high. This time, Yunmo almost had an accident, which made him feel unprecedented pressure. I'm still too weak. Yunmo clenched his fists and muttered to himself. His martial soul was clearly different from that of other warriors. The reduction in the number of starbugs means a reduction in combat effectiveness. I used to think that the reproduction rate of 10,000 queen insects per day was already terrifying, but now it seems that it is still too slow. Yunmo needs more insect eggs and unlimited hunting value. If Yunmo's words were heard by other warriors, they would probably want to die. You, a bronze-level warrior, face two gold-level monsters, causing one death and one injury. This is no longer a simple case of killing monsters above your level. This is a scene that all warriors dare not even imagine in their dreams. If this is called weak, then what are they? Paramecium? You have to know that there's a big gap between each small realm of a warrior, and the big realm is an insurmountable gap. Yunmo crossed two major realms, killed one and seriously injured another, but he himself was not injured. If Yunmo told this to others, everyone would probably think he was crazy. Yunmo put the body of the sand rattle python into his martial soul space, filling it up instantly. Go! Then he sent out several hundred self-destructive starbugs. If you find a gold-level monster, self-destruct immediately. Yunmo gave a death order. Without detecting the starbugs, he was really restricted and had no choice but to do this. The self-destruction of a self-destructing starworm will cut off contact with him. At that moment, Yunmo can sense the distance to the place and plan the correct route reasonably. Buzz! All the self-destructive starbugs obeyed the order and flew away in all directions while flapping their wings. Space crack outside. All the people outside have been evacuated, and thousands of warriors rushed here as soon as possible. There was a solemn and murderous atmosphere all around. Roar! Monsters of various shapes and sizes rushed out from the space cracks. They roared and struggled, as if announcing their arrival to humans. As long as they tear apart the warriors in front of them, the surrounding areas will become their territory and a paradise for monsters. Everyone disperse and fight. Find all the entrances to the space. Don't let any monsters enter the city. Mutation stood on the city wall and gave a death order. A shadow of a divine dragon tens of meters long was suspended above Mutating's head, looking down upon all the living beings below. This was none other than his martial spirit, the Sky War Dragon. Yes, sir. Facing the endless stream of monsters, the warriors' faces were filled with determination. The predecessor of the Secret Realm was the Space Crack. After being thoroughly swept by warriors and the danger level was determined, it became a place for warriors to train. The roars of various monsters continued to sound, irritating the nerves of the warriors. The warriors summoned their own martial spirits, and behind them was their home. If they could not completely control the space rift, it would gradually evolve into a beast tide, and by then it would be really useless. The warriors' parents, wives, and children are in their homes, and they have no way to retreat. The only way is to fight these monsters to the death until victory. Kill. The war is about to break out. The roars of monsters and the shouts of warriors resounded through the sky. In the city, everyone, run away. The beast tide is coming. This is a punishment from the demon god. Only by believing in the demon god religion with me can we safely get through this crisis. If you don't want to die, follow me and join the great demon god cult. Rumors spread everywhere for a while. Although most young people do not believe such childish rumors, some elderly people are easily fooled. The appearance of the space crack caused panic among the people. Coupled with these rumors, many older people have begun to think about how to escape or join the demon god cult. Didactori. The sheriffs were busy and constantly reporting all kinds of information to Li Zheng. Demon god cult. Li Zheng slammed the table angrily, his words full of coldness. Those who spread rumors will be arrested, and those who maliciously instigate will be executed on the spot. But Director Li, the sheriffs were all stunned when they heard this. Incitement is also punishable by death, and it is executed on the spot. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If we don't scare these guys who hide their heads and show their tails, they will keep jumping up and down. Everyone, follow me. Li Zheng made a decision that anyone who wants to disrupt the stability of the city will be punished accordingly. Yes, the sheriffs restrained their expressions and saluted respectfully. They understood that they were going to face a tough battle. Li Zheng led everyone to the front line. Haha, Danyang City is finished. From now on, it will be our demon god cult world. A man with goat horns was roaring excitedly. His eyes were bloodshot and a dark red murderous aura permeated his body. Blood, human flesh, and immortality. Gradually, desire devoured his reason. Mom, I'm scared. The mother and daughter were forced into a corner by the goat-horned monster, drooling with excitement. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The woman hugged her daughter tightly, her whole body trembling. Although she was afraid, she still tried her best to protect her. Become my food, huh? The goat-horned monster opened its mouth and bit towards the mother and daughter. The woman held her daughter tightly in her arms and closed her eyes in despair. Laugh. A long spear pierced through the goat-horned monster's head. Blood gushed out, and it fell to the ground instantly. Li Zheng retracted the spear and suspended it behind him. Take them to a safe place. Yes, Director Li. 2 sheriffs rushed to protect the mother and daughter and evacuate. These bastards, the warriors on the front line are fighting, and the beasts from the demon god cult are inciting people everywhere and attacking ordinary people. They deserve to die. Li Zheng leaped and rushed to the next place. He would kill any scum of the human race he saw. The entire Danyang City was in complete chaos. Yin Mo had no idea what was happening outside. He finally found a cave where no monsters lived. It's nice here. Yin Mo looked at the cave, which was several hundred square meters in size, and was very satisfied. He ran into the mouth and sat down directly, leaning against the wall. Take out a box of self-heating rice from the space, open it, add water, and then set it aside. There was no telling how many monsters were hiding around, and I couldn't make a fire, so I could only eat my fill. Yin Mo glanced at the time and saw that there were still 8 hours until midnight. It's a bit hard. Every second you stay in the space rift increases the danger. Yin Mo felt a headache. It was a pipe dream to expect to leave here easily without the help of the reconnaissance bugs. Yun Mo shook his head. It was not the end of his rope yet, so he couldn't be so pessimistic. He entered the martial soul space and looked at his own martial soul. Let's continue upgrading. Yun Mo murmured. He now has more than 30 million hunting points, which is enough to upgrade all 3,000 self-destructive star bugs to level 30. Hunting value comes quickly and goes quickly. Looking at the 3,000 level 30 self-destructive star worms, Yun Mo's mouth twitched. He was still so poor. Now he only had a few million hunting points left. Even if you give him 1 million insect eggs now, he still can't afford to keep it alive. Alas, Yun Mo sighed silently, looked up at the desolate Gobi Desert outside the cave, and murmured softly, I hope I can wait until the early morning safely. Chapter 25. Japanese infiltration? Space crack and entrance somewhere. Our mission is to search for treasures in the space cracks. If we encounter other warriors, we will kill them without mercy. A wretched man with a tuft of mustache stood on a stone and gave a powerful speech. Hundreds of people were standing around, all eyes on him. Yes, Captain Yumekawa. Everyone responded in unison. The leader said that we can keep half of the spoils. Today is the glorious moment when the name of our demon god cult will resound throughout Dongyang City. The demon god will bless us to triumph, and the new demon god will have eternal life. Meichuan became more and more excited as he spoke, and couldn't help but raise his fist. His words were very inspiring, and the people present could not hide their excitement and cheered. For the demon god, kill, kill, kill. Meichuan glanced at everyone and sneered his heart. These Xia people are so gullible. They just work for us with a promise. It's fine to kill each other. The more you die, the happier I will be. Sooner or later, our great Neon Empire will annex your great Xia country and stand at the top of the world. Seeing that the brainwashing was almost complete, he announced it immediately. Set off. Yes, all the members of the demon god cult entered this space crack together. You bunch of idiots, don't come out once you go in. All the spoils will belong to the great Yumekawa-kun. Meichuan's eyes were hooked, and he looked around silently. Not finding anyone, he walked in with peace of mind. In the cave. It was quiet outside, and Yun Mo had no desire to sleep. He once again felt how long the days were passing by. It feels like I'm back to the sprint days of my senior year of high school, when I was doing papers every day. I looked at the time many times, and only about 10 minutes had passed. Go. Spread out everywhere. And when you encounter an enemy, just explode. Yun Mo left 100 level 30 self-destructive star bugs by his side and sent out the remaining thousands, scattering them everywhere. As long as there was any disturbance, they would definitely react. After doing all this, Yun Mo instantly felt safe enough. He leaned against the corner, covered himself with a coat, and slowly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Mo was suddenly awakened by a loud explosion. Yun Mo stood up suddenly and looked outside the cave. Not far away, there was wisps of black smoke and a big bird was lying there. Monster Beast Wind Sand Vulture, bronze 8 stars, dead. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a bronze 8-star monster. Hunting value plus 8W. After learning the information about the monster, Yun Mo calmly put it into his martial soul space. What the hell? Yun Mo then discovered that his martial soul, the sky starbug, had reached level 20 and was 1 meter tall. The upgrade of martial soul will provide feedback to the warrior himself, but the starbug itself is too weak, and the feedback given to Yun Mo can be completely ignored. If it weren't for absolute defense, Yun Mo would have died countless times. He was still too weak. Alas, I wonder when my body will also be strengthened by the martial spirit. Yun Mo clenched his fist silently. He was now an extremely powerful wizard, and even creating an earth-shattering star was not a difficult task for him. If it's a close combat, even a bronze 3-star player probably won't be able to defeat him. Every mage has a melee heart. I glanced at the time, and it was already 11:30 at night, and there were only 30 minutes left until the new day. Yun Mo was instantly delighted. As long as he had another 10,000 insect eggs, his combat power would double. However, before Yun Mo could be happy for long, he felt countless eyes in the sky falling on him. Yun Mo looked up at the sky and was really shocked. Countless sand vultures flapped their wings hundreds of meters in the sky, staring at Yun Mo with ill intent, as if they were staring at their prey. Because of the explosion just now, they were a little afraid and did not dare to act rashly. The Gobi Desert was not dark in the middle of the night with the stars twinkling, but this group of sand vultures gathered together, forming a dark mass, like a huge dark cloud, covering Yun Mo's head. Sand vultures like to live in groups, have a strict division of labor, and are highly intelligent. They like to take turns attacking their prey until it is exhausted, and then they attack it in groups and enjoy the prey together. Just now, Yun Mo was still curious about why there was only one sand vulture. It turned out that it was exploring the way. It turned out that the army was flying high in the sky, waiting for an opportunity. Good, good, good. Yun Mo's eyes lit up instantly when he saw so many sand vultures. The strongest among them was only at the silver level, and most of them were at the bronze level. This is not a scary sand vulture. This is a walking hunting beast. Since they don't dare to take the initiative, Yun Mo will take the initiative. Go. Leave no one behind. Yun Mo commanded the self-destructive starworms to fly towards the sky at the fastest speed. His tilde. The group of sand vultures panicked for a moment when they saw the self-destructive starbugs rushing towards them, but were immediately calmed down by their leader. A small insect dares to confront these sand vultures head-on. It's totally seeking death. Burst! Following Yun Mo's order, a level 30 self-destructive starworm flew to the group of wind and sand vultures and instantly exploded. The resulting explosion enveloped the surroundings, and a hole was torn open in the dark flock of sand vultures. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 7-star monster, hunting value plus 7W. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 9-star monster, hunting value plus 9W. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a silver 2-star monster, hunting value plus 20W. The system prompt sound kept ringing, and a level 30 self-destructive starworm instantly killed dozens of sand vultures. Yun Mo made a lot of money. The flock of sand vultures were frightened by the horrific explosion. The well-organized team instantly became a mess and fled in all directions. No matter how the leader screamed, it was of no avail. Want to run? Yun Mo commanded the self-destructive starbugs to chase in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing a silver 5-star monster, hunting value plus 50W. Yun Mo looked at the latest hunting value of tens of millions, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. He only lost less than 100 self-destructive starbugs, but got such a huge harvest. Suddenly, I feel that killing these low-level monsters is more cost-effective. Yun Mo waved his hand and put all the corpses of the sand vultures into the martial soul space. No matter whether they were cooked, burnt, or mutilated, as long as they were corpses of monsters, Yun Mo collected them all. After all, his martial soul can be devoured and upgraded, and no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat, so Yun Mo did not let it go at all. Alert! Alert! A large number of monsters are gathering around. Please be prepared. Before Yun Mo could breathe a sigh of relief, the system's anxious prompt sounded in his mind. Fuck, is this ever going to end? Yun Mo thought he could get through the last 30 minutes of the day safely, but he didn't expect that the monsters would come towards him one after another. We're all here for team building, right? Looking at the dwindling number of self-destructive starbugs in his hands, Yun Mo suddenly became nervous. No new eggs had hatched yet, and one less bug was needed. The endless influx of monsters gave Yun Mo a headache. I don't know if I can hold on until midnight. Chapter 26. One male and one female. Squeak. His tilde. Roar. The roars of different monsters could be heard from all directions, making people's scalps tingle. The self-destructive starworms scattered around the periphery exploded one after another. The hunting value was rising crazily, but Yun Mo no longer had the usual smile of joy on his face. Instead, his expression became increasingly uglier. The number of self-destructing starbugs is decreasing sharply, while the number of incoming monsters is still increasing. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 3-star monster, hunting value plus 3W. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 7-star monster, hunting value plus 7W. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a silver 1-star monster, hunting value plus 10W. At this time, The system prompt sound is like a countdown of Yunmo's life. He glanced at his watch. It was 11:35 at night. Time passed so slowly that beads of sweat began to appear on Yunmo's forehead. He was very curious about what made him so popular that so many monsters gathered here. Wrong. Yunmo gradually calmed down. The appearance of such a large number of monsters was like a beast tide. There must be something attracting them. Is it some scarce resource? Looking at the desolate surroundings without a single green plant, where did the rare herbs come from? What on earth is it? Yunmo looked around and found nothing. The number of self-destructive star bugs in his hand had been reduced to less than 1,000. Hateful. Yunmo had the idea of retreating, but now he had no way to retreat. Dust was rising in all directions, and the army of monsters was getting closer and closer. There are tens of thousands of shadow bats in the sky, watching closely. Depend on. Yunmo wanted to curse. If he had enough sky star bugs, he would definitely blow these beasts to death. Yunmo stood beside the cave, praying that he could hold on until midnight. The group of monsters is getting closer. Getting closer. At this time, Yunmo still had 800 self-destructive star bugs. Now that things have come to this, the only thing we can do is break out. Yunmo opened his compound eyes and scanned the surroundings and found the weakest spot, which was a group of desert hunting lizards. They were small. None of them was more than 1 meter long, and they were all bronze-level monsters. Just do it. Anyway, I still have the shield of absolute defense and tens of millions of hunting points in my hands, so breaking out is not a problem. Hiss. The group of desert hunting lizards looked at Yunmo, who suddenly rushed towards them, and the team instantly became chaotic. Boom, boom. After a series of explosions, Yunmo successfully broke through, consuming only a few dozen self-destructive star bugs. It's safe. Yunmo looked at the tens of thousands of monsters behind him and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. These were all hunting values. It was a pity that the number of self-destructive star insects in his hand was too small to be successfully reflected. Thinking of this, Yunmo felt heartbroken. He had lost hundreds of millions. Forget it. Let's leave this place first. Yunmo did not stay and ran wildly towards the distance. He planned to make a surprise attack after 12 o'clock to see what kind of treasure this place could attract so many monsters to come here at the risk of their lives. However, before Yunmo could run far, a large bulge suddenly appeared in the sand underground, and a huge figure blocked his way. Is this a desert king scorpion? And it was the one that was blown to pieces by Yunmo. As the saying goes, enemies become jealous of each other when they meet. When the desert king scorpion saw that it was Yunmo, it roared angrily, and its thick and huge scorpion tail smashed towards Yunmo's head. With a dull thud, the scorpion's tail was flung away, and cracks actually appeared on the thick shell. Court death. Yunmo glanced at the Desert King Scorpion and found that it had not recovered much and was still at low health. Killing it is easy. Before Yunmo could make a move, the ground behind him shook violently, and then a Desert King Scorpion that was a circle smaller than the one in front of him appeared. Attack Yunmo from the front and back. And they are one male and one female. Facing the two Desert King Scorpions staring at him with eager eyes, Yunmo felt a chill on his back. The self-destructive star bug in his hand is more than enough to kill the male Desert King Scorpion with low health, but he is not sure about the female Desert King Scorpion behind him. It has come to this. Run away. Boom, boom. Dozens of self-destructive star worms exploded at the same time, and the resulting smoke instantly filled the surroundings, blocking the vision of the two Desert King Scorpions. Yunmo took the opportunity to run wildly into the distance. Behind him were the angry roars of two Desert King Scorpions. They were biting Yunmo tightly and were determined to make him their food. He escaped. They chase. He can't fly away even if he has wings. The Desert King Scorpion continued to throw huge rocks at Yunmo, thinking that it would taste good if it crushed him into a meat paste. Huge rocks fell and brushed against Yunmo's body, making him jump with fear every time. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been shot in the head. It's never going to end, is it? Yunmo glanced at the time. It was already 11:40 in the evening. Go, blow them up for me. Yunmo waved his hand, and except for the 100 self-destructing star bugs that stayed beside him, 3,000 or 4,000 self-destructing star bugs flew over in a riot. It was pitch black. Hiss. The male Desert King Scorpion was so frightened by the overwhelming number of self-destructive star worms that it stopped instantly. It had suffered losses before, and its eyes were filled with deep fear. The female Desert King Scorpion also stopped when she saw this, and was very curious about what happened to her mate. "They're just some bugs. What's there to be afraid of? You can kill hundreds of them with one pair of pliers." Yunemo took the opportunity to escape and put some distance between himself and them. "Fugitive." Yunemo turned his head and took a look and saw that he had been left far behind, so he breathed a sigh of relief silently. "It's safe for now." Yunemo looked around vigilantly. The space cracks were full of monsters, and he was so tense that he didn't dare to relax at all. Two Desert King Scorpions were swinging their tails to communicate with each other when a swarm of self-destructive star insects had already flown in front of them. "Hiss!" The male Desert King Scorpion waved its huge pincers, trying to burrow underground. The female Desert King Scorpion felt that her mate exaggerated the other's strength. How strong could some insects be? Boom, boom, boom. Just as they hesitated, continuous explosions sounded. The male Desert King Scorpion, which had already been severely injured by the bombing, had its body blown to pieces. Its hard shell was full of holes, and blood continued to flow out. "Hiss!" The female Desert King Scorpion roared anxiously and waved its pincers and tail continuously. But it was of no avail. Its health was dropping rapidly, and it suffered serious injuries. Boom! There was another explosion, and a bloody hole was blown in the male Desert King Scorpion's head, killing it completely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the golden 3-star monster. Hunting value plus 3,000 W. The system's prompt did not make Yunemo very happy. He heard the angry roar of the female Desert King Scorpion behind him. "Hiss!" The female Desert King Scorpion had bloodshot eyes and was waving its pincers angrily. The next moment, its body was enveloped by a ball of scarlet light. This is the Frenzy mode activated. In this mode, all the attributes of the Desert King Scorpion will skyrocket in a short period of time. The price is that the blood will continue to burn. The female Desert King Scorpion swung its tail quickly like a cannonball. Cannonball Scorpion Tail is a dimensionality reduction attack against other monsters. Any monster will be smashed into a meat paste under such a terrifying attack. However, it is useless in front of the self-destructive starbug. The self-destructive starworms are suicidal attacks, and they will explode the moment the scorpion's tail touches them. After a short while, the female Desert King Scorpion's tail was blown through and lost its attack power. Chapter 27 Jedi Strikes Back. It's gone. Thousands of self-destructive starworms were all killed and could only temporarily repel the female Desert King Scorpion. The remaining hundreds of starworms around Yunemo were not 100% sure of killing the opponent. I looked at the time again. It was 11:45 in the evening. The remaining self-destructive star insects are used to save lives, and Yunemo will not send them out unless it is absolutely necessary. Although there were only 15 minutes left until midnight, Yunemo did not dare to slack off at all. If some monsters appear again and Yunemo doesn't keep any trump cards, he might really die here. Yunemo ran wildly towards the distance, hoping to stay away from the Desert King Scorpion that had burrowed underground. He was really afraid that it would suddenly come out from the ground and catch him off guard. "Fugitive." Yunemo didn't know how far he had run, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead. "I can't run anymore. I really can't run anymore." Yunemo knew that he had reached his limit, so he dragged his heavy feet to a towering mountain and sat down. He took out the kettle and drank water sip after sip. After drinking a bottle of water, Yunemo felt like he was alive again. "Just rest here." Yunemo looked up at the starry night sky and muttered to himself. At the same time, hundreds of self-destructing starbugs surrounded them on both sides, keeping watch. There are still 8 minutes until 12 o'clock in the morning. Yunemo looked at the time frequently and felt that it was passing too slowly, which was really tormenting. Yunemo didn't dare to relax at all. He always felt that there were monsters everywhere, and every tree and grass was an enemy. There was dead silence all around. Yunemo could only clearly hear his own breathing and heartbeat. He could not hear even the cry of any monsters. Breathe in, breathe out. Yunemo's palms were sweating. He thought he was invincible among his peers and could even kill enemies across levels. He was a genius among geniuses. So everything would go smoothly, but what he experienced at this moment shattered Yunemo's fantasy. There are many geniuses, but there are also many who die halfway, and only a handful of them truly grow up. In the human race's territory, there are all kinds of rules and regulations that restrict powerful warriors, but in the world of monsters and beasts, the strong prey on the weak. If you are weak, you will only become food for monsters. Monsters will not let you go just because you are weak. Yun felt that he was still too weak. His days in the city were too comfortable, and he did not truly realize the horror of this world. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound broke the silence of the night. Yunmo's body trembled subconsciously, and he stood up instantly. The next moment, the female desert king scorpion crawled out from the ground and reappeared in front of Yunmo. Although the scorpion's tail was broken and its hard shell was full of pits, its momentum was still there. Hiss! The female desert king scorpion's eyes were red, and she roared angrily at Yunmo and rushed straight towards him. I'll go. Yunmo was really scared. He didn't expect that this female scorpion would be so persistent and determined to fight to the death with him. Stop it! Yunmo waved his hand, and all the star bugs fluttered their wings and rushed forward. Boom! Boom! There were constant explosions and smoke rising up, blocking the way of the female desert king scorpion. Yunmo took the opportunity to run away. The remaining self-destructing star bugs could only reduce the blood volume of the mother desert king scorpion. It was a bit difficult to kill it. As long as he can hold on until 12 o'clock in the morning, Yunmo will be able to counterattack. Yunmo glanced at the time. There were still 2.5 minutes. Hiss! All the star bugs did not explode at the same time, but exploded one after another to buy time for Yunmo. The female desert king scorpion's injuries became more and more serious, but nothing could stop it from moving forward and breaking through layers of smoke and dust. Until the last self-destructive star worm exploded, the female desert king scorpion broke through the layers of blockades and chased after Yunmo, who had already run far away. Whoosh! The female desert king scorpion used its pincers to pick up huge rocks one after another and threw them at Yunmo. The escape route was blocked, and Yunmo could only dodge the flying boulders. Depend on. Less than a minute left. Yunmo glanced at the time and thought he should be able to hold on for a few dozen seconds. As soon as this thought came to mind, the huge figure of the female desert king scorpion appeared in front of Yunmo, raised its huge pincers, and smashed him hard. When, with a dull thud, the huge body of the female desert king scorpion was actually shaken back several steps. Yunmo was also shocked and retreated repeatedly. Fortunately, he had absolute defense. Otherwise, the pincers would have smashed down. Yunmo was destined to turn into meat sauce. Without any hesitation, he continued running at full speed towards a distance. The female desert king scorpion was stunned for only a moment and then caught up with Yunmo again. Ding! 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 He raised his pincers and brought them down again and again on the shield around Yunmo. The shield was intact, and the female desert king scorpion became more and more violent. Yunmo blocked while running, saving every second he could. 10, 9. Yunmo looked at the time, his heart beating wildly. The female desert king scorpion did not stop attacking. 7. The 30 seconds of absolute defense is up. Make up for it with hunting points. Yunmo now has tens of millions of hunting points and wants to save them, but he has to use them now. Host, absolute defense consumes 10W hunting value is enabled. Use it quickly. Yunmo didn't have time to argue with the system about the price increase. If he didn't use it anymore, he would be turned into a meat paste. Swish! A pair of pliers fell, but fortunately, Yunmo dodged quickly and it hit the ground heavily, brushing past his head and taking away a strand of hair. Yunmo fell to the ground and rolled away. The female desert king scorpion is in hot pursuit. Ding absolute defense is successfully activated. Hunting value is continuously deducted. The pliers fell again and were blocked again. Fuck, system, you almost killed me. Yunmo saw that he was safe and started to complain about the system crazily. You're still raising the price for me. Just wait. Host, the stronger the enemy you face, the more hunting value will be consumed by absolute defense. The system explained helplessly. The female desert king scorpion became even more angry when she saw that Yunmo ignored her and talked to himself in the air under the protection of a shield. The attacks became more frequent, and even though both pliers were cracked, they were simply ignored. It was determined to smash Yin Mo into a pulp to avenge its spouse. 1. The countdown ended and the phone rang in my mind on time. We're finally here. Yin Mo suddenly became high-spirited and said in a deep voice, "System, hatch 100 self-destructing star bugs for me, and raise them all to level 30. Now the health of the female desert king scorpion is enough for hundreds of self-destructive star bugs." Ding, congratulations to the host for hatching successfully, upgrading successfully, hunting value, 15W. It's time to fight back. Yin Mo waved his hand. Buzz. The next moment, hundreds of suicide starworms flew out from the shield and began a suicide attack. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded again, and at this moment, the female desert king scorpion felt fear. It smelled the scent of death and wanted to dig a hole to escape. Yin Mo did not give it this opportunity. All the sky star bugs exploded at the same time, and the destructive force generated instantly enveloped it. From afar, a huge mushroom cloud rose. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the shield around Yin Mo also disappeared along with the god. 2 million hunting points were gone, and his heart was bleeding. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the golden 3-star monster. Hunting value plus 3000W. The system voice sounded slowly, and Yin Mo looked at the female desert king scorpion in front of him with half of its body exposed and the other half buried underground, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally killed it. After being chased for so long, Yin Mo felt a little embarrassed. The danger was temporarily lifted, and Yin Mo sat down on the ground. Chapter 28, Space Starworm. System, hatch 500 reconnaissance starbugs, and hatch the rest into self-destructive starbugs, and upgrade them all to level 30. Yin Mo felt a little exhausted, and spoke weakly, leaning against the mountain wall and breathing evenly. Ding, congratulations to the host. Hatching is successful. Upgrade is successful. Hunting value, 1450W. The system responded quickly, and all operations were completed before Yin Mo finished speaking. Good. Yin Mo showed a relaxed smile on his face. With these star bugs around, he felt very safe. Go ahead and find the exit as soon as possible. Yin Mo waved his hand, and all the reconnaissance star bugs rushed out and dispersed in all directions. Cross the mountains and dry rivers until you find the end of the world. With them, Yin Mo is no longer blind. He can detect the enemy situation and receive any movement everywhere at any time. No matter it is monsters, humans, or rare resources, nothing can escape Yin Mo's eyes. 5,000 self-destructive star bugs were patrolling around Yin Mo, and no monsters could get close to him. After arranging everything, Yin Mo completely relaxed. He leaned against the mountain wall, comfortably, took out food and water, and ate leisurely. After eating and drinking, Yin Mo was still in high spirits. He slowly stood up and stretched his muscles. System continued to mutate. Ding, congratulations to the host. The mutation is successful. The Spirit Star Bug obtains the new special talent space power, hunting value -1W. Another success. When Yin Mo heard the prompt sound, his eyes lit up instantly. He quickly opened the attribute panel and clicked on the introduction of Power of Space. Special talent, Space Power Primary. The spirit space expands 10,000 times, and the host has a wider space to raise the starbugs. Isn't this just a portable space? Yin Mo entered the martial arts soul space with an excited heart and trembling hands. Good job. The original martial soul space was just a duplex with 2 floors, but now it is big enough to build a huge palace. The current space can accommodate not only tens of thousands of starworms, but even millions or tens of millions. Next time you come across a monster corpse, don't worry about not having enough space for your martial soul. Just throw everything in and let your martial soul eat it as quickly as possible. Eat as much as you can. Yin Mo was in a good mood, and when he looked again, he found another surprise. The Wuhuan Sky Starbug has grown in size again, now over 2 meters long, and it exudes a subtle sense of oppression. And the martial spirit level has reached level 20. Okay. Yin Mo reached out and touched the starbug's head. The starbug squinted its eyes like a spoiled child and kept rubbing against Yin Mo. It didn't look like a bug, but more like a cute dog. Unfortunately, its shell is too hard and has spikes of varying heights, so it doesn't feel very good. The system continues to mutate. After interacting with the starbug for a while, Yin Mo said in a deep voice that he wanted to try out the upper limit of the number of mutations at the bronze level. I still have about 3,000 W hunting value in my hand, so I can definitely afford it. Ding, congratulations to the host's martial soul for successfully mutating, and the 10,000 times reproduction has been successfully upgraded to 100,000 times reproduction. Another hit. Yin Mo almost screamed with excitement. A reproduction speed of 100,000 times means that we can now obtain 100,000 insect eggs every day, and the combat effectiveness is instantly improved by several levels. The next moment, 90,000 insect eggs appeared in the martial soul space. Can it be reissued? Looking at the dense insect eggs on the ground, Yin Mo was instantly overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twist into a square root. System, hatch a space starworm for me. Yin Mo squatted down and stroked the insect eggs on the ground. Ding, congratulations to the host. Hatching is successful, hunting value -1. The next moment, a dark purple starworm broke out of its shell, slowly rose up, hovered in front of Yin Mo, and stopped. Is this the space starworm? Yin Mo tapped lightly, and its attributes popped up instantly. Level 1 space starworm. Attack 1. Health 1k. Speed 666. It has 10 square meters of storage space, which can be used for storage, freight, etc. It cannot carry living things for the time being. What the hell? When Yin Mo saw this attribute, his eyes almost popped out. Isn't this attribute too amazing? You know, freight transportation is of utmost priority, and the transportation of many important materials requires the escort of powerful warriors. This will make the target very large, and will become the target of attack by monsters and beasts, and other people may also try to harm you. In short, the route for escorting supplies is not safe. If you use your own starworm to transport items, it will be only the size of a thumb, and the target will be very small. Moreover, starworms are everywhere, so who would care about a tiny bug? The most important thing is the health and speed. Even if you encounter a gold-level monster, you can escape successfully without worrying about safety issues. Powerful. Yin Mo felt that it was a little too strong. System, max it out. Yin Mo stared at the space star bug as if he was staring at a priceless treasure and rubbed his hands excitedly. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully upgraded hunting value 1,500. In an instant, the level of the space starworm reached level 30, and its attributes also underwent earth-shaking changes. Level 30 space starworm. Attack 1. Life 10W. Speed 1,111. It has a storage space of 1,000 square meters, which can be used for storage, freight, etc. It cannot carry living things for the time being. Okay. Yin Mo clapped his hands in applause. His guess turned out to be correct. Its appearance would change the entire freight pattern of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even if he didn't go out to fight, Yin Mo could make a fortune by setting up a freight company. At this moment, Space Crack is somewhere else. It's actually Gobi and desert landforms. Hundreds of Meituan people successfully entered the space, looked around, and muttered to themselves. What kind of shabby landscape is this? There's not a single blade of grass. What treasure can we get? That's right. There are no spiritual herbs or fruits. Are you here just to kill monsters? This mission was a huge loss. I should have stayed in the city to cause trouble. Seeing such a landscape, the team was in an uproar and expressed regret. You know nothing. Yumeka was scolded in a Dazakuri accent. The power contained in all space cracks comes from underground. If it is a forest, all vegetation will absorb and disperse this power, and spiritual herbs and fruits will appear. Without these, it means that the power is still underground, which means... Hearing Meituan say this, everyone's eyes fell on him, with different expressions, expecting an exciting answer. There must be a spirit stone mine here. Really? Captain? Hearing this answer, everyone present became excited instantly. Lingshire mine, that's a Lingshire mine. A piece of low-purity spiritual stone can be absorbed by a warrior to enhance the power of chi and blood and upgrade faster. It can also be directly absorbed by the martial soul and converted into experience points, and it can also be used to forge weapons. In a word, spiritual stones are extremely valuable and are indispensable to all walks of life. The currency circulates among ordinary warriors, while warriors above the platinum level basically trade with spirit stones. Even the most worthless spiritual stone would cost at least 1 million Xia country coins, which shows its value. The people present went crazy instantly, wishing they could find the spirit stone mine right now, so they could get half of it. Take off right after getting it. Ah, what a bunch of idiots. Watching everyone discussing excitedly, Meichuan sneered in his heart and narrowed his eyes slightly. Foolish and insignificant Xia people, the day you find the spirit stone mine will be the day you die. By then, all the resources will belong to our great neon empire, haha. Chapter 29, is this the so-called art of immortality? Everyone listen up. Meichuan shouted in a deep voice, and everyone fell silent instantly, all looking at him. For the sake of the demon god cult and our great cause, we must find this spiritual stone mine. Don't forget the leader's orders. If you encounter any living people, don't spare any of them. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison, their eyes firm and fanatical. As long as we work together, the demon god will not treat us unfairly. Believe in the demon god, and you will gain eternal life. Meichuan raised his arms and shouted, Believe in the demon god, and you will gain eternal life. For the illusory immortality, this group of people have already put everything aside, and anyone who stands in their way is an enemy. Remember to send a signal as soon as you find the spirit stone mine. Meichuan glanced at everyone and spoke in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Let's get started. Following Meichuan's order, everyone formed teams of 5 and flew in all directions. Then, Meichuan disappeared in a flash. Space crack outside. The surroundings were filled with corpses of monsters, and the smell of blood filled the air. Many warriors were injured to varying degrees, but not many died. After all, the levels of these monsters were generally not high. For Danyang City, this was not only not a crisis, but also an opportunity. A valuable opportunity for warriors to hone their skills. Muiching sat back and watched silently as the warriors below fought with the monsters. If a tricky monster appeared, he would take action in time. The chaos in the city has been stabilized by the sheriffs under the leadership of Li Zheng. Those who should be arrested were arrested, and those who should be killed were killed, but many shops were smashed, looted, and burned, causing heavy losses. Director Li, the situation is under control for now, but many members of the demon god cult have escaped. Director Li, all the trapped people have been rescued. Several sheriffs ran to Li Zheng to report their results. Be alert. The battle outside the city is still going on. We cannot let our guard down. Li Zheng nodded and said in a deep voice, We can't give a demon god cult any chance. Yes. The sheriffs responded and left to continue their high-intensity patrols. Danyang City is a border city of the Great Xia Kingdom. Outside, it are gathering places for monsters, and further south is the mainland of Neon Kingdom. Danyang City must not only resist the invasion of monsters, but also pay attention to the infiltration of Japanese. Peace is hard-won, and Li Zheng will not allow anyone to break it. How the riot is finally over. Mu Fan rescued the last person and breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know how my brother-in-law is doing. I still can't contact him. Mu Fan looked at the red exclamation mark on the chat interface and knew very well that Yun Mo had not yet walked out of the space crack. Sister, please keep my brother-in-law safe and sound. Mu Fan clasped his hands together, held the phone, and prayed quietly. Inside the space crack, Yun Mo found a cave and lay down. After a day of intense fighting, he was tired. If they find an exit or encounter danger, the reconnaissance starbug will report it to Yun Mo immediately, so he doesn't have to worry about enemy attacks. Moreover, he was very concerned about the open space where many monsters gathered. There must be some treasure there. Now that Yun Mo has 100,000 Sky Star insects in his hands, he naturally wants to give it a try. If he misses out on the good stuff, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Of course, you should be mentally prepared before grabbing the treasure. Yun Mo lay down, covered himself with his coat, and fell asleep in a second. While he was sleeping, bloodshed was happening all over the space. Damnate demon Gott beliefes, D. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my things. Wherever the demon god cultists go, any living person they encounter will be attacked by them. Some warriors died on the spot, some knelt down and begged for mercy, and of course there were also some who fought back and killed them. Yumekawa summoned his martial spirit, the Akita Hound, and rode on it and galloped all the way. The Akita Hound is 5 meters long and is extremely large. Meichuan is a silver 10-star warrior, only 1 step away from the gold level. He feels that he can walk sideways in this space. Riding on the Akita hound and feeling the strong wind on both sides, Mei Chuan was in a very good mood. He thought that as long as he found the Spirit Stone mine and successfully advanced to the gold level, he could proceed to the next plan. When the plan succeeds and Danyang City is destroyed, this place will become the territory of their neon country. Thinking of this, Mei Chuan couldn't help but laugh happily. Pathetic Xia people, you really think everyone can pursue immortality? You are just pawns in the hands of that master who can be discarded at will. I don't know how long it took. Yin Mo heard a little girl shouting for help in a daze. Help! Help! There was a hint of crying in his voice. Yin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. It seems that nothing major happened during the time when I was sleeping. As soon as he thought about it, a picture appeared before his eyes. A teenage girl is being chased by 4 strong men. The little girl walked forward madly, while the 4 strong men followed behind her, laughing jokingly. Yin Mo was very curious. Didn't they say that one couldn't leave the city without becoming a formal warrior? How did this little girl get out? The little girl sprained her foot and fell directly to the ground. The strong men smiled triumphantly. This little girl is so pretty. Yes, it's a good opportunity for us brothers. We can just kill him when we are done. I agree. The 4 sturdy men looked at each other greedily, as if they could see through the little girl. Please, let me go. The little girl looked at the 4 strong men with tears in her eyes. Her small body was trembling, which made me feel pity for her. Yin Mo did not take action immediately. He just felt that there was something fishy about this matter. While he was hesitating, 2 young men stood up. Let go of that girl. When the little girl saw someone appear, a sly smile appeared on her face, and she sneered. I've taken a bait. What are you talking about? The 2 young men were confused. We can't let them get away. They are my prey. The little girl slowly stood up, and when she flipped her hand, a sharp dagger appeared. Yes. 4 strong men surrounded the 2 young men in an instant. The 2 young men were confused and extremely angry. You're just a little girl, but you are actually colluding with the demon god cult. You are really bringing shame to us warriors. Yin Mo understood instantly that the little girl was in the same group with the 4 strong men, and she was the core figure. They put on this show just to lure the 2 passionate young men to show up. However, he was somewhat curious as to how the other party knew that the 2 young men were hiding nearby. Was his position also exposed? You guys are in cahoots with each other. When I was out there, you were still breastfeeding. The little girl laughed excitedly, playing with the dagger in her hand and licking it with her tongue. Young blood is the only thing that tastes good and keeps me young forever. It turns out that she is an old woman pretending to be young, and she is a believer of the evil god. Is this the so-called art of longevity? Yun Montag was suspicious. The 2 young men trembled all over as they watched the little girl approaching them step by step. Laugh. A knife was swung out, accompanied by a scream. Blood gushed out. Chapter 30. Just an ordinary warrior passing by. There was a big cut on the young man's chest, and blood spurted out and splashed on the little girl's face. The little girl licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled yanderly. It tastes good. If it was the blood of a young woman, it would be even better. Just bear with it. Big sister, their blood belongs to you, and their treasure belongs to us. The 4 strong men reminded with a smile. Don't worry, you will benefit from it. The little girl sneered. Now was her happy meal time. MD, I'm going to fight you. The 2 young men immediately summoned their martial spirits, intending to be heroes and save the beauty, but they didn't expect it to be a trap. Let them feel ashamed and angry. If they don't resist, they will lose their lives here. You have only a hoe and a sickle, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a warrior? Seeing the 2 people's martial spirits, the strong men couldn't help but laugh out loud. They dared to go out of the city to hunt monsters. Doesn't mean they're brave or stupid. Break their limbs, and I'll choose a place with a nice view to eat. The little girl took a look at the hill not far away and had already made a decision in her heart. Leave it to us, Aunt May. The 4 strong men also summoned their martial spirits and rubbed their hands ready to fight. You forgot again, didn't you? Call me Sister May. Sister May said angrily. Her cute appearance is indeed very deceptive, but she is at least several dozen years old. The 4 big men had witnessed Sister May's bloody methods with their own eyes, so they did not dare to have any improper thoughts. They summoned their martial spirits and surrounded the two young men. Go ahead. Yin Mo snapped his fingers and a self-destructing starworm rushed over at full speed. Brother, we are dead this time. You will die before you can accomplish your mission. The two men had despair on their faces. The power that the martial spirits of the four strong men had just built up dissipated in an instant, and they had no intention of resisting at all. Sudden. Boom! It was a loud bang. Ah! The four strong men screamed at the same time and fell to the ground one after another. Their martial spirits were destroyed in an instant, and their bodies were blown into a bloody mess. The external and internal injuries directly caused him to lose his combat effectiveness. The four of them are just hanging on to their last breath, no different from dead people. Who? Sister May looked around nervously, but didn't see anyone at all, and her heart instantly rose to her throat. We are not afraid of a powerful enemy. We are afraid of an enemy that is unpredictable. Who the hell is that? Get out here! Sister May played with the dagger in her hand and shouted in a deep voice. She waved her jade hand, and 10 daggers of different shapes were summoned out and surrounded her body. Thank you for your help, Senior. The two young men were instantly overjoyed, and they knelt down facing the empty space, expressing their gratitude madly. You coward! Get out here if you can. Sister May pointed in midair at a huge rock in the distance. A dagger flew past in an instant. Boom! The huge rock was pierced through, broken into pieces, and scattered all over the ground. Get out! Get out! Sister May frantically controlled the dagger and launched a barrage of attacks. The surrounding ground was full of deep pits of varying sizes. Bullies. Sister May was a little crazy. It was really too aggrieved. Sister May, save me. The four strong men lay on the ground, groaning constantly. They could truly feel that their life force was rapidly slipping away. Death is approaching. They joined the demon god cult in pursuit of immortality and did not want to die young. Shut up. Sister May became furious and transferred her anger to them. The two young men carefully moved back step by step, wanting to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Get out here for me. Sister May almost turned the whole place upside down, but couldn't find the enemy who attacked her. And not a single monster was found, which was really weird. Could it be haunted in broad daylight? Just when Sister May was about to collapse, a lazy voice came over. Are you looking for me? Yin Mo yawned and walked slowly towards Sister May leisurely. It's you? Seeing Yin Mo's youthful appearance, Sister May was a little confused. Isn't he just an ordinary student? How is it possible to seriously injure 4 strong men so easily? They are all bronze 10-star strength. Yin Mo's blood and energy were not strong, and Sister May's 3-star silver strength could be discerned at a glance, and the person in front of her was just a bronze-level warrior. After taking a look at Yin Mo, Sister May felt relieved. He must have used some kind of treasure to sneak attack and severely injure 4 strong men. There's nothing to be afraid of for a young boy who hasn't even graduated yet. Although Yin Mo's panel strength is only at the bronze level, the huge number of Sky Star insects can help him kill gold-level monsters, which is very confusing. If Sister May knew Yin Mo's true strength, she probably wouldn't dare to waste time talking here and would just run away. Yin Mo is handsome. Sister May licked her lips, was instantly attracted to him, and teased Yin Mo. You are such a pretty boy. Would you like to have some sex with me? I will definitely make you forget all your worries. Sister May threw a coquettish glance at Yin Mo as she spoke, thinking that this boy's blood must be even sweeter. You, the demon god cult, are really annoying. You're like flies and mosquitoes. I can see you everywhere. It's really unlucky. Yin Mo fanned himself with a look of disgust. You kid, it was the first time that Aunt May was looked down upon like this, and her delicate body trembled with anger. Are you all right? Yin Mo looked at the two young men. They were in their early 20s, and it was unknown which college they were from. We are fine. The two young men were a little confused when they saw that Yin Mo was younger than themselves. Brother, thank you for saving us. This woman is stronger than us. Let's run away. The injured young man looked at Yin Mo anxiously and urged him. They were grateful to Yin Mo for saving their lives, but they couldn't let their benefactor lose their lives. It's okay. You'll be fine as long as I'm here. Yin Mo smiled confidently, and the three of them spoke one after another, ignoring Sister May, who was standing beside them. Court death. Sister May's beautiful face was a little distorted. After all, She was a cadre of the demon god cult. She was despised by a young boy, and she completely went crazy. The sound of breaking through the air resounded. A dagger instantly flew towards Yun Mo's forehead. Careful! The two young men's faces changed drastically, and they both held their own martial spirits, wanting to help Yun Mo block it. Clang! A muffled sound. The dagger was instantly bounced away by the shield around Yun Mo and broke into two pieces. Is this possible? With her martial spirit damaged, Sister May suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed weakly, and she almost fell to the ground. He was in disbelief that his ultimate move was easily blocked. Who are you? Sister May did not doubt Yun Mo's strength, but began to doubt his background. This shield must have come from a powerful defensive spiritual weapon, at least above the platinum level. He's just an ordinary warrior passing by. A self-destructing star bug slowly fell into Yun Mo's hand. He snapped his fingers and instantly rushed towards Sister May. The self-destructive star worm was extremely fast and arrived in front of Sister May in an instant. Sister May subconsciously controlled the dagger and cut it into two pieces. Insect! Sister May was stunned and laughed at herself in her heart, wondering when she had become so timid that she was actually frightened by an ordinary insect. As soon as the thought came to her mind, she regretted it. Boom! The moment it was cut off, the self-destructive star worm exploded instantly. Chapter 31, All Japanese People Should Die. Sister May was instantly knocked to the ground by the horrible air wave. Her clothes were torn, and her face was covered in blood. She looked extremely miserable. Tilde. Sister May felt pain all over her body and felt like her bones were about to break. She wanted to stand up, but found that she had no strength in her limbs. The four strong men were also seriously injured by the explosion just now. A bug can cause such terrible destructive power. What the hell is this? At this moment, Sister May's CPU was smoking. No matter how hard I tried, I would never have thought that this self-destructing star worm was Yun Mo's martial soul. After all, which warrior would let his martial soul self-destruct every day for fun? This can only be done when it is a life-threatening situation. This is irreversible. If the martial soul self-destructs, the warrior will be completely ruined. The two young men looked at each other and could clearly see the shock in each other's eyes. Where did this terrifying existence come from? A bug can seriously injure a silver-level warrior. Is it still a human? Yun Mo slowly walked towards Sister May and slowly spread out his palms. Dozens of self-destructive star bugs flew out, surrounded Sister May, and made a buzzing sound. This is not a star bug. It is the god of death that is taking her life. When Sister May saw these self-destructing star worms, her scalp tingled, her face turned pale, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, don't kill me. Sister May's heart was filled with fear, so she no longer had any thoughts of coveting Yun Mo. She wanted to leave here right now and never see Yun Mo again. Although Sister May's body was covered in blood at this time, her perfect figure was still very attractive. In addition, her clothes were torn to tatters, revealing a large area of white skin, which was hard to look away. In addition, her frightened look made me feel pity for her. There was a kind of broken beauty. The two young men blushed when they saw it and turned away quickly. I ask you questions, and you answer them. Yun Mo frowned and stared at Sister May. His tone was cold and contained a hint of murderous intent. As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything and let you do anything for me. Sister May nodded repeatedly. Now that she had recovered a little, she could move a little and probably make some seductive gestures. She just noticed the reactions of the two young men and thought that her charm was still there. Which man is not lustful? As long as he can successfully capture Yun Mo, he can escape. However, Yun Mo didn't buy her trick and questioned her. How did you, the demon god cult, get in? What's your purpose? Not long after the space crack was formed, people from the demon god cult sneaked in. Yun Mo suspected that Donyang City was about to become the home ground of the demon god cult. It was about to be infiltrated like a sieve, right? It is necessary to carry out a major cleanup. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Donyang City to achieve complete peace. We were let in by Captain Meichuan. Our purpose was to search for the Spirit Stone Mine and kill everyone we met. Seeing that seduction had no effect at all, Sister May confessed everything. Although she is in her 50s or 60s, she is still young and does not want to die. Yamekawa. Hearing this surname, Yun Mo frowned, as it sounded like a Japanese name. No wonder everyone wants to kill the demon god sect. It turns out that the Japanese are behind it. In recent years, the Japanese have made many moves and have always wanted to invade the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded, and they could only resort to some underhanded methods. Unable to defeat the outside forces, they wanted to disintegrate the Great Xia country from within. Just like hundreds of years ago, the ambition to annex the Great Xia Kingdom has never changed. Hundreds of years ago, when the space crack first appeared, the human population dropped sharply and they became food for monsters. Countries around the world were united in facing the monsters. From the moment the first warrior appeared, countries without warriors became meat on the chopping board of other countries. At that time, the number of warriors in the Great Xia Kingdom was 0, while the number of warriors in the Neon Kingdom had exceeded 10,000. They massacred a large number of Xia people and invaded the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. The Great Xia Kingdom did not perish at the hands of monsters, but was almost destroyed by Japan. During the darkest time, there was a man named Long Renji in the Great Xia Kingdom who became a warrior and once achieved sainthood. He saved the country from ruins and trained warriors one after another without reservation. He successfully drove Neon back to its homeland and rebuilt the Great Xia Kingdom. From then on, the Great Xia Kingdom was full of martial virtue, and the villains did not dare to act rashly. Sure enough, no matter where they are, Japanese people deserve to die. After recalling this history, Yunemo clenched his fists, and the aura around him was terribly cold. "I've told you everything I know. Can you please?" Sister May begged desperately, and the 4 strong men kept groaning. Aiding the tyrant, Yunemo had no expression on his face and murmured softly. He turned around slowly and ignored Sister May and the others. The 2 young men quickly followed him. They knew that it was safer to follow Yunemo. Sister May thought Yunemo had let her go and was instantly overjoyed. The next moment, a self-destructing starworm slowly landed on the tip of her nose. Get out of here! Get out of here!" Aunt May saw the starbug as if she had seen something extremely terrifying and screamed hysterically. "Damn you, you promised me. But you're a treacherous villain, Sister May has gone completely crazy. Cracks appeared on her fair face, revealing her old and ugly features. "He deserves to die." Before Yun Mo finished his words, the self-destructive star worm exploded instantly, covering Sister May and the other 4. The 2 young men looked at Yun Mo with admiration. They had never seen such a powerful warrior of the same age. "And it looks even smaller than me. Little brother, thank you so much this time." The 2 didn't know how to thank Yun Mo. "It doesn't matter, we are all family." Yun Mo smiled and waved his hands. His meaning was very clear. They were all trivial matters and not to be taken seriously. The 3 of them came to Yun Mo's resting cave, talking and laughing. After getting to know each other, it was found that one of them was named Seiichi and the other was named Seiji. They were brothers and were from Shangjing. Because he is the weakest among the younger generation in the family, he thought of going to a small place to gain some experience, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. What the 2 didn't know was that the person who was secretly protecting them was also lost in this space rift. In the cave, "Seishi, are you okay with your injury?" Seiji looked worriedly at Seiichi's wound, which was still bleeding. "I'm fine. It's good enough to be alive." Chingy shook his head weakly. His lips were chapped, his face was pale, and he looked very bad. The 2 men were carrying various medicines, but they were lost when they were chased by monsters on the way. Seiji was extremely anxious, as they now didn't know where the exit of the space rift was. If the bleeding didn't stop, Seiji would really bleed to death. Yun Mo hatched a healing starbug and threw it at Chingy's wound. The next moment, the healing starworm turned into a soft green light and wrapped the wound. The bleeding stopped instantly, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 2 of them had their eyes wide open like bells, feeling as if they were dreaming. Insects can explode and heal themselves. What kind of magical martial spirit is this? They all knew the starbugs, but they had never heard of such a powerful starbug. Even though the 2 brothers had seen various powerful martial spirits, they were still amazed. Chapter 32, The Landlord's Foolish Son. "I'm fine, I'm really fine." Chingy swung his arms happily. The pain disappeared, and his complexion became much better. "It's amazing. If Seiji hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it." Brother Yin-mo, I really don't know how to thank you. Chung-yi hugged Yin-mo very casually and smiled sincerely. You saved your brother twice. And mine once more. Seiji added. You are so polite. Yin-mo always felt that these two brothers were silly, passionate, innocent, and kind. Although they came from the big city of Shangjing, they did not judge people by their appearance. They were like the stupid sons of a landlord. After a short while, he started to treat Yin-mo as a brother. This is the quality of a big family. Instead of looking down on others just because you have a little status. Although the two brothers are not very strong, their character is impeccable. Yin-mo looked at the two people who were grinning with their big white teeth bared and felt a little confused. Their martial spirits were pretty weak, and he wondered if the pressure was too great to be in a big family like Shangjing. But looking at how happy they are, they don't take it to heart at all. They are really clear-headed. Your life-saving grace is greater than heaven. No matter how I repay you, it will never be excessive. Chingy patted his chest and assured. Brother, I dare not say anything else. When you come to the capital, tell us our names, and we will definitely protect you. That's right. Although our Chung family is not a first-rate family, most people still give face to our father. Seiji nodded. It's a pity that all the things on both of them were lost. Otherwise, I would have given Yin-mo a badge or something to represent his identity. Chung family? Chung Ji's family? Yin-mo suddenly thought of an old friend. Then I'll be welcome. Yin-mo was naturally not polite about being able to make friends in Beijing, as it was an unexpected gain. Don't be polite. We will be brothers from now on. Chunyi patted Yin-mo's shoulder. He was very outgoing. It's a pity that all our belongings were lost. Once we get out of this damn place, we'll reward you handsomely. Seiji added that brothers should settle accounts clearly. Yin-mo saved their lives, and a few words of thanks would not be enough to express gratitude. The three of them got along better and better as they talked, like brothers who had known each other for many years. Ghoul. At this moment, Seiichi's stomach growled. Hey, sorry, I was chased by the monster for most of the day, and I have no food or water left. Chingy's face turned red, and he touched the back of his head embarrassedly. This damn place is full of sand. Where can we get food? Seiji had a worried look on his face. There was no monster around, so he had no chance to eat meat. Moreover, the two of them hadn't had water for a long time and were very thirsty. Let's look around. We can't just wait to die. Chung glanced outside the cave and saw a sea of yellow. No need to go through so much trouble. Yin-mo said this with a wave of his hand, and self-heating rice and mineral water appeared in front of the two. There is everything to eat and drink. Yin-mo always brings some supplies when he goes out, just in case. He still had a lot left, enough for the three of them to eat for a long time. Moreover, there were many corpses of monsters in the martial soul space, so any piece he cut off would be enough to eat for a while. Fuck, Yin-mo, you are not my brother. You are my dear foster father. Makoto's eyes lit up when he saw the food, and he almost jumped up in excitement. We don't know when we will get out of here. How are you going to share the food with us? Chunji looked at Yin-mo, feeling a little embarrassed. Seiichi was in a dilemma. He was hungry and thirsty, but Seiji was right. Yunmo didn't have much supplies. You don't treat me as a brother, do you? Yunmo's expression instantly fell when he heard this. Brothers naturally share happiness and hardships. I still have plenty to eat and drink, so I definitely won't starve. As he said this, he opened all the self-heating rice and handed the kettle to the two of them. Hey, then I won't be polite. Chung-yi smiled and rubbed his hands, then took the water, but he didn't dare drink it all, for fear that it would spill out and be wasted. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Seiji also took it. The three of them continued to chat while eating and drinking. What are your plans? Yin-mo took a bite of rice and looked at the two of them. It's too dangerous here. We should stay here and wait for Uncle Lee to join us. Ching-yi felt that this cave was very safe and he would never leave. We are too weak. Following you will only hinder us. Seiji stopped eating with his chopsticks and looked a little sad. Their father's martial soul was also a farm tool and was ridiculed by many people at the time, saying that it was just a rubbish martial soul with no future and was destined to never become a powerful warrior, so he should just focus on farming. But their father did not believe in evil. With his own efforts and desperate spirit, he killed the monsters until they cried for their parents and carved out a world of his own. After decades of hard work, he successfully established himself in Shangjing. From then on, no one dared to mock farm tools as rubbish spirits, which really confirmed what my father said when he was humiliated. There are no useless martial spirits, only useless warriors. But the two brothers have been practicing for so long and still haven't broken through the silver level. They are really useless and have brought shame to their father. Yinemo didn't know how to comfort them. After all, his Tianqing bug was a rubbish martial spirit at first. If there was no system, Yinemo could only be an ordinary person. Can I see your martial spirits? Yinemo suggested. The offspring of a warrior with status in Shangjing should not be so weak. What is this? Sure. The two of them immediately summoned their own martial spirits. The sickle and hoe were still rusty, as if they were farm tools that had not been used for a long time. Compound eyes opened, and Yinemo scanned the two people's martial spirits. Martial soul, red blood scythe. Status, unblocked. Unlocking conditions. Requires watering with a warrior's own blood. Martial soul, earth-shaking hoe. Status, unblocked. Unlocking conditions. Requires watering with a warrior's own blood. Good job. Yinemo knew that the two people's martial spirits would not be so ordinary. It turned out that they were in a sealed state. However, the condition of needing blood to be watered was too outrageous. Who would have nothing better to do than to smear their own blood on their martial spirits. Do you believe me? Yinemo looked at the two of them and asked very seriously. You saved my life. I definitely believe you. Chingy nodded without hesitation. Brother Yinemo, have you seen the difference between our martial spirits? Seiji was more careful and discovered the blind spot. That's right, but I'm not sure if it will work. Do you want to try it? Yinemo nodded, giving a shot of precaution in advance. After all, he didn't know how much blood would be needed. If the two of them lost too much blood and their martial spirits were not unlocked, how would they explain it? Certainly. The two nodded without hesitation after hearing this. What they were pursuing was a glorious death, not being a waste who was pampered under someone's wings. However, they have to try whether Yinmo's method is effective or not. Your martial spirits have been sealed for unknown reasons. The condition for unsealing them is to water your martial spirits with your own blood. Yinemo calmly stated the solution. Upon hearing this, Chingy bit his finger without any hesitation and blood dripped onto the sickle. Chingy was stunned. He didn't expect this method, which was also to bite his finger and let the blood drip onto the hoe. The two brothers stared at their martial souls intently, their hearts beating wildly. They hoped that their martial souls could undergo a transformation. Time passed by every second. There was no change in their martial spirits. The two brothers began to feel dizzy due to excessive blood loss, and Chingy felt even worse. But the two did not stop. They believed Yinmo's words. Yinemo was also staring intently. He had already prepared to treat the starworms and was ready to help the two of them at any time. The specific dosage was not specified, so Yinemo was unsure. I don't know how long it took. The martial spirits of the two finally changed. Chapter 33, Space Movement. As the blood continued to flow, the two people's martial spirits began to emit a faint red light, and the layer of rust on the surface began to swell, and then slowly dissipated. The two brothers had been about to give up when they saw that their martial spirits had not changed, but they were instantly overjoyed when they saw this change. Although he looked pale, he couldn't hide his excitement. It's done. It's done. The two shouted excitedly. This is a critical moment. The blood cannot be cut off. Can you two still hold on? Seeing their faces as pale as paper, Yinemo asked worriedly. Don't worry, brother, you won't die. Seiichi smiled excitedly. Even if I die, it's just my bad luck. I can't blame others. Gradually, the light became brighter and brighter, covering the entire cave. After all the rust faded away, the two men's martial spirits finally revealed their true colors. There are ancient runes engraved on the surface of the martial soul, exuding an ancient aura. At first glance, it is extraordinary. Done. The seal on the martial spirit was finally successfully lifted. The two brothers could no longer bear it. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted, lying on the ground with their arms and legs spread out. The martial spirits of the two were also received into their bodies. Yinemo immediately threw out 2 healing star bugs to help the two stop the bleeding. After a while, they slowly opened their eyes and saw Yinemo in front of them. How do you two feel? Not bad. Cheng-Yi just felt a little weak, but that was nothing. His martial soul was unsealed, and he would be able to become stronger in the future. It's okay. Seiji, on the other hand, was not in the mood and not that excited. What's wrong with you? Yinamo looked at Chung Er curiously. Isn't it a good thing that his martial soul has become stronger? Why does he look like his father has died? Nothing. I just feel like I'm still a waste. Seiji pulled the corner of his mouth into a wry smile. My father's martial spirit is just an ordinary farm tool, without any so-called seal. The power to remove the seal with blood was inherited from our mother, whose martial spirit is the noble red blood phoenix. Isn't this a good thing? Yinamo was puzzled. It was a good thing that he inherited the advantages of both parents. Maybe Seiji cares about what his father said. Seiichi explained the reason. Our father once said that there are no useless martial spirits, only useless warriors. This sounds a little familiar. Yinamo was stunned when he heard this and didn't know how to complain. After all, those people's martial spirits were the best of the best. Yes, my father's words have always inspired my brother and me. Although our progress is slow and we are working hard to practice, we have not yet reached the silver level. Seiji summoned his earth shaker and, looking at the ancient runes flowing on it, could clearly feel its potential. He knew that his future cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. In the end, we still rely on the strength of our martial spirits, not our own strength. Yeah, now that you mention it, Dad is the best. We two are really useless. Chung-E suddenly realized what was going on. Brother Yinemo is a true genius. He can even do so many tricks with the starbug. I think he is even better than my dad. Yinemo felt a little embarrassed to be praised like this. After all, he was cheating, and it would be embarrassing if he was weaker. In any case, cultivating a well-awakened martial spirit will be twice as effective with half the effort. You have relied on your sealed martial spirits to cultivate to the bronze 10-star level over the years, which shows that you have good talent and are hardworking. Yinemo patted Chungji's shoulder gently. If others may not be able to achieve your achievements, don't belittle yourself. As long as you work hard and surpass your father, doesn't that mean you are better than him? Brother Yinemo is right, Chung-Er. Our father is only a Yawang level warrior. The level above diamond level is Yawang level. Wouldn't it be better for us to become ace warriors? Saint level warriors might be even better. Chung nodded in agreement, thinking that what Yinemo said made sense. Seiji was silent. Ace level warrior? Saint level warrior? Brother, you must be kidding. There are only a handful of ace level warriors in the entire Daxia kingdom, and saint level warriors are even rarer. Do you think warriors of this level are cabbages? Want to break through? Ching-Yi is right. Look how energetic he is. It's not good for a warrior to act like a little woman all the time. Yinemo thought Chung-Yi said it very well. It's my daughter's posture. Seiji is not as straightforward as Seiichi and thinks more. After all, their peers are already gold-level warriors, but they are still lingering at the bronze level. Many people discussed privately that the two brothers brought shame to their parents and that they were truly a case of a tiger father and dog sons. Chung-Yi is cheerful every day and doesn't care about these things. Seiji is more sensitive and under a lot of pressure. He really wants to prove himself that he is not a loser and can be the pride of his parents. If they had not met Yinemo today, perhaps the two brothers could only think about this kind of thing, but now it is completely different. Yinemo, you saved us today and helped us remove the seal on our martial spirits. I'm not going to lie. From now on, my life will belong to you. If you have any orders, I will not hesitate. Chung-Er clasped his fist towards Yinemo and said sincerely, Me too. Chung-Yi smiled and clasped his fists. Okay, if there is anything, I will definitely not be polite to you. Yinemo was not polite and immediately nodded with a smile. Although the three of them had only known each other for less than a day, their friendship was already unbreakable. While the three were chatting, more and more monsters rushed towards the open space, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Why are these monsters so excited and all gathering in the same direction? Meichuan frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Could it be? Meichuan suddenly understood why and looked up into the distance. There seemed to be a wave of energy, but it was very weak. I see. It's really hard to find what you were looking for after searching everywhere. Achai, hurry up. Yumekawa excitedly patted the Akita hounds' butt and shouted excitedly. It's rich. I'm going to be rich. Ha ha. The Akita hound snorted twice in dissatisfaction, then ran away wildly into the distance. Warriors in various parts of the space also noticed the abnormality in the empty space, and they all rushed towards this place at full speed. Somewhere. I don't know how the two young masters are doing. An old man was flying high in the sky on a steel eagle, looking down with a worried look on his face. The iron eagle's wingspan can reach 20 to 30 meters, an absolute behemoth. This person is none other than Uncle Lee, the bodyguard of Seiichi and Seiji. If anyone meets him, they will definitely turn around and run away. Because he is a true platinum-level warrior, Mutation, as the mayor of Donyang City, is only a gold 10-star warrior, so his specific strength is of course unknown. Well, that's over there. Uncle Lee looked at the tens of thousands of monsters below, his gaze also looking into the distance. A voice in his heart seemed to be saying that the two brothers were nearby. Walk! At Uncle Lee's command, the Iron Eagle cried out and flew forward. Chapter 34. The strong prey on the weak, right? In the cave. You guys have a good rest. I will leave some starbugs to protect you. Yinmo's condition has now recovered to its peak, and it's time to go out and explore the open space again. After all, the Spirit Stone Mine is so attractive. Who wouldn't want to make a fortune? Of course, if the Spirit Stone Mine really exists, Yinmo has a bigger appetite and wants to take it all. Whoever sees, it shall have a share. It's all Then be careful. The two brothers did not ask Yinmo what he was going to do. Well, if I find the exit, I will come to pick you up as soon as possible. Yinmo nodded, left some food and water for the two, and also left 10 reconnaissance starbugs and 100 self-destructive starbugs before leaving with peace of mind. These two people are his good brothers and will also be his connections in Beijing in the future, so nothing can happen to them. Brother Yinmo is such a good person. Looking at Yinmo's leaving back, Chengji sighed silently. Yes, when we return to Shangjing, I will make sure that my father repays Brother Yinmo. I think Brother Yinmo is lacking in cultivation resources. What do you think if I take out the spiritual tea that my father has collected for many years and give it to him? Seiichi came up to Seiji and started talking naturally. Seiji didn't say anything. If his father found out, he would definitely break his eldest brother's legs. After all, it was a treasure that my father had treasured for many years. He usually was reluctant to drink it and would only take it out to brew a pot when distinguished guests came to visit. If you don't say anything, it means you agree. I'll keep watch and you can go and steal. Seiichi gave Seiji a silly smile. Chung and the other two were both annoyed, and both said that their eldest brother was straightforward. Of course, that was a sign of high emotional intelligence. Low EQ means saying that your elder brother is stupid, but he also knows that he doesn't have to do it himself. Isn't that smart? Thinking back on how he had been cheated by his elder brother many times since he was a child, Seiji smiled bitterly. You just want to take advantage of your own brother, right? Brother, this is not stupid. This is just wise in a foolish way, right? Become. Seiji was stunned for just a moment, then nodded without hesitation. After all, they were two brothers doing bad things together, so it didn't matter who stole. Yinmo ran all the way towards the open space, but unfortunately he had no mount, so his speed was still too slow. He encountered many monsters on the way, and they all had the honor of becoming food for Yinmo's martial soul, and he gained another wave of hunting points. There were also several waves of demon god followers who surrounded and killed ordinary warriors. Yinmo naturally did not stand idly by. He killed all the demon god followers and took away the badges representing their identities. It seems that these things can be exchanged for a bounty at the Public Security Bureau, and Sister May and her 5 companions also took them away. The bodies of the 5 people were blown to pieces. Those who like puzzles are in luck. The people rescued by Yinmo were all very grateful and even forced some of the supplies they had on them to be handed over to him. They really are all grateful and repaying kindness. What matters is not the amount of things, but their heart. This way, Yinmo will have the motivation and sense of accomplishment to save people. After all, if you meet an ungrateful person, all your good mood will be gone. Hey kid, hand over all the valuables on you, and I'll consider leaving you with an intact body. Yinmo came to a hillside, and more than 10 people rushed out in an instant, surrounding Yinmo tightly. Among these people are members of the demon god cult, as well as warriors who are in cahoots with them. How about this? Hand over the valuables on you, and I'll spare your lives. Yinmo crossed his arms and looked at the dozen or so people in front of him with interest. Isn't this life coming back to life? Yinmo has no psychological burden at all for dealing with this bunch of scumbags, and can even gain hunting value. It's so wonderful. You're looking for death, kid. A bearded man was furious and grabbed Yinmo's neck. Boom! Oh, my hand, my hand. Before everyone could react, the bearded man had collapsed to the ground. His hands were gone and looked bloody. The air was filled with the smell of burnt barbecue. Everyone subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at Yun Mo as if he were a monster. Boss, please spare us. We're just ordinary warriors. They forced us to do this. Please let us go. The 3 of them immediately knelt down in front of Yun Mo and begged for mercy. Run. I don't know who shouted, but then he turned and ran. Seeing this, others also ran in different directions, as many as they could. Yun Mo waved his hand, and a self-destructing star worm followed closely behind each person. Accompanied by bursts of explosions, the demon god believers fell to the ground, completely losing their lives. We are from the demon god cult. Boy, do you know the consequences of killing us? The bearded man's face was twisted in pain, and he stared at Yun Mo fiercely. The threat in his eyes was self-evident. They are all birds of a feather. Yun Mo raised his foot and slowly placed it on the bearded man's neck. I've killed too many. No, you can't. The bearded man truly felt Yun Mo's murderous intent and was completely panicked. Before he could beg for mercy, Yun Mo stepped on his neck and broke it. Yun Mo turned his head and looked at the 3 people who were kneeling in front of him. Boss, please spare me, boss, please spare me. The 3 men kept kowtowed to Yun Mo and begged for mercy, and soon their foreheads were covered in blood. You guys go. Yun Mo waved his hand impatiently. Thank you, big shot. The 3 of them felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly kowtowed to thank him, then helped each other up and limped away into the distance. Looking at the backs of the 3 people leaving, Yun Mo sneered. He gave the 3 people a chance to survive. It depends on whether they can seize it. With a flick of his finger, 3 reconnaissance starbugs followed quietly. Brother, you are the one who reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would have died here too. The 2 gave a thumbs up in compliment. Don't you even look at who I am? The eldest brother smiled proudly. I've been doing robbery for so long and never had a car fail. I can only say that these guys from the demon god cult are blind and actually provoked such a terrifying guy. We should stay away from that direction. Brother is right. Shall we continue? The 2 were a little worried. Of course, if we make a few more bucks, we can live freely. The world of warriors is a world where the strong prey on the weak. It's their bad luck to meet us. The eldest brother said coldly. We all support Big Brother. The 2 younger brothers nodded in agreement. That woman yesterday was so moist, but unfortunately, she was played to death by the 3rd brother. I don't know if I can meet her again today. The eldest brother licked his lips and recalled the beauty of yesterday. Although these 3 people are not members of the demon god cult, their crimes are too numerous to list, and they deserve to die. After listening to their conversation, Yun Mo's fists instantly stiffened. The strong prey on the weak, right? Really smooth, right? Then let you also experience what it means to be the law of the jungle. The next moment, dozens of self-destructive starbugs came to the 3 people and blocked their way. The 3 of them turned pale instantly when they saw the densely packed, self-destructive starbugs. Even the fool understood that Yun Mo had heard what he said. Run! The eldest brother summoned his desert swallow, leaped onto its back, and flew high into the sky. As the saying goes, I would rather die than let my friend die. He doesn't care about the life and death of the other 2 people. Depend on. The 2 younger brothers also summoned their own martial spirits, a turtle and a mantis, but it was extremely difficult to stop the explosion of the self-destructive starworm. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued to sound. The wings of the desert swallow were blown apart, and the big one fell freely from a high altitude. Puff! His martial soul was destroyed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of despair, and he thought to himself, finished. The eldest brother fell, and all 4 limbs were broken. The martial spirits of the 2 younger brothers were also destroyed, and their limbs were blown off. All 3 of them became disabled, with only a breath left. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear. They regret it so much. What I regret is not doing those bad things. Instead, he regretted that he spoke without restraint and that Yun Mo had heard what he said. Please, please spare my life. The 3 of them shouted weakly. Yun Mo will not let them die easily, so just wait for death to come slowly. This is the punishment they deserve. Chapter 35, Chaos. After dealing with these people, Yun Mo continued to move forward. Although he was still some distance away from his destination, he could see a group of monsters ahead. There are so many monsters that tens of thousands are not enough to describe them. They are so dense that they are almost forming a beast tide. Each group of monsters huddled together, trying their best to catch up with the front. There were too many monsters. Even if Mo threw out all the sky starbugs in his hand, he couldn't kill many. He had to hide aside for the time being. Play it by ear. There must be something good in that vacant lot. Mo dispersed all the reconnaissance starbugs and observed every move around them. Whenever he had the chance, he would strike with lightning speed. I don't know if it's a spirit stone mine. Mo muttered to himself. If something could attract so many monsters to gather here, even if it wasn't a spirit stone mine, it must be a rare treasure. The other side. Captain, there are too many monsters. We can't squeeze in at all. Meichuan successfully joined up with his men, but lost more than 100 of their 500 men. Looking at the countless monsters, many people began to think of retreating. If they force their way in, every step of the monsters will be enough to wipe them out. Yeah, there are still several gold-level monsters. It's a bit difficult to deal with. How about we go somewhere else? Why are you in such a hurry? The good stuff hasn't appeared yet. Meichuan led everyone to stand on a hilltop, looking down from above, speaking in a leisurely tone. By then, these monsters will surely fight each other, which will be a good opportunity for us to fish in troubled waters. Captain is wise. As expected of the captain, he is more thoughtful than we thought. Everyone understood what he said immediately and started to flatter him. If these monsters really kill each other, with the strength of several hundred people, wouldn't it be easy for them to reap the benefits? If there really is a spirit stone mine here, I would get rich instantly. Hey, this kid is teachable. Meichuan smiled like a chrysanthemum. He was very pleased with the flattery from everyone. He nodded in a pretentious manner and murmured, "All we need now is to be patient. When the time is right, no matter what treasure it will eventually belong to us." Hearing this, everyone's blood boiled inexplicably, and some of them were itching to rush down and kill. Mo is very patient, and it is worth waiting no matter how long it takes for the baby. With the help of reconnaissance starbugs to share information, Mo hid in a very hidden place and was difficult to be discovered. There are so many kinds of monsters here. Mo watched the images transmitted by the reconnaissance starbugs. It was as if he was setting up a camera in front of them and filming them. He felt as if he was there in person. Mo suddenly felt that it would be absolutely a great idea to build a 5D experience cinema based on these reconnaissance starbugs. I just don't know if I can get the message across to other people. The queen insect has too many special talents, and Mo does not have enough hunting value to develop them, so he needs to take it slow. Mo was eating snacks while watching, and if you didn't know him, you would think he was out for a picnic. The several hundred people in Meichuan had a harder time. There were mosquito bites everywhere. Moreover, after too long, they began to feel hungry, and their supplies were almost used up. They were totally unsuitable for fighting a protracted war. Captain, how long do we have to wait? Some people can't hold on any longer and really want to catch a monster and roast it to satisfy their cravings. Yes, Captain, are we going to keep wasting time like this? If you have the ability to go deep into the group of monsters, I won't stop you. Meichuan complained in his heart. What a bunch of idiots. If you can't wait, just charge. I will definitely not stop you. Choked by these words, everyone shut up instantly. They were just complaining. Who would want to go and die mindlessly? Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, like a precursor to an earthquake. The next moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the ground of the open space and spread around like a spider web. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly collapsed, forming a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The pit was bottomless and it was dark below. Be it the monsters or the people, all their eyes were focused on the deep pit. Brush, brush, brush. Then, golden lights flew out from the deep pit. They were fist-sized spirit stones that contained a large amount of energy. Roar, hiss, ouch. Whether it is monsters or humans, the attraction of spirit stones is too great. As long as they absorb the energy contained in them, they can quickly upgrade. All the monsters were instantly excited when they saw thousands of spirit stones flying out. The originally peaceful scene suddenly became chaotic. A smaller monster moved extremely quickly and grabbed a spirit stone, holding it tightly in its arms. Then, before it could even warm up, a bird flew by with its sharp claws, grabbed it in midair, and tore it in half. The spirit stone naturally fell into the hands of the bird. A monster tens of meters tall opened its huge hands and grabbed the bird's neck, and its neck was broken due to its violent struggle. This situation kept happening again and again. Pieces of spirit stones kept passing through the hands of various monsters, but not a single monster could safely leave this dangerous place with the spirit stones. The scene fell into chaos. The monsters fought fiercely for the spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, countless mutilated monster corpses were lying on the ground. The pungent smell of blood rushed into the sky, making people feel sick. "Captain, it's a spirit stone. There really is a spirit stone mine here." The eyes of the demon god sect members who had been waiting for a long time suddenly lit up. The long wait was worth it. When the group of monsters were both defeated, it was time for them to take action. "I'm rich. I didn't expect there is a spirit stone mine here." Everyone stared at the bottomless pit excitedly, and they were very sure that there must be a spirit stone mine underneath. Meichuan didn't say anything. He looked calm on the surface, but he was shouting with excitement in his heart. These all belong to our great Neon Empire. As long as I can get this spiritual stone mine and hand it over to the great emperor, I can also be knighted." Meichuan seemed to see a smooth road slowly forming in front of him. As long as he has successfully conferred the title, Meichuan will be a superior person in the future and may even have his own fiefdom. Danyang City is very good. Fantasizing about becoming the master of Danyang City, Meichuan couldn't help but smile. Everyone was fantasizing about their own future, but they didn't know that Yin Mo was secretly observing the chaotic scene in the dark. There were so many corpses of monsters lying on the ground that he was almost crying with greed. There are so many monster corpses. If my martial soul eats all of them, I wonder how many levels it can reach. Yin Mo really wanted to go out and steal more monster corpses and put them into his martial arts space. But looking at the huge number of monsters, he temporarily gave up this idea. Things are good, but life is more important. Wait a little longer. Yin Mo persuaded himself in his heart not to get excited and to stay calm, because all these would be his sooner or later. The scene became more and more chaotic, completely turning into a meat grinder, with monsters falling every minute and every second. When the people of the demon god cult thought they were invincible and were feeling complacent, they did not know that there was a pair of eyes in the dark pit staring at them hungrily. Chapter 36, Your Ancestors. The battle lasted for a long time, and 99% of the monsters had been defeated. The weakest surviving monsters were all above the silver 5-star level. They were also covered in wounds and were desperately protecting the large amount of spirit stones under their feet. The fighting stopped temporarily. Dozens of surviving monsters looked at other monsters warily, not daring to act rashly. Every monster beast had no intention of quitting while they were ahead. They were determined to snatch the spirit stones from other monster beasts. Either they got them all, or they would die here today. The human race is fighting for their lives to become stronger, and so are these monsters. The battle was about to break out, and several gold-level monsters instantly engaged in a fight. Dozens of silver-level monsters staged a huge fight. For a moment, the ground shook violently. Various forces continued to collide. The originally flat ground became bumpy, and the corpses of monsters were everywhere. Finally, a huge and powerful demon ape stood at the end, and the tens of thousands of spirit stones under its feet were its trophies. The powerful demon ape beat his chest with all his might to tell the monsters that he was the final winner of this battle. With these spirit stones, his strength could be further improved. It would probably take him a few years to reach the platinum level. The battle is finally over. Looking at the corpses of monsters piled up layer upon layer, the ground was several meters higher than before. Tilda. The powerful demon ape was covered in blood and was breathing heavily. He was not in a good condition. Yin Mo saw the current information of the powerful demon ape through his compound eyes. Demon Beast, Mighty Demon Ape. Level, Gold 6 stars. HP, 800W/6000W. Current state, Weak. Special skills, Gravity Magnetic Field, Violent Punch. The powerful demon ape is already low on health, and Yin Mo can easily deal with it. But for some reason, his right eyelid suddenly started twitching wildly. Yin Mo did not choose to rush out immediately, but continued to wait. The powerful demon ape began to collect the spirit stones and was about to leave. Team leader. Everyone is eager to try, and the only one left is this powerful demon ape. So what if it is a gold-level monster? There are hundreds of them, and Captain Meichuan is a silver 10-star warrior. Killing a golden monster with low health is a piece of cake for him. Meichuan frowned. He looked around, and there was no sign of any monster. If he didn't take action, the powerful demon ape would really leave. Get started. Before Meichuan finished speaking, hundreds of people seemed to have gone crazy, each summoning their own martial spirit, and rushed straight down like tigers descending the mountain. Meichuan was rather cautious in his actions. He still stood there waiting silently, letting these cannon fodders help him test the strength of the powerful demon ape. It would not be too late to take action after everything was completely safe. After all, he is the captain, and he has the final say on how to allocate tasks. Ouch! Seeing so many bronze and silver-level warriors rushing towards him, the mighty demon ape was stunned for a moment, then instantly became furious. He is a gold-level monster. How can he be looked down upon by these little karamis? Bang! The powerful demon ape slammed the ground heavily with both fists. Huge cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and sharp stone pillars rose from the ground one after another. Many people were turned into skewers and died tragically on the spot. Some people couldn't stand firmly and fell to the ground. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen members of the demon god's cult were killed. Some people jumped up into the air, some slid towards the powerful demon ape, and some. This group of people had already been attracted by the spiritual stones in front of them and temporarily forgot about death. The gold-level monster with low health was not scary at all. If they can kill it, their value will skyrocket, and they will be able to obtain a higher position in the demon god cult. Kill! Everyone was already bloodthirsty, and all kinds of attacks poured down on the powerful demon ape like a rainstorm. Roar! The powerful demon ape felt pain, and its blood volume dropped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it dropped from 800W to 700W. The demon god cult again. Yin and Mo could clearly see the badges hanging around their waists. He was very curious about how so many people from the demon god cult managed to sneak in. As the saying goes, even an ant can shake an elephant. The powerful demon ape was seriously injured and was overwhelmed by the siege of hundreds of people. Its blood volume was getting lower and lower. It began to panic and became extremely irritable. Roar! The powerful demon ape stomped his feet heavily, and the ground within dozens of meters around him suddenly sank by a full 30 centimeters. I suddenly felt so heavy, as if my feet were filled with lead. I can't run anymore, damn it. What's going on? Everyone was instantly panicked. They had not learned much information and did not know the special skills of the mighty demon ape. Bang! While they were in a panic, the powerful demon ape punched each kid into a pulp with one punch. Gravity magnetic field can only last for 3 minutes, and its own state is getting heavier and heavier. The mighty demon ape knows very well that it must fight quickly and decisively. Punch after punch landed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died under the fists of the powerful demon ape. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with fear, and they calmed down completely from their hot-headed state. A seriously injured gold-level monster is still gold-level, and is not something that little karamis like them can mess with. Maru spicy. Some people now regret it deeply. If they had known they wouldn't rush so fast, they got nothing and even lost their lives. A bunch of rubbish. Meichuan saw that so many people were struggling to deal with a powerful demon ape with little health, and the battle was so one-sided that he spat in disdain. It seems that it is time for me, the protagonist, to take action. Chai-san, give it to me. Yumekawa patted the Akita hound's head, raised his fist, and shouted. Woof woof. Chai-san barked excitedly like a dog and ran down quickly. At this time, the health of the mighty demon ape is less than 200W, and the time of gravity magnetic field is about to disappear. Upon seeing this, Yin and Mo immediately released 10 level 30 self-destructive star bugs, which surrounded the powerful demon ape. He seized the opportunity and killed it directly. 3 minutes had passed, and only less than 100 of the demon god's followers were left alive, and each one died more miserably than the last. Run! Some people began to think of retreating, fearing that the powerful demon ape would use gravity magnetic field again, and they would all die here. What are you standing there for? Charge with me. This monster is already at the end of its rope. Yumekawa rushed over on his Akita hound, and everyone's morale suddenly boosted when they saw him. The captain is right. Let's go together and kill this beast. All the spirit stones will be ours. Everyone seemed to be energized. At this moment, desire overcame fear, and they rushed towards the powerful demon ape again. Facing the aggressive Mei-chuan, the powerful demon ape's body had reached its limit. He grabbed 2 handfuls of spirit stones and turned around to run away. "You beast! Where are you running to?" Mei-chuan leaped into the air and shouted proudly. "Possession!" The Akita hound roared to the sky and instantly attached itself to Yumekawa. Mei-chuan grew dog ears and a dog tail. His speed and strength were greatly increased, and he rushed to the front of the powerful demon ape in an instant, and his hands turned into sharp claws. Laugh! A claw instantly landed on the back of the powerful demon ape, leaving 3 scratches and blood oozing out. Roar! The powerful demon ape roared angrily and grabbed Mei-chuan with its big hand. Mei-chuan was relatively short and agile, so the mighty demon ape had a hard time catching him. However, Mei-chuan took the opportunity to leave countless scratches on the mighty demon ape's back. Captain is mighty. When everyone saw Mei-chuan's clean and efficient attack, and how he was suppressing the powerful demon ape, they all cheered excitedly. One last blow. Prepare to die, you evil beast. Mei-chuan lost himself in the trance. Hound claw. At this moment, Mei-chuan's blood and energy surged. Sudden, boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and Mei-chuan was directly blown away by the heat wave generated by the explosion. He rolled on the ground for several times before he stabilized his body. The powerful demon ape was instantly killed by the explosion, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. "Who is it?" Mei-chuan stood up and roared angrily. His hair was messy, and he looked a little embarrassed. "Thank you for helping me fight for so long." Yin Mo walked out slowly with a faint smile on his face, and what he said almost made Mei-chuan vomit blood in anger. "Who are you?" Mei-chuan glared at Yin Mo angrily, wishing he could skin him alive. He had fought for so long, but all his experience was taken away from him. "That's right, you gain hunting experience and level up by killing monsters, and only the last kill counts." "Me?" Yin Mo touched his nose, as if this matter was no big deal. "Why are you, Mei-chuan, so angry?" Seeing Yin Mo's indifferent look, Mei-chuan became even more furious and gritted his teeth in anger. But the explosion just now made him very afraid, and he dared not act rashly. "Your ancestors." Chapter 37. The underdog overthrows the superior, an old neon tradition. Baka. Mei-chuan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He stole his head and insulted him. He really didn't know how to write the word death. How dare a little neon person show off his power in our great Xia country? Who gave you the courage? Yin Mo looked at Mei-chuan as if he was looking at a bug. Contempt, disgust, everything. Mei-chuan's fragile heart was completely hurt by Yin Mo's eyes. "Damn it, Sinai. Sinai." Mei-chuan screamed hysterically. "What are you guys still standing there for? Come on, kill him. I'll reward you handsomely." Everyone looked at each other, somewhat hesitantly. The explosion just now was quite powerful, and they were very afraid. Besides, many people joined the demon god cult either for the damn demon god or for the benefits promised by the leader. Cultivation resources and longevity. Now, nothing has been achieved, and many people have lost their lives. These people are just a group of scattered people, and it is difficult to unite them into one. Why? My words are no longer effective. Mei-chuan's eyes were red, and he was about to lose his mind. "What are you afraid of, a bronze-level kid?" Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. They really wanted to complain. "You are a silver 10-star warrior. Why don't you go up?" Logically speaking, you can crush a bronze-level warrior to death with one hand. Why don't you just kill this arrogant guy instantly, but let us go up to test his strength and die? Don't you like it? You really bring shame to our great Xia nation. You were ordered around by a little devil. If your ancestors knew about this, I think they would be in their coffins. Yin Mo used his ultimate skill directly on everyone's face, showing no mercy. "What we do is none of your business. I want to become stronger and live forever. What's wrong with that?" Many people were indignant and wanted to argue with Yin Mo. They just want to live a better life, and they don't care about the life and death of others. As long as one can obtain immortality, one can give up anything, including parents, wife, children, family, country, and the world. Only by cutting off thousands of worries can you embark on the path to immortality. These people have been severely brainwashed, and would give up everything just to achieve immortality. No matter what the reason, traitors must die. Yun Mo snapped his fingers, and a group of self-destructive star bugs instantly rushed out of his pocket. They didn't dare to fight with Yun Mo, because Yun Mo would not let them go. These demon god believers had harmed countless good people, and they all deserved to die. What's this? Looking at the densely packed insects in front of them, many people felt their scalps tingling and were still not able to react to what was happening. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, the hundreds of survivors were all blown to pieces. Pieces here and there is no complete body. Meichuan's face was pale. Hundreds of people died in front of him, and it only takes a blink of an eye. Monster. Looking at the curve on Yunmo's face, it looked like a devil smile. Run. Chai sang, run quickly, full speed. Meichuan felt his limbs were somewhat weak and out of his control. The Akita hound was also trembling with fear and whimpered twice before it came to its senses. It turned around and ran away with Yumekawa on its back. Yun Mo snapped his fingers, and a self-destructing starworm instantly flew onto the legs of the Akita hound. Boom! The Akita hound had one leg blown off and fell to the ground without being able to stand steadily. Yumekawa was thrown out and hit hard against a rock. Meichuan only felt stars in his eyes, and his head was dizzy. His martial soul was injured, and he also suffered backlash. He felt as if his internal organs were mixed up, and he felt indescribable pain. Meichuan shook his head, and just as he came to his senses, a figure stood in front of him, blocking out all the sunlight. Mercy! Mercy, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Meichuan was as honest as a quail and kept begging Yun Mo for mercy. He always kept in mind an old saying from the great Xia kingdom. That is, a man who knows the times is a hero. A real man can bend and stretch, and dignity can be abandoned as long as he can survive. Japanese people are generally like this. When they meet a strong person, they will bow their heads and be submissive, even if it means being a dog. If you show weakness one day, they will bare their fangs. The inferiors overthrowing their superiors is an old tradition in Japan. Let you go. Yun Mo looked at Meichuan with a sneer on his face. Why was he so naive? Did he really think that begging for mercy would soften Yunmo's heart? As long as you let me go, I am willing to give you all the treasures I have, and you will be a guest of honor in our great Neon Empire in the future. Meichuan trembled, knelt on the ground, buried his head low, and did not dare to look Yun Mo in the eye. It's ridiculous that a tiny country dares to call itself a great empire. Yun Mo looked at Meichuan and sensed his fleeting murderous intent. He was really patient. As expected of a ninja, you'll get used to it if you endure it. Bang! No matter which world he was in, Yun Mo always hated the Japanese. He raised his foot and kicked Meichuan to the ground. What do you mean, sir? I've already asked for peace. Why are you treating me like this? Meichuan suppressed his resentment, looked at Yun Mo, and asked in confusion. What a bullshit guest of honor. I'm not interested in that. Besides, as long as I kill you, everything on you will still belong to me. Yun Mo said this, and raised his foot and stepped hard on Meichuan's crotch. It hurts, you devil. Meichuan covered his crotch, grimacing in pain, the hypocrisy on his face no longer visible. His scarlet eyes stared at Yun Mo and roared unwillingly. Low class, the great Neon Empire will swallow you up sooner or later. If I die, you and your family will not survive. Meichuan's eyes were full of viciousness. If I die here, aren't you afraid of triggering a war between the two countries? Can a mere bronze warrior like you shoulder this responsibility? Meichuan was covered in cold sweat, and his lower body was twitching in pain. You are the one who caused the war between the two countries. Yun Mo laughed. A rubbish warrior who is not even at the gold level dared to flatter himself. Even if it does, you won't see that day. Meichuan screamed continuously, and all his limbs were broken by Yun Mo. The top leader of the demon god cult is actually a Japanese. It is obvious that the power behind this evil cult is closely related to Japan. He must have killed many citizens while lurking in Danyang City. Yun Mo will not let him die too easily. The great Neon Empire will not let you go. When the time comes, all the men in your family will be killed, and the women will become prostitutes. Meichuan laughed crazily. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well be tough. You have guts. Looks like we need to step up our intensity. Yun Mo's smile was like a demon crawling out of hell, making Meichuan's scalp tingle. What? What are you going to do? Yin Mo stuffed a self-destructive star bug into Meichuan's closed mouth. No. Meichuan was really scared this time. He couldn't understand why Yin Mo was so hostile to him when he had no grudges against him recently or in the past, and Yin Mo had even stolen his head. The word devil is not enough to describe Yin Mo. He is so cruel at such a young age. It's really scary. Death is not scary, but living a life worse than death is really torturous. Meichuan no longer had the toughness he had just now and begged bitterly. I know I was wrong. Please let me be happy. Chapter 38, Earth-Splitting Flame Dragon. Tell me, how many demon god believers are there in Danyang City now? What is your purpose? Where is the hideout? Yin Mo stepped on Meichuan's chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. He asked more than a dozen questions in one breath. Meichuan didn't dare to hide anything and told Yin Mo everything he knew. Danyang City has a population of only a few million, but there are tens of thousands of demon god followers. That means 1 out of every 100 people is a demon god follower, and this is under high-intensity suppression. The speed of missionary work is truly astonishing. Meichuan also confessed all the hiding places of the demon god cult. He was just a small team leader and only knew that the Japanese wanted to seize the entire city of Danyang. He really has no right to know how to do it specifically. His mission is to recruit more followers of the demon god and then kill more young warriors. The more Yin Mo listened, the uglier his expression became. As expected, the Japanese were still harboring evil intentions and were still coveting the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Damn it! After Meichuan finished his explanation, Yin Mo showed no mercy and broke his neck directly. Everything Meichuan said was recorded. With these, when Yin Mo gets out, he could destroy all the known dens, which will also be a contribution to Danyang City. After getting rid of Meichuan and other demon god followers, Yin Mo looked at the monster corpses and tens of thousands of spirit stones all over the ground, his eyes shining. Sent. Now I'm really rich. It could be said that he became rich overnight. Yin Mo waved his hand and was about to put the spirit stones and the body of the powerful demon ape into his martial soul space when the entire ground suddenly shook violently. An angry roar came from the dark pit. The sound seemed to come from the underworld, making people's scalps tingle. What a terrible roar. Yin Mo felt like his eardrums were about to break. He looked towards the deep pit in shock, sensing that there was a powerful creature hiding in it. The ground was shaking more and more violently, and large patches of violent shaking began to appear on the ground. Click, click. The ground under the body of the powerful demon ape suddenly collapsed, and the body and the spirit stone all fell down, and Yin Mo didn't get a single hair. Fuck, my spirit stone and my monster corpse. Yin Mo wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was stunned for a moment, and all the good things were gone. The ground was shaking more and more, just like an earthquake. Yin Mo was also unable to stand steadily. His body was shaking. New deep pits kept appearing around the deep pit, and their areas were getting larger and larger. Countless corpses of monsters fell. Yin Mo's heart was bleeding when he saw this situation. He quickly collected the corpses of the surrounding monsters one by one into his martial soul space, picking up as many as he could. There's a strong energy fluctuation over there. There's a gold-level monster breaking through. Uncle Lee narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Although he was a Platinum 1-star warrior, he had no chance of winning against a Platinum-level monster. If a monster succeeds in breaking through, everyone in this secret realm will be in danger. Faster, faster. Uncle Lee anxiously urged his iron flying eagle, hoping that his young master would go and join in the fun. The iron eagle screamed, and its speed had reached its extreme limit. Yin Mo was dodging the sudden collapse of the ground while frantically picking up corpses. He envied the portable space some people had. They could collect everything on the ground with just a thought. And Yin Mo had to pick them up one by one and keep them in there. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge body suddenly rushed out of the huge, deep pit. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed thousands of corpses of monsters easily. It looks like a huge blue whale jumping out of the water, which is very visually impactful. What the hell is this monster? When Yin Mo saw this huge body, his eyes almost popped out. It was the first time he saw such a huge monster. Based on the exposed part of its body, Yin Mo estimated that the monster was at least several dozen meters long. This monster has a snake-like body, 2 horns on its head, a dark red body, and is covered with thick scales. Is this a dragon? Yunmo was stunned, and his compound eyes were activated, and its specific information appeared before his eyes. Monster, Earth-splitting flame dragon. Level, gold 10 stars, breakthrough. Status, excited. HP, 100 million/100 million. Special skills, flame breath, exploding scales. His tilde. Yunmo took a deep breath. This huge creature was indeed a dragon. It was only 1 step away from breaking through to the platinum 1 star. Looking at the large number of monster corpses and thinking about the spiritual stones that suddenly burst out from the ground, Yunmo suddenly felt his scalp tingling. This is a game. This earth-splitting flame dragon in front of you is specially designed for many monsters and warriors. By using the spirit stone mines to attract numerous monsters and let them kill each other, these countless monster corpses are the most critical link in the evolution of the earth-splitting flame dragon into a platinum 1 star. All the monsters were fighting for the spirit stone mine, and Mei Chuan and others thought they were the ones who got away with it. But it turned out that the earth-splitting flame dragon was the one who finally got away with it. Are gold-level monsters so smart? It can play tricks, or is it because it is a dragon, it is smarter than other kinds of monsters? The earth-splitting fire dragon glanced at Yunmo. The surging fluctuations of chi and blood told it that the human in front of it was just a bronze-level trash warrior. In its eyes, he was nothing more than an ant, and it didn't bother to pay attention to him. It is better to hurry up and devour all the corpses of these monsters and successfully break through to the platinum 1 star. The earth-splitting flame dragon could clearly feel that a powerful aura was coming towards them, and they had to hurry. It devoured the corpses of monsters on the ground in big mouthfuls. There were so many of them, it was like a buffet. The earth-splitting flame dragon hadn't eaten so happily in a long time. It has been dormant in the underground spirit stone mine for too long. If it didn't need to eat a large amount of flesh and blood to break through, it would probably continue to dormant. We can't let it break through. Yunmo made the decision at the first moment. Now that the exit of the space has not been found, if the earth-splitting flame dragon can successfully break through to the platinum 1 star, it will definitely become the king of this space. At that time, all creatures will become its prey. Yunmo is one of them. Moreover, the huge number of monster corpses and the underground spirit stone mines made Yunmo's heart burn with excitement. Yunmo took a look at his martial soul, the sky star bug, which was already level 25. Its various attributes had undergone significant changes, and the highest level of the various sky star bugs that he hatched could be raised to level 35. System upgrade. Yunmo shouted in his heart, "There are 1,000 W points left, and the rest will all be used for hatching and upgrading." Ding, congratulations to the host. Hatching is successful. Upgrade is successful. Hunting value is deducted successfully. Currently there is 1,000 W left. Good. Looking at the nearly 100,000 sky star bugs in the martial soul space, Yunmo was full of confidence. At this moment, he made a bold decision, which was to kill the earth-splitting fire dragon and prevent it from breaking through successfully. Mu Lingshuan's martial soul is a dragon, a fake dragon that is not even a dragon. Yunmo has nothing to fear. As long as he kills it, both the countless corpses of monsters and the spirit stone mines buried deep underground will belong to Yunmo. Thinking of this, Yunmo clenched his fists and his eyes became extremely determined. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger for the sake of these vast resources. Just go all in. Chapter 39, Detecting the New Function of Starworms. The earth-splitting flame dragon was madly devouring the corpses of the monsters present. A red light filled its surroundings and became more and more dazzling. Go! Yunmo waved his hand, and hundreds of self-destructive star bugs flew over instantly. In the blink of an eye, he flew to the front of the earth-splitting fire dragon. The starworm's reminder was too small and was completely ignored. The earth-splitting flame dragon continued to eat, and it felt that it was not far from advancement. Burst! Following Yunmo's order, hundreds of self-destructive sky star insects exploded at the same time. The damage was penetrating and ignored all defenses. No matter how hard the scales of the earth-splitting flame dragon were, it was useless. Roar! The earth-splitting fire dragon roared in pain. Its scales were turned inside out, and its flesh and blood were blurred. It became furious instantly. and turned around to see Yin-mo not far away. Brush. The next moment, the huge tail swung towards Yin-mo fiercely. Before Yin-mo could react to what was happening, he heard a dull thud and was thrown out, moving straight back towards the sky, unable to stop at all. If it weren't for the shield protection of absolute defense, Yin-mo would have been beaten into a bloody mist by this tail. The earth-splitting flame dragon actually felt the pain in its tail, as if a bone was broken. It looked at Yin-mo, who had already flown away, with some surprise, and its heart was filled with shock and fear. Why didn't a small bronze-level human being get killed and was able to cause harm to himself? It instantly sensed the crisis and sped up its process of devouring the monster's corpse. What the hell? Yin-mo transformed rapidly in the sky and couldn't stop at all. He really wanted to fly, but not under these conditions. Well, what is that? Uncle Lee arrived on the Iron Flying Eagle and happened to meet Yin-mo, who was flying towards him quickly. Uncle Lee was immediately alarmed, thinking it was an enemy attack, and prepared for battle. What is that? As they got closer, Uncle Lee saw clearly that it was a person, and, judging by the reaction of his chi and blood, he was only a bronze-level warrior. Uncle Lee was completely confused. How could Yin-mo fly so high without any injuries on his body? It was really strange. Without thinking too much, he jumped up and stopped Yin-mo. Standing on the back of the Iron Eagle, Yin-mo was breathing heavily. Thank you, Senior. Yin-mo clasped his fists towards Uncle Lee and called him very politely. Little guy, what are you doing? Uncle Lee looked Yin-mo up and down and really couldn't understand how he could fly so high. Was it some kind of performance art? Yin-mo did not hide anything and told Uncle Lee everything that had just happened. Through the compound eye, I learned that the person in front of me is a platinum-level warrior, so I have to hold on to this thigh tightly. Forehead. After listening to this, Uncle Lee felt that Yin-mo was crazy or he was just a fool. He provoked the golden 10-star monster, but was knocked away without any injury on his body. Uncle Lee twitched the corners of his mouth fiercely and looked at Yin-mo with a look that was hard to describe. As if to say, do you think I am a fool? Senior, that earth-splitting flame dragon is about to succeed in its advancement. When that happens, it will call on all the monsters to leave this space. Donyang City will surely suffer a devastating disaster. Senior, please help me kill it. Yin-mo was too lazy to explain now. Outside the space crack was Donyang City. He remembered that Mutation was only a gold-level warrior. If he fought his way out, Donyang City would be gone. But Uncle Lee was a little hesitant. He still had to go find his two young masters. They were the most important. If something happened here, how would he explain to the head of the family? Seeing that Uncle Lee was a little hesitant, Yin-mo did not continue to dissuade him, but clasped his fists again. Senior, please send the boy over. I should be able to kill him myself. Uncle Lee thought Yin-mo was crazy when he heard this. You, a bronze-level warrior, want to kill a gold 10-star monster? This is no longer killing the enemy above your level, but rather seeking death. Naturally, he wouldn't agree. Boy, just stay with me. When I find my two young masters, I will kill that beast with my own hands. Uncle Lee had good intentions and didn't want Yin-mo to die here at such a young age. Two young masters. Yin-mo was stunned when he heard this, and immediately remembered the words of the two brothers of the Chung family. They had someone protecting them from behind, and if the space rift had not suddenly appeared, they would not have been in danger. Could it be that the old man in front of him was that person? Senior, are you talking about the brothers Seiichi and Seiji? Yin-mo asked tentatively. Have you met the two young masters? Uncle Lee's eyes lit up instantly when he heard that, and he asked excitedly. Little guy, do you know where they are? Are they in danger? They're fine. Yin-mo hurriedly dissuaded the excited Uncle Lee and told him everything that happened to the two of them. Uncle Lee burst into tears upon hearing this. Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, the two young masters would be in danger. Yin-mo didn't notice that Uncle Lee's way of addressing him had changed and became extremely respectful. I wonder where the two young masters are now. Yin-mo scratched his head. The reconnaissance star worm instantly brought him information. It's in a cave a few hundred miles from here, not very far. At the speed of the Iron Eagle, it would probably take more than half an hour to get there. Can you lead the way, little brother? Uncle Lee now wants to confirm the current situation of the two brothers of the Chung family. He's been looking for them for a long time, but has no news and is almost worried to death. Fortunately, I met Yin-mo, so I don't have to run around like a headless fly. This, Yun was worried that the earth-splitting flame dragon would advance successfully. The sooner he could kill it 1 minute earlier, the sooner Yun would feel at ease. But Uncle Lee was very persistent and wanted to confirm before taking any action. They're safe now, Senior, don't worry. We can deal with the earth-splitting flame dragon first. Yun explained, but the more he explained, the more anxious Uncle Lee became, and his face looked so pale. Yun suddenly had an idea. Since Uncle Lee wanted to confirm it, he should give him this opportunity. It would take more than an hour to go to the cave to confirm and back, and we couldn't afford to waste any more time. System, help me raise the level of a reconnaissance star bug to the maximum. Ding, congratulations to the host. The upgrade is successful. Hunting value minus 2,500. New function is unlocked. You can have real-time video chat with other starbugs. That's it. Yun was instantly overjoyed, for he knew that the upgrade of the reconnaissance starbugs would definitely bring new functions. Otherwise, it would be better to just keep them at level 1, and there would be no point in upgrading them. This is what Yun wanted, like a pillow when he was sleepy. System, raise the detection level of the starbugs in the cave to the maximum. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. Hunting value minus 2,500. The next moment, Yun released the reconnaissance starbug at the maximum level. What's this? Uncle Lee originally wanted Yun to tell him the address, so they could set off right away, but he was a little confused when he saw the fist-sized reconnaissance starbug in front of him. Is this a starbug? After observing for a while, Uncle Lee finally reacted. It was the first time he had seen a starbug of this size, and it was the martial spirit of a human. Connecting screen. Yun did not explain, but gave orders to investigate the starbug. The next moment, the eyes of the reconnaissance star worm glowed and cast a shadow, and the same thing happened to the reconnaissance star worm at the other end of the cave. After the picture trembled several times, it gradually became clear. Chapter 40, Happy Corpse Picking. Brother Yun, is that you? Seiichi was really shocked when he saw the image that was suddenly projected. Brother Yun, did something happen to you? Why did you contact us all of a sudden? Seiji also came over. The two brothers were already filled with shock and fear. Many electronic devices would fail in the space rift, but Yunmo's Tianxing worm could communicate in real time, which was simply incredible. If there were more of them, and every warrior had one, they could keep in touch at any time without having to worry about someone suddenly losing contact. For a moment, the two brothers thought of a lot of things and admired Yunmo even more. Master, is it really you? Seeing the two figures and hearing their voices again, Uncle Lee's excited voice trembled a little. Very good. Finally found it. He can explain to the head of the family. Yes, it was Brother Yun who saved us. Cheng-Er explained the whole story, which was exactly the same as what Yun said, but Cheng-Er praised Yun even more powerfully. Cheng-Yi listened quietly at the side. Of course, they didn't tell anyone about the lifting of the spirit seal, as this was a rather secretive matter, so they decided to tell their parents first when they got home, and also give them a surprise. The more Uncle Lee listened, the more shocked he became. Yunmo's strength on paper was weaker than his two young masters, but he was able to kill so many people. Star bugs that can explode, star bugs that can make video calls. Uncle Lee looked at Yunmo in shock. Is this still a sky star bug? Isn't this martial spirit too strong to be true? In comparison, the geniuses in Shangjing are nothing special and pale in comparison to Yunmo. Yunmo is the brother's savior and a genius. So Uncle Lee also wants to make friends with him. I wanted to do a good deed and rescue Yunmo, but I didn't expect the boy in front of me to be such a monster. It just so happened that the head of the family also came from Donyang City and was a fellow villager of Yunmo. The more Uncle Lee thought about it, the more excited he became. It was a great fortune for the two young masters to be able to get to know Yunmo. After the call, Uncle Lee was completely relieved and looked at Yunmo with complicated eyes. Uncle Lee, why are you looking at me like that? The relationship between the two people became closer in an instant. I believe that it won't be long before you will have a place in the capital. Uncle Lee patted Yunmo's shoulder with an admiring look on his face. Then I'll borrow Uncle Lee's advice. Yunmo clasped his fists and smiled. There is no time to lose. We must quickly deal with that earth-splitting flame dragon. I will go and meet this earth-splitting flame dragon. Uncle Lee realized the seriousness of the matter after hearing this, and he naturally could not stand by and watch the patriarch's hometown being destroyed. Uncle Lee no longer hesitated and accepted Yunmo's invitation. The two did not linger any longer, and the Iron Eagle soon arrived above the earth-splitting flame dragon. Looking at the countless corpses of monsters below, Uncle Lee frowned slightly. We are still a step late. The earth-splitting flame dragon hovered motionless on the ground, its entire body wrapped in red light and filled with terrifying energy, making it impossible for anyone to approach. When a monster advances, it will generate a huge amount of energy to protect itself. If the strength gap is not too big, it is difficult to eliminate it during the advancement process. Yunmo's face looked a little ugly. He waved his hand, and 10 self-destructive star bugs flew over. They were still dozens of meters away from the earth-splitting flame dragon and exposed themselves one after another, leaving no chance of getting close at all. We're just going to stare and watch. Yunmo was a little angry. How could this beast devour so quickly? There were still many monster corpses on the ground. As expected, the enemy is invincible when transformed. Of course we have to give it some trouble. Uncle Lee had a serious look on his face. He was only a Platinum 1 star. If he allowed the earth-splitting flame dragon to successfully advance to a Platinum 1 star, he really didn't have absolute confidence that he could defeat the other party. 10,000 feathers are released at once. Uncle Lee shouted loudly, and the Iron Eagle flapped its wings wildly at the earth-splitting flame dragon. Thousands of iron feathers instantly turned into a rain of arrows, pouring down towards the earth-splitting flame dragon. Most of the feathers were offset by the shield, and a small part pierced into the thick scales of the earth-splitting fire dragon, causing it to feel pain and its body to tremble slightly. It can't cause much damage to it. Uncle Lee did not stop attacking and kept ordering the Iron Eagle to launch a new round of volleys of thousands of feathers. These attacks can only tickle the advanced earth-splitting flame dragon. Uncle Lee, save your energy. We can only wait for it to advance successfully. Yunmo was not idle either. He started picking up corpses, happily putting the corpses of the monsters into his martial soul space. Yunmo, what are you doing with so many monster corpses? Uncle Lee was helpless and felt a little guilty. If he had listened to Yunmo and arrived earlier, he might have been able to kill the earth-splitting flame dragon directly. But he was not in the mood to confirm the safety of the two young masters at that time. Uncle Lee was reflecting on himself when he saw Yunmo picking up corpses frantically and asked in confusion. Of course, I want to exchange it for money. With so many monster corpses, we can definitely sell them for a good price. Yunmo made up an excuse casually. He couldn't reveal his secrets casually. What if some big shot found out and caught him to slice him up for research? It is true that children from poor families grow up early. Uncle Lee had already learned about Yunmo on the way here. It must not have been easy to get to this point. He really wanted to help Yunmo, but unfortunately he had no treasure to store things. Yunmo was having a lot of fun picking up corpses, while Uncle Lee was always alert to his surroundings. If the earth-splitting flame dragon made any movement, he would take decisive action. I don't know how long it took. Yunmo's martial soul space is already filled with the corpses of monsters. There is no room for even one. But when he saw that there are still so many, he felt sad. It was such a waste. Eat quickly. I'll pick it up for you after you finish eating. Yunmo touched the head of his martial soul and laughed. Buzz. Before Yunmo finished his words, nearly 100,000 star bugs in the martial soul space fell on the corpse of the monster and began to eat it frantically. I'm going. Yunmo seemed to have discovered a new world. All the sky star insects could devour the corpses of monsters and transform them into corresponding experience points and additional attributes. It was such a great profit. At the beginning, there were fewer corpses of monsters, so they all ate the queen insects. Now that they are wealthy, they can improve their food. Haha, good. Eat as much as you can and grow up quickly. Yunmo left the martial soul space happily. The 100,000 sky starbugs were devoured at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of corpses of monsters were eaten until not even a bone or residue was left. Yunmo continued to pick up corpses happily. Although the experience points gained were not much, he was able to save a lot of hunting points. I don't know how long it took. Roar! A scream broke the silence of the sky, and at the same time a beam of red light shot straight into the sky. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions with the earth-splitting flame dragon as its center. Uncle Lee's expression did not change at all in the face of this pressure. Yunmo was covered by the absolute defense shield and was not panicked at all, but the pressure from this strong man still existed, making him look a little bad. This brat, Uncle Lee took a look in surprise. He could actually stand steadily under the pressure of a platinum-level monster. He was truly extraordinary. Moreover, Uncle Lee was somewhat surprised by the shield around Yunmo. He had a feeling that he seemed unable to break it. Chapter 41, Armor Fusion. Uncle Lee had already prepared for the battle. The Iron Eagle stood behind him with its wings spread and eyes as sharp as knives, looking as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Yunmo waved his hand, and all 90,000 self-destructive starbugs were released. They formed a black mass and hovered above the two men's heads, giving a very oppressive feeling. Yunmo, is this your martial spirit? Uncle Lee felt a little nervous when facing these nearly 100,000 self-destructing starbugs. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He asked himself, did he have any hope of winning against these self-destructing starbugs? Uncle Lee shook his head, his whole body numb. He was a genuine platinum one-star warrior, but facing a bronze-level warrior, he actually felt that he was no match for him. He was somewhat suspicious whether there was something wrong with his brain or he was hallucinating. A bronze-level warrior dared to fight a platinum-level monster. This world is so crazy. Uncle Lee finally understood where Yunmo's confidence came from. My martial spirit can reproduce continuously, and these are hatched by the queen insect. Yunmo did not hide it. This. Uncle Lee has lived for decades and has followed the head of the family for some years. He feels that he has a wide range of knowledge, but now seeing Yunmo has completely overturned his understanding of the world. Martial souls are unique. The evil ones only have twin martial souls, which are 1 in a million. He has also seen many warriors whose martial souls are various insects, and they have no reproduction ability. Those insect spirits either use poison or weave webs. This is the first time I've seen one win by numbers. Uncle Lee is certain that Yunmo's martial spirit can change the martial spirit system of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, and even the entire world in the future. Good boy. After a brainstorming session, Uncle Lee smiled with satisfaction. If every new generation warrior in the Great Xia Kingdom was as talented as Yunmo, there would be nothing to worry about. By then, the land occupied by other countries hundreds of years ago could be completely taken back. No matter how many monsters there are, I am not afraid. In this world, the bigger the fist, the more truth is. He is looking forward to the day when Yunmo grows up. He smiled, patted Yunmo's shoulder, and gave him a reassuring look. I'll hold it back with all my strength, and I'll leave the attack to you. Good. Yunmo nodded heavily with a confident look on his face. With the help of Uncle Lee, he was very confident. This earth-splitting fire dragon is doomed to die today. As Yunmo said, even if the so-called demon god came today, he couldn't save us. The red beam of light slowly disappeared, and the shield on the earth-splitting flame dragon also dissipated. Its body became even larger, and it grew 2 front limbs. The scales covering them were clearly layered, and its aura was even stronger. Roar! The earth-splitting flame dragon spiraled up into the sky, looking down at Uncle Lee and Yunmo below with eyes full of contempt, and its attributes also underwent tremendous changes. Monster, earth-splitting flame dragon. Level, platinum 1-star. Status, excited. HP, 200 million/200 million. Special skills, flame breath, exploding scales. The health points doubled directly, and of course the defense and attack also increased a lot. But all things are equal in front of the self-destructive starbugs. No matter how high your defense is, I can still hurt you. Superior. Uncle Lee leaped onto the back of the iron flying eagle and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was at the same height as the earth-splitting flame dragon. 10,000 feathers are released at once. Uncle Lee pointed in the air, and countless iron feathers flew up again, splitting the earth into pieces like a flaming dragon. The earth-splitting flame dragon roared angrily, and the scales covering its body opened and closed as if it was breathing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the scales exploded directly, and countless red scales flew out and collided with the steel feathers. Explosions continued to sound, and the entire space began to shake. Go! Yunmo commanded the self-destructive starbugs to be divided into several small teams, and flew the earth-splitting flame dragon in batches. Even if the self-destructive starworms were small targets, they would be stopped by some attacks and explode directly, and hundreds of them would be lost before they could fly to the earth-splitting flame dragon. Burst! After a sprint, Thousands of self-destructive star insects finally arrived in front of the earth-splitting flame dragon. Following Yunmo's order, there was an explosion at the same time. The power generated directly engulfed the huge body of the earth-splitting flame dragon, and bursts of angry roars were heard. Roar! The surroundings were filled with smoke and dust, as if it had been attacked by countless missiles. Soon the smoke and dust dissipated, and the huge body of the earth-splitting fire dragon reappeared. There were many wounds on its body, and its flesh and blood were blurred, and blood was constantly oozing out. Some of its thick scales were blown into several pieces, while others had huge cracks. Yunmo took a look and saw that this sneak attack directly took away tens of millions of its health points, which could be said to be a great success. The earth-splitting flame dragon's anger reached its peak. It looked at Yunmo and opened its bloody mouth. Call out! In an instant, a stream of red breath spurted out at such a fast speed that neither Uncle Lee nor Yunmo could react. Yunmo's body seemed to be fixed by something, and he stood there in a daze. Yunmo! Uncle Lee was horrified and cried out in surprise. Breath of flame instantly enveloped Yunmo. The surrounding ground was also ablaze with flames. Countless corpses of monsters were burned, emitting waves of tempting barbecue aroma. At the moment when Breath of Flame erupted, absolute defense was automatically activated, protecting Yunmo inside. Flame Breath came and went quickly, leaving a huge gully several hundred meters long and more than 10 meters deep on the ground. Uncle Lee's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Yunmo stood there unharmed, but there was only a stone pillar more than 10 meters high under his feet and deep pits all around him. Uncle Lee was so shocked that he was numb. He had only known Yunmo for a short time, but he was shocked one after another. He felt that he had lived the past few decades in vain. Even if he had taken the flame breath head-on, he would have been seriously injured, but Yunmo, a bronze-level warrior, was completely unscathed. Is it off the mark? He even suspected that Yunmo was the young master of some hidden family, as he was carrying a priceless treasure that he had never even seen. The earth-splitting fire dragon was also stunned upon seeing this, and it began to doubt its life. Logically speaking, a trash bronze-level human warrior would have been turned into ashes by his own flame breath long ago. Yunmo, however, acted as if nothing had happened. Did his attack just now fall on this human? The earth-splitting flame dragon felt as if a piece of his memory was missing and became more and more confused. Uncle Lee, take its life while it's still sick. Don't just stand there. Seeing this, Yunmo hurriedly urged. Uncle Lee felt a little embarrassed when he heard that, and immediately rushed forward to fight with the earth-splitting flame dragon. Yunmo was assisting from behind, seizing the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the earth-splitting flame dragon. Its health kept decreasing and was gradually reduced to half. The strength of both the man and the monster was platinum 1 star, and the fight was fierce for a while. The earth-splitting flame dragon may have dragon blood. Whether in terms of endurance or attack power, it is much stronger than Uncle Lee, even with Yunmo assisting him. Gradually, Uncle Lee was suppressed by the earth-splitting flame dragon. I am increasingly unable to cope with it. This beast is so strong. Li Shujin gritted his teeth and roared. Possession. Afterwards, Wuhu and Iron Eagle roared towards the sky, and its body instantly turned into various mecha parts, which were assembled on Uncle Lee's body one by one. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Lee was fully dressed in a set of war eagle armor. Every part of it had a metallic texture, and the overall color was black and gold, which was incredibly handsome. Seeing this, Yunmo couldn't help but his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, the armor is integrated, right? That's so cool. Chapter 42, Serve Me as Lord. Yunmo was almost crying with envy over Uncle Lee's handsome armor. If only he could have it too, he could engage in close combat. Yunmo, this beast is not easy to deal with. I can buy you 5 minutes at most. Whether you can kill it depends on you. Uncle Lee took a look at Yunmo, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Leave it to me. Yunmo nodded heavily, already having a plan in mind. Roar. The earth-splitting flame dragon felt a piercing pain all over his body. He had never been injured so seriously before. He wished he could tear Yunmo into pieces. When he saw Uncle Lee rushing over, he smashed him hard with his huge tail. In an instant, a man and a monster started fighting. Go ahead. Yun Mo released the self-destructive starworms, the reconnaissance starworms, and the healing starworms at the same time. The reconnaissance starworms can explore the location of the earth-splitting flame dragon's heart. The healing starworms can help Uncle Lee heal his injuries anytime and anywhere. The self-destructive starworms will rush forward and self-destruct when they have the chance, mainly launching a sneak attack to make the earth-splitting flame dragon overwhelmed and furious. The healing star bugs transformed into green light and fell on Uncle Lee, healing his injuries. Shocked once again, Uncle Lee said that he was used to it and always felt that Yun Mo's martial soul, the sky star bug, could do anything. Not to mention that he could heal himself. He also dared to believe that he could rely on the star bug to drive a mecha in the future. With the tacit cooperation between Yun Mo and Uncle Lee, the bloodline of the earth-splitting flame dragon was pressed lower and lower, and it had reached 1,000 W, and it felt like it could die at any time. But Yun Mo knew that it was still far from the killing line. At this time, the reconnaissance star bugs also sent a message, knowing the exact location of the earth-splitting flame dragon's heart. Yun Mo was overjoyed. As long as he destroyed its heart, he would be able to kill it with one blow. Yun Mo immediately commanded the numerous self-destructive starbugs to divide into countless teams and approach from all directions. Roar! The earth-splitting flame dragon also knew that his physical condition was getting worse and worse, and he had to end the battle quickly. With a roar, a red light spread around his body again, containing terrifying energy. Is this burning blood? Uncle Lee's face changed drastically. The earth-splitting flame dragon's action showed that it was going to fight to the death. Burning blood can improve the monster's attributes in a short period of time, but the cost is naturally its lifespan. The next moment, the speed of the earth-splitting flame dragon's attack increased by several levels, and its huge body moved at an extremely fast speed. By the time Uncle Lee reacted, the huge tail had already hit his head. Bang! Uncle Lee crossed his arms above his head and took the blow. In an instant, he was smashed to the ground with a loud bang. With a loud bang, Uncle Lee's body bounced uncontrollably on the ground dozens of times. He flew thousands of meters before he was able to stabilize his body. The armor around him was also tattered, and it felt like it would fall apart at any time. Yun Mo seized this opportunity and commanded the approaching self-destructive starbugs to launch an attack instantly. Boom! 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 Yun Mo commanded thousands of self-destructive starbugs to keep crushing forward, intending to cover the area with direct firepower. The flesh at the heart of the earth-splitting flame dragon was blown into a bloody mess, and its thick scales kept falling off, revealing the bones. Roar! The earth-splitting flame dragon had no time to pursue Uncle Lee, as it knew that Yun Mo in front of it was the most difficult one. Its huge body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Yun Mo, floating above Yun Mo's head, staring at Yun Mo from above. Facing this huge monster, Yun Mo did not show any fear on his face. Instead, he forced out a faint smile. Strong strength is the capital for arrogance. With absolute defense, let alone a platinum-level monster, even a saint-level monster is not to be feared. This special skill is explained very clearly. It makes you invincible for 30 seconds. It's like a conceptual god. However, if you encounter a more powerful monster, you may be thrown into outer space. The earth-splitting flame dragon saw the indifference in Yun Mo's eyes, as if he was very weak, which made him even more angry, and he grabbed him with his huge claws. Click! The sharp claws were instantly blocked by the shield formed around Yun Mo's body. A look of shock appeared on the face of the earth-splitting flame dragon. It couldn't understand why it couldn't crush a small shield. He tried harder again, but it only made continuous noises, and not a single crack appeared on the shield. The daily 30 seconds are almost used up, but Yun Mo has 1,000 W hunting points in his hands, and is not panicking at all. At this time, all the scattered self-destructive star insects rushed over, forming a black mass, hovering above the head of the earth-splitting flame dragon, giving a very oppressive feeling. Burst! Yun Mo uttered a word lightly, and the explosions sounded again in succession. The earth-splitting flame dragon felt pain and grabbed the shield angrily, determined to tear Yun Mo to pieces. No matter how hard the earth-splitting flame dragon tried, the shield around Yun Mo was not affected. Although Yun Mo looked calm, he was very anxious in his heart. His hunting value was decreasing rapidly. Uncle Lee had been lying on the ground for many seconds. Why didn't he stand up and continue fighting? He's not going to just lie there dead, is he? Yin Mo couldn't help but get nervous when he thought of this, and kept commanding the self-destructive sky star worms to attack the earth-splitting flame dragon. At this time, the earth-splitting flame dragon was covered with wounds, bleeding continuously, and its blood volume was also decreasing, reaching 2 million. The heart that was once full of vitality was also destroyed and was beating slowly, with vitality rapidly draining away. Yin Mo was very anxious, and the earth-splitting flame dragon was also very anxious. If Yin Mo was not dealt with, he would bleed to death. The earth-splitting flame dragon intends to make one last stand. Whether it was tail flick, exploding scales, or breath of flame, all the attacks that could be used were used, but they failed to break the shield on Yin Mo's body. The earth-splitting flame dragon was tired and felt physically and mentally exhausted. He went from being furious to disbelief and then to doubting his life. Finally, fear appeared in his eyes. As a platinum-level monster, he was unable to break through the defense of a bronze-level warrior. Could it be that the other party is a super powerful warrior who is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Thinking of this, the earth-splitting flame dragon became even more panicked. I was thinking that I had successfully advanced to the platinum level and was invincible in this space, but suddenly 2 human warriors jumped out. This left the earth-splitting flame dragon speechless. Everything was planned well. I was successfully promoted to platinum level. Why? God is going to kill me. Thinking of this, the earth-splitting fire dragon roared in pain to the sky. It had been planning for so long, but all was in vain. It is unwilling. It is so unwilling. Yin Mo saw the complicated look in its eyes. At this time, its health had dropped to 1 million. The earth-splitting flame dragon's attacks were becoming weaker and weaker, and it felt like it had to accept its fate. Do you want to live? Yin Mo looked up at the earth-splitting flame dragon with a look of despair on his face, his tone still indifferent, as if those crazy attacks just now were just a tickle. The earth-splitting flame dragon lowered its head and looked at Yin Mo in confusion, not knowing what Yin Mo meant. At this time, Yin Mo put away the shield on his body. It would be automatically triggered when attacked anyway, so there was no need to be afraid. He slowly raised his hand towards the earth-splitting flame dragon and said in a deep voice, "Serve me as your lord, and I will spare your life." Chapter 43. Subduing the earth-splitting flame dragon. Warriors can make contracts with monsters, but the conditions are very harsh, and they're usually the last resort for warriors whose martial spirits have been destroyed. The condition for making a contract with a demon beast is to beat it half to death and make it completely convinced, then it will honestly make a contract with you. There is also a certain risk. After all, taming a beast is not as handy as taming one's own innate martial spirit. Another situation is that after a warrior whose martial soul is destroyed contract a monster, his strength will be suppressed forever. When a warrior's martial soul is destroyed, he will suffer a great backlash and will not be able to make any progress in the future. He will stay at a certain level for his entire life, so the contracted monster can only be suppressed. If the contracted monster is too strong, it is likely to suffer a greater backlash. Yin Mo's own strength is strong enough, so there's no need to worry about this happening. Yin Mo possesses such a powerful martial soul, so it is useless to contract another monster. Raising such a huge creature would consume a lot of resources. However, he felt that this earth-splitting fire dragon had great potential and might have the opportunity to transform into a dragon in the future. If he can be successfully subdued, he will have one more platinum-level fighter, and Yin Mo will not need to take part in some battles personally. Host, this monster is worth 200 million hunting points. Are you sure you want to spare its life? The system voice suddenly sounded, which made Yin Mo feel a little excited. How many star bugs can be cultivated with so much hunting value? Yin Mo shook his head and instantly became much more sober. He realized that he could not only see the immediate benefits, but also needed to look to the future. As long as the earth-splitting flame dragon surrenders, there will be a lot of benefits. Roar. The earth-splitting flame dragon now has only a few 100,000 HP left. If Yin Mo controls the self-destructive sky star bugs to charge again, he will be 100% sure to kill it. It thought it was dead, but it didn't expect there was still a way to survive. The earth-splitting flame dragon did not say anything, but silently bent down, lowered its head, and leaned in front of Yunimo in a posture of submission. Smart choice. Yunimo was overjoyed. He and the earth-splitting flame dragon were acquainted with each other through fighting. When they first met, the earth-splitting flame dragon did not take the initiative to attack. Yunimo hunted it for the safety of Danyang City and for the large amount of hunting value. Now that it has surrendered, the crisis in Danyang City has been resolved, and Yunimo has also received a great boost. It can be said that he has killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Yunimo raised his hand and slowly placed it on the head of the earth-splitting flame dragon. The scales are somewhat warm, hard and thick, and feel SOSO. The next moment, Yunimo mobilized the power of chi and blood to gather in his palm, and then transferred it to the top of the earth-splitting flame dragon's head. I'm old now, and I'm really a little powerless. This earth-splitting flame dragon is so strong. Uncle Lee took a long time to calm down, then quickly stood up, flew to Yunimo in an instant, and shouted loudly, "Boy, you didn't—" The earth-splitting flame dragon was too powerful. If Yunimo hadn't been supporting him, Uncle Lee would have been defeated long ago. He was also a little worried that Yunimo would be in danger without him to hold him back. As soon as he rushed over, he saw the earth-splitting fire dragon bowing to Yunimo. His mouth opened wide, and his eyes almost popped out. He didn't even have time to utter the word thing. What's going on? Uncle Lee saw Yunimo circulating his chi and blood and understood instantly. He stepped forward and spoke anxiously. "Boy, you are confused. This beast is very powerful. Aren't you afraid of backlash?" After reaching this level, the earth-splitting flame dragon had already developed intelligence. Otherwise, it would not have been able to come up with such a detailed plan. It understood what Uncle Lee said and turned around to glare at Uncle Lee with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Yunmo's face, he would probably fight with Uncle Lee again. "Don't worry, Uncle Lee. I am confident that I can control it." Yunmo looked at Uncle Lee with a smile. He knew that Uncle Lee was doing this for his own good. After all, there were many cases where contracted monsters would hurt their masters after they advanced to higher levels. Seeing Yunmo so determined, Uncle Lee didn't know what to say. Although Yunmo is very powerful, the level gap between him and the contracted monster beast is too big, which is worrying. Yunmo just took a look at his martial soul and found that it had successfully reached level 30, and it was easy for him to be rated as gold. The contract was successfully concluded, and the earth-splitting flame dragon finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was saved. He coiled his huge body in front of Yunimo with his head lowered, not daring to make any sound, like a docile little lamb. It was clear that Yunimo was very strong. I can hurt myself even at the bronze level, so if I were to be promoted to a higher level, wouldn't that be against the will of heaven? The earth-splitting flame dragon is not a fool. He feels that following Yunimo is definitely better than staying in this space and being a local tyrant. His future is definitely bright. Seeing how honest the earth-splitting flame dragon was, Uncle Lee completely lost his temper. Now that the matter here was resolved, it was time to bring his 2 young masters back and quickly leave this place of trouble. "Uncle Lee, there are a lot of monster corpses here. I want to pick up more." Yunimo saw what Uncle Lee was thinking. He spread out his palms, and a reconnaissance star bug appeared in front of Uncle Lee. "It will take you to your destination. I will not be traveling with you for the time being." "Okay." Uncle Lee smiled and nodded, but did not insist. Yunimo once again threw a dozen healing starworms to Uncle Lee, and then happily picked up the corpse. "Then we'll see you later." Uncle Lee's injuries healed quickly with the help of the healing starbug. After saying goodbye to Yunimo, he jumped onto the back of the Iron Eagle. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, it soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. Yunimo had already exchanged contact information with the 2 brothers of the Chung family, so he could contact them at any time after leaving this space. After Uncle Lee left, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. All you could hear was the rustling sound of people picking up corpses. Yunimo got 100 space starbugs and upgraded them all to level 35. There were tens of thousands of cubic meters of space inside, which was larger than his own martial arts space. It was no problem to store all the corpses of monsters in it. Yunimo was overjoyed. He transferred all the corpses of the monsters in the martial soul space into the space starworms, and then placed the space starworms in the martial soul space, giving a feeling of Russian nesting dolls. Of course, Yunimo did not forget to heal the earth-splitting flame dragon. He provided it with dozens of fully leveled healing sky star insects. Balls of green light fell down and instantly enveloped the huge body of the earth-splitting flame dragon. From afar, the whole body was emitting a faint green light. The earth-splitting flame dragon felt waves of warmth spreading throughout his body. He felt indescribably comfortable and squinted his eyes happily. It became more convinced that it was following the right person. Although the wounds on its body were caused by Yin Mo healed it without holding a grudge. Master is so nice. The earth-splitting flame dragon thought to himself and felt even happier. His huge body couldn't help but relax. Yin Mo was still diligently picking up corpses when he suddenly made a major discovery. That is the space star worm placed in the sky. It will automatically collect the things Yin Mo wants to store and can fill up tens of thousands of cubic meters in the blink of an eye. Yin Mo's smug mouth was almost stretched to his ears, and he released all the space star bugs without hesitation. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all the monster corpses piled up in a mountain were collected. The ground instantly became empty, leaving only bright red bloodstains. Chapter 44. Sees the young master? Looking at the space filled with hundreds of space star bugs, Yin Mo nodded with great satisfaction. These are enough for his martial soul and larvae to eat for a while. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yin Mo turned to look at the earth-splitting flame dragon. It was still lying on the ground obediently, motionless, waiting for Yun Mo's orders. Xiaoyan, is there a spirit stone mine under this cave? The earth-splitting flame dragon was stunned. Is Xiaoyan his name? After a warrior signs a contract with a monster, they can communicate through consciousness. Xiaoyan, how about the name I gave you? Yun Mo reached out and gently touched the head of the earth-splitting fire dragon. The earth-splitting flame dragon nodded repeatedly to show that he liked it very much, and then the wooden tube looked towards the huge, deep pit. There is indeed a spirit stone mine at the deepest part. That is its nest. It has been absorbing the energy contained in it for cultivation. Really, Yin Mo was overjoyed. He leaped up and landed on the top of the earth-splitting fire dragon. He held its feet tightly with both hands and shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, the earth-splitting fire dragon immediately moved its huge body and dived into the bottomless pit. It was pitch black below, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. From time to time, pairs of scarlet eyes appeared around. They seemed to be bat-like monsters. They were afraid of the breath of the earth-splitting flame dragon and dared not get close. Gradually, light began to appear, and Yin Mo subconsciously looked down. There was a golden light shining, as if a huge piece of gold was releasing brilliant light. The man and the beast landed safely. This is... Yin Mo looked at the fist-sized spirit stones under his feet and opened his mouth in surprise. Countless spirit stones gathered into a stream, extending continuously into the distance, as if there was no end in sight. Yin Mo jumped down from the head of the earth-splitting fire dragon and picked up a spirit stone at random. The spirit stone flickered, and Yin Mo could clearly sense the huge energy contained within it. He felt that the energy contained in this spiritual stone mine could support the training of hundreds of thousands of warriors in Dongyang City for several years, or even more. I'm rich. Yin Mo's whole body was shaking with excitement. He wondered how many sky star bugs he could cultivate with these spirit stones. Although the corpses of the monsters were valuable, they were negligible compared to the spirit stone mines. Yin Mo picked up one stone and threw it away, as if he was throwing worthless stones on the roadside. The earth-splitting flame dragon on the side didn't know why Yin Mo was so excited. It had lived here for who knows how many years and was already tired of absorbing. If you want to advance, you need to devour more flesh and blood of monsters. There is such a large spiritual stone mine, but the earth-splitting flame dragon has absorbed less than 1/10,000th of it. It is actually a bit of a waste for it to occupy it all the time. Fortunately, now they all belong to Yin Mo. Yin Mo rubbed his hands happily, his eyes shining. Fortunately, there were still dozens of space star bugs left. He didn't know if he could put down all the spirit stones. Yin Mo didn't want to leave any behind. The earth-splitting flame dragon lay obediently aside and waited, closing its eyes and beginning to rest. It has a clear understanding of itself. Now, it is Yin Mo's contracted beast. It will perform well when it is needed and stay aside honestly and act as a little transparent when it is not needed. Ding, a medium-sized spirit stone mine is detected. Host, should it be converted into the corresponding hunting value? Just when Yin Mo was excited, the system's voice came late, calming him down instantly. Can Spirit Stone or also be converted into hunting value? Yunimo thought he needed to absorb it slowly by himself. That is natural. The system's tone was a little smug. How much hunting value can this Spirit Stone mine be exchanged for? Yunimo asked weakly. 1 trillion. The system replied calmly. It's only 1 trillion. Yunimo wasn't too shocked when he heard that. He waved his hand casually, saying, wasn't much. Wait. The next moment, Yunimo reacted, his voice trembling. You mean Duo Shao? Answer host, 1 trillion. The system repeated it again. What the fuck? Yunimo exclaimed. Earth-splitting flame dragon. Yunimo was sometimes in deep thought, sometimes exclaiming, and sometimes laughing, which made the earth-splitting flame dragon doubt whether his new master had some mental problems. 1 trillion is equivalent to 1 trillion. The scale of this Spirit Stone mine really exceeded Yunmo's imagination. The energy contained in it can cultivate many diamond-level warriors. If you calculate carefully, Yunimo now needs several thousand hunting points to cultivate a level 35 Sky Starbug. If it is raised to level 100, it will probably cost tens of thousands. What if he wants to cultivate 100,000, 1 million, or 10 million? Moreover, most of the self-destructive starbugs are consumables. After the self-destruction, the hunting value consumed will be reset to 0. This is not the case with other warriors' martial spirits. Once they are cultivated to the top level, they are considered graduated. It's not really a lot when you think about it, but this much hunting value is enough for Yunimo to use for a long time. So he is not worried at all even if he doesn't hunt for a long time. Exchange, naturally exchange. Hunting value is the basis. To Yunimo, both Chinese currency and spirit stones are dispensable and can be exchanged, so he will naturally not refuse. Ding, congratulations to the host. The hunting value exchange is successful. The current hunting value is 1,400,000,000. Before the system's sound fell, all the spirit stones on the ground disappeared instantly, and the surroundings instantly became extremely dark. The earth-splitting flame dragon was startled and stood up instantly. It was a little confused. What on earth had happened? How come the spirit stone mine disappeared in an instant, as if it had suddenly evaporated? Skis. Yunimo looked at the remaining balance of his hunting value. The smugness on his face was harder to suppress than AK, and he cheered proudly in his heart. It's sent. It's really sent. In the past, Yunimo felt that it was too difficult to cultivate 100,000 insect eggs every day, but now with this 1 trillion hunting value, there is no need to worry at all. The more insect eggs, the better. Yunimo seemed to see himself summoning tens of millions of sky star insects, covering the sky and the sun, like an insect plague. One person makes an army. Apart from Yunmo's martial spirit, there is no other warrior in the world who can do this. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. For a moment, Yunimo was full of fighting spirit. The most amazing thing is that with so many hunting values, Yunmo's absolute defense can make him invincible forever. Even when facing the most powerful monster, he doesn't have to worry about being killed instantly. He can completely seize the opportunity to escape. Yunimo immediately became fat, and the smile on his face could not be hidden at all. When the earth-splitting flame dragon saw that the surroundings were too dark, it immediately spit out a fireball, which floated in the air and instantly illuminated the surroundings. Xiaoyan, it's time for us to leave. Yunimo smiled at the earth-splitting fire dragon and jumped onto its head again. Roar! The earth-splitting flame dragon roared to the sky, soared into the sky, and soon flew out of the deep pit and came under the blue sky again. Xiaoyan, follow it. Yunimo pointed at the reconnaissance starbug in front and gave the order. Upon hearing this, the earth-splitting flame dragon followed closely, and the man and the beast soon arrived in front of the cave. Uncle Lee was talking to the 2 brothers of the Chung family. Yunimo jumped down from high altitude and landed steadily. Yunimo? The 3 of them looked at him in surprise. Yunimo, are you okay? Chungi approached Yunimo and asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yunimo patted his chest. There was no injury on his body at all, and he didn't look like someone who was in trouble. Uncle Lee just told us that we were scared to death. Seiji also came over. Brother Yunimo, you are really amazing. You actually dared to fight a platinum-level monster head-on. There is no one else like you in the world. Without Uncle Lee, I wouldn't have the courage. Yunimo smiled modestly. Yunimo, there's no need to be modest. It won't be long before you surpass me. Even now, I cannot say that I could defeat you 100% against your ever-changing Sky Starbug. Uncle Lee smiled and shook his head. An existence like Yin Mo really cannot be evaluated with common sense. It is too against the will of heaven. The four of them chatted for a while before returning to the main topic. This space crack has completely taken shape. I don't know when the exit will appear. Uncle Lee looked at the fixed space around him, no longer feeling any distortion, and talked to himself. It probably won't take long. Yin Mo echoed. Before he finished speaking, the entire space suddenly shook violently, and the earth-splitting flame dragon in the sky also roared. Chapter 45 Return. The four of them all changed their expressions and immediately left the cave, looking around vigilantly at the movements. The next moment, the space not far away suddenly became distorted, then torn apart, and soon formed a twisted vortex. Exit, it's exit! Qingyi shouted excitedly. The exit finally appeared, and they could leave this dangerous place safely. It's the exit. A faint smile also appeared on Uncle Lee's serious face. Xiaoyan. Yunimo looked up and shouted at the sky. The earth-splitting flame dragon roared in response, then flew downwards. Damn, did you really make a contract with the earth-splitting flame dragon? Qingyi's face turned pale. This was a platinum one-star monster. He was really afraid that he would be eaten in one bite. Brother Yunimo, the person I admired the most before was my dad, but now you are this in my mind. Qingyi gave Yunimo a thumbs up. Soon, the earth-splitting flame dragon rushed in front of Yunimo and disappeared the next moment, being received into the martial soul space. The earth-splitting fire dragon was too big to change size at will. If it was taken out like this, it would scare many people. Yunimo had no choice but to let it bear the consequences and keep his Sky Star insect queen company. We should leave now. Uncle Lee immediately summoned the Iron Eagle, and Yunimo and the other two jumped onto his back one after another. The Iron Eagle let out a cry and then soared into the sky, flying towards the distant space exit. Outside space, the monsters have all been destroyed. Donyang City suffered little loss in this battle. Several hundred warriors were killed, several thousand were injured, and tens of thousands of monsters were killed, which is considered a great victory. Mutation retracted his martial soul and slowly walked to the largest entrance to the space. The warriors around him made way for him in an orderly manner. Looking at the entrance in front of him that was tens of meters high, Muicheng frowned. Now that the space crack had stabilized and taken shape, it was time to form a pioneering team to classify it. I hope it contains a lot of cultivation resources, and their levels are not high. Muichen fantasized that the space crack before him could be classified as a resource-rich secret realm, but he didn't know that the most valuable spirit stone mine in it had already been dug away by Yunmo, and not even a single spirit stone was left. Many warriors around were diligently cleaning the battlefield, and there were also hundreds of elite soldiers on standby. Where is the pioneer group? Muicheng shouted in a deep voice. The pioneer group, number 009, reports to you. A burly man slowly walked up to Muichen and responded loudly. Good. Muicheng patted his shoulder with a serious face. It all depends on you. Be safe. Make sure to complete the mission. After the team leader saluted, he turned around and shouted to the team members. Get ready to go. Yes. The shouts of the team members were so loud that they echoed through the sky. However, before they could finish their words, a huge shadow jumped out from the space. Be careful to meet the enemy. Muicheng reacted instantly and summoned his martial soul. City Lord Mu, please be patient. Uncle Lee's old laughter slowly sounded. Then the Iron Eagle slowly descended, and Yunmo and the other three jumped down from it one after another. Uncle Lee? Yunmo? Muichen was stunned. He knew both of these people, but how did two unrelated people get together? It's a long story. Our two young masters were caught in a space crack. Thanks to Yunmo. Uncle Lee smiled faintly and began to explain slowly to Muicheng. Yunmo was also confused. Why'd everyone call Uncle Lee Uncle Lee? By this calculation, didn't he become the same generation as his future father-in-law? Of course Yunmo was just thinking about it and didn't dare to say anything more. The number 009 Pioneer Group was not affected by this little episode. After all, every time a space crack appeared, there would be people trapped inside. Only the lucky ones were able to get out, but most people died inside. Uncle Lee has the special blood and energy fluctuations of a platinum-level warrior, and everyone can feel it. Such a strong person is naturally not in danger in the low-level space crack. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do here, Muichin walked towards the city while chatting with Uncle Lee. Yunmo, are you familiar with the city lord? Just now, Chung-yi heard Muichin calling Yunmo's name. He poked Yunmo lightly with his elbow and asked curiously. My future father-in-law is naturally familiar. Yunmo didn't hide it either. What the hell did you say? Seiichi and Seiji looked at Yunmo in disbelief. After all, Donyang City was their hometown. They are all paying attention to the news about Donyang City, but of course they don't have time to pay attention to the recent news. But they knew that Mu Lingshuang was a genius born with 2 martial spirits and had gone to Beijing for training. Moreover, she was very cold to everyone. When did she get to talk to Yunmo? But thinking about Yunmo's strength, the two felt that Mu Lingshuang's choice was correct. I just got engaged to Lingshuang. Yunmo touched his nose shyly. Is it okay to call the city lord father-in-law? If Qinglong Academy hadn't urged them to do so, the two would have already obtained their marriage certificate. Stop, big brother. Stop talking. Please stop hurting us singles. Seiji repeatedly left empty-handed. You two are really a perfect match. You two are both geniuses. Qingyi praised sincerely. Having said this, he suddenly lowered his head dejectedly. What a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman, and both of them are geniuses among warriors. The two brothers could not get into any of the 4 major academies due to their poor martial arts potential and average talent, which made their father very anxious. I believe your cultivation will soar into the sky in the future. Yunmo patted their shoulders and smiled. You're right. Chung nodded slightly. Seiji also had a determined look. As Muiching listened to Uncle Lee's story, his expression became more and more unsightly, and his heart was beating fast. Yunmo, a mere bronze-level warrior, is going to fight against a platinum-level monster? This is not being brave. This is simply seeking death. Haha, Donyang City is really full of young talents. It won't be long before Yunmo will be famous throughout the great Xia Kingdom. Uncle Lee stroked his mustache and praised sincerely. Muichin still had no smile on his face. If something really happened to Yunmo, how would he explain it to his precious daughter? Thinking of this, Muichin felt a toothache and turned to glare at Yunmo. Yunmo lowered his head guiltily. He had escaped secretly, and he didn't know whether his cheap father-in-law would take revenge on him later. Seeing Yunmo's little expression, Muichin couldn't help but laugh. Fine. Everything went well, and his son-in-law returned safe and sound. Seeing this, Yunmo grinned at Muichin. Muichin instantly frowned and turned around to continue chatting with Uncle Lee. The two brothers Chung-yi and Chung-er were also sharing their experiences of this training. Yunmo took out his cell phone and saw a full signal. Ding dong, ding dong. The prompt sounds continued to sound. Yunmo quickly opened the communication app and saw that it was a message from his beloved wife Mu Lingshuang and his cheap brother-in-law Mu Fan. Yunmo opened the messages sent by the two and read them carefully one by one. The curve of his mouth corners became bigger and bigger, and he felt warm in his heart. It feels good to have someone care about you. Chapter 46, Killer Snake. In the city, order has been restored under the leadership of Li Zheng. The sheriffs are helping to clear the streets. I'm back, what are you doing? Yunmo couldn't wait to send a message to Mu Lingshuang and ignored Mu Fan. Mu Fan was still worried about Yunmo. If he knew that he was being ignored, he would definitely complain about Yunmo. Brother-in-law, so will love disappear? Of course not. All the love is with your sister. What did you do? Mu Lingshuang replied immediately. A day and a night had passed, and she hadn't received any message from Yunmo. She was very worried. I couldn't eat or sleep well, as if I had lost my soul. Whenever Mu Lingshuang saw Yunmo studying hard, she would suppress her longing and listen to her father, saying that these were all tests and training for Yunmo. When Mu Lingshuang saw that Yunmo had awakened a sky starbug and was ridiculed by everyone, she was heartbroken. If her father had not stopped her, she would have stood up to defend Yunmo. Fortunately, Yunmo did not sink into despair. He stood up. Mu Lingshuang was happy for Yunmo from the bottom of her heart. The two could finally be together and were about to get their marriage certificate, but were delayed by training. Everything was fine, but Yunmo suddenly lost contact again, which scared Mu Lingshuang. Now that I received Yunmo's message, my heart finally settled down. I encountered some minor problems, but they have been solved. Yin Mo was afraid that Muling Shuang would worry, so he naturally only reported good news and not bad news. That's good. When will you come to Beijing? Muling Shuang types very fast. 2 days later, the two chatted happily, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the city lord's mansion. Yin Mo wanted to help Mutation eradicate the demon god cult before setting off again. Anyway, the training camp at Qinglong Academy had nothing to do with Yin Mo, so he could just go before school started. Sooner or later, he will step on all those so-called super geniuses and let Qinglong Academy know who is the real number one of the younger generation. If the principal doesn't take the initiative to beg me to join, I won't go to this college. Yin Mo must do what he promised to Muling Shuang. Uncle Lee, why don't you stay in Danyang City for a few days so that I can show my hospitality as a good host? Muichin is trying to keep Uncle Lee. I still need to take the two young masters back to report, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll come back another day. Uncle Lee laughed. It's been delayed for a day. I guess the head of the family is getting anxious. In that case, I won't try to persuade you to stay. I hope we can have a drink together sometime. Muichin clasped his fist towards Uncle Lee and did not insist any further. I will definitely pass on the message. Uncle Lee nodded, feeling a little sad for a moment, thinking back to when Muichin was also a genius of his generation, but unfortunately he was seriously injured in the 10,000 beast battlefield, and his strength was greatly reduced. He gave up all the generous conditions given by the top leaders and came to his hometown to be the city lord. I just hope that I can protect my hometown during my lifetime. Uncle Lee patted Muichin's shoulder gently and smiled warmly. Take care of yourself, Uncle Lee said as he jumped onto the back of the Iron Eagle and looked down. Master, it's time for us to set off. Yin Mo, you must come find us when you come to the capital. Qingyi was a little reluctant. Keep in touch, brother. Qingye reminded Yin Mo. Looking at the two of them, Yin Mo smiled and nodded heavily. I'll be going to the capital soon. See you later. Boy, I'm optimistic about you. Uncle Lee nodded to Yin Mo with great appreciation, and then the Iron Eagle spread its wings, soared into the sky, and flew away into the distance. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yin Mo withdrew his gaze and met Muichin's serious face. He, father-in-law, who provoked you? Yin Mo rubbed his hands, looking flattering. You've grown wings, you've just reached the bronze level, and you dare to run deep into the jungle. Are you tired of living? Muichin said unhappily. My father-in-law taught me a lesson. Pay attention next time. Yin Mo nodded repeatedly, looking very well behaved. There will be a next time? Muichin was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring, even though he had heard from Uncle Lee that Yin Mo had the strength to confront a platinum-level monster head-on. But since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he always felt that it was a little unreal. After all, he was his chief son-in-law. Both of Yin Mo's parents are gone, and as Yin Mo's elder, Muichin naturally has to show more concern and care for him. I know I was wrong. Yin Mo quickly took several steps back and put some distance between himself and Muichin. There were so many people around, it would be so embarrassing if he got beaten. Although he knew he was wrong, Yin Mo was screaming wildly in his heart. I'll dare you next time. Forget it. I hope you're okay. Muichin restrained his temper. After so many years of observation, he also understood that Yin Mo was a man of his own ideas and was very careful about his life. If he was not absolutely sure, he would not take the risk. Thank you, father-in-law, for your concern. Yin Mo chuckled and moved closer. No shape. Muichin glared at Yin Mo. He felt that Yin Mo had lost his usual composure and was as playful as his adopted son. It's only been a few days, and you've been influenced by Mu Fan? Ichu. Mu Fan, who had just finished his work and was about to take a break, sneezed for no apparent reason. He rubbed his nose, looked around, saw nothing, and talked to himself. Which beauty is thinking about me? A hideout of the demon god cult. Damn it, damn it. The leader slammed the table angrily, and everyone lowered their heads and was as quiet as chickens. What a bunch of losers. They can't even do such a small thing, and they lost so many people. The leader looked at the message he had just received. More than 500 members of Meichuan's team were wiped out, and many other demon god believers were also killed or injured. This action only caused chaos in the city for a moment, but it was quickly suppressed. The demon god cult didn't gain any substantial benefits, and the leader felt like his lungs were about to explode. Chief, our heavy losses this time are closely related to one person, and Zhang San's death is also related to him. Someone plucked up the courage to stand up. Who is it? Who dares to go against our demon god cult? The leader's eyes were as sharp as a knife, which frightened the man. Except for the warriors led by Muiching and the sheriffs, everyone else avoided the demon god cult like the plague. No one dared to confront them head-on. We have collected information about him. This guy's a little weird. Please let the leader know. As he spoke, the man took out a stack of information and handed it to the leader respectfully. The leader took it and looked at it. Yin Mo, a senior high school student, was admitted to Qinglong College. His martial spirit is the Starbug. His strength is unknown. His martial spirit can continuously self-destruct. Looking at the information above, the leader's face became increasingly ugly. Nonsense! The leader shouted angrily. Are you saying that the elites of our demon god cult are not as good as this fledgling kid? Although he was angry, the leader still took another look and felt that all these things were related to Yin Mo, a student, and there must be something strange about it. Either Yin Mo really has this ability, or there's a strong person protecting him behind the scenes. The leader believes it is the latter. I don't know either. I just found this information. The person who reported it quickly lowered his head, his face full of horror. In this case, we should pay attention to it. We in the demon god cult will not let any enemy go. The leader sat down slowly and shouted in a deep voice. Spiritual snake. Chief, are you bothering me again? Before the leader finished speaking, a charming voice came over. Everyone present couldn't help but shudder and look towards the source of the sound. A beautiful figure twisted her slender waist and walked slowly. Everyone made way for her, with surprise and greed in their eyes. Many people had fiery eyes and couldn't help swallowing. Put your charm in check. The leader was stunned for a moment, then shouted angrily. Chief, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. You always assign the dirty and tiring work to me. The snake twisted its body and whimpered. Everyone woke up as if from a dream, and couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Ling Snake is the strongest killer in the Dongyang branch of their demon god cult. Don't be fooled by her charming appearance. She kills without blinking an eye. At least 900 people have died in her hands, if not 1,000. Let's get down to business, the leader said as he threw a photo of Yun Mo to her. The snake grasped it firmly and glanced at the photo. The tongue licked the sexy red lips. It turns out to be a cute little brother. Interesting. He is the target this time. We must succeed and not fail, the leader ordered in a deep voice. This kid seems to be a bit evil, so we must act with caution. Looking at Yun Mo's handsome face, a gleam of light flashed in the charming eyes of the spirit snake, and she responded lazily. I obey your command. Chapter 47, Are We Going to Let People Live? City Lord's Mansion. Muiching was in front, and Yun Mo followed silently behind. By the way, father-in-law, I have something important to report to you. Yun Mo saw that Muichin's anger had completely subsided, so he approached him again and spoke very seriously. What father-in-law? You and Ling Shuang haven't gotten married yet. Muiching then realized that Yun Mo had been calling him father-in-law instead of Uncle Mu. What a sly boy. They're all the same. Yun Mo smiled and tried to avoid the question. Muichin also laughed. The two children were in love with each other. Although they had not had time to get the marriage certificate, he was too lazy to care about the names. Besides, Yun Mo calling him like that brought them closer. Did you discover anything? The smile on Muiching's face gradually faded, and he asked in a deep voice. Well, what do you think this is? Yun Mo took out Mei Chuan's ID card and handed it to Muiching. Is this the demon god cult's identity card? Muichin was stunned when he took it, and was stunned when he saw the other word Mei Chuan on it. Is this the Yumekawa from the Yumekawa team? Muichin's voice was trembling a little. He was very excited. That should be the case. He leads a team of 500 people. He is probably the same person as you mentioned. His martial spirit is the Akita Hound. Yun Mo nodded and explained slowly. Did you meet him or? Muichin was a little bit surprised as to how Yun Mo got Mei Chuan's ID card. He already had the answer in his mind, but he didn't know how to ask it. Of course I killed him. I don't have a good impression of Japanese people. Yun Mo smiled calmly. Killed. Muichin was stunned, then overjoyed. Mei Chuan is a very cunning person, and he has done a lot of bad things secretly in Dongyang City. They have worked with the Public Security Bureau for a long time, but have not been able to arrest him. Unexpectedly, Yun Mo did it. And these two. Yun Mo said this as he waved his hand. Hundreds of identity cards fell to the ground and piled up into a small hill. This. Muichin was truly shocked. Hundreds of demon god believers were wiped out, all killed by Yunemo. The irrefutable evidence was there, and Muiching had no choice but to believe it. It seems like they wanted to fight for that space, but I encountered them and killed them. Yunemo explained seriously, and Muiching's heart was already in turmoil as he listened. There were hundreds of demon god followers, all of them warriors. How could you just kill them all so easily? Even if there are hundreds of pigs, it will take a long time to catch them, right? It's not that Muichin didn't believe it. It's just that this matter was too unbelievable. But when he thought about it, Yunemo was not that surprised that he dared to fight a platinum-level monster head-on. Okay, you did a great job. I'll ask for credit for you. Muiching was in a good mood. Yunemo really helped Dongyang City eradicate a cancer this time. Then I won't be polite. You can give me some more Xiaogua coins or spirit stones at that time. Yunemo was not polite either. These rewards could all be converted into hunting points. The more the better. Yes, I promise you will be satisfied. Muiching pointed at Yunemo and smiled. You little brat, are you still trying to bargain with me? By the way, Uncle Mu, here's some things Mei Chuan asked me to do. Yunemo sent the recording to Muiching as he spoke, along with a simple map of the demon god cult's hideouts throughout Dongyang City. Looking at the mark on the paper and listening to Mei Chuan's explanation in the recording, Muiching was already numb. Yunmo's trip was enough to catch up with the results of their work over many years. Yunemo must be rewarded generously, and this meritorious official must not be disheartened. The more Muiching looked at Yunemo, the more satisfied he was. He was indeed his son-in-law. He was extremely outstanding. The Qinglong Academy actually did not bring its own good son-in-law with it for special training. How blind they are! No matter how angry he was, if Yunemo had really gone to Qinglong College with Mu Lingshuang, he would not have been able to accomplish such a great feat today. As expected, a blessing in disguise. Didn't you call me father-in-law happily just now? Why are you calling me Uncle Mu now? Muichin glared at Yunemo unhappily and said seriously, Call me Dad from now on. I like it. Okay, Dad. Yunemo grinned and nodded when he heard this, playing the role of a rebel. Mu Fan likes to call him that, and Yunemo also thinks it sounds smooth. You kid. Muichin looked at the identity cards in front of him and the testimonies in his hand. These were all trophies. It seemed that he would be busy today. Dad, you go ahead and do your work. I'm one of the Warrior Association to get my rank. Yunemo said this and turned and left. Your martial spirit has reached level 20? Muiching was surprised. He didn't expect Yunmo's cultivation speed to be so fast. Considering that he even dared to beat up a platinum-level monster, it's no wonder. Hand in hand, Yunemo did not reveal the specific results of his martial spirit, thinking of giving Mu Lingshuang a surprise when the time comes. Okay, go ahead. I'll get it back for you when your reward comes. Muichin waved his hand to signal Yunemo that he could leave as he had to get busy. Okay. Yunemo grinned and walked away without looking back. As soon as he walked out of the gate of the city lord's mansion, he ran into the disheveled Mu Fan. Brother-in-law? Is it really you, brother-in-law? When Mu Fan saw Yunemo shouting excitedly, he couldn't believe his eyes and thought he was hallucinating. The most important thing is that Yunemo didn't have any injuries on his body, and there was no dust on his clothes, as if he had never experienced anything. Mu Fan's hair was disheveled, his clothes were messy, and he looked a little disheveled. He looked like the unlucky guy trapped in a space crack. What's wrong with you? Yunemo came closer and felt like laughing when he saw Mu Fan like this, like a beggar. It was just a big battle with the demon god followers. When Mu Fan said this, he looked very proud. His back straightened instantly, and he had bruises on his body, but he didn't care because this was his medal of honor. Brother-in-law, you look like you haven't encountered any danger. I'm glad you came back safely. Well, everything went well. Yunemo nodded and agreed casually. Even if he said that he had killed hundreds of demon god followers and subdued the platinum-level monster Earth-Splitting Flame Dragon, Mu Fan probably wouldn't believe it, so he didn't bother to explain. Brother-in-law, why are you going out again when you just came back? Take a good rest for a day. Mu Fan yawned as he spoke. He was tired and sleepy after working intensively for a long time. I'm one of the Warrior Association to get my grade. Yunemo responded. How about coming together? What the hell? Grading? Mu Fan looked at Yunemo as if he was looking at a monster. Didn't we just finish the grading the day before yesterday? I am now going to classify myself as a silver-level warrior. Yin Mo didn't dare to tell the kid that his martial spirit had already reached level 30, for he was afraid that after suffering a great blow, the kid would simply give up and lose hope in cultivation. Both of them are geniuses, only 1 or 2 levels apart. They can supervise each other and work hard for each other, so that they can promote each other. If the gap between 2 people is like a chasm, what the other person feels is not pressure, but deep despair. Damn, my martial soul is only level 15 now, and it feels very high. Brother-in-law, your martial soul is already level 20. Mufan couldn't help but complain. He felt that he was already very good. But when compared with his older sister and brother-in-law, he was instantly crushed into ashes. Mufan originally went home happily, intending to tell his father about his heroic performance. Now I suddenly feel like a funny clown. Mufan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was also a genius, so why were there 2 monsters suppressing him? They were his own sister and brother-in-law. This feeling is really indescribable. Mufan looked at Yun Mo with complicated feelings. Is this going to allow people to survive? Chapter 48, No Trace of Performance. I can't help it. I'm just so gifted. Yun Mo patted Mufan's shoulder with a sly smile, which looked really annoying. Hey, I have a bad temper. Just wait. I can reach level 20 in a few days. Mufan rolled up his sleeves and exposed his arms, looking like he was ready for a big fight. Okay, I believe it. Yun Mo was very perfunctory. I'm going. Go change your clothes and have a good rest. As he spoke, he summoned a healing star bug and threw it at Mufan. In an instant, Mufan was enveloped by a ball of warm green light, which healed all his injuries. What the hell? Mufan looked at the injured part in disbelief, and it was already as good as new. Brother-in-law, can your martial spirits still heal? If he wasn't standing in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion, Mufan would have knelt down and hugged Yun Mo's thighs. Yeah, that's a special skill I just learned. You're welcome. Yun Mo said this and turned to leave. Brother-in-law, wait, take me with you. Mufan hurriedly followed. You're going with me just like this? Yun Mo looked at Mufan's messy hairstyle and shook his head speechlessly. You're the little bully of Donyang City. Don't you care about your image anymore? You've been busy for so long. If you don't catch up on your sleep, you might die suddenly. Brother-in-law, after being treated by your martial spirit, I feel much better. Mufan chuckled, looking ingratiating. Wait for me, I'll change my clothes. Okay, go quickly and come back soon. Yun Mo agreed. Okay, brother-in-law, please wait a moment. Mufan responded happily, turned around, and ran into the city lord's mansion. You kid. When Mui-Ching saw his son's appearance, he was about to give him a lecture, but Mufan didn't even stop and ran back to his room, leaving a word. Dad, I'm very busy now. Let's talk tonight if you have anything. Hey, this kid has become more capable after just 1 day of not seeing him. Mui-Ching smiled helplessly and didn't dwell on it. Instead, he looked at the evidence handed over by Yun Mo again and again, then took out his mobile phone and called Li Zheng. To eradicate these dens of the demon god cult, close cooperation between the city lord's mansion and the public security bureau is needed, and neither can be dispensable. Mufan cleaned up quickly and stood in front of Yun Mo again after a while, still looking as cocky as usual. Let's go. Yun Mo looked at Mufan's confident face and felt a little envious. He wondered if he could be like him someday. That would make him truly powerful. The 2 of them walked towards the Warrior Association, talking and laughing. Whoosh! It was like a gust of wind blowing by. Yun Mo suddenly turned his head and looked back, but there was nothing. What happened to my brother-in-law? Mufan looked behind him in confusion. Nothing. Maybe it's just an illusion. Yun Mo shook his head, said nothing, and continued walking forward. Not long after the 2 left, the figure of the spirit snake slowly walked out from the darkness, looked at Yun Mo's back, and smiled sweetly with her hands covering her mouth. This little brother is quite cautious. He's a good prey. I like him. Warrior Association. Yun Mo looked back again and still found nothing, but he could clearly feel that someone was staring at him. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Mufan looked at Yun Mo. Was his neck stiff from sleeping? Nothing. Yun Mo shook his head, his arms hanging naturally, and several reconnaissance starbugs flew out from his sleeves and scattered in all directions. In the hall, when everyone saw that it was Yun Mo, their eyes fell on him. Since the battle on the front line had just ended, there were far fewer people present than usual. Why is Yun Mo here again? Yeah, wasn't the grading just completed the day before yesterday? Everyone looked at Yun Mo in disgust and confusion. Hello, how can I help you? When the receptionist saw Yun Mo and Mu Fan, she immediately greeted them with a smile on her face. Open me a silver-level training room. Yun Mo took out his ID card and said softly, "Huh?" The receptionist was stunned when she heard this and thought she had heard it wrong. You mean to proceed to the silver level? Well, thank you for your help. Yun Mo urged. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and open a grading training room for my brother-in-law. Seeing that the receptionist was still standing there in a daze, Mu Fan couldn't help but yell twice. Oh, okay, wait a moment. The receptionist came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. After some operations, he opened a graded training room for Yun Mo. There are very few warriors who have been graded nowadays, but there are plenty of rooms. Your room number is 002. The front desk clerk returned the ID card to Yun Mo. Good. Yun Mo took it and looked at Mu Fan. Just wait a moment. Okay, brother-in-law. Mu Fan nodded and sat aside obediently. Everyone watched Yun Mo walk into the grading training room, and then everyone's eyes were focused on the huge screen in the hall. Although they didn't know why Yun Mo was rated silver so quickly, they were very interested in whether he could break the record. Do you think Yun Mo can break the record this time? It's still a record-breaking thing. It's probably going to be hard to succeed. Some people are not optimistic. After all, many warriors have worked hard for more than 10 years, but still cannot reach the silver level. Warriors without talent will be trapped at the bronze level for their entire lives. What are you arguing about? It's so beautiful. Mu Fan scolded unhappily, and everyone instantly became as quiet as a chicken. They dare not provoke the little bully in Danyang City. In the graded training room, Yun Mo noticed that the person who was following him also walked into the hall, but he was not sure who it was. What he was sure of was that the other party was quite powerful. Therefore, Yun Mo planned to hide his true strength. He really didn't care about the reward for breaking the record. Roar! While Yun Mo was thinking, a silver-level violent warbear appeared. It stood upright in front of Yun Mo, like a small hill, full of oppression. The violent warbear saw Yun Mo drooling all over the ground in front of him, roared excitedly, and slapped Yun Mo's head with his thick paw. Yun Mo hastily dodged, barely avoiding the claw of the violent warbear, rolled on the ground in embarrassment, and quickly stood up to steady his body. Haha. As expected, this Yun Mo is here to make fun of me. He even wants to be rated as a silver level. He is so naive. Don't worry, its insect spirit is the most difficult to deal with. It can self-destruct, so don't underestimate it. The battle was still going on. While Yun Mo was dodging the attacks, he casually released 10 level 1 self-destructive starbugs. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to sound, and the violent warbear was injured, but not killed instantly. Mu Fan was stunned. He didn't believe that Yun Mo suddenly became so weak, but there was no sign of acting at all, which made him very anxious. The damage of this bug is not that great. It seems that it can only deal with bronze-level monsters. Someone curled his lips in disdain. No wonder Qinglong Academy didn't bring him to the training camp. It turns out that the growth space of insect spirits is too low. What a pity. It feels like Yun Mo's legend can only end here. Many people instantly lost interest in Yun Mo's battle. Looking at the current situation, let alone breaking the record, it is hard to say whether it can be successfully graded. Chapter 49, Murder in the Alley. Mu Fan was so anxious that he wanted to rush in to help Yun Mo fight. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the violent warbear was finally killed by Yun Mo. Following the self-destruction of the last self-destructive starworm, the violent warbear became motionless, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Yun Mo breathes a sigh of relief, and the big screen gives a close-up of his expression. Ding congratulations to Warrior Yun Mo for successfully reaching silver level. The record has not been broken yet. A familiar electronic sound rang out, and the heavy door of the grading training room slowly opened. Yun Mo walked out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Mu Fan rushed forward and supported Yun Mo, who looked embarrassed. It's okay. Fortunately, I passed. This silver level test is really difficult. I almost failed. Yun Mo smiled and waved his hands as if nothing had happened. Mu Fan felt like his brain wasn't enough. What was his brother-in-law doing? But he was very cooperative and comforted her immediately. It must be difficult. After all, it's the silver level. You just passed the bronze level the day before yesterday. No one can stop your upgrade speed. Those who had just laughed at Yin Mo's difficulties suddenly felt a burning pain on their faces. Yes, even though Yin Mo was in a rather miserable state, he still managed to be classified as a silver-level warrior. They were all not young anymore. Some were still stuck at the bronze level, and some took a long time to be classified as silver. They were even more miserable than Yin Mo at the beginning. Everyone shut up instantly, feeling awkward and wanted to find a hole to hide in. You're right. It's going to be done. Yin Mo adjusted his messy hair and was comforted. At this time, many people left the hall one after another, including the person who followed Yin Mo. The steps he took when leaving were very calm, as if he had already made some kind of decision. Looking at the man's leaving back, Yin Mo's lips curled up slightly. Bite. Mr. Yin Mo, congratulations on your successful classification. The receptionist came up with a smile and handed the silver badge to Yin Mo. The bronze grade was originally brass in color, but now is a shiny silver, which looks very delicate. Thank you very much. Yin Mo took it and hung it on his chest. This is a symbol of identity and also a representation of strength. That's great. Mu Fan looked at Yin Mo's silver badge with envy, wondering when he would be able to be rated silver. It's just a silver medal. What's there to envy? In the future, you will be a diamond level, a brilliant level, or even a higher level. This is just a transition. Yin Mo comforted Mu Fan. He was very confident in himself. Other warriors had bottlenecks in upgrading, which required opportunities and the assistance of various precious materials. Upgrading Yin Mo is as simple as playing a game. Once you have enough experience points, you can upgrade smoothly. Wu Huan is now at level 35. If it were any other warrior, I don't know how much hardship and suffering they would have to endure to reach this level. Brother-in-law is right. I am short-sighted. Upon hearing this, Mu Fan became extremely excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. If his level was not low enough, he would also like to fight against the silver-level monster. Come on, let's go eat. It's your treat. Yin Mo put his arm around Mu Fan's shoulder and chuckled. Just consider it a celebration for me. Is this possible? Mu Fan felt upset and wanted to cry. His elder sister liked to let him spend money whenever she went out, and the same was true for his brother-in-law. Why was his life so miserable? My pitiful pocket money is running out. Okay, it's just a meal. Mu Fan thought that he needed to ask his father for more pocket money. Brother, that's nice of you. The two of them walked out of the Warrior Association hall arm in arm. The moment he walked out of the door, Yin Mo felt a hint of murderous intent. Could he be so impatient? Yin Mo curled the corners of his mouth and suddenly let go of Mu Fan. Oh, I suddenly remembered something urgent. You should go back first. We'll meet again in the evening. Okay, then. Mu Fan felt a little disappointed. Why didn't you bring your brothers along if there was anything going on? Did you think my strength was too low? Still feel that you have too little money to have a good meal? Mu Fan had a lot to say, but he held back. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll treat you tonight. Yin Mo wanted to laugh when he saw Mu Fan like this. Although he looked arrogant at ordinary times, he was still a child at heart. Really, brother-in-law? Mu Fan instantly perked up. Of course, as long as it's a restaurant in Danyang City, we'll go wherever you want. Yin Mo had some spirit stones and Xia country currency in his hand for pocket money, so he could easily afford to buy a meal or even open a store. Then we'll see you tonight. Mu Fan left happily. Since Yin Mo didn't want to play with him, he lost his energy and felt sleepy instantly. He decided to go back to the City Lord's mansion and take a nap. I feel like I'm going to die suddenly if I hold on any longer. After watching Mu Fan leave, Yin Mo slowly walked in another direction. Yin Mo walked and strolled, and the people following him kept a safe distance. The other party thought she was hiding very deeply, but she didn't know that Yin Mo had already known her activity trajectory by relying on the vision sharing of the reconnaissance starworm. Unknowingly, Yin Mo walked into a secluded alley. There were very few passers-by here, which was a good place for assassination. Yin Mo didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He was kicking a can with his feet and whistling leisurely. Suddenly, Yin Mo kicked the can into the air and then kicked it into the trash can on the wall. Little brother is really leisurely. A sexy and charming voice slowly sounded behind Yin Mo, making people think of something else. Who? Yin Mo pretended to be surprised and turned his head to look over, and found a man in a black robe walking towards him, twisting and turning, with his hat pulled down so low that he could not see the other person's face at all. But she has a good figure with a curvy figure. Hee hee. The black-robed man chuckled. I'm here to kill you, little brother. I wonder if you are afraid. Kill me. Yunimo smiled immediately. You are doing this in broad daylight, wearing such a thick robe. Are you too ugly to be seen in public? You're such a sharp-tongued kid. You're not cute at all. The person in black robe threw the robe to the ground, revealing her delicate face and impressive figure. She was the killer snake. Yunimo couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was indeed not bad. But the other party came to kill Yunimo, and he didn't like it at all. Well, it's really ugly. No wonder you have to wear a black robe to cover your face. I can't stand it. You better put it on quickly. Yunimo had a look of disgust, as if he was blind. Court death. Lingxi was most proud of her appearance and figure. When Yunimo belittled her like that, she felt a burning anger in her chest. I wanted to have some fun with you, but since you want to die, I will grant your wish. The spirit snake stuck out its tongue and licked its red lips, and let out a cry with murderous intent. Bai Lian, crazy snake, swallow that boy for me. The spirit snake lightly tapped the ground with its toes, and a dark green circle instantly appeared under Yunmo's feet. The next moment, a python with a bloody mouth jumped out from the circle. Chapter 50 Desperate Snake. Yunimo was swallowed by the python in an instant without any struggle. Hee leader, you really worry too much. Isn't this kid too easy to deal with? The spirit snake chuckled, never expecting that a super genius would die so easily in his hands. You have offended the demon god cult, and this is what you deserve. I am not very satisfied. I was hoping to have sex with you again. What the spirit snake likes most is to torture and kill its target, relying on its powerful strength to make the opponent fall into deep despair and then slowly die in despair. I thought Yunimo would struggle desperately, which would bring me some fun, but being killed instantly was really boring. The python kept twisting its huge body, seemingly trying its best to digest the Yunimo it had just swallowed. What a pity, such a young silver warrior. Mission accomplished, the snake turned around and was about to leave. Oh, it seems you can't bear to kill me. Yunmo's laughter suddenly rang out, and the spirit snake turned its head suddenly and found that the body of the python he summoned was expanding rapidly like a balloon. Boom! With a muffled sound, the python exploded instantly. Yunimo stood in front of the spirit snake unharmed with a playful smile on his lips. The snake suddenly felt a chill on its back, and all the hair on its body stood up. He knows his own moves best. Even if he can't kill Yunimo instantly, he can still hurt him. But Yunimo stood in front of him leisurely, as if nothing had happened. The spirit snake subconsciously took 2 steps back and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. You're okay. There was disbelief in the spirit snake's tone. You are a 3-star gold warrior after all. Don't make a fuss. Yunimo said this and began to get ready. Tell me the truth, and I can leave you an intact body. Go to hell. Upon hearing this, the spirit snake felt as if it was facing a formidable enemy. It let out a delicate cry and summoned a dozen pythons at the same time. They gathered towards Yunimo and began to bite him madly. For some reason, she sensed a dangerous aura from Yunimo. It would be better to end the battle quickly and get away as soon as possible. The spirit snake kept summoning pythons, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of them appeared, filling the entire alley with them. Yunimo was tightly wrapped inside, and it must have been difficult for him to break free. Now let's see whether you live or not. Looking at dozens of pythons wriggling and biting, a hint of satisfaction appeared on the face of the spirit snake. Her desire to play around was instantly extinguished, and she felt that Yunimo was very weird. Without caring whether he could get rid of Yunimo or not, he turned around and ran, praying in his heart that Yunimo would die quickly so that he could complete the task assigned by the leader. Then he turned around and ran out just 2 steps when the spirit snake screamed in fear. Its body went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The huge body of the earth-splitting fire dragon blocked the exit of the alley like a wall, completely blocking the way out. The earth-splitting flame dragon stared at the spirit snake with its eyes fixed, growling softly, giving off a very strong sense of oppression. Platinum level monster. The snake shook its body and failed to hold on, collapsing directly onto the ground. Its body was shaking violently, and its face was pale with fear. How could there be a platinum level monster in the city? Where did it come from? The snake spirit's lips trembled. Although she had killed countless people, she was still frightened when facing a terrifying existence with overwhelming strength. Boom! At the same time, A familiar explosion sounded again behind the spirit snake. Dozens of pythons were blown to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Yin, you scared me. Yinmo's teasing voice slowly sounded. Roar. Upon hearing this, the earth-splitting flame dragon lowered its head in response, still staring at the spirit snake, making her feel uncomfortable all over. You. The spirit snake turned its head to look at Yinmo, then looked up at the earth-splitting flame dragon, and really wanted to faint. A silver-level warrior contracted a platinum-level monster. Who would believe it if they told others about it? Is this still a human being? The spirit snake wanted to cry. If it had known earlier, it would not have accepted this task. The spirit snake forced itself to calm down, turned to look at Yunmo, and said pitifully, Little brother, I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Oh, are you kidding? Yunmo slowly walked towards the spirit snake and watched her performance quietly. Of course, little brother. I apologize to you here. The snake's spirit smiled sexily, and its tender white hands brushed across the fleshy thighs. It kept flirting with Yunmo and making all kinds of seductive movements. She slowly placed her hands on her chest, and her red lips moved slightly. You asked me to? I could do anything you want. Really? Yunmo walked up to the spirit snake and smiled warmly, but this made the spirit snake even more frightened. That's right. I am yours tonight. As the snake said this, she pulled her clothes down, revealing her shoulders, and her eyes were sharp, which was really alluring. Yunmo stretched out his big hand and pinched the spirit snake's chin, sneering. In that case, then, the spirit snake was secretly delighted. Sure enough, no man can resist the temptation of my concubine. The spirit snake's blood surged, summoning a small black snake to appear behind Yunmo. The little snake moved very quietly and was difficult to detect. It slowly climbed up Yunmo's body and soon climbed onto Yunmo's shoulder. The spirit snake was secretly delighted that its little action was not discovered by Yunmo. This black snake is the true form of her martial soul, and it is extremely poisonous. If bitten by it, one will definitely not survive for more than a quarter of an hour. The spirit snake tried hard to flirt with him to attract Yunmo's attention. At this time, the black snake had already opened its mouth and was about to bite Yunmo's neck. Then please go and die. Yunmo suddenly attacked and grabbed the spirit snake's neck with his big hands. You cough cough. A feeling of suffocation instantly enveloped the spirit snake. She wanted to resist, but found that she had no strength in her hands. You I. The spirit snake stared at the black snake standing on Yunmo's shoulder. Laugh. Finally, as she wished, she bit Yunmo's neck. Yunmo only felt a pain on his neck and subconsciously reached out to grab the black snake in his hand, firmly grasping its vital points and letting go of the spirit snake. Because the damage was too low, absolute defense was not automatically triggered. Haha, little brother, if you get bit by my snake, you're dead. Cough, cough, cough. You only have a quarter of an hour to live, so enjoy it. The sneak attack was successful, and the snake shouted excitedly. If you beg me now, I will make your death more comfortable. Yunmo's anger rose in his heart, and he immediately pried open the black snake's mouth and pulled out its teeth one by one. What are you doing? The spirit snake was attacked back, and seeing Yunmo's crazy movements, it instantly became frightened. Don't worry, I won't die even if the grass on your grave grows 2 meters. After pulling out all the black snake's teeth, he took a self-destructing star worm and stuffed it into its mouth. Then, Yunmo threw the black snake to the ground. The black snake was twitching in pain on the ground. At this moment, a healing star worm emitting a warm green light slowly landed on the spot where the snake had bitten it. Buzz. The next moment, the healing star worm turned into a ball of green light and wrapped the wound. In the blink of an eye, the black wound disappeared. Boom! At the same time, the self-destructive star worm exploded, and the black snake was instantly blown into pieces. How is this possible? The snake began to doubt its life, as its own venom could be cured so easily. Puff! With its martial soul destroyed, the spirit snake vomited blood again. Its breath instantly became much weaker. Its eyes became dull and lifeless, completely shrouded in despair. Chapter 51. Cherish the ladies? Kill your sister to prove your truth. Yunmo walked up to the spirit snake again. This time the spirit snake was really scared. She quickly knelt in front of Yin Mo and begged for mercy frantically. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me once. I am willing to be your plaything for the rest of my life. Please. Most of the people who joined the demon god cult were cowards, but now that the situation was hopeless, Ling's snake completely let go of his arrogance. Her confidence suffered a huge blow. She thought it was an easy task, so she followed Yin Mo for a long time to make sure that he was not a threat to her. Unexpectedly, Yin Mo acted out a play with her, deliberately acting weak to lure her out. Plaything, Yin Mo sneered. You don't deserve it. Yin Mo was not the kind of person who was attracted by beauty, and he didn't know how to be gentle with women. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to be prepared to be killed in return. Killing your sister to prove your truth is the right way. Yin Mo already has Mu Lingshuang as his perfect partner, so why should he set his sights on other women? Yin Mo grabbed the spirit snake's neck tightly and lifted her up easily, with her feet dangling in the air. Ahem, please. The spirit snake's feet kept kicking the air, and its hands tried their best to grab Yin Mo's big hands. Yin Mo's hand was like a pair of iron pliers, and he couldn't break free at all. Let me go. Click. Yin Mo didn't hesitate at all and directly broke the snake's neck. The legendary killer of the demon god cult branch in Danyang City fell. Yin Mo threw the corpse aside with disgust, then took out toilet paper and wiped his hands carefully. The skin of the spirit snake is indeed good-looking, and that is its only advantage. Glancing at the lifeless spirit snake lying on the ground, Yin Mo was very curious. Could this really be a gold-level warrior? It was a little too weak. The spirit snake was able to successfully assassinate many times because her sneak attack success rate was relatively high and she walked in the dark, making it difficult for people to notice her. The second reason is her snake venom. If this thing bites a weak warrior, he will definitely die. Even a warrior who is stronger than her will not be able to resist for long. It is considered a strange move. The spirit snake is good at everything, but she's not good at close combat. Yin Mo's absolute domain and the healing reconnaissance Starbug are natural counters to her two abilities. Therefore, the spirit snake was suppressed and could not exert even 1/10 of its strength, and finally died with hatred. Ling's snake is the strongest assassin here, no doubt about it. I wonder what the leader's expression would be if he knew that she had also failed. Yin Mo didn't think much about it. With a slight wave of his hand, he put the corpse into the martial soul space, and specifically reminded his martial soul, the sky star bug, not to eat it. Handing the body over to Muiching might give him some rewards. The star bug also showed an expression of disgust, as if to say that it would be unclean to eat such a person. Xiaoyan, you should come back too, so as not to be discovered. Yin Mo raised his head and glanced at the earth-splitting flame dragon. The earth-splitting flame dragon nodded obediently, turned into a stream of light, and returned to the martial soul space. It has fallen in love with this space. With the company of the mother starworm, if it wants to eat meat, it just needs to tell Yin Mo, and the buffet will be delivered to its mouth. There are many starbugs here, and they have good tempers. It likes this place very much. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yin Mo folded his hands behind his head, hummed a tune, and walked leisurely towards the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion. Brother Mu, what's the urgent matter that made you call me here, so urgently? Li Zheng has too many things to deal with now, and is already very busy. If Mu Yiqing hadn't said it was urgent, he wouldn't have rushed over in such a hurry. It's a big deal, of course. Mu Yiqing looked around and found that there was no one, so he closed the door, took out hundreds of identity cards, and piled them in front of Li Zheng. This is the identity card of the demon god believer. Li Zheng's eyes trembled slightly, and he cried out in surprise, but he deliberately suppressed the sound. Did you encounter siege by the demon god followers outside the city? They don't have the guts yet. Mu Yiqing smiled and shook his head. He was not conceited. Even if all members of the demon god cult came out to confront him head-on, he was confident that he could kill them all. As he said this, he handed Meichuan's ID card to Li Zheng. Is this Yumekawa's ID card? Are these from Yumekawa's team? Li Zheng was shocked again and looked down at the mountain of ID cards. Yes, they have all been wiped out. Mu Yiqing nodded very proudly. After all, it was his son-in-law's achievement. As a good father-in-law, he should also be proud of it. When Li Zheng saw Mu Yiqing's reaction, he thought he was the one who killed him, so he said very seriously, Brother Mu has helped us eradicate a cancer in Danyang City this time. Now, their leader should be able to stay quiet for a while. This is not my credit. It's all done by my good son-in-law. Muichin's smile was harder to suppress than AK's at this moment, and he immediately told Li Zheng all about Yun Mo's glorious deeds. Yun Mo again? Li Zheng was even more shocked. Ever since he captured Zhang San, he had been busy with work and had not taken the initiative to contact Yun Mo unexpectedly. He had done another big thing quietly. This was to fight with the people from the demon god cult. Yes, he is my good son-in-law. Aren't you envious? Huh. Muichin smiled proudly, but it was a pity that Li Zheng had always been single and had no children, so he could not experience this kind of happiness. That guy is indeed a character. I knew he was no ordinary person when I saw how experienced he was. I didn't expect that you would snatch him away, Li Zheng said with a smile. I didn't expect that Ling Shuang likes Yun Mo. She gives people a feeling of keeping strangers away wherever she goes. Are you not randomly matching them up? Li Zhengjin was afraid that Muiching would see Yun Mo's excellence and force him to be his son-in-law, regardless of whether they were willing or not, and had no idea that they were engaged. How was that possible? The two children are willing to do this. Don't say anything nonsense. Muichin glared at Li Zheng unhappily. My daughter has liked that boy for a long time, so she naturally won't let other boys get close to her. I understand. Li Zheng nodded and smiled when he heard that. Mu Lingshuang was very precocious. She had been like a little adult since she was young. It was obvious that she had a bright future. I didn't call you here to look at these dead people's things, but I need your cooperation in carrying out a major cleanup of Danyang City. Let's get back to the topic. Muiching looked at Li Zheng seriously and took out the map recording the demon god cult's hideout in front of his curious eyes. These are the known hideouts of the demon god cult. Let's take them all down today. That's also true. Li Zheng's pupils shrank slightly. They had worked hard for so many years, but the number of hideouts they had destroyed was not as many as those marked on this map. Suddenly, Li Zheng had a feeling of admiring talent, and he thought about bringing Yun Mo into the Public Security Bureau this time. With Yun Mo's ability, he would be able to take over his position in no time. Chapter 52, The Bitter Demon Cult has been there for a long time. Don't even think about my son-in-law. Muiching saw through Li Zheng's thoughts in an instant. His future lies in Shangjing or the 10,000 Beast battlefield. It is impossible for him to live in this small Danyang city. I am too narrow-minded. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng nodded in agreement. Yun Mo had only awakened for a few days, but he had already accomplished things that many warriors could not accomplish in their entire lives. It seemed that it would not be long before he could beat these old waves to death on the beach. If Li Zheng knew that Yun Mo now had the ability to defeat him, I wonder how he would react. Now that we have determined the enemy's location, we must act quickly to prevent it from being leaked out and give him time to react. Li Zheng naturally cooperated with all his strength. Well, you go back and integrate all the sheriffs, and I will mobilize all the warriors who can fight. Today we must eradicate the cancer that has been attached to Danyang City for many years. Muichin slammed the table hard. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. The demon god cult is like a stubborn disease that keeps coming back and is extremely disgusting. They're like rats in the gutter, living in the dark, occasionally appearing to attack people, and many people have suffered from them for a long time. Good. Li Zheng nodded solemnly. After the two of them finalized the battle plan, they opened the door and walked out of the house together, just in time to meet Mu Fan, who had returned. Mu Fan looked depressed, as if he had suffered a great blow. Ah, it's true that comparison makes one angry. Mu Fan sighed silently and complained to himself. My brother-in-law has successfully reached the silver level. My martial spirit is only level 15. It seems that I need more training. What did you say, little brat? Muiching and Li Zheng heard Mu Fan's words clearly. It has only been such a short time since they last met, and Yun Mo has already been classified as a silver warrior? Is it because I'm old and there's something wrong with my ears? Or is it that Mu Fan hasn't woken up yet? Dad, Uncle Li, you are here too. Mu Fan was stunned when he heard this, and quickly greeted him honestly. Mu Fan, you said Yun Mo is now a silver-level warrior? Li Zheng looked at Mu Fan with excitement. Yeah, I just came out of the Warrior Association with my brother-in-law. Mu Fan saw how excited the two were and nodded woodenly. My brother-in-law said he had something to do, so he asked me to come back first. Genius. My good son-in-law is indeed a genius. Muichin was so proud. As the saying goes, one should look at a man with new eyes after 3 days of absence. It's only been a day and a night since I last saw him, and Yin Mo has become so much stronger. With this talent, the top talents in Shangjing are only this good, right? Li Zheng was also surprised. He was shocked more times today than he had been in several years combined. Yin Mo shocked him too much. Follow your brother-in-law carefully in the future. Mui Qin gently patted Mu Fan's head, showing his father's authority. Look at your sister and your brother-in-law, and then look at yourself. You are really embarrassing me. Mu Fan was a little dazed after being beaten. What is embarrassing? Dad, I've only awakened a few days ago, but my upgrade speed is already very fast, okay? Mu Fan really wanted to say that his current level was much stronger than when Mu Yicheng was his age. But he didn't dare to say it for fear of being beaten. You kid, you have no talent for cultivation and you don't like to talk, really. When Mu Yicheng saw his son like this, he patted him on the head a few more times. Mu Fan cried. It turned out that he was picked up by his father. His sister was the apple of his father's eye and the little princess of the city lord's mansion. He was a poor, dispensable person. He thought that after Mu Lingshuang went to Beijing, he would be the only one left by his father's side and would get more love. Now it seems that Mu Fan was overthinking it. Love cannot be transferred and will only be kept for Mu Lingshuang. Alas, Mu Fan really felt that Alexander was a genius compared to others. With such an outstanding sister and brother-in-law, where could he seek justice? Li Zheng smiled and patted Mu Fan's shoulder as a comfort. He also felt that Mu Yicheng treated his son differently, as if he was adopted. Father-in-law, Uncle Li, are you all here? Yin Mo slowly walked into the city lord's mansion and smiled when he saw the situation. Mu Fan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Mu Fan looking dejected, he immediately approached him in confusion. It's nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable. Brother-in-law, you can't help me. Fortunately, Mu Fan is a man, otherwise he would be sobbing in grievance. You guys take a good rest. We're going out to do something. Mu Yicheng looked at Yin Mo, nodded with satisfaction, and immediately gave instructions. Father-in-law, don't worry. I will give you another great gift. Yin Mo said this and waved his hand. The body of the spirit snake was thrown out and appeared in front of everyone. This is... Mu Yicheng and Li Mu stared at each other, and their breathing became a little rapid. Is this the demon god cult's trump card, Killer Spirit Snake? Li Zheng was extremely shocked. He was also a gold-level warrior, and he couldn't say that he could escape unscathed from the spirit snake, let alone kill it. The snake spirit is good at assassination and is very slippery. She has been wanted by the Public Security Bureau for a long time, but no one has caught her. I didn't expect Yin Mo's one move would bring such a big shock. How did you do that, kid? Mu Yicheng glanced at the corpse of the spirit snake on the ground, then raised his head to look at Yin Mo. He always felt that this son-in-law of his was both familiar and unfamiliar. A bit too evil. Brother-in-law, could it be that? Seeing this, Mu Fan instantly understood why Yin Mo was frequently looking around, and also knew why he was sent away. If Mu Fan were to fight against this spirit snake, he would surely die, and would most likely become a drag on Yin Mo. Well, I hope this helps you. Yin Mo nodded, looking unperturbed by the praise or criticism. It's been such a huge help. Mu Yicheng slapped his thigh excitedly. This directly helped them to eliminate a huge potential threat. When they encircled the demon god sect, they didn't have to worry about being ambushed by the spirit snakes, and many casualties could be avoided. Yin Mo, I will record all your achievements, and I will not lose any rewards or honors. The more Li Zheng looked at Yin Mo, the more satisfied he became. It was such a pity that he couldn't absorb him into his own public security bureau. Yin Mo nodded. Of course, the more rewards, the better. Let's go, Laoli. We've been fighting them for so many years, it's time to close the net. Mu Yichen's face was full of anticipation. The demon god cult would definitely be expelled today. Okay, I'll go gather some people, and we'll split up. Li Zheng nodded, with a cold, murderous intent between his brows. Many sheriffs had died at the hands of the demon god cult. It was time to settle accounts. Father-in-law, Uncle Li, take me with you. Yin Mo also wanted to contribute his own strength. With his Tianqing insect swarm, he could reduce everyone's death rate. King. Mu Yicheng and Li Zheng nodded in agreement without any hesitation. They all saw Yin Mo's strength. He could kill the spirit snake alone. There were few people in the entire demon god cult who could threaten his life. Dad, I also... When Mu Fan saw Yin Mo was going to take part in the action, he instantly became excited and took a step forward. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Muicheng. What are you talking about? Why don't you go back to your room and have a good rest? If you go there, you will only hinder us. You might as well practice hard and get promoted to silver level as soon as possible. Chapter 53. Sharing of Martial Spirits. I see. Although Mu Fan felt a little disappointed, he was very self-aware and knew that his current strength was indeed a little weak. We'll be together someday, if we have a chance. Yun Mo patted Mu Fan on the back, comforting him. Well, brother-in-law, you have to be careful. Some of the followers of the demon god cult are strangely cruel and crazy. You can't take it lightly. Mu Fan said this calmly and walked away, looking back every few steps. Let's meet at the old place. Li Zheng said this and left first. Come on, good son-in-law, let's go gather the warriors too. Muichen said as he walked forward, and Yun Mo followed closely behind him. Martial arts training ground. Muichen stood on a high platform, and below him were densely packed with people, numbering tens of thousands. I know you all worked hard after fighting the monsters, but there's a tough battle to fight next. Those who are injured will stay and make some corrections. We'll set off in 10 minutes. Everyone roared at the words. Just let the city lord demolish it. Afterwards, the injured people voluntarily left the team, and no one tried to be brave. They knew that dragging their injured bodies and forcing themselves to fight would only drag down their companions. This resulted in a loss of more than 10,000 people. Very good. Muichen looked around at everyone and waved his hand. Set off. The next moment, tens of thousands of people followed Muicheng and marched forward in unison, with Yun Mo following closely behind. Public Security Bureau. Li Zheng has assembled several thousand sheriffs. This is a surprise operation. I only have one request, and that is to obey orders. Li Zheng paced back and forth and said seriously, Yes, Director Li. The sheriffs who were summoned were all in good shape and spoke in powerful voices. At this time, the large army led by Mu Yicheng arrived on time. It is vast and majestic, like thousands of troops galloping. Mu Yicheng and Li Zheng looked at each other. Split up. Mu Yicheng said in a deep voice, We all obey your orders. Li Zheng nodded in agreement. Father-in-law, Uncle Li, don't worry. Just as Mu Yicheng was about to announce his departure, Yun Mo's voice slowly rang out. In an instant, countless eyes fell on him. Many people were curious about who Yun Mo was and how he dared to interrupt the city lord. My dear son-in-law, what suggestions do you have? Muichen respected Yun Mo very much. After all, his excellence was obvious to all, and he was not angry about being interrupted. What is it, son-in-law? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The engagement between Yun Mo and Mu Ling Shuang has not been made public yet, so naturally not many people know about it. Goddess Mu Ling Shuang has a boyfriend? For a moment, there were sounds of heartbreak everywhere. The goddess they longed for was chased away by the hateful boy in front of them. Hateful. Yun Mo instantly felt countless unfriendly gazes, making him feel uneasy and a little overwhelmed. Nature. Yun Mo summoned 2 reconnaissance star bugs as he spoke, commanding one to fly far away while the other floated in front of everyone. What is this for? Muichen was a little confused. Father-in-law, Uncle Li, look. Yun Mo pointed at the reconnaissance star bug. Before he finished speaking, a screen slowly emerged with a picture on it. It was the scene of the flying reconnaissance star bug exploring. The reconnaissance star bug can only share vision with Yun Mo. If other people want to use it, they can only rely on the cooperation of the 2 reconnaissance star bugs. What is this? Li Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. With this reconnaissance star worm, he could easily detect the enemy's internal situation and avoid many ambushes. This thing is much more useful than a drone, and it is small in size and not easily detected. It's perfect for scouting. This is my martial spirit, the star reconnaissance bug. As you can see, it can be used to detect the enemy. I don't have many, so I can only take out 1,000 and distribute them to 500 teams. I hope it can help. Before Yun Mo finished his words, 1,000 reconnaissance star bugs appeared, hovering behind him, their wings frantically vibrating. The wings of all reconnaissance star bugs vibrate at exactly the same frequency, but the sound they make is so subtle that it is difficult to detect them without careful observation. Good boy, you really brought me so many surprises. You are really omnipotent, bug. Muichen was extremely excited and wished he could become a close friend with his good son-in-law. It's not omnipotent, it's just a product of mutation. Yun Mo scratched his head embarrassedly. Everyone was also shocked by Yun Mo's martial soul. There are many types and branches of martial souls, but they are all used by warriors for their own benefit. This is the first time they have seen a martial soul that can be used by other people. It's really unheard of. Okay, distribute it quickly. Li Zhang's eyes were burning with enthusiasm. If everyone in the Public Security Bureau could be equipped with 2 reconnaissance starbugs, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I just don't know whether Yun and Mo will sell it. Soon, 500 sets of reconnaissance starbugs were distributed, and the team leader learned how to use them. Okay, now find the area your team is responsible for according to the marks on the map and set off. At Muichen's command, tens of thousands of people summoned their own martial spirits, transformed into countless streams of light, and rushed in different directions. Let's go. Our destination is here. Muichen pointed to the largest mark on the map, where the leader of the demon god cult was located. The demon god cult's Dongyang city headquarters. The leader stood in front of the demon god statue with his head lowered, a respectful look on his face, and muttered something. Master Demon God, may our demon god cult successfully capture this space crack. May we swallow up Dongyang City and revive the great Neon Empire. After lurking in Dongyang City for many years, the demon god cult's goal is to overthrow the city lord's mansion and then swallow up this land. In this way, the territory of Neon Country can extend by thousands of miles, and the surrounding monster gathering places can be designated as their base. Nowadays, there are monsters scattered everywhere in the territory of Daxia. The land is very scattered, and there are other countries outside who are eyeing it covetously. They think that even if a small marginal city like Dongyang is annexed, it will not cause any waves. Even if the Great Xia Kingdom found out, it would have to swallow its anger. After all, so many cities have been destroyed by the beast tide. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The leader remembered the promise from his superiors that as long as he took over Dongyang City, he would be the master of this land, and then he could move from the dark to the light. After muttering, the chief respectfully bowed 3 times in succession to the tall statue of the demon god, then slowly stood up. Roar! The demon god statue seemed to have heard the leader's words and responded. The roar was drawn out, as if it came from the underworld, but also as if it was right beside the ear. The next moment, the eyes of the demon god statue emitted a scarlet light, and then drops of red liquid continued to drip down. Is this the blood of the demon god? The leader was overjoyed and quickly took a porcelain bottle to receive the blood. Feeling the violent power permeating the blood of the demon god, the leader was ecstatic and really wanted to absorb it all. Unfortunately, the blood of the demon god is too overbearing. After absorbing it, people will lose their minds or even turn into beasts and then become neither human nor ghost. With the leader's current ability, he can only absorb 1 drop a month, step by step. After receiving a full screen, the leader was delighted. With these, he could train some powerful assassins, which was also a huge gain. Just when he was happy, one of his men ran in a panic. Chief, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Chapter 54. Abandoning the Rook to save the king. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Since the leader had just obtained a lot of demon god blood, he was in a very good mood. He was not as serious as usual, and there was even a hint of joy in his tone. Chief, Captain Meichuan's entire army was wiped out. The subordinate paused and reported truthfully. What did you say? A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the leader, knocking the man away. Chief, calm down. The subordinates crawled to their feet and knelt in front of their leader, feeling extremely depressed. Sure enough, this job was not easy. Everyone pushed and jostled, not wanting to be the scapegoat, so they pushed him out. It would be strange if the leader was not angry after hearing this news. How can you make me calm down? The leader laughed in anger. He joined forces with many core members of the demon god cult to tie down a number of people, which created an opportunity for the Meichuan team to sneak into the space rift. It had only been 1 day and 1 night, and the whole army was wiped out. Even if we put 500 pigs in there, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to catch them, right? The men knelt on the ground, trembling, not daring to make sound. The team was completely wiped out. Not only could they not completely occupy the space rift, they couldn't even transport the resources contained within. The leader felt a pang of pain after losing so many people at once. Chief, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. At this time, another subordinate ran in a panic, slid down to his knees in front of the leader, and shouted stutteringly with a trembling voice. "What's going on this time?" The leader narrowed his eyes slightly, and the aura he exuded was chilling. Spiritual snake lady. The men were simply frightened out of their wits. What happened to the snake? The leader became nervous upon hearing this, grabbed the man's collar, and lifted him up, having a bad feeling in his heart. Master Lingxi failed in her mission and died. The subordinate mustered up great courage and finally shouted out, "Impossible! This is impossible!" The leader threw it out and it hit the thick wall heavily. "Lingxi is the top assassin in our branch. How could he fail in assassinating a guy who was just promoted not long ago?" The leader couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. With the ability of the spirit snake, it should be able to slip away even under Muiting's nose. Fake. This is fake news. The leader suddenly felt that many things were escaping his control. It seems that it is all related to that boy, named Yunmo. "Yunmo, what kind of freak are you?" The leader gnashed his teeth in anger, with a scarlet murderous aura emanating from his body. "Chief, no." Another person ran in a panic. "It never ends." The leader roared, and the man was so scared that he swallowed the food in his stomach. The three men knelt in a row, as quiet as chickens. "Tell me, what's the bad news?" The leader calmed himself down, looked at the third subordinate who ran in, and shouted in a deep voice, "Chief, our position has been exposed. Warriors and sheriffs from the City Lord's mansion are rushing towards us. It is estimated that there are 20,000 to 30,000 of them." The subordinates told the truth. "MD, it's exposed." The leader couldn't help but swear when he heard this. When he learned that Meichuan's team was wiped out, he knew this possibility would occur. He had still held out a glimmer of hope, but he didn't expect to be exposed. The position he was in charge of had been exposed, so the other branches were self-evident. Damn it! The leader clenched his fists, struggling with something in his heart. The three men looked at their leader, waiting for his role, anxiety written all over their faces. Muiting and Li Zheng joined forces to attack, and they really couldn't find any chance of winning. The demon god cult was able to spread throughout Donyang City, not because its leader was so powerful, but because its doctrines were very misleading and could infiltrate everywhere. If they really met head-on, Muiting alone would be able to kill their leader. Gather everyone to fight. After careful consideration, the leader made up his mind immediately. Then he waved his hand and threw 3 drops of the demon god's blood into the palms of the 3 people. "With the blessing of the demon god, no one can stop our jungle hunting. Go!" "Yes, Chief." The 3 of them became instantly excited when they saw the blood of the demon god in their hands. This thing was so precious that only the backbone members of the sect had the opportunity to obtain it. But today, the 3 of them who were on the fringe got it. Suddenly, I feel that this job of passing messages is pretty good and worth it. Go ahead. I'll make some preparations and fight them to the death. The chief's face was solemn and convincing. "Yes, sir." The 3 of them responded and retreated together, hastening to gather all those who could fight. Seeing the 3 people leave, the leader immediately changed his expression, locked the door, turned around, and looked at the statue of the demon god standing in the room. His face was full of panic. There is no chance of winning in a head-on fight with Muiting and Li Zheng, and I'm not a fool. Since the position is exposed, we can only sacrifice the car to save the king. The leader thinks he is handsome, and the other believers are cannon fodder who can be abandoned at any time. Your deaths are caused by the Daxia people, so don't blame me. The leader muttered to himself, slowly walked to the statue of the demon god, and knelt down on his knees without hesitation. "Great demon god, your most loyal believer is in danger now. I hope you can lead me out of danger." Roar. The next moment, a low groan came from the demon god statue, and its eyes emitted a scarlet light. The leader then cut his finger and let the blood drip onto the statue of the demon god. After a while, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the demon god statue and quickly spread to the surroundings, collapsing layer by layer. Boom! The statue of the demon god exploded with a loud bang. The surrounding space quickly twisted, and a teleportation array was slowly taking shape. "Ha, it worked!" The leader rubbed his hands excitedly. As long as the teleportation array was formed, even a diamond-level warrior would not be able to stop him. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Tens of thousands of people outside have completely surrounded this place. With Muiting's order, everyone launched an attack at the same time. A huge amount of chi and blood points gathered together and instantly smashed the several-meter-high, heavy gate of the demon god cult. For the sake of the demon god, kill. The number of people who rushed into the battle was extremely small. Most of the believers came to seek immortality, not to die. The moment they saw the army approaching, they immediately gave up resistance, squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, and chose to surrender. Fanatical believers fell one after another, and the army was crushed in an instant. In less than a quarter of an hour, they completely occupied the entire branch of the demon god cult. Boom! The door of the leader's room shattered instantly, and Yunemo and others rushed in. Kamita, it turns out that you are the one behind all this shabby stuff. When Muicheng saw the appearance of his leader, he became furious instantly. This guy was a sinister villain on the battlefield and was cruel. He would do anything to achieve his goals. Many Daxiao people died in his hands. Haha, Musang, long time no see. Kamita smiled grimly, and the teleportation array behind him had already taken shape. So what if you found my location? If you want to capture me, wait until next life. Chapter 55 Special Skills, Endless Frenzy. Oh no, he's trying to escape. Li Zheng discovered the existence of the teleportation array at the first moment, but it was too late to stop him. Kamita had already jumped into the teleportation array, and his body was half submerged. Die! Muichin threw a punch, accompanied by a dragon roar, and rushed towards Kamita. At the same time, Yunemo threw out dozens of self-destructive starbugs and rushed forward at full speed. Boom! Muiching's punch missed, and a huge hole was smashed in the wall in front of him. Rocks kept falling, and the wall was about to collapse. I said you. Burst! Yunemo sensed that several self-destructive starbugs had successfully attached themselves to Kamita's body, and he immediately had an idea. Boom! 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 All parts of Kamita's body exploded at the same time, and the piercing pain made him scream out loud. Which bastard attacked me? One of Kamita's arms was directly broken by the explosion, which made him furious. His furious voice could be heard from the teleportation array, which had not yet dissipated. I will come back. The day I return will be the day when Donyang City will be destroyed. The next moment, the teleportation array disappeared completely, and the entire room fell silent. He still escaped. Muichin looked annoyed. Father-in-law, I've already heard him. I think he'll be quiet for a while. The self-destructive star worm blew away 1/5 of Kamita's health, which was considered a serious injury. It would take a lot of time for him to recover to his peak condition. It has to be you, kid. Muiching patted Yunmo's shoulder and looked at Li Zheng. Kamita has probably teleported back to Japan. It's difficult to catch him across borders, so let's just clean up the mess first. Li Zheng nodded and acted separately with Muiching to ensure that no member of the demon god cult would escape their search. At this time, this situation was happening in all the demon god cult gathering places. The demon god cultists were originally a group of rabble, and now that Kamita had fled far away and their core members were either dead or injured, it was very easy to eliminate them one by one. The operation took less than an hour, no one was killed, and the entire operation was accomplished at the minimal cost of only dozens of injuries. If Kamita knew that the branches he had spent more than 10 years of hard work to build were destroyed in an instant, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. What's this? Yunemo walked around the room and found a porcelain bottle left at the location of the teleportation array. He picked it up and opened the cork. In an instant, a pungent smell of blood rushed to Yunmo's head, making him almost vomit. He quickly put the cork back in. Ding, the existence of the demon god's blood is detected. Host, do you want to redeem the hunting value? Blood of the demon god? Yunemo looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand and talked to himself. What else can this thing do besides conversation, hunting value? After absorbing it, you can increase your own attributes. If you can't control it, you'll be backfired and turn into an orc and lose your mind. The system explained patiently. Is this thing so dangerous? Yunemo suddenly felt like it was a hot potato and thought it would be better to exchange it for hunting points. Host, you can also let the martial spirit devour you, and perhaps you will get some unexpected gains. Is that dangerous? Yunemo didn't want his precious martial soul to be in danger. Dangers and opportunities coexist. The host can choose for himself. The system said it would not help Yunemo make a choice. Yunemo was in a dilemma. He cared a lot about what the unexpected gain was. Now he has 1 trillion hunting points, so he has no shortage of them for the time being. After a period of hesitation, Yunemo made a decision immediately. Take a gamble. He He immediately came to the Martial Soul space. Looking at the Martial Soul starworm that was growing bigger and bigger, Yin was very happy. He felt like his child had grown up. Here, I'll give you something good. Yin opened the stopper of the porcelain bottle and handed the blood of the demon god to the Tianxing worm. If it is willing to swallow it, Yin will naturally be happy. If it chooses to refuse, Yin can only exchange it for hunting points. The star bug came forward and sniffed and instantly became alert. Without any hesitation, it swallowed the porcelain bottle in one gulp. Hey, you're really not picky about food. Yin was really afraid that the broken porcelain bottle would puncture the stomach and intestines of the starworm. The moment the sky star bug swallowed the blood of the demon god, it felt a burst of heat all over its body, as if there was a fire burning all over its body. Yin felt the same way. After a while, Yin was already sweating profusely, and his back was wet. What's going on? Yin was a little surprised. When his martial soul mutated, he was not affected. What was happening this time? Just when Yin was puzzled, the body of the sky starbug was surrounded by a ball of deep red flame, which was extremely strange. However, the fire did not cause the star worm any discomfort. On the contrary, it felt somewhat comfortable. Yin also felt the warmth, and this warmth was flowing throughout his body. He closed his eyes comfortably, enjoying it happily. I don't know how much time passed. Ding, congratulations to the host, unlocking the special skill, Endless Madness. The system's voice sounded again, waking Yin up instantly. Endless Frenzy? Can you gain special skills without mutation? Yin was a little confused. Host, mutation applies to the martial soul itself. The hatched larvae can be assimilated, and the special skills affected by external factors apply to the host itself. The system explained. I see. Yin nodded and immediately clicked on the purpose of this special skill. He was shocked when he saw it. Yinmo's eyes almost popped out. Endless Madness. Elementary strengthens one's various attributes by burning one's own blood, without any side effects. Enhancement effect. 10 times. As the skill is upgraded, the enhancement effect will become stronger and stronger. Oh my god! Yin instantly understood the effect of Endless Madness, but it did not have any side effects. It enhanced Yinmo's attributes tenfold and finally fulfilled his wish of close combat. But if you think about it carefully, strengthening it tenfold doesn't seem to be that strong. He was quite excited the last second, but after figuring it out, Yin lowered his head again in depression. After all, my initial attributes are only silver level. No matter how strong I am, it is impossible for me to kill enemies of higher levels in close combat. Alas, Yin shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that he still had to rely on his own mutation. Thinking of this, Yin suddenly remembered that he hadn't used mutation for a long time, and he didn't know how many chances he had left. Try it first. System, use mutation. Yin regained his spirits. Host, 50,000 hunting points will be deducted for each mutation. Do you want to use it? Damn it, the price has gone up again? What a profiteer. What a profiteer. Host, as your strength grows, the hunting value required for mutation will also increase. Didn't I tell you that a long time ago? The system feels a little aggrieved. Yin felt a sudden heart attack. Although he had a lot of hunting value, he couldn't just waste it. Okay, 50,000 is 50,000. Let's continue mutating. Ding, mutation failed. Hunting value -5W. Ding, mutation failed. Hunting value -5W. Ding, mutation failed. Hunting value -5W. Puff. After investing $1 million and failing miserably, Yin was about to vomit blood. It's a scam. It's really a scam. Host, do you want to continue to mutate? The system reminded Yin I'll turn into your grandma's leg. Yin couldn't help but swear. Host, to be a civilized person, start with yourself. The system's words are really annoying. Yin just felt dizzy and had some difficulty breathing. This dog's system is getting worse and worse. Chapter 56. A day without seeing is like a year. Yin gave up. I'm a bit unlucky today. I'll see what happens tomorrow. Even if the hunting value is high, it cannot be wasted like this. It's okay, system. Please kneel down and greet me. Yin was somewhat gritting his teeth. With 1 million hunting points, he could upgrade dozens of sky starbugs. The system did not respond and chose to remain silent. After searching the room carefully again and finding nothing, Yin Mo left. When I walked out the door, I ran into Mui-ching and Li Zhang. I didn't know what they were discussing. Yin Mo yawned and felt a little dizzy. Yin Mo, go back and rest first. The city lord and I still have some things to deal with. Li Zhang suggested when he saw Yin Mo yawning all the time. Boy, you've worked hard, take a good rest. Mui-ching looked at Yin Mo with eyes full of love. If Mu Fan were here, he would be envious again. From childhood to adulthood, he has never felt the so-called fatherly love as a mountain, but only felt that fatherly love is like a landslide. I feel like 90% of my love is given to Mu Ling Shuang. I am indeed tired. You guys go ahead and do your work. I will go back first. Yin Mo did not insist. He responded, turned around, and left this place of trouble. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Yin Mo threw himself into the bed. I ignored what was happening outside and had a good sleep. When I woke up again, it was already noon the next day. 100,000 new insect eggs lay quietly in the martial soul space. Yin Mo stretched and immediately felt refreshed. The first thing I did was to pick up my phone and open the communication app. Sure enough, there were quite a few messages from Mu Ling Shuang. Good evening, Yin Mo, my training today is over. Yin Mo, when will you come to Qinglong Academy to find me? Good night, Yin Mo. Yin Mo read from beginning to end. Mu Ling Shuang left at least dozens of messages. She was very patient in leaving messages every day, which made Yin Mo feel warm in his heart. Type quickly immediately. Ling Shuang, good morning. I was so tired yesterday that I slept till now. Are you tired from practicing? There was no response for several minutes after he sent the message. Yin Mo guessed that Mu Ling Shuang was busy, so he immediately got up, washed up, pushed the door open, and walked into the huge courtyard. Brother-in-law, are you awake? Mu Fan summoned his martial spirit and was training hard. When he saw Yin Mo, he immediately smiled and waved. Well, I can't gain experience by just beating dead things like this, nor can I accumulate much practical experience. Yin Mo looked at the wooden stake in front of Mu Fan and felt that this kind of training was a waste of time. Only by fighting with monsters could he level up quickly. I also want to go outside the city to hunt monsters, but my father said that this space crack has only been stabilized for a short time and the new secret realm has not yet been raided. The dense forest is very chaotic, so I have to stay here honestly for the time being. Mu Fan shrugged helplessly when he heard that. He was different from Yin Mo. If he really encountered a platinum-level monster, he would only be doomed to die. It's very safe inside the space crack now. I think you'll be able to go in and try it out in a few days. Yin Mo estimated that the final grade of Secret Realm would be D, no higher. Real. Yin Mo walked out of the space crack, so Mu Fan naturally believed it. The earth-splitting flame dragon was subdued by Yin Mo, and most of the gold-level monsters inside were dead. With Mu Fan's current strength, if he encountered a silver-level monster, even if he couldn't defeat it, he would have no problem escaping. Okay, then I'll practice for a while. Mu Fan nodded excitedly, looking forward to the moment when the new secret realm would be open to everyone. At this time, the pioneering team was still scanning the map in the space crack. It's strange. Why are there so few monsters in this space? The team members muttered to themselves in confusion. Yes, and there are no resources at all. It's all desert, and the spirit stone detector has no response. Could be a dead space. The so-called dead space is a space without monsters, resources, or any value. There are tens of thousands of such places around the world. Some of them were originally empty when they were formed, while others were overexploited later, and both the monsters and resources were believed to have been completely destroyed. We have scanned half of it. Continue exploring. The captain said in a deep voice that they did encounter some monsters on the way, but their number was too small and their level did not exceed silver level. Yes. The team members responded and continued to explore forward. What is that? Someone exclaimed and came to the place where Yin Mo had fought before. There was a huge open space in front of everyone. The ground was full of deep pits and filled with a pungent smell of blood. It seemed that there had been a great battle, but there was no body left, which was puzzling. The captain was not surprised when he thought of Uncle Lee, a platinum-level warrior, leaving here. City Lord's mansion. Yin Mo had a big meal and found that Mu Ling Shuang had replied. It's already noon. I just finished training. A selfie is also attached below. There was a thin layer of sweat on Mu Ling Shuang's forehead and a gentle smile on her lips. She was incredibly beautiful. Seeing this beautiful photo, Yun Mo was stunned for a moment, then saved it immediately and typed happily. As expected of my wife, she is so pretty. Mu Lingshuang, who was on the other side of the phone, blushed slightly when she heard Yun Mo's words. Fortunately, there were no other classmates around. If they saw Mu Lingshuang's shy look, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause. When you plan to come to Beijing? Mu Lingshuang immediately changed the subject. Departing in the next few days. Yun Mo replied immediately. Now he had a large amount of hunting value, and the demon god cult in Danyang City had been temporarily eradicated. There would be no problems in the short term. What Yun Mo wants to do most now is to rush to Shangjing, stay close to his beautiful wife, then step on other geniuses under his feet, and let the principal of Qinglong College know how ridiculous it is to refuse him from participating in the training camp. Real. Mu Lingshuang was overjoyed. It felt like a long time since they last saw each other. In just a few days, she was already a little dazed. She thought that they could get the marriage certificate after Yun Mo came to Shangjing. Yes, wait for me. Yun Mo replied. Good. The two chatted for a long time until Mu Lingshuang's training time was up, and then they ended the chat. Brother-in-law, Dad is looking for you. Mu Fan trotted over and called out to Yun Mo. I'll be right there. Mu Ching study. What does Dad want to see me about? Yun Mo called him father-in-law in public and dad in private, which he felt was quite cordial. Yun Mo, you have made the greatest contribution to the successful destruction of the demon god cult this time. After discussion among the high-level officials of Danyang City, we plan to award you the third-class national medal, in addition to some training resources. Seeing Yun Mo coming in, Mu Ching looked at him seriously and said in a deep voice, the higher-ups are still debating whether to give you the medal privately or hold a special commendation ceremony. I wonder what you think. What Mu Chin was worried about was that Yun Mo was still young and his strength was not strong enough. If he was too high-profile and was targeted by others, it would be troublesome. Of course, it was publicly commended. Yun Mo replied without hesitation that he was not at all targeted by anyone, and it was the mediocre people who were not envied by anyone. He wished many guys would target him, so that not only could he eliminate some troubles, but he could also earn some hunting points. It was simply the best of both worlds. I knew you would choose this. Mu Ching smiled instantly when he heard that, and immediately patted Yun Mo's shoulder, looking like he was in a very good mood. It is a good thing for young people to be a little confident and arrogant. If they're not arrogant, they can still be called young people. Chapter 57 set off for Beijing. Mu Ching had already arranged everything and brought Yun Mo to the door of the Public Security Bureau. There was a lot of noise in front of the Public Security Bureau, and reporters from all walks of life were ready to go. As soon as Yun Mo appeared, everyone surrounded him and asked him all kinds of questions, which made Yun Mo a little overwhelmed. The commendation meeting was very lively. In addition to Yun Mo receiving the third-class medal, many warriors also received corresponding rewards. However, Yun Mo was the protagonist of this commendation conference. He was busy from noon to afternoon, and it was only then that it ended. I didn't expect this commendation meeting to be more tiring than fighting. After it was over, Yun Mo was really relieved. There were many reporters, but very few professional ones. Some of the questions were too bizarre, and Yun Mo sincerely felt that the quality of these reporters needed to be improved. Boy, you've worked hard. Mu Chin smiled and patted Yun Mo on the back, expressing his deep agreement. As the city lord, he is interviewed every day and has long been accustomed to it. When faced with some strange questions, he just ignores them. What are your plans next? The two walked side by side, and Mu Cheng was completely humble. Of course I'm going to Shangjing to find Ling Shuang. Yun Mo answered truthfully. Haha, it's only been a few days since we last met. Upon hearing this, Mu Chin couldn't help but burst out laughing and teased Yun Mo. Yun Mo's face turned red, and he touched the back of his head embarrassedly. Seeing that you two have such a good relationship, I feel relieved. Mu Ching nodded with relief. It's already very late today. You can take the earliest flying boat tomorrow morning. That's exactly what I meant. The two of them asked and answered each other and had a very pleasant chat. No words were spoken that night. Brother-in-law, you went to Shangjing without me. Don't forget that I'm also a student of Qinglong College. As soon as Yun Mo stepped out of the door, Mu Fan came over to him, hugged his thighs tightly with both hands, and lay on the ground, looking like a resentful woman. Forehead. Yun Mo was speechless. Any warrior who had successfully qualified could ride this flying boat for free. If Mufan wanted to go, he would definitely not stop him. If you want to go, just... However, before Yin Mo could finish his words, Muiching came over with a sullen face, grabbed Mufan's collar, and lifted him up like a chicken. Go to hell. You're only a bronze-level warrior now. Following Yin Mo will only hinder him. Wait until school starts and go there. Practice well at home for me. Yin Mo instantly understood why Mufan came to him for help. He wanted Yin Mo to persuade Muiching. Mufan looked at Yin Mo for help. Tomorrow, the secret realm will be successfully graded. Do you still want to enter the training? Muiching questioned. Mufan hesitated. He had been looking forward to successfully grading in the secret realm so that he could go in and upgrade himself. Perhaps after coming out, he would be able to successfully reach level 20 and be graded as silver. But he also wanted to follow Yin Mo to Beijing. And for a moment, Mufan was extremely conflicted. I'm not telling you this to ask for your opinion. I'm telling you. What are you doing going to Beijing as a single guy? To be a light bulb for them. Muichin said this and dragged Mufan away like a dead dog. Yin Mo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His father-in-law really said whatever he wanted and didn't care about his son's thoughts at all. Yin Mo silently mourned for Mufan in his heart for a second, then turned and walked towards the Feizhou port. Feizhou port is located at the northernmost part of Danyang City, with hundreds of flights every day. There are large tracts of monster territories between every city in the Great Xia Kingdom. If you want to cross this uninhabited area to reach another city, a flying boat is the best choice. Please show me your warrior badge. When Yin Mo arrived at Feizhou port, there was already a long queue. The staff was extremely efficient, and Yin Mo's turn came soon. Are you Yin Mo? The staff member who checked the medal was a beautiful woman. She became instantly excited when she saw Yin Mo. It's me. The beautiful staff member was too enthusiastic, making Yin Mo feel a little embarrassed. Yesterday's interview made the headlines of major news in Danyang City that evening. Now Yin Mo has become a household name, and everyone knows that the demise of the demon god cult had a lot to do with him. It's really Yin Mo. I finally saw him alive. The warriors queuing around also became excited. If there were no one on the scene to maintain order, they would probably have surrounded the scene. This is my warrior badge. Yin Mo handed the silver badge to the beautiful staff member. Yin Mo is so amazing. This young man is already a silver-level warrior. After inspection, the badge was returned to Yin Mo. Yin Mo quickly put it in his arms and hurriedly walked into the flying boat. He felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. After entering the flying boat, Yin Mo discovered that he was not sitting in the economy class, but in a private compartment. Do I already have this privilege? Looking at the luxurious private room, Yin Mo was delighted and walked in without any hesitation. Sitting on the soft sofa, Yin Mo squinted his eyes comfortably. He waved his hand, and hundreds of reconnaissance star bugs flew out, quickly dispersing to every corner of the flying boat. No matter where he goes, Yin Mo will never completely relax and will always be vigilant so that he can face various unexpected crises in time. After doing all this, Yin Mo covered himself with a quilt and planned to take a nap. I don't know how long it was before there was a knock on the door. Boo! Yin Mo opened his eyes, and the shared vision showed that the person outside the door was the beautiful woman who was checking the warrior badges. She was holding a tray with a special meal on it. Mr. Yin Mo, I'm here to deliver food to you, the beauty said softly. Yin Mo immediately opened the door and was faced with a sweet smile. Thank you very much. Yin Mo took it with a smile. After delivering the gift, the beauty did not leave, but looked a little conflicted. You got anything else? Yin Mo doesn't want to have too much contact with other women. Can I take a picture with you? The beauty said as she took out her cell phone. King. Yin Mo naturally would not refuse such a request. Thanks. The beautiful woman jumped up happily when she heard that, and immediately came close to Yin Mo and carefully took a photo with him. After taking the photos, the beauty looked at the photos in her phone happily. She thanked Yin Mo again before leaving. Seeing her leaving, Yin Mo smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect that because of a commendation meeting, he already had quite a few fans. He just wanted to become stronger and become a powerful warrior and didn't want to be a top star. After closing the door again, Yin Mo was about to sit down when his brows instantly frowned. What? The temperature suddenly dropped in a corner, and a shadow flashed by. The next moment, a scream of fear was heard. The beautiful woman who had just left Yunmo's room was trapped in a corner. She looked at the monster in front of her in horror and collapsed to the ground. Help, help! The beauty was so frightened that she was shaking all over. She wanted to shout for help, but found that she couldn't make any sound. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her whole body was shrouded in terror. Roar! The humanoid monster roared excitedly, stretched out its long tongue, and wrapped it around the beautiful woman's neck, laughing hideously. Chapter 58, Air Crash. Bang! With a dull thud, the humanoid monster felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Who? The humanoid monster looked back angrily and found that there was no one in the narrow corridor. When he turned around again, Yunmo was already standing in front of the beautiful staff member. Are you okay? Yunmo glanced at the beautiful staff member who was slumped on the ground and asked with concern. I'm fine. Thank you, Yunmo. The beautiful staff member's smiling face turned pale with fright. Damn, Yunmo, it's you again, Dai. The humanoid monster roared angrily and rushed towards Yunmo. Yunmo sneered in his heart. It was indeed coming towards him. A self-destructing starworm flew out instantly, blocking the way of the humanoid monster. Not good. The humanoid monster's face changed drastically, and the next moment, it was blown to pieces. The narrow corridor was turned into a pile of ruins, and the entire airship shook violently. The next moment, the beautiful staff member's face suddenly became distorted, and a sharp blade suddenly appeared in her hand and stabbed towards Yunmo's waist. Before the sharp blade touched Yunmo, it was instantly broken by the shield of absolute defense, and the beautiful staff member was also flung out and hit the wall heavily. How is this possible? The beautiful staff member's face was filled with horror. According to the plan, Yunmo should be weak all over now, and this knife would be enough to cripple him. What went wrong? Yunmo's face was gloomy. He rushed to the beautiful staff member in an instant, locked her neck with his big hands, and slowly lifted her up. To be honest, the special meal you sent tastes good. Yunmo's voice was cold, and a chill instantly rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her shiver. Why are you okay after eating it? The beautiful staff member couldn't understand why the special medicine in there, which could temporarily dissipate a warrior's blood and chi, had no effect. They didn't even bother to do a good investigation before ambushing me. The demon god cult is no better than that. Yunmo smiled coldly, broke her neck mercilessly, and threw the body aside. His healing starworm can cure hundreds of poisons, so this little bit of medicine really can't do anything to Yunmo. After dealing with the two men, Yunmo had just walked out of the narrow corridor when several figures rushed out from both sides again. They were all humanoid monsters of various shapes. These are humans who drank the blood of the demon god and turned into beasts, completely transformed into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and these humanoid monsters that rushed out were killed on the spot before they even touched Yunmo. Yunmo walked quickly towards the economy class. He encountered many humanoid monsters on the way, and he killed them all instantly. The reconnaissance star bugs scattered in every corner of the airship continuously sent video images. The humanoid monsters have completely occupied the entire airship, and there is not a single normal human being. After seeing these scenes, Yunmo was completely certain that this airship was coming for him. It seemed that there were still hidden demon god believers in Danyang City. They were really powerful. They actually knew so early that I was going to Shanjin by airship. The deployment was completed so quickly, but unfortunately these humanoid monsters were too weak and posed no threat to Yunmo at all. At this time, the airship was thousands of miles away from Danyang City, high in the sky over the Sunset Mountains. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the distance. This was not caused by Yunmo's self-destructive sky starbug. The next moment, the airship began to shake violently, and the sound of explosions became more and more frequent. The airship was soon riddled with holes and fell rapidly downwards. Damn it! Strong winds continued to pour in from the holes everywhere, and the originally warm airship became extremely cold. Yunmo's clothes rustled in the wind, and he ran towards the operating room, hoping to find a few parachutes. Stop him! Dozens of humanoid monsters rushed out from all directions. Their purpose was to stop Yunmo from escaping, at any cost, even if they were completely wiped out. Get lost! Yun Mo bombed all the way and arrived at the operating room without any resistance. The airship was still descending rapidly. The demon god believers on this airship were all cannon fodder. They were willing to let all of them be buried with Yun Mo in order to kill him. They really spent a lot of money. The door of the operating room was open. The entire operating room was empty. The operating table was completely destroyed. There were constant crackling sounds all around, leaving Yun Mo no chance to operate the airship at all. Depend on. Yun Mo turned and ran towards the airship's kitchen. All kinds of ingredients in the kitchen are well preserved, including vegetables, fruits, meat, and canned goods. Yun Mo waved his hand and put them all into the Marshal Soul space. If there were no accidents, the airship would definitely crash. The demon god cult wanted Yun Mo to die along with the airship and be buried deep in the Sunset Forest. Even if Yun Mo managed to survive the plane crash, he would be eaten alive by the powerful monsters in the Sunset Forest. There is absolutely no way for Yun Mo to survive. Yun Mo came to the storage area and put everything into his Marshal Soul space. He didn't know how many supplies he would need to cross the Sunset Forest, but it was better to be prepared. He didn't want to keep eating the flesh of monsters. The airship was still falling, but Yun Mo didn't show any panic on his face. He searched the entire airship calmly. Soon, everything was scraped clean by Yun Mo, leaving only the shell of the airship. Boom! The airship landed and exploded instantly, sweeping up a huge mushroom cloud that rushed straight into the sky. The temperature around it instantly rose, and the trees began to burn wildly. Many weak monsters around were frightened and fled in all directions. Yun Mo walked out calmly from the raging fire, the shield on his body shining with golden light, and he was not hurt at all. With the trump card of absolute defense, Yun Mo is not afraid of any conspiracy or tricks. Sure enough, there is no signal. Yun Mo took out his cell phone and took a look. There was no signal at all. It was impossible to contact the outside world through the phone. Go ahead. Yun Mo immediately summoned 2 reconnaissance starbugs. One flew to Dongyang City to inform Mutation, and the other flew to Shangjing to find Mu Lingxuan, lest they get anxious when they learn that the airship has crashed. After doing all this, Yun Mo began to walk around and look at the surrounding environment. He was in a dense forest. The treetops blocked out the sun, and he could not see the sky at all, making it impossible to tell the direction. Yun Mo waved his hand and released all the reconnaissance starbugs, which scattered in all directions, trying to find the way to Shangjing first. City Lord's Mansion. Where's Yun Mo? After Li Zheng finished dealing with the things in his hands, he came to the City Lord's Mansion. Mutation was drinking tea leisurely. He was so happy that he had solved the demon god cult, which had been a big problem for him. That boy went to the capital. Muichin smiled and poured Li Zheng a cup of tea. The couple has such a good relationship that they miss each other after only being apart for a few days. As an elder, I naturally cannot interfere too much. Li Zheng picked up the teacup and took a sip, feeling a little disappointed. I came at a very bad time. Yun Mo's reconnaissance starworms were so convenient that the sheriffs became a little disgusted with the equipment after using them. They thought about buying some from Yun Mo. Do you have something urgent to do with that boy? Muiching looked at Li Zheng in confusion. It's not too urgent. Let's talk about it after he comes back. Li Zheng no longer wanted to stay and turned to leave. At this time, a guard from the City Lord's mansion ran in hurriedly. City Lord, something bad has happened. The airship that Yun Mo was riding on crashed in the Sunset Mountains for some unknown reason. What did you say? Chapter 59. The Demon God Cult Again. Muiching and Li Zheng's faces changed. The airship is flying at an altitude of several thousand meters, and Yun Mo can't fly. So how can he survive? Why would an airship crash out of nowhere? Muichin's heart was now filled with rage again, and he wanted to kill someone in anger. Airships have always been a very safe means of transportation. Even flying monsters cannot reach their flying altitudes. There's been no air crash involving airships flying out of Dongyang City for decades. But something went wrong when Yun Mo was riding, which made it hard not to be suspicious. Was it an accident, or was it done on purpose? Li Zheng looked at the guard and said in a deep voice, suppressing the anger in his heart. According to the images sent back by the airship, this is the work of the demon god cult. Except for Yun Mo, everyone on the airship is a member of the demon god cult. The guard answered truthfully. He was also very sad. After all, Yun Mo was a rising genius who might become a leading figure in Donyang City in the future. Now he had encountered a plane crash. If he died, it would not only be a loss for Donyang City, but also a loss for Daxia country. Bang! The teacup in Muichin's hand was crushed into pieces, and the scalding hot tea spilled all over the floor. The demon god cult, it's the demon god cult again, damn it. Muichin was just feeling complacent, but he didn't expect that there were so many demon god followers hiding in Donyang City. It was his dereliction of duty, and how could he explain it to his daughter, who revealed the news that Yun Mo was on an airship? This must have been planned in advance. Li Zheng had no idea that Yun Mo had left. Only people in the city lord's mansion knew about it. Muichin thought for a moment after hearing this and instantly had a guess in his mind. Someone, bring the butler to me. A team of guards received the order and went to the housekeeper's residence. Brother Mu, don't be anxious. Believe me, Yun Mo won't die so easily with his skills. Li Zheng comforted the anxious Muicheng. What? My brother-in-law was in a plane crash and is in danger of dying. Mu Fan, who was passing by, heard their conversation and looked very unhappy. Although he has only been with Yun Mo for a few days, he has already decided on this brother-in-law. If his elder sister knew about this, she would be so sad. No, my sister can't know this news. Mu Fan made a decision immediately. If Mu Lingshuang knew about this, there was no telling what extreme action she would take. Even if Yun Mo managed to survive the airship explosion, that's the Sunset Mountains. There are countless powerful monsters lurking there. It is said that there are diamond-level monsters lurking there. Muichin was extremely worried. Even if Yun Mo was very strong, he would not know how he died if he encountered a diamond-level monster. Li Zheng lowered his head and said nothing. Your Highness, we have searched everywhere, but there is no sign of the housekeeper. The team came to report quickly, but they did not catch the butler. They estimated that he had fled for fear of punishment. Haha, I never thought that I, Muicheng, who has been so smart all my life, would be tricked by the demon god cult. Muichin laughed out of anger. The butler had been with him for 20 years, but he had also been infiltrated by the demon god cult. It was really ironic. I don't know how many demon god believers are still in the city lord's mansion. No wonder Kamita is so confident that he will come back. Check it for me. Lock down the entire city. I want to see the person alive or the body dead. Muicheng clenched his fists and sat decadently on the chair. His body was shaking, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. I'll send someone to look for it, too. Li Zheng turned and left the city lord's mansion. Damn it. Muichin slammed his fist hard on the table, and a corner of the thick tabletop was smashed off. If it weren't for the need to stay in Donyang City, Muichin would have made a trip to Sunset Forest in person long ago. On one side is his son-in-law, and on the other side are the lives of millions of people in Donyang City, making it difficult for Muichin to make a decision. There are many monsters and unknown forces around, and Muicheng cannot leave Donyang City without special summons. Father. At this time, Mu Fan slowly walked into the room. Seeing the furious Muicheng, he was a little scared, but he still mustered up the courage to shout. Muichin lowered his head and said nothing. Dad, you have to trust my brother-in-law. He will definitely be out of danger. Have you forgotten that he just left the space crack? It was also very dangerous there, but didn't my brother-in-law come out safely? Mu Fan tried to comfort Muicheng tentatively, saying that he was the pillar of Donyang City and he could not lose his composure. You are right. Muicheng looked at Mu Fan with some surprise. His disappointing son could speak human language today? Feeling a little better, Muicheng slowly stood up. Since he couldn't leave Donyang City for the time being, he could only choose to trust Yun Mo. He couldn't rescue Yun Mo, but he could catch the old butler who betrayed him with his own hands. The boy has grown up. Muicheng patted Mu Fan's shoulder gently. I'll leave the city lord's mansion to you to guard first. I'll personally catch that traitor. Yes. Mu Fan's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was the first time his father praised him. He felt very happy and nodded heavily immediately. Don't worry, Dad. Muichin nodded, walked out of the yard, summoned the Sky War Dragon, leaped, and landed steadily on the dragon's back. The Sky War Dragon roared, flew into the sky, and quickly disappeared. Another day of training ended. Mu Lingshuang happily sent a message to Yun Mo. She was very happy thinking that she would be able to see Yun Mo tomorrow. Where is Yun Mo? He should be here soon. Yun Mo, have you eaten? Mu Lingshuang sent many messages in one breath, but received no reply. His handsome brows instantly frowned. He knew that Yin Mo would reply to him immediately after seeing the message. Could it be that we are in danger again? But what dangers can you encounter when riding an airship? Thinking of this, Mu Ling Shuang's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a bad mood instantly filled her. Mu Ling Shuang called Yin Mo's cell phone. The number you dialed is out of service area. Please call again later. The mechanical electronic sound kept repeating on the other end of the phone. I just came out of the space rift, and now I'm in danger again? Mu Ling Shuang's heart suddenly rose to her throat, and she immediately dialed Mu Fan's number. Seeing that it was his sister calling, Mu Fan almost threw the phone away. He knew very well why Mu Ling Shuang called, and he was extremely panicked. What kind of excuse should I make up to deceive my sister? Hey sis, what's wrong? After a long while, Mu Fan finally answered the phone, and his voice was obviously guilty. What are you doing? Mu Ling Shuang's voice was a little cold. Nothing. Nothing, sister. Why are you calling me? I can't contact Yin Mo. Is he in danger? Mu Ling Shuang's voice was very cold, and without waiting for Mu Fan to answer, she added another sentence. You know what the consequences of lying to me are. Mu Fan couldn't help but shudder when he heard that. He was extremely conflicted as to whether he should tell it or not. That elder sister, my brother-in-law. Chapter 60, Yin Mo needs me. The airship my brother-in-law was on has lost contact. Mu Fan let out a long breath, but still didn't dare to hide anything. He told Mu Ling Shuang everything he knew. Mu Ling Shuang had a cold face and didn't continue talking. She just hung up the phone. Elder sister. Mu Fan shouted anxiously several times, but the only response he got was the beep sound from the other end of the phone. Should I tell my elder sister the truth? I am so annoyed. Mu Fan was very annoyed. After hesitating for a while, he immediately called his father. I hope my father can persuade my sister not to act on impulse. You are really good at making trouble instead of doing good. After Muichen learned about the situation, he scolded Mu Fan. Mu Fan was like a quail, listening silently. He felt that his life was really difficult. Neither of them is human. Yin Mo fell in the Sunset Mountains. If Mu Ling Shuang was determined to go there in person to rescue him, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. You guard the city lord's mansion well. I will take care of it. After Mu Yicheng finished speaking, he hung up the phone impatiently, thinking that his son had finally matured. I didn't expect it to be so useless when encountering problems. If he had added a few more words, such as the airship encountered a thunderstorm or the air signal was bad, he could have found a few excuses to calm Mu Ling Shuang down first. He didn't even last 3 seconds. He surrendered immediately after hearing Mu Ling Shuang's cold tone. I'm food. Mu Fan stared at his phone, which had gone off for a long time, and sighed silently. He also felt that he was quite unreliable. But that was his own sister, and because of the blood suppression, he really didn't dare to lie to Mu Ling Shuang. After Mu Yicheng hung up Mu Fan's call, he immediately called Mu Ling Shuang. The line is busy and no one is answering. I called several times in a row, but no one answered. Mu Yichen's heart was pounding wildly. He was afraid that his precious daughter would be in danger. Qinglong College. Student Mu Ling Shuang, we are in training now. You cannot leave without permission. Lin Dong stood in front of Mu Ling Shuang and scolded her coldly. He also saw the news about the airship crash on the news and knew immediately that Yin Mo was also on it. As a teacher, he was also worried, but that was the Sunset Mountains, and even he didn't dare to set foot there easily. If Mu Ling Shuang went alone, she would be in great danger of death. Lin Dong would never let his student go and die. Yin Mo's whereabouts are unknown now, and we can't let anyone else get caught up with him. Teacher, I hope you won't stop me. Mu Ling Shuang's blood is surging throughout her body, and she looks like she's going to attack you if you don't give way. Student Mu Ling Shuang, calm down. Sunset Mountains are very dangerous. You can't go there. Lin Dong tried to dissuade her earnestly, and other students in the training camp also gathered around. They had no idea what Mu Ling Shuang was trying to do. She had been fine these days, so why did she suddenly confront the teacher? Teacher, I am calm now. Mu Ling Shuang instantly summoned her 2 martial spirits, emitting a terrifying aura. She was intimidating without even being angry, and the students who were watching the fun were so scared that they stepped back one after another. Mu Ling Shuang knew that the Sunset Mountains were full of dangers, so she went there in person to confirm and see with her own eyes that Yin Mo was still alive. She didn't want to stay there and anxiously wait for news. Please move aside. Yin Mo needs me. As a teacher, I am responsible for you. Lin Dong still refused to back down and released his martial soul. Although his martial soul was higher in level than Mu Lingshuang's, he was actually suppressed in terms of momentum. Sorry, I'm taking possession of you. Since there is no room for negotiation, Mu Lingshuang will fight her own way out. The Holy Sky Dragon roared towards the sky and instantly attached itself to Mu Lingshuang, its aura becoming even stronger. Mu Lingshuang held the Holy Dragon battle flag, gave herself several buffs, leaped up, and rushed towards Lindong. Suddenly, a huge hand shadow appeared in the sky and grabbed Mu Lingshuang. "Break it for me." Mu Lingshuang rushed forward towards the huge palm shadow. The next second, she was tightly grasped in his palm, and no matter how Mu Lingshuang struggled, she could not break free. "Student Mu Lingshuang, please be patient." At this time, an old voice sounded. Before the voice fell, an old man with a white beard appeared in everyone's sight, walking on the void. He looked down, emitting a terrifying aura of authority without even being angry. "Headmaster." Lindong was stunned. He didn't expect the principal to take action personally. He was a powerful warrior who was only one step away from the ace level. Even if Mu Lingshuang was so evil, she would never escape from his palm. Mu Lingshuang still didn't give up and tried to break free, but she found that her energy and blood were gradually weakening and she was becoming more and more weak. "Hateful." Student Mu Lingshuang, have a good rest. Yin Mo is also a student of our Qinglong Academy. I will send someone to look for him. The principal landed slowly, his voice full of authority and convincing. Mu Lingshuang was about to say something in rebuttal, but at this moment, the reconnaissance star bug flapped its wings and flew in at full speed. The principal noticed it instantly, but did not destroy it. Instead, he watched the reconnaissance star bug stop in front of Mu Lingshuang, flapping its wings and hovering beside her. "Is it a star bug?" Mu Lingshuang was instantly overjoyed. She could recognize that this sky star bug was hatched by Yun Mo's martial soul and was quite different from the wild sky star bug. "Oh." The principal's frown slowly relaxed, and he looked at Mu Lingshuang with some curiosity. He didn't understand why Mu Lingshuang was so happy to see a star bug. Lindong had some guesses and was thinking in his mind, could this starworm be related to Yun Mo? The students around were also pointing and talking, curious about what was so special about this star bug, which made Mu Lingshuang, who was almost going berserk, calm down instantly. Just when everyone was confused, the reconnaissance star bug projected a screen, and the next second, a picture appeared on it, which was Yun Mo's face. "Great, we arrived at Qinglong Academy safely." Yun Mo saw Mu Lingshuang's delicate face in the picture and smiled heartily. "Yun Mo, I'm so glad you're okay." Seeing that Yun Mo was unharmed, Mu Lingshuang breathed a sigh of relief, and a charming smile appeared on her face. "I'm fine, Lingshuang, don't worry. There's no danger nearby. I should be able to reach Shangjing tomorrow." Yun Mo smiled and nodded, only to find that Mu Lingshuang was being tightly grasped by a huge phantom hand, and his face instantly turned ugly. "Lingshuang, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. I just want to go look for you," but was stopped by the principal. Mu Lingshuang explained the whole cause and effect in one sentence. Yun Mo felt warm in his heart when he heard it. It turned out that his wife had always been worried about him. What is going on?" Seeing Yun Mo and Mu Lingshuang chatting through a starbug, the principal was stunned. Even though he had a wide range of knowledge, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. He looked at Lindong, standing beside him. Lindong spread his hands and shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. "Principal, I only knew that Yun Mo's starbug could self-destruct, but I didn't expect it could be used as a communication device. It has only taken a short time for it to fly from the Sunset Mountains to our Qinglong Academy. The speed of the starbug is terrifying." Looking at the reconnaissance starbug in front of Mu Lingshuang, the principal narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured softly, "It seems that we all underestimated Yun Mo's martial spirit." Chapter 61. Japanese Experimental Subjects? What kind of species is this starbug? Can even video chat? The students around were instantly in an uproar. My goddess Lingshuang is ignoring everyone. Is she just waiting for this kid? The goddess smiled. So beautiful. Why is the other person not me? When the principal saw that Mu Lingshuang had calmed down, he waved his hand gently, and the huge palm shadow disappeared in an instant, and Mu Lingshuang regained her freedom. Mu Lingshuang stretched out her hand, let the reconnaissance star bug fall on her fingertips, and walked away under the gaze of everyone. He walked and laughed, looking really happy. During the few days of training, Mu Shuang had been acting cold and distant, as if keeping everyone at a distance. No one had ever seen Mu Shuang laugh so freely, and no one knew what advantages she had that would make this beautiful woman give up everything for him. Not afraid of life or death. Okay, let's go and continue with the afternoon training. Lin Dong coughed twice and urged everyone to disperse quickly. Mu Shuang is already taken, so it is better for them to give up this idea. Lin Dong still remembers that Mu Shuang chose Qinglong College because Yun Mo chose it. If Yun Mo inexplicably has a few rivals in love and becomes unhappy, what will happen if the two of them leave together? He must keep a close eye on those students who admire Mu Shuang and not give them any chances. The principal glanced in the direction of Mu Shuang, as if thinking about something. Okay, you can get busy too. Mu Shuang gave up on leaving Qinglong College, and the principal was relieved. He gave Lin Dong some instructions and disappeared from the spot in an instant. If there is any news about Yun Mo, remember to inform me as soon as possible. Yes, headmaster. Lin Dong nodded seriously, indicating that he remembered it. Mu Shuang came to a pavilion, sat down slowly, and chatted happily with Yun Mo. Since signal towers cannot be built in areas where monsters gather, the signal is very weak. If the distance is far, you can only send a message or answer a call. It is difficult to have a video chat. First, the picture will be very stuck, and second, it is difficult to connect. Seeing Yun Mo's face again, Mu Shuang felt sweet in her heart. Yun Mo, are you sure you don't need rescue? Mu Shuang was still a little worried. After all, Yun Mo was in the Sunset Mountains where monsters were most active. It looked quiet now, and there was no telling when a monster of unknown strength would suddenly jump out. I know what's going on, just don't worry. Yun Mo nodded confidently. You'll see me when you wake up tomorrow. Well, be careful. Mu Shuang chuckled and nodded. Please keep the scout starbug. I will let you know I am safe. The two chatted for a while before Yun Mo cut off the video. According to the information sent by the nearby reconnaissance starbugs, dozens of monsters had already set their sights on him. They are all hiding in the dark, watching with eager eyes. Mu Shuang gently touched the reconnaissance starbug and put it into her sleeve. With it, Mu Shuang felt that the distance between her and Yun Mo was instantly shortened. It was a wonderful feeling. Roar! Suddenly, a bronze 10-star black shadow dog jumped out from the bushes not far away, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Yun Mo's head. Roll! Endless Madness was instantly activated, and Yun Mo smashed the dog's head in a circle. The black shadow dog didn't even have time to scream. Its skull was smashed into pieces, and its body fell backwards like a kite with a broken string. It hit a tree heavily and died on the spot. Yun Mo is now at the gold level in strength, and with the tenfold increase from Endless Madness, even if he is physically weak, it is still very easy for him to kill a bronze-level monster in seconds. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a bronze 10-star monster, hunting value plus 1W. Roar! Ouch! One after another, monsters rushed out from the darkness and rushed towards Yun Mo fearlessly. Yun Mo killed one monster after another with his fists. Within a few breaths, dozens of bronze-level monsters were all killed by Yun Mo's fists. The feeling of punching monsters to the flesh was so great that Yun Mo became addicted to it. His fists were already covered in the blood of the monster and kept falling down. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed. The system's notification sounds continued to ring, and hundreds of thousands of hunting points were easily credited to the account. There were only bronze-level monsters around, and Yun Mo estimated that he had not yet reached the territory of the powerful monsters. The most important thing is that there are hundreds of reconnaissance star bugs scattered around. Yun Mo will know about any movement. If he really finds a monster that is so powerful that Yun Mo cannot defeat it, he will quietly avoid it. Yun Mo moved forward very quickly, and in a short while, he had walked more than 10 miles away. Hurry up and catch up. Don't delay Master Shanjing's experiment. Baga, what are you dawdling about for? Hurry up. Suddenly, a picture was sent by several starbugs in the north. There was a small group of people in the picture, about a dozen of them. All of them had released their martial spirits and were on guard all around. Each of them was carrying a huge suitcase in their hands, and they were all in a hurry to get on the road. Why is there anyone here? Yun Mo was suspicious. This was the Sunset Mountains. If it wasn't for some special reason, he wouldn't easily set foot here. Moreover, the other party seemed to be Japanese, which made Yin Mo smell a conspiracy. In the area where monsters gather within the borders of Dacia, these Japanese people are definitely up to something good. Yin Mo didn't hesitate at all and ran at full speed towards the north. Yours, quick! The leader kept urging the people behind him. They were already exhausted, but they dared not slack off at all. If you delay Lord Kami's business, be careful, or I'll use you as test subjects. Everyone's faces became even uglier when they heard this, and they immediately quickened their pace. Becoming Shangjing's experimental subject is more terrifying than death. They would rather die of exhaustion than become experimental subjects. Very good. The team leader nodded with satisfaction upon seeing this. Suddenly, a figure rushed out. Before they could react, the last person in the team was knocked to the ground and received a box lunch on the spot. Who? The leader instantly became alert and controlled the long stick martial spirit in his hand. Come out and act like a ghost. Everyone in the team was already exhausted and their spirits were tense. Now seeing their teammate die, their mentality collapsed instantly and the whole team fell into chaos. Quiet, quiet. The leader hit one of them in the chest with his stick, knocking him to the ground. The others instantly became as quiet as chickens, staring at the long stick in his hand in horror. Don't panic. Our base is just ahead. What are you afraid of? However, before he could finish his words, a self-destructing starworm slowly landed on the tip of his nose. This is... boom. Before he could react, he was instantly engulfed by the smoke and dust from the explosion. Chapter 62, damn it. The long stick spirit in the leader's hand was instantly blown into pieces, and the whole person was knocked to the ground by the powerful heat wave. Hot, hot, hot. The leader's entire body was covered in flames, and he rolled on the ground in pain. Oh, my face, my face. The team leader felt a burning sensation all over his body and excruciating pain. Run. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but shudder, dropped their suitcases, and fled in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out from all directions, followed by screams that echoed throughout the dense forest. More than a dozen people in a squad were injured in the explosion and lay on the ground crying in pain. Yin Mo ignored them, walked to a suitcase, and opened it violently. This is... When Yin Mo saw what was inside, his expression changed and turned so dark that ink seemed to be dripping out of it. What's inside is not gold, silver, or treasures, nor are they any cultivation resources, but human organs and human skin. Hiss! Yin Mo took a deep breath. Although he had killed quite a few people, he still felt physically uncomfortable. Yin Mo suppressed his nausea and tried to close the suitcase, but he found a label inside. Li Chengnan, 12 years, old Xia Guoren, A-level experimental materials. When Yin Mo saw this line of words, his eyes went dark, he felt suffocated, and a surge of anger instantly burst out. These bastards! Yin Mo glanced at the Japanese people lying on the ground wailing, his eyes emitting cold, murderous intent. Damn it! As expected, all the Japanese deserve to die. These beasts actually used the Xia people for experiments. They deserve to be killed. Yin Mo jumped up and landed in front of a Japanese man. No, no, please spare me, Private Marseille. I was forced to do this. This Japanese man was already scared out of his wits. In his eyes, the furious Yin Mo looked like a rampaging, ferocious monster. Hearing his Japanese voice, Yin Mo became even angrier and almost lost his mind. Do you still need to bow and apologize before we forgive you? Die for me. Yin Mo raised his foot and stomped on his head. Forgiving him is what God wants to do, and what Yin Mo has to do is to send these beasts to see God. Bah! Ah! Except for the team leader, more than a dozen Japanese people either had their heads crushed by Yin Mo or had their hearts crushed by Yin Mo, each death more miserable than the other. It's your turn next. Yin Mo walked up to the leader and stepped on his chest. At this time, the fire on the leader's body had been put out, his clothes had been burnt beyond recognition, his whole body was charred black, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Red Bean paced Private Marseille. Spare me, spare me. The team leader ignored the pain in his body and kept begging for mercy. Tell me, what are you doing with these organs? Where's the laboratory? How do you avoid the monsters here? Yin Mo asked a lot of questions in one breath. In order to save his life, the team leader did not dare to hide anything and explained everything clearly. It turns out that they have a secret laboratory in the Sunset Forest. Since basically no one has set foot here, it has existed for some years. They have been conducting experiments on the fusion of humans and monsters, hoping to cultivate more powerful warriors through genetic combination. A killing machine that exists for the purpose of killing people, fearless of life and death. They were able to avoid the monsters because they developed a powder that could conceal the human scent on their bodies. The team leader also gave Yun Mo an ID card, with which he could enter and exit the research institute at will. I've confessed everything I can. Please forgive me. The team leader almost fainted from the pain, but he was holding on for the sake of survival. We Xia people always keep our word, unlike you Neon people, who are just treacherous villains. Yun Mo sneered and moved his foot away. Thank you, sir. Thank you for forgiving me. Upon hearing this, the team leader instantly forced a bright smile on his face, but because he was somewhat disfigured by the fire, his smile looked uglier than his tears. He had a smile on his face, but he was cursing Yun Mo's ancestors countless times in his heart. Just wait, kid. While I get back to the institute, I will send my experimental subjects to surround and kill you. You're welcome. Yun Mo had a kind smile on his face, and his raised foot instantly landed on his leg. The screams were endless. Yun Mo simply and roughly broke his limbs, leaving him with a breath. The Japanese fear power, but not morality. The best way to suppress them is to use violence. It is useless to talk to them about courtesy, righteousness, integrity, and shame. After all, their entire nation is a group of people who know small etiquette but not great righteousness, and are particular about small matters but not great virtues. He placed the ID cards and special medicine powder into the martial arts space, collected all the suitcases, and found an opportunity to bury them. Then Yun Mo grabbed a set of their spare clothes and put them on, then rushed towards the research institute at full speed without looking back. The screams of these people just now were too loud. It must have attracted the attention of the surrounding monsters. They should leave quickly. Bakialu. Damn Xia people. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The team leader cursed Yun Mo hysterically, but unfortunately his limbs were broken and his body was burned. There was no possibility of survival. He could only release the endless anger in his heart in this way. Suddenly, there were roars of monsters all around, and the team leader was so scared that he immediately fell silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, dozens of monsters rushed out at the same time and surrounded the leader. Help me, I don't want to die, The leader wailed in the room and was soon eaten by the monsters. Not even a bone was left, only a piece of torn clothes stained with blood. The bodies of other people also became food for the monsters. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a bronze 10-star warrior, hunting value plus 1W. Ding, congratulations to the host. Dongyang City. Muichin was going crazy. The rebellious housekeeper has not been caught yet. His beloved daughter cannot be contacted, and his good son-in-law is still missing. For a moment, Muichin felt like the sky was falling. Why don't you answer the phone? My dear daughter, please don't do anything stupid. Muichin did not give up and continued to call Mu Lingshuang. At this time, the reconnaissance star bug finally arrived and silently landed on Mu Yicheng's shoulder. Muichin looked at the star bug on his shoulder, which was several times larger than a wild one. His eyes lit up instantly. Could this be the martial spirit of his good son-in-law? Sure enough, the reconnaissance star bug projected a screen with a line of words popping up on it. Father-in-law, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. I'll be in Shangjing tomorrow. Yun Mo didn't have time to video chat with Muichin now, so he just typed a few words and continued to rush towards the research institute. Okay. When Muichin saw this line of text, he slapped his thigh excitedly, and his heart was finally at ease. He wondered whether his precious daughter had received this good news. Just as he thought of this, Muichin's phone rang. He looked carefully, and a trace of a happy smile like an old father appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was my precious daughter calling. Chapter 63, Special Talent, Bionics. Hey, Ling Shuang, I finally got in touch with you. Dad was so worried. Muichin picked up the phone and started nagging like a woman, full of worry about Mu Lingshuang. Father, I'm sorry to have made you worried. Mu Lingshuang apologized. Yun Mo contacted me. I won't be impulsive in the future. That's good. Muichin was reluctant to blame his precious daughter, so he asked about her well-being for more than 10 minutes before he was reluctant to hang up the phone. Okay, both of them are fine. That's great. Muichin finally breathed a sigh of relief, and he completely calmed down, feeling like a Buddhist. City Lord, the man has been caught. A guard hurried over and said excitedly. Finally caught him. Muiching's eyes instantly turned cold when he heard that. He thought he had treated the butler well, but no matter what the reason, he betrayed him and sold out the Xia kingdom. Such a person does not deserve to live. Lead the way. Muichin's voice was cold and without any emotion. Yes. The guard responded and led the way obediently. Muiching was usually very approachable and never got angry with anyone. He had never seen the city lord so serious. Sunset Mountains. Yun Mo sped along the way with a special medicinal powder sprinkled on his body. As expected, he did not encounter any attacks from monsters along the way, which surprised him. If he got the formula of this medicinal powder, could he send a team to carry out the mission in the Sunset Mountains? After all, the Sunset Mountains are rich in resources. If they can be developed successfully, more warriors can be trained. Yunemo thought a lot and was worried. After all, he couldn't imitate the faces of those Japanese people. What would he do if he was discovered? What should I do if the infiltration fails? As he was thinking, an inexplicable emotion affected Yunemo, as if it was saying, since you have nothing to do, why not bet on a few mutations of the starworms? Yunemo muttered to himself for some unknown reason. System. Choose mutation. Ding, congratulations to the host. The mutation was successful, and the special skill, Bionics, hunting value, 10W. Oh my god, is this really successful? Yunemo was suddenly stunned in a trance, stopped, and was instantly ecstatic. He did not expect that his subconscious action was actually successful. He could not wait to open the attribute panel and see the introduction of the Bionic special skills. Special skills, Bionics. Any creature can be transformed, regardless of size. The higher the level, the closer it is to the transformed creature. Okay. Yunemo wanted to hug the system and give it a few kisses. This was exactly what he needed. This is a special skill of the Queen Insect's martial spirit. I wonder what changes will occur when it assimilates the larvae. System, assimilation of Bionic special skills. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Bionic Starbug has successfully mutated, hunting -1. Yunemo couldn't wait to open the introduction of the Bionic Starworm. Sure enough, the special skills were similar to those of the mother worm, but with one more special change, which was the ability to imitate human faces. Seeing this, Yunemo, without any hesitation, raised the level of the Bionic Starworm to 35 and then released it. Under Yunmo's command, the Bionic Starworm attached itself to Yunmo's face, and in the blink of an eye, it grew a new face and attached itself to Yunmo's face. This facial skin is more powerful than disguise, because the Bionic Starworm is a living creature. As long as Yunemo doesn't want to, no one can tear off his imitation facial skin. It is hundreds of times more powerful than disguise. Good. Yunemo took out a mirror and looked at himself. He looked just as wretched as the team leader. This body type doesn't look like it. Yunemo is much taller than those dwarfs. The Bionic Starworm seemed to have heard Yunmo's worries. Its body was like a slime, and it instantly opened a huge bundle, wrapping Yunemo inside. The next moment, Yunemo became exactly the same as the team leader. Both his height and temperament were extremely vulgar. Perfect. Yunemo silently gave a thumbs up to the Bionic Starworm. Now there was nothing to worry about, and he focused on rushing forward at full speed. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the reconnaissance starbug in front sent Yunemo news. A few thousand meters away from here, there is an inconspicuous hill with people patrolling around. It should be the specific location of the research institute. Finally finding the research institute, Yunemo immediately became very excited. He tore his clothes into tatters and smeared the blood of various monsters that he had prepared long ago on himself. After completing these preparations, Yunemo walked forward. When he was about to approach the research institute, his steps began to become unsteady and he looked shaky. Captain Shanxing, what's wrong with you? The people patrolling nearby soon spotted Yunemo and hurriedly went up to him, supported him, and asked with a worried look on their faces. What about the others? Oh, it's hard to put into words. Yunemo made an uncomfortable expression. Baga, I was really unlucky today. I encountered some rampaging monsters on my way back. The medicine powder didn't work. Others died heroically. I almost died there too. Just be able to come back safely. What can the patrol say? Captain Yamashiro's status was much higher than theirs, so they did not condemn him thoroughly. Of course, they did not have the courage to do so, so they could only leave it to Lord Kamii to deal with. Captain Shansheng, you have worked hard all the way. Let's go back to the Research Institute to heal our wounds first. Yin Mo seemed to have no bones and let them carry him. Then hurry up. Yin Mo saw that Shan Chung didn't seem like someone who was easy to talk to, so he imitated his bad temper and scolded him. Don't worry, Captain Shansheng, we will carry you back right away. The patrolling people were instantly startled. Just now, seeing Yin Mo being so easy to talk to, they thought that his attitude had changed after experiencing life and death. Now it seems that it is still the familiar Captain Yamashiro, who is fawning on Lord Jing and has never had a good face towards them. Several patrolmen carried Yin Mo to a tree trunk hidden behind bushes. They pressed it lightly, and a door appeared instantly. Yin Mo raised his eyebrows when he saw this. He thought the door would be hidden on the mountain wall, but he didn't expect it to be so secretive. If he came alone, he would definitely become a headless fly and run into walls everywhere. Captain Shansheng, be careful of your encounters. Several patrol members were polite to Yin Mo. Okay, take it easy. Yin Mo snorted coldly and stopped talking. Then, several people carried Yin Mo, opened the door, and walked in. There was a staircase leading downwards inside. Yin Mo took a look and could not see the end at all. He did not know how to press the elevator button. Several patrol members carefully carried Yin Mo downstairs. I was so tired and sweaty that it took me 10 minutes to reach the underground corridor. The corridor was very wide, at least 10 meters wide, and about 4 or 5 meters high. The lights were flickering, and glass vessels as high as 3 meters and 4 meters were neatly placed on both sides. There seemed to be something inside. When he got closer, Yin Mo could see clearly the objects placed in the glass container. His pupils shrank, and he exclaimed at his heart. This is Chapter 64, Mad Scientist. There are some human specimens placed in the glass containers, and they all have more or less the appearance of monsters. Some people have tiger claws on their right arms, some have eagle claws on their feet, and some even have the heads of monsters instead. They were all soaked in a transparent light blue liquid, with their eyes closed calmly, as if they were dead or asleep. Are these the experiments they mentioned? Yin Mo complained in his heart, thinking that it was somewhat similar to the blood of the demon god cult. Drinking it could gain powerful strength for a short period of time. People with strong wills might be able to control it, but most people would become manic and lose their minds after drinking it, and then completely turn into beasts. No longer human. The combination of human and monster genes is an anti-human act. The most hateful thing is that the Japanese secretly kidnapped the Xia people and made them victims of their crazy plan. Damn it. Yin Mo was carried by several patrol members as he carefully examined all the non-human and non-animal test subjects in all the glass containers in the corridor, thinking that he must destroy them all. This inhumane experiment must stop. Captain Shansheng, you should rest well. We will go on patrol first. After leaving the corridor, Yin Mo was carried into a lounge, where everyone gently placed him on the bed before leaving. Go ahead, don't disturb me to rest. Yin Mo waved his hands impatiently, perfectly displaying the image of a smug villain. The patrolman bent down and slowly closed the door. The footsteps became farther and farther away until they disappeared. Yin Mo did not leave the lounge immediately, but released a reconnaissance star bug and drilled out through the window. The reconnaissance bugs flew low in the empty corridors for fear of being discovered. Call out. The reconnaissance star worm had just flown out a few hundred meters when a laser suddenly shot out from the top and instantly penetrated its body. Then hundreds of lasers were shot out in succession, and the reconnaissance star worm was directly shot into a sieve without any debris left. Hiss! Yin Mo's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that there were weapons hidden everywhere in this research institute. It would be difficult for even a bug to break in, let alone a human. No wonder they were so confident there was no one patrolling the institute. Yin Mo tapped his thigh with his fingers. This option of letting the reconnaissance star worms explore the way first was not feasible. Yin Mo racked his brains, but had no idea how to find the laboratory of the research institute. Should he just turn on the invincible mode and rush in recklessly? That would cost a lot of hunting points, and it might not be smooth sailing. Just when Yin Mo was struggling, the door was pushed open. 2 fully armed staff members rushed in. Not only did they summon their own martial spirits, They also held guns in their hands, which could be said to be a double insurance. Yin Mo was stunned, his blood boiling. He could sense that the people who came were not friendly. In that case, he could only kill them first and then make follow-up plans. Yamashiro, Lord Kami summons you. The two men spoke in cold tones and were not polite at all to Yin Mo. Yes. Yin Mo was instantly overjoyed when he heard this. He was just wondering how to go, so now the opportunity had come. It's true that when you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. Let's go. The two men rudely took Yin Mo out of the lounge, completely ignoring the injuries on his body. What is it that Lord Kami summoned me for? Yin Mo deliberately showed weakness and looked very cautious, fearing that he might offend some important person. You'll find out when you get there. When the two saw Yin Mo like this, they almost looked down on him. They snorted disdainfully and said nothing more. Yin Mo was in the middle, and the other two were on the left and right, looking like they were escorting prisoners. Yin Mo was very honest and timid along the way, as if he was scared to death. The two of them took Yin Mo through a series of heavy protective doors, and, after several turns, they finally arrived at a large laboratory. The laboratory covers a large area and is filled with various instruments and body parts of various monsters. There are many large machines in the middle, and next to the machines stand a middle-aged man who is less than 1.5 meters tall. He was wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses and exuded a dangerous aura. He was fiddling with various human organs in his hands, and no one knew what experiment he was doing. Master Kami, the mountain city has been brought to you. The two men walked in slowly with Yin Mo, not daring to make too much noise for fear of disturbing Lord Shangjing's experiment. After all, many people who had violated taboos have now become test subjects on the table. Shangjing waved his hand without saying anything. The two men bowed respectfully, turned around, and walked away. Only Yin Mo was left to face Shangjing, the crazy scientist. Shangjing continued to do the experiment with ecstasy, as if Yin Mo did not exist. A look of fear and uneasiness appeared on Yin Mo's face, but he was wondering why Shangjing was looking for him. His eyes looked around quietly. Damn it, failed again. Sure enough, the quality of this batch of experiments is too poor. Shangjing angrily threw everything in his hands to the ground and muttered to himself angrily. He tried countless times, but failed every time at the critical step, which almost exhausted his patience. I had thought that I would be able to get some good results after Shangjing brought in a new batch of experimental subjects. His subordinates told him that the people escorting a new batch of experimental subjects had returned, and only Yamashiro was alive, while the others were dead and the experimental subjects were lost, making the already angry Kami even more angry. As long as they succeed, their country can continue to cultivate war machines. By then, not to mention annexing some of the territory of Dacia, even conquering the whole world will be a piece of cake. Mountain City, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Shangjing turned around angrily, glanced at Yin Mo with cold eyes, and shouted, "Do you know you are wrong? Master Shangjing, I am not good at cultivation. I can only stare blankly when I encounter a powerful monster. I have tried my best to protect the experimental subjects, but the opponent is too powerful. Not only all the experimental subjects, but also my subordinates have become food for those monsters." Yin Mo quickly admitted his mistake. "I will pay attention next time and fight until my last breath." Although Yin Mo admitted his mistake, his words seemed like he was trying to shirk responsibility. Normally, Yamashiro would have been so scared when he saw Kami's anger that he would have knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, and he would probably have wet his pants. But today's mountain city was really strange, and Shangjing couldn't see through it. Shangjing looked Yin Mo up and down suspiciously, but didn't see anything suspicious. The mountain city is still the same mountain city, both in appearance and shape. As soon as the signs of doubt emerged, they were suppressed by Shangjing himself. Shangjing looked at Yin Mo's tattered clothes and the blood of monsters all over his body, and his frown slowly relaxed. "You have 3 days to prepare a new batch of experimental subjects for me, otherwise they will be your fate." Shangjing's voice was cold, without any emotion in his tone. He pointed at the corner and gave Yin Mo a death order. Yin Mo looked in the direction Shangjing pointed, and his expression changed slightly. There were piles of human limbs and arms, as well as many skeletons. It was unknown how many people had died unjustly at the hands of this man. Yin Mo clenched his fists and made a secret decision in his heart. Why would he need 3 days? Today he would destroy this evil place that harms people. This person must be killed. Chapter 65, Invisible. Thank you, Lord Shangjing, for giving me a chance to make amends. I will definitely complete the task successfully and live up to your trust. Yin Mo immediately burst into tears of gratitude, but secretly sneered in his heart. He sensed a lot of dangerous aura around him. If he directly confronted the killer in the well here, he might not succeed, and it would not be easy to escape. First figure out the situation here, and then find the right opportunity to take action. Yin Mo has always been a man who never fights without preparation. Knowing both yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Although he has a lot of hunting points, he cannot waste them at will. Go away. Shangjing impatiently shouted Yin Mo away. Yes, I'll get out of here right away. Yin Mo responded, turned around, and ran away happily. Trash is trash. If you weren't still of some use, I would have turned you into an experiment here. After Yin Mo left the laboratory, he had a smooth journey, silently marked all the doors, and returned to the lounge. Lying on the bed with his legs crossed, Yin Mo did not rest, but was thinking about the next battle plan. How about summoning out 10,000 self-destructive star bugs and destroying this place first? As Yin Mo was thinking, he unconsciously opened his attribute interface, looked at it again and again, and then came to the martial soul space. I accidentally clicked on the mutated plus. Ding, congratulations to the host. The mutation is successful. The martial soul has obtained a special skill. Invisibility, hunting value, 10W. What the hell? To be fair, Yin Mo really just slipped his hand, and he didn't want to continue mutating. After all, it consumes too much hunting points, and there is no guarantee, so it really depends on luck. Now it seems that Yin Mo's luck today is really amazing. Both mutations were successful. He is simply the emperor of luck. What's even more outrageous is that the special talent, invisibility, is what Yin Mo needs most at this stage. Yin Mo couldn't wait to click and check it out. Special skill, invisibility. The host can rely on invisibility, and the whole person's aura will be completely hidden, as if he does not exist in this world, and cannot be scanned by any high-tech, nor can he be detected by any strong person. He can really sneak into any place without anyone noticing. Consume 100 hunting points per second. Good. After reading the introduction, Yin Mo couldn't help but smile. This special skill was the same as absolute defense. It was also a consumable skill, consuming only 100 hunting points per second. Yin Mo thought it was too cheap. It was truly the conscience of the industry. With this skill, Yin Mo can go wherever he wants without fear of the dense cameras and various high-tech equipment in the research institute. Yin Mo looked up at the ceiling. There were cameras in the lounge, so it was not realistic for Yin Mo to become invisible here. He touched his stomach, then stood up and left the lounge. Yin Mo's every move was under surveillance. After he left, Shangjing always felt that something was wrong, so he immediately gave instructions to monitor Yin Mo the whole time. If he behaved abnormally, he would be arrested on the spot. Yin Mo could clearly feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at him wherever he went. This feeling was not good and made him feel unhappy. Yin Mo did not run around, but went straight to the bathroom and chose a single room. The bionic starworm attached to his body detached and turned into the appearance of a mountain city under Yin Mo's command. You stay here and come back to the lounge in 10 minutes to wait for my next order. Yamashiro nodded, and his originally dull eyes suddenly lit up. With his substitute, Yin Mo didn't have to worry about being discovered. He immediately turned on invisibility, walked out of the toilet, and headed towards the experimental area. Invisibility is very useful. Yin Mo had a smooth journey and met many people who were unaware of his presence. Even if he posed in all kinds of weird shapes in front of them, no one noticed him. Even if Yin Mo were running around naked now, no one would know. After a series of tests, Yin Mo felt more and more that it was reliable. He rubbed his hands excitedly. With this special skill, Yin Mo felt that even a trip to the lair of an ace-level monster would be no problem. Soon Yin Mo arrived at the experimental area. There are many scientists in white coats here, all of them exuding a cold aura. They come and go without a smile on their faces. He doesn't look like a scientist working for the benefit of mankind at all, but rather like an executioner who harms good people. That person is dead. He couldn't even bear this little pain. It was just an injection of a tube of fiery tiger's blood, but all the blood vessels in his body burst. I was splattered with blood. What bad luck. I'm fine. My grafting technology is mature. I successfully replaced a person's feet with black stone bull hooves. Although he is still a little weak, he finally survived. What they discussed was extremely inhumane, but they said it so lightly. The indifference of everyone here to human life has reached the extreme. Kill them all, no innocent one. Ah, please kill me, ah. Yin-mo walked to a laboratory and heard a person's pleading roar coming from inside, seemingly suffering from great pain. Yin-mo sneaked in without any hesitation. I was instantly shocked by the scene inside. There were 10 crosses lined up in a row in the laboratory, with a person tied to each cross. 9 people have died, and the last one has been tortured beyond recognition. His hair was a mess. Veins were bulging all over his body, and several people were injecting the blood of various monsters into his body. The man's face kept changing, and he looked extremely painful. Increase the dose, he can still resist. The experimenters' faces were filled with excitement, and their twisted smiles looked a little sick, like a room full of perverts. Yin-mo wanted to rescue this person, but unfortunately, he was a step too late. There's no breath left. The staff injected half of the blood in his hand and found that the man was motionless, with a smile of relief on his face. What? Upon hearing this, the experimenter became furious and started punching and kicking the dead person, venting his dissatisfaction. Baga, damn it, I'm almost there, it will succeed, and I can become Lord Kami's deputy. It's already the limit. The staff looked at the latest data in their hands and shook their heads helplessly. It seemed that it still didn't work. Hurry up and apply for some experimental products. New experimental products should be put into the warehouse today. I must succeed, no matter what. This person has gone completely crazy. Damn the Xia people. This is the only value they have. They wasted so much blood from monsters. I've already applied. It is still under review. Please be patient. Listening to their conversation, Yin-mo clenched his fists. Almost all of the people tied to the cross were his compatriots. These guys deserve to die. Yin-mo walked into the laboratory and secretly placed a self-destructing starworm under all the tables without being noticed. After doing this, Yin-mo quickly walked out of the laboratory and looked inside coldly. You bunch of beasts, bury them with them. Yin-mo shouted coldly in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. The laboratory was instantly engulfed by continuous explosions. The people inside had no time to escape and were surrounded by the explosions. Those with unlucky luck were blown to pieces and died on the spot. Chapter 66. Looted. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. The surroundings instantly became chaotic. A huge fire was burning in the laboratory, and the people inside turned into firemen, shouting madly and running around, unable to find a way out. Help! Help! You will be buried with those who died unjustly. Looking at the fire behind him, Yin-mo snorted coldly with hatred, turned around, and headed towards the next target. Soon, the rescue team arrived. They were putting out the fire in an orderly manner with indifferent faces, without showing any sign of nervousness. Things like this happen so often that they say they're used to it, as the laboratory explodes every now and then. However, this time the fire was much larger than usual, and it took 3 times longer than usual to successfully control the fire. When the rescue team rushed in, everyone in the house had been burned to charcoal. All the experimental equipment and experimental objects were also burned. Nothing was left. How tragic it is. The captain frowned tightly, feeling that this explosion was a little unusual. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Survey the surroundings carefully and don't miss any clues." Yes. All the team members responded in unison and dispersed instantly. No one was responsible for one area, and they began to investigate. Wherever Yin-mo walked, there were explosions. In a short while, the entire experimental area was filled with fire, and the sound of desperate cries for help was everywhere. The temperature around them rose suddenly, and chaos ensued. It's on fire. There's an explosion here too. Hurry up and call the rescue team. The rescue team that was investigating the first scene heard the shouts coming from outside and suddenly felt a headache. Even a fool would understand that these continuous explosions were definitely not experimental accidents, but were deliberately done by someone. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the sky above the experimental area, and hundreds of warriors rushed out. The surveillance cameras of the entire institute were all turned on, and all weapons were on standby, ready to kill any target they found on the spot. Compared to the chaotic experimental area, Yin and Mo had already walked towards their resource area in stealth. Even if they turned the entire research institute upside down, they would never be able to catch Yin and Mo. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Yin and Mo wandered around the resource area for a long time, but had no chance to sneak in. The only entrance is a prototype door, a heavy iron door similar to that of a bank vault. It is very complicated and requires several steps to open. There are several patrol teams patrolling back and forth in front of the door. No matter what happens, they cannot leave their posts. There must always be someone in front of the warehouse. There are many cultivation resources stored in it, and there cannot be any mistakes. What a waste of time. Yun Mo glanced at the time silently. He had been waiting here for 20 minutes. Apart from the patrol teams passing by, he didn't see anyone else. His patience was almost exhausted. Everyone, be careful. These are the latest elixirs. They cannot be damaged in any way. Lord Shangjing is going to use them for special experiments. Suddenly a voice reached Yun Mo's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a team of 10 people carrying bottles and jars slowly walking towards them. There are rare spiritual herbs growing in the jar, and they're growing well. If they're taken or made into pills, they will be extremely useful for warriors. Yes. Led by the leader, everyone followed slowly with their heads down. The surrounding patrol teams were so powerful that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. If they didn't want to deliver something, they wouldn't have come to this damn place. Every time I come here, I feel uncomfortable for the whole day after I go back. Finally waited for it. Yin Mo was overjoyed and quickly followed the team. After the team leader checked with each other one by one, they finally arrived at the gate smoothly. The guard at the gate raised his hand to stop him. The team leader respectfully handed over the ID card, and after confirmation, the guards pushed it to the side very strictly. Yin Mo was so tired of waiting that he kicked the person in front of him out of boredom. Who kicked me? The person who was kicked instantly became furious. He turned around and shouted angrily, but found that there was nothing. Instead, he received cold glances from many patrol members around him. He was so scared that he instantly lowered his head and became as quiet as a chicken. The team leader rolled his eyes at him, walked to the gate, and verified his fingerprints, irises, and special magnetic card. Boom! Yin Mo clearly heard the sound of mechanical activity inside, and the heavy door finally opened. Yin Mo ran in first. The entire warehouse was magnificent. All the walls seemed to be made of pure gold, and all around it were filled with various resources. There are spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, various kinds of elixirs, many of the most valuable parts of monsters, and countless weapons. When Yun Mo saw these countless resources, his eyes instantly emitted golden light. Make a fortune. Oh, it's all. Yun Mo was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. He immediately waved his hand and summoned a dozen level 35 space starbugs. In the blink of an eye, all the things were collected into the space and became Yun Mo's property. Yun Mo emptied all the warehouses, leaving nothing behind. If a rat came, it would leave a bag of rice. Perfect. Yun Mo looked at the empty warehouse and clapped his hands in satisfaction, but he felt that it was not enough, so he immediately took out a pen and wrote an inscription on the golden wall. Since your ancestors have been here, I will gladly accept these treasures. After finishing writing, Yun Mo stepped back to take a look, nodded with satisfaction, and then turned and left. At this time, the team leader and others just walked in. Yun Mo brushed past them and walked out of the warehouse door very smoothly. He passed by one patrol team after another, put his hands behind his back, and walked away in a swagger. Be careful. Just leave it here. Don't bump into anything. Watch out for your life. The team leader kept muttering to himself the whole time, fearing that something might be damaged. Seeing that all the spiritual herbs landed safely, the team leader finally breathed a sigh of relief. This job is not just about moving things around. If something goes wrong, it will be fatal. Some time ago, a small moving team damaged a rare spiritual herb, and all the members were dismantled into parts and gloriously turned into experimental subjects. They don't want to follow in his footsteps. Let's go. Putting down these spiritual herbs, everyone left without delay. Etc. Suddenly, the team leader realized something. This was not his first time here. He vaguely remembered that the warehouse was full of various cultivation resources. Why did it feel so empty today? Thinking of this, the team leader bravely raised his head and looked forward. This sight gave me a shock, and my brain almost shut down. This. Looking at the empty warehouse, the team leader suddenly felt a palpitation and almost fainted. Where are the things in the warehouse? Why are they all gone? Yunimo folded his hands behind his head and sang a little tune leisurely. He felt so happy to get so many good things. The next moment, the leader's terrified roar was heard from the warehouse. The warehouse was robbed. Where's the patrol? Chapter 67. Even if I get ruthless, I won't let go. Several patrol teams heard the screams and rushed in together. When they saw that there was nothing left in the warehouse, everyone felt a chill down their spines instantly. Cold sweat wet their backs. The timid ones fainted instinctively and fell down. The patrol team's duty is to guard all the resources here. Now, there is nothing left, and they can't solve the problem even if they die to atone for their sins. Quick, retrieve all surveillance footage, seal off the scene, and investigate all suspicious persons. A patrol captain forced himself to calm down and gave the order immediately. Now is not the time to panic. If they could not recover the stolen resources, they would experience torture worse than death. Yes. Upon hearing this, all the patrol members nodded heavily and quickly left the warehouse. Many people were trembling all over. If this place was not isolated from the outside world and surrounded by monsters and beasts, they would have run away long ago. Nothing had happened before, but this time it was a big one, and all of their little hearts couldn't bear it. Everyone in the patrol team lowered their heads and remained silent. The pressure at this moment was suffocating. All patrol members were mobilized to search for suspicious members. Compared to their nervousness and fear, Yunimo was so relaxed and contented. He walked happily towards other areas, not knowing what good things were waiting for him. Ding, the host has obtained a large amount of resources. Do you want to exchange hunting points? The system's voice arrived late. Spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and elixirs can all be exchanged for hunting points in the system, and the system will come when it smells the scent. This resource is not less than that of the spirit stone mine. How much hunting value can it be exchanged for? Yunimo instantly became interested and asked with anticipation. After calculation, it can be exchanged for 2.5 trillion hunting points. The system pondered for a moment and answered immediately. So much. Yunimo instantly lost his composure upon hearing that. Thinking about how his martial soul increased by 100,000 insect eggs every day, he suddenly felt that it was not enough. Does the host want to redeem it? The system repeated itself once more. Keep it for now. Yunimo was not in a hurry to exchange them. He thought that these resources could be used to train many warriors and exchange them for the corresponding Xia country currency, which could also be exchanged for hunting points. It was the best of both worlds. However, not many people can swallow such a huge amount of resources in one go. I'll tell you when I want to exchange it. Kneel down. Yunimo waved his hand and walked towards the accommodation area. The warehouse had been searched clean, and he didn't know how much each person had hidden. No matter how few words there are, there's still meat. Yunimo decided to take them all away and not leave a penny for these bastards. The system said nothing more and continued diving. The fire in the experimental area was finally brought under control, but all the laboratories were destroyed in the fire. Nothing was left, and the surrounding area was in ruins. All the experimental materials and various chemicals were destroyed, and 90% of the experimenters died, resulting in heavy losses. The patrol teams went back and forth around the warehouse, almost digging deep into the ground, but they didn't find any clues. Everyone was panicked. All the resources in the warehouse disappeared. This strange thing happened right before their eyes. The treasures stored there only owned by warriors above the diamond level. One person is not enough to take away all the resources in the warehouse. The more I think about it, the more unscientific it seems. How did these resources disappear, and how should they explain it? Some people have collapsed to the ground in despair. It's over. Everything is over. Why is God playing this joke on me? I just joined the patrol team. The patrol team has always been popular, and many people are trying their best to get in. This man had just passed various tests and got what he wanted, but then he encountered this fatal thing and was directly defeated. The incidents in two areas happened at the same time, and it couldn't be concealed for long. At this time, several people rushed into Shangjing's laboratory in a hurry. Master Kami, Something happened. One person shouted in shock. Master Shanjing, something bad has happened. The other one looked panicked. Why are you so flustered? Shanjing was very angry at the moment. His experiments failed at important stages one after another, and he was filled with anger. If the two could not say anything important, he would kill them directly. There were sudden explosions in the experimental area. All the laboratories were destroyed. Countless of our researchers were killed or injured. They are gone, all gone. One of them was like his father had died, wailing constantly. Master Shanjing, everything in the warehouse has disappeared. There is no trace left around. It's as if it suddenly evaporated. The other person had an expression as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and he mustered up the courage to say it out loud. What did you say? Shanjing became furious upon hearing this. His face turned purple and veins bulged on his forehead. These places are heavily guarded. How can anything go wrong? Assholes, damn it, you all deserve to die. Shanjing grabbed one of them by the neck. Shanjing, sir, please, spare my life. Click. His neck was broken and his head drooped limply. Lord Kami, no, don't. The other person was so scared that he peed his pants. He stepped back in horror, but found that his legs had no strength left and were completely out of control. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Laugh. Suddenly, the clothes on Shanjing's back were torn, and a deep red strand of light flew out, instantly piercing through the man's chest, and the next moment he was sucked into a mummy. Ha! Shanjing covered his face and suddenly burst into laughter crazily. He laughed for a long time before slowly stopping. He controlled the tentacles on his back to dance continuously, very smoothly. This tentacle is a grafted tentacle of a platinum-level monster. Unfortunately, it has a long-term rejection reaction and is not well controlled by Shanjing. This tentacle has its own ideas. Shanjing tried many ways, but he couldn't completely integrate with himself. And the actions he made today, in a rage, made him realize that this tentacle was finally under his control, as if it was a companion to him, and there was no rejection reaction at all. It was an unexpected gain. Shanjing is a ruthless person. He not only uses other people as experiments, but also himself. When he gets ruthless, he will not let anyone go. If he encounters something that does not go his way in the experiment, he will kill people if he disagrees with them. He uses this to vent his anger. That's why everyone in the Institute is so afraid of him. If he wasn't a member of the Neon Royal family, he would have died countless times. Shanjing not only used the Xia people for experiments, but also massacred many of his own compatriots. He was a living pervert. These things were suppressed by the Japanese royal family. Not many people knew about it, so it didn't cause any splash. Haha, I succeeded. Even though I'm not a warrior, I can still gain the power to destroy the world. As he laughed, Shanjing's eyes suddenly turned cold, revealing a chilling, murderous intent. Now the experimental area has been destroyed and the warehouse has been looted. These things happen too strangely. Who is it? Who is it? Shanjing suppressed the anger in his heart and calmed himself down. Sudden, Yinmo's face disguised as Shan Chang flashed through Shanjing's mind. Could it be him? Chapter 68. It is better to completely destroy the place that harms people. Shanjing felt that Yinmo was becoming more and more suspicious, and he immediately shouted in a deep voice. Someone come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, 6 figures appeared in front of Shanjing and shouted respectfully in unison. Master Kami. Shanjing looked at the 6 people in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. To be precise, they were no longer human beings. The 6 people have different appearances, and half of them have the appearance of monsters. Some have a huge rhinoceros horn on their heads, some have a long snake tail behind their backs, and some have hands that have turned into shark claws. Rather than saying they are human beings, it would be more accurate to say they are humanoid monsters. These 6 people are Kami's proudest works. Shanjing has installed microbombs in the minds of the 6 people, so there is no need to worry about betrayal. As long as there is the idea of harming Shanjing, the microbombs will automatically detonate. The 6 people resolutely carried out Shanjing's orders, even if it meant death. Come with me, Shanjing said as he walked out of the laboratory and quickly headed towards the rest area. The 6 people responded in unison and followed him silently, without saying a word, and they all exuded a murderous aura. At this time, Yinmo had successfully sneaked into the dormitory area. Just like playing PUBG and touching the equipment, Yinemo would gain something when he walked into a room. Whether it was money or cultivation resources, as long as they were useful, Yinemo took them all away with a wave of his hand, without leaving a single hair behind. Yinemo was extremely fast and could search a room in just a few minutes. It is detected that the host has a good harvest. Do you want to redeem the hunting? No. Tongzi, just play by yourself first. Yinemo was having a great time looting. It was indeed great to get something without any effort. Isn't this much faster than earning a few thousand xia currency, honestly? After just a few hours at the Research Institute, Yinemo had already acquired a huge amount of wealth that an ordinary family could not earn in thousands of years. Cool. So cool. While Yinemo was having a great time looting, other places were becoming more and more chaotic. The experimental area was burned down and many people were severely hit. The warehouse patrol team is still searching around, hoping to find some clues. Shangjing and 6 others arrived at the rest room of Yama Castle with murderous intent. Bang! The door was violently kicked open and flew out, embedding itself directly into the wall of the room. Yamashiro stood up quickly when he heard the noise and shouted in fear when he saw Shangjing and others. Shangjing-sama, no matter how much he looked like a human, he was just a bionic star worm, and it was difficult to detect him from a real person, so he was instantly recognized by the old fox Shangjing. Boom! The tentacles behind him flew out instantly, wrapped around Shangjing's body and slammed heavily against the wall. Yamashiro did not bleed, and there was no change on his face. He continued to repeat mechanically. Shangjing Master, sir. Damn it, who the hell are you? Shangjing was filled with resentment and had no place to vent his anger. Superior. Before Yamashiro could finish his words, the tentacles exerted force and directly squeezed his body in half. Damn it, I was actually fooled by you. Shangjing finally found an outlet for his anger. He controlled the tentacles and continuously swung Yamashing and smashed it heavily against the wall. After a while, the front wall caved in deeply and spiderweb-like cracks continued to spread all around. The 6 people stood by silently, without saying a word, with indifferent looks on their faces, as if nothing had anything to do with them. Die! Yamashiro's reaction completely infuriated Shangjing, and countless attacks fell on him mindlessly. His entire body was severely twisted and deformed, and Shangjing had completely lost his mind. He was determined to torture him. Tell me, does the matter in the experimental area have anything to do with you? Shangjing looked at the dying Yamashiro and asked coldly. Yamashiro remained silent, but there was no expression of pain on his face, as if he felt no pain. Shangjing's rationality almost broke. Call! He let out a long breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Where did the things in the warehouse go? Tell me the truth. Do you have an accomplice here? Tell me the truth, and I can make your death more painless. Phew! Suddenly, a cloud of smoke came out of Yamashiro's body, and he could no longer hold on. Ahem! Shangjing coughed violently, and the tentacles wrapped around Yamashiro. His body showed no sign of letting go. Soon the smoke dissipated, and Shangjing watched as Yamashiro turned into a star bug, flapping its wings quickly in front of Shangjing, looking somewhat innocent. Bugs! Shangjing's expression almost couldn't be restrained, and his 3 views were shocked like never before. Can a bug transform into a human form? How is this possible? Shangjing has extensive knowledge of the research on monsters and is familiar with the characteristics and habits of various monsters. He knows that some monsters can be bionic. For example, they can transform into the appearance of other monsters and scare away monsters that are stronger than themselves. This type is unheard of, and it looks like a star bug. Not only Shangjing, the 6 people behind him also looked obviously stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a situation. The bionic starworm paused for a moment, then flapped its wings and flew out the door. Don't let it get away. It took Shangjing a long time to recover, and he roared angrily. Bang! Before he finished speaking, a powerful snake tail threw the bionic starworm directly onto the wall and stuck it tightly to it. The bionic starworm only has a strong bionic function, and its other attributes are average. It was easy for Shangjing to catch him. This is definitely not an ownerless thing. Following it may help us find the person behind it. Shangjing held the bionic starworm tightly, fearing that it would run away. His tone was cold and contained a strong, murderous intent. Buzz! The bionic starworm struggled desperately. Shangjing thought it was too noisy, so he pulled out its wings, and it finally quieted down. The 6 people were speechless. The bug was half dead, so how could they use it to find the person behind it? Let's go find Shancheng. Cammy led the 6 people out of the lounge. He was very sure that the person he met today was a real person, but he didn't know where he was lurking. Pass the order down. Everyone put down what you were doing and search the mountain city with all your strength. After leaving the rest area, Shang Jing gave everyone a direct order. If you spot any strangers, kill them without reporting. If you find any trace of him and report it, you will be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones. If you can capture him alive, you will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones. If you kill him, the same will apply. As soon as the order to go up the well was given, the entire research institute was instantly in an uproar. 100,000 spirit stones, enough for them to cultivate to the gold level or even higher. This is a huge sum of money, and they're all envious. All of a sudden, everyone in the institute put down their work and began a carpet search for suspicious persons. As long as we find any clues, we'll post them. Compared to the hustle and bustle here, the accommodation area was basically cleaned out by Unimo. He felt nervous again and felt so happy in his heart. After searching for resources and looking around other places, we didn't find any survivors. That being the case, this is a sinful place. It's better to destroy it to avoid hurting others again.
Time flies, and some time has passed since the war that shocked the entire East Continent. However, most of the forces on the East Continent are still on the verge of a war and remain highly vigilant. Humans are afraid of the evil dragon's counterattack. If the evil dragon counterattacks, human countries will face a catastrophe. And the evil dragon they mentioned was also on guard against retaliation from humans. The only exception is the Dwarf Empire, which is sandwiched between the two. This force, which remained neutral throughout, was not affected much from the beginning to the end of the war. It continued to go about its business as usual, mining, drinking, and playing some friendly games with its good brothers every day. Until this day, an uninvited guest came to the Big Hammer Tavern of the Dwarf Empire. Drink. Keep drinking. Go, Audibas. Drink him to death. For the glory of our Dwarf Mutual Aid Association, you can't lose. Come on, Whitebeard, drink up Audibas. And me, I'm going to raise the stakes by 10 pieces of iron ore. I'm betting on Whitebeard to win. The small tavern was now packed with dwarves, and noisy roars and shouts were vented in the tavern. Because there was really no room left for them, many dwarves simply climbed onto the shoulders of other dwarves, piling up one layer after another, like a pyramid, until they reached the roof. In the center, surrounded by dwarves, was an ordinary stone table filled with wine bottles. On both sides of the table sat a dwarf, one with a signature big beard covered with oil and wine stains, looking as sloppy as a beggar. Judging from the way he swayed from side to side, he was obviously drunk. But he still held the bottle of wine in one hand and poured it into his mouth with his neck raised. Those eyes were fixed on the guy sitting opposite from beginning to end. He was a somewhat peculiar dwarf, wearing animal skins that were much cleaner than those of other dwarves. There are not many stains on his big beard, only a small amount of alcohol. The most eye-catching thing is the hair on his body. Different from the hair color of ordinary dwarves, the hair of this dwarf is all as white as snow. When exposed to light, it reflects a metallic light, which is quite strange. Because of his rare white hair, this dwarf was given the nickname Whitebeard when he came to the Dwarf Empire. No one knows where he came from. He only said that he was a traveler who liked to travel everywhere, see the scenery, and taste the world's delicacies. If that were all, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. The main reason is that Whitebeard drinks too much. After only one day in the Dwarf Empire, dozens of people were drunk and fell down, and there was no rest in between. In the eyes of these big, alcoholic guys, this was undoubtedly a provocation by despicable outsiders to their local dwarves. As a result, more and more dwarves heard the news and simply put down their work in the mines and came to challenge. Those who thought they were not as skilled as others simply chose to watch the fight. During this period, as more and more people gathered, naturally, some people started gambling, betting on which brother could drink more than this outsider. However, the situation does not seem good. So far, Whitebeard has not shown any signs of being drunk. Instead, there were batches of dwarves coming to challenge, and the number of those who were thrown outside the tavern after getting drunk formed a small hill. Bang! As the dwarf named Audibas, who was sitting opposite Whitebeard, slammed his face heavily on the table, the drinking contest officially came to an end. Suddenly, The entire tavern erupted in shouts like a tsunami. Some were laughing uncontrollably, and some were wailing. Some dwarves lost the bet and reluctantly took out they had worked so hard to dig from their storage rings. Some dwarves won the bet and made several times the amount they bet. Then they happily took the minerals to the bar, exchanged them for a large bottle of red wine, and continued to wait happily for the next challenger to appear. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge our invincible barrel god of war, Whitebeard? A dwarf who was temporarily acting as the host and part-time referee stood on the bar, holding a bottle of wine as a microphone, and roared loudly. Are you guys just giving up like this? Are our brothers in the dwarf empire not as good as the guys outside? I'll do it. In a crowded crowd, a dwarf could not resist the instigation and raised his broad, calloused hand. The other dwarves immediately shouted to make way for him, and watched as this brother walked towards the stone table that symbolized the challenger with the determination to die. Okay. The dwarf who was hosting the event shouted at the glass bottle. Now let's invite this warrior to come on stage. I wonder if he can drink Whitebeard down. Let's wait and see. Other brothers, you can start placing bets now. But before the new challenger stepped onto the ring, a rough voice suddenly rang out from outside the tavern. Specially brewed. Why didn't you call me for such a good thing? The pub fell silent. When everyone turned around, they saw the wooden door of the tavern being pushed open, and a dirty dwarf walked in with a manuscript on his shoulder. Judging from his dark body, which is as black as a coal briquette, he must have just come out of the coal mining area. However, just when this dwarf, who was so ordinary that he couldn't be more ordinary, roared, the other dwarves fell silent for several seconds. Just because this dwarf who is as black as a coal ball is their uncrowned king. The dwarf king, Herbert Alexander. Could it be that the king wants to personally participate in the drinking contest? This was a sudden thought that popped up in the minds of the dwarves. The dwarf king, who is the biggest drinker in the entire empire, faces this Whitebeard who appears out of nowhere. This is the battle of the century. If I could witness these two strong men drinking together, it would be worth it even if I had to pay for all I had. The eyes of the dwarves became brighter and brighter. I don't know who was the first to react and shouted, "King!" Like a chain reaction, all the dwarves began to shout, and under the powerful shouts, the roof of the tavern began to tremble. In order to live up to the trust of his people, the dwarf king Herbert threw the manuscript on the ground, stretched his muscles, moved his neck, and with a force, 2 streams of black smoke mixed with slag came out of his nostrils. He walked to the stone table as the crowd spontaneously made way for him, grabbed the arm of the drunken former challenger who was lying on the table, and with a strong force, threw him out of the tavern in a graceful parabola. Sitting on the stone chair, picking up a bottle of red wine on the table, Herbert looked at the white-bearded man sitting opposite him, who was still drinking nonstop. After taking a sip of the wine, he used a special method to transmit his voice. "You guy, why are you here to get drunk again?" Chapter 94 Dragon Dad. Whitebeard seemed to be concentrating on drinking and not paying attention to the situation outside. Or maybe he felt that the outside world was too noisy, so he used some magic to block out the noise in advance. Only after hearing this voice transmission did he take his eyes off the wine bottle, slowly raised his head, and looked at the dwarf king Herbert sitting opposite him in some surprise. His beard trembled for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal, and he also greeted him in a plain way through one-on-one voice transmission. "Oh, you're here." To outsiders, this scene was just a battle of wills between 2 big guys before a drinking contest. On the surface, the newcomer, Whitebeard, was obviously weaker in momentum. Suddenly, the entire tavern fell silent, for fear of disturbing the competition between the two. In secret, the dwarves all quietly took out various minerals from their storage rings, preparing for a big gamble, betting on who can drink better, the dwarf king Herbert or the outsider Whitebeard. If you win the bet, everyone is naturally happy. You don't have to mine for several days after that. You can spend every day in the tavern and exchange the won or for red wine. As for those who lose, those who are luckier can only declare bankruptcy and have to go mining miserably. If you are unlucky, you may also receive a commission to forge equipment. Without, or it would be impossible to complete the commission for a while. In order to avoid paying liquidated damages, these unfortunate dwarves may be forced to find a few gentler dwarf brothers to provide them with warm-hearted and wonderful services in addition to working overtime to mine, in exchange for some ores to fill the gap in forging materials. In simple terms, it means selling ditches to pay off debts. This has become a common occurrence for some dwarves who are unlucky and often lose money. In a sense, this also promoted the circulation of money within the dwarf empire and made an indelible contribution to economic development. The dwarf king Herbert naturally knew about this extremely shameless behavior. So when the dwarves were secretly placing bets, he inadvertently took out a large piece of mithril or from a storage ring and threw it out, placing a bet for himself as well. Then he narrowed his eyes and his slits, raised the bottle, and gulped down the bright red wine, while asking the white-bearded dwarf sitting opposite him. "Let me guess, Christine, did you go looking for that female dragon and get hammered?" After hearing Herbert's message, the white-bearded dwarf called Christine, raised the glass bottle, and poured wine into his mouth. He hesitated for a moment, as if he recalled some bad memories. He shuddered, and a lot of wine spilled on his beard. Then he slammed the wine bottle onto the stone table, making a dull bang sound. Where the stone table touched the wine bottle, there were circles of spiderweb-like cracks. Seeing this, Herbert knew that he had guessed correctly. He also put down the bottle, touched the wine stuck on his beard, and said in a voice transmission, "How can you be so depressed? Why do you have nothing better to do than to go looking for her? Take my advice, a forced melon is not sweet. Besides, this melon is harder than, and you can't twist it. Herbert, you don't understand." Kristen seemed to be annoyed by the dwarf king's nagging, and interrupted him rudely with a voice transmission, and then said, "I am not only doing this for myself, but also to find an explanation for my children. My 2 poor children. How have they survived all these years? I can't imagine. They actually ran to a place like the godforsaken land, and they were killed at their doorstep by weak humans. I can't even imagine how much they have suffered. Damn Silveri, how could she treat our child like this?" As she said this, Christine actually covered her head and started crying. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. I felt pity for her. His memory was involuntarily pulled back to decades ago, the painful memories that he could not bear to recall. At that time, Christian, was still a young dragon who was young and frivolous, kind-hearted, and yearning for poetry in distant places. Because he was picked up and raised by an ancient silver dragon that loved to travel around, his character has always tended to be kind and lawful. At the same time, his hobby is the same as Silver Dragon's mother. He likes to wander around and travel around the world. In her adolescence, Christine left the protection of her mother and embarked on her own journey. However, he didn't expect to meet an adult female black dragon in estrus on the way, so he was pressed to the ground without any explanation. I was insulted for several months. Then, just when Christine thought he could leave, the female dragon unexpectedly imprisoned him. Regular humiliation, torture. The games are getting more and more extravagant. From then on, Christine became a ruthless tool for sexual gratification. This process continued until he was 100 years old and grew into adulthood. He had a certain amount of resistance. Then one day, when the moon was bright and the wind was strong, he took advantage of the moment when the cruel female black dragon was preparing magic props and quietly escaped. That time, Christine fled all the way to the dwarf empire. Seeing that the female black dragon stopped chasing her, she breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt tired. So she disguised herself and went into a tavern to get drunk, trying to bury lost youth and chastity. After drinking for several days and nights and calming down a little, he remembered that all the things he had on him had been looted by the female dragon. As a result, there is no money to pay the bill. I wanted to show my true dragon nature and go all out and just run away. But Christine never expected that there was a legendary master hiding in the small tavern. She was caught and beaten before she even left the house, and even 2 of her teeth were knocked out. Although he later became friends with the Dwarf King who beat him under the influence of alcohol, he gradually became less depressed after being counseled. But due to the indelible shadow cast by the female black dragon, Christine resolutely left this sad continent. It was not until recently that he received the news that he might have 2 children, so he hurried over. As a result, when he arrived, he heard that his child was almost slaughtered by the soldiers sent by the human principality. He couldn't help but go to find the child's mother to argue. The result: once again, he was pinned to the ground and humiliated for several days. "I don't understand," Christine said in a voice transmission. "She was cruel to me, but why did she treat our children so cruelly? They are so young. What if they are in danger? I can't imagine how wrong they must have been these years. In that barren land, they must have had to eat dirt to grow up." Herbert stared at the adult white dragon in front of him who was disguised as a dwarf and kept pouring wine into his mouth. After thinking for a while, he still didn't say the words, "Isn't this what a five-colored dragon should be like?" Chapter 95, Long Dad's Guilt. After holding it in for a long time, Herbert could only utter one sentence. "Actually, I feel your two dragon cubs should be living well, at least better than you think. If you really feel guilty, why don't you go and see them?" Christine paused in her crying and covering her face, her eyes filled with loneliness. "Forget it." After wiping away his tears twice, he took 2 more sips of wine, then slammed the bottle heavily on the stone table. "I don't know how to face these 2 children. They probably won't recognize me as their father. After all, they are different from me. They were raised by Silveri and are real dragons. It's hard for me to imagine how a black dragon as ferocious as Silveli would raise 2 children. I'm afraid he has been subjected to inhumane torture and training since he was a child." Thinking of the torture she had suffered, Christine couldn't help but shudder. She felt her legs go weak and her crotch get cold. "So you choose to escape like you did back then and get drunk here?" Herbert said, and inadvertently threw out a few more pieces of mithril, or adding a heavy stack of chips to himself. As if a thorn in her heart had been stabbed, Christine didn't even use the sound transmission magic and roared loudly. "I didn't run away." But then, noticing the sudden silence around him and the surprised looks from the dwarves, he closed his mouth again and used telepathic magic to whisper, "I stayed here to protect my children. God knows whether the humans in the East Continent will attack them again." As he spoke, Kristen lowered his eyes. "By the way, this can also be regarded as making up for the lack of care for them over the years, and trying my best to fulfill the responsibilities that a father should fulfill." "Huh. Man, if you spread this out, I'm afraid those bards with nothing better to do will make it into some obscene poem and spread it all over the continent." Herbert smiled and shook his head. "It's a chaotic, evil color dragon, but it cares about blood and family just like a lawful, good metallic dragon. This is even more ridiculous than the jokes told by those brainless devils in Bador. I never said that I was from the evil, chaotic camp." Christine looked at Herbert with a firm look in her eyes. "I remember I told you that my mother was a great silver dragon. Under her teachings, I have long believed in Bahamut, the god of good dragons. Please don't compare me with those same kind who believe in Tiamat, the mother of evil dragons, and whose minds are full of fighting and killing, okay? Okay, man." Herbert perfunctorily said helplessly, raising the bottle in his hand and touching Christine's bottle. "This bottle is dedicated to His Majesty the Platinum Dragon, God Bahamut. I'm sorry for saying the wrong thing." Then he drank the entire bottle of wine in one gulp. Then he picked up another bottle, pulled out the cork, and rubbed his red rosacea. "But my friend, your worry is unnecessary. I have received news that the Eastern countries have sent envoys to negotiate peace with your 2 precious dragon cubs. According to the time calculation, the envoys should have almost reached the godforsaken land." Completely ignoring Christine's wide eyes, Herbert continued to speak. "To be honest, this surprised me. Those tall guys actually gave in so easily. But it's good this way. At least I don't have to worry about not being able to drink this delicious red wine." "Are you serious?" Christine stood up suddenly and slammed her hands on the stone table, making a dull thud. The hard stone table shook violently, and several wine bottles fell over, rolling to the edge of the stone table and falling off the table with a thud. Ended up in pieces. Realizing that her actions were a bit too much, Kristen quickly sat down again, pretending that nothing had happened, and secretly asked, "Where did you get the news?" "Of course it's true." Herbert blinked and shook the bottle in his hand. "As for where the news came from, my friend, I can only say that your source of information is really outdated. We dwarf brothers are spread all over the plane. Of course, many of us have also infiltrated the human empire and duchies. Some lucky ones have even been hired as royal blacksmiths. So I received the news a few days ago, before those old guys from various countries had chosen their envoys. However, I didn't expect that it would be so troublesome for a group of tall people like them to select an envoy. The efficiency is ridiculously inefficient. You know what I mean? Whenever something happens to that group of tall people, it's always like this. The countries have to weigh the pros and cons and plot various schemes. In the end, whichever country can't hold on will voluntarily contribute a poor nobleman to serve as an envoy." Then, as if he had thought of something, Herbert's already flushed face put on a very evil, perverted smile, as if he had seen a cute little loli, and his eyes kept looking at Christine's face. "By the way, old friend, did you bring money this time? I've been itching to get a full set of armor." Hearing this, the smile that had just appeared on Christine's face slowly faded, revealing a painful expression. After thinking for a while, she took off a storage ring from her finger and threw it on the stone table with a light clicking sound. "Inside are the scales I've shed over the years. Just consider it as wine money. More than enough. Just consider it as the reward for taking care of my child's business." After saying this, he stood up from the stone chair. When the dwarves saw this, they thought that Whitebeard had finally given up after drinking no more. Their invincible dwarf king had won once again and defended his supreme title as the #1 wine barrel in the East Continent. Then the whole tavern was in an uproar, and the dwarves were howling like ghosts and wolves as if it was New Year's Day. Some dwarves were so excited about making a fortune that they tore off their tattered clothes on the spot, throwing the rags around and laughing wildly. There were also those who, as gamblers, wanted to go all in and bet everything on Christine, but ended up losing everything. Now he was covering his butt and preparing to go to the red light district of the Dwarf Empire in shame to carry out his tragic plan of selling his prostitutes to pay off his debts. There was also a dwarf who wanted to scold Christine for match fixing, but after looking around for a long time with the wine bottle in his hand, he found that the white-bearded figure had disappeared from the spot. No matter how these people asked or how they searched, no one saw where he went. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, disappearing suddenly from the spot. But no one noticed when he disappeared. This made those guys who lost money and wanted to beat Christine couldn't help but shout, "Dwarf King, the undead are making trouble in broad daylight." Chapter 96 Messenger. At the same time, the envoys sent by the eastern countries had just passed through the dangerous Ghana forest and were using levitation magic scrolls to cross the El Sanciero River, which was full of ferocious aquatic monsters. As a delegation of envoys from the eastern countries to the godforsaken land, this team consists of only 11 people, led by the Holy Kingdom Church, Saint Vina Alice. At the same time, as a high-level silver clergyman, she is also the strongest one in the team. It's not that Vina is too arrogant and doesn't bring more powerful gold-level warriors to escort her. Instead, almost all of the Holy Kingdom's gold-level warriors were killed in the recent battle with the Mother of Shadows. The few remaining survivors have not recovered yet. Even getting out of bed is a problem for them, let alone traveling thousands of miles to the godforsaken land. Although the current rumor circulating in the East Continent is that the Rose Empire's Valkyrie Tracy fought the Black Dragon alone and finally defeated it. But in fact, it was just a sedative deliberately spread by the top leaders of various countries. As a high-ranking member of the church, Vina knew exactly what had happened. Originally, the Eastern countries only thought that it was an adult black dragon of the golden rank, so they allowed the Valkyrie Tracy to go and challenge it. But no one expected that the black dragon had already touched the threshold of the legendary realm. Although he has not yet fully proven himself to be a legend, he is still not something that ordinary human legends can contend with. So, the battle had just begun when Tracy was absolutely defeated by the black dragon and was seriously injured. If the Eastern countries had not dispatched 2 legends and 7 gold-level warriors again after emergency consultation to temporarily delay the Black Dragon, Tracy would probably have died there. But even so, they were unable to defeat the Black Dragon. In order to prevent the Black Dragon from suddenly proving its legend during the battle and causing an unnecessary catastrophe, the Eastern countries were forced to take the initiative to negotiate peace and sign an armistice treaty with the Black Dragon. After making many conditions, the despicable Black Dragon swaggered away from the sphere of influence of the Eastern countries. Signing a peace agreement with the 2 Black Dragons in the godforsaken land was one of the many conditions agreed to at the time. The Pope of the Holy Kingdom was one of the 2 legends who went to hold back the Mother of Shadows. In that battle, not only was the Pope injured, but almost all of the high-ranking members of the Golden Church who went with him were killed. This is why they were at a disadvantage in the negotiations with the Eastern countries and were forced to let their own saint take on the role of peace messenger. Of course, other countries did not provide any subsidies. They wished that all countries except their own would be destroyed so that they could dominate the entire East Continent. In such a situation, Vina, as a messenger, had just crossed the El Sanciero River. The moment she landed, her legs went weak and she was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, the female captain of the escort rushed up in time and supported her, thus preventing the envoy from making a fool of himself before he even achieved his goal. After thanking the captain of the guards, Vina ordered the envoys to stay where they were and rest. Then she sat down on the ground, took a long breath, and felt relieved. But when I thought about having to walk through the Ghana jungle again when I go back, I couldn't help but feel irritated. He cursed all 18 generations of the dwarf's ancestors who did not allow them to cross the river through the dwarf empire. As a priest of only silver rank, it was definitely not an easy task for her to cross the Great Forest of Ghana, not to mention that the Great Forest of Ghana was now more dangerous than usual because of the Black Dragon. Along the way, the disgusting swamp mosquitoes and the inexplicably increasing number of goblins made the young priest exhausted. At the most critical moment, they were even surrounded by a large number of goblins and ogres, and were almost forcibly dragged back to the nest by the goblins to be fed porridge. When she thought of the goblins looking at her with disgusting and strange eyes, Vina had the urge to use the holy flame to purify the entire Ghana forest. But that was all she could think about. If she really set fire to the mountain and angered the evil dragon, she would definitely be regarded as the sinner who caused the war by all human forces in the entire East Continent. No matter where she ran to, she would be caught and killed in front of the evil dragon, just to appease its anger. In the hot climate, Vina became more and more annoyed the more she thought about it. The pustules on her body caused by the bites of swamp mosquitoes seemed even more itchy at this moment. At this moment, when she was almost driven crazy by the depression, Vina chanted words of praise and cast a magic spell for herself. As the magic took effect, a holy light as soft as water enveloped her. The redness and swelling caused by the bites of swamp poisonous mosquitoes were gradually dispelled under the illumination of this holy light, and the redness and swelling gradually returned to normal. When the itching and pain all over her body were gone, Vina stopped praying and opened her brown-yellow eyes. The fatigue on her face disappeared, and her determined look returned. The female guard leader who had seen this scene wiped the sweat off her head, stood up, walked over, and said, "Please forgive my offense, Your Highness, but we will go on the rest of the journey. You have a special status and should not take this risk. The Pope's order to us was only to ask you to come here. He did not say that you must hand over the contract to the two evil dragons in person. Why don't you rest here for a few days? I'll take the contract and hand it over. Now that His Holiness the Pope is seriously injured, you are the core of the entire church. Please put your own safety first." Vina's eyes swept across the face of the captain of the guards, and she said in a very calm and indifferent tone, "The Pope is the representative of the God of Light in the world. His words are the will of the God of Light. Do you want me to disobey my God Pero?" "Hi." Seeing the captain of the guards showing a panic expression, Vina waved her hand and continued, "Raya, don't worry too much. You have to know that we are only sent here as messengers to convey the will for peace. We are not going to declare war on those two evil dragons and fight to the death. Besides, there are always two sides to every coin. Although we were excluded from coming to this wild land as envoys because of the serious injury of His Holiness the Pope, isn't this an opportunity?" Chapter 97 Envoy. Those orcs and beastmen have been atoning for their sins in this sinful land for thousands of years. Now it is time for them to return to the embrace of my God Pero. "What do you mean?" asked the captain of the guard, Raya. "I will preach in this cursed land and make those ignorant orcs and half-orcs return to the arms of my God Pero." Vina had a crazy smile on her face. "If we can unite these orcs and half-orcs, they will become your followers. When the time comes, your majesty will surely grant me a miracle." Captain Guard Raya's expression turned a little strange. Although she had always known that her saint's ideas were radical, she had never expected them to be so crazy. But at the same time, because she knew the saint well enough, Raya also knew that once the saint made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. She could only sigh, assemble the team, and prepare to set off again. But at this time, who? As if she had noticed something, Vina suddenly let out a cry of surprise and looked around vigilantly. But nothing was found. "Your Highness, is there anything wrong?" asked the captain of the guards, Raya. "You." Vina's eyes were still alert, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. "Did you notice a prying gaze just now?" Prying eyes? Raya turned around and looked around. There was not even a single person in the desert. She had no choice but to turn her head and look at her own saint with some heartache. "Your Highness, you must be too tired. We are now out of the Ghana forest. There will be no goblins spying on us in secret." "No, I'm not talking about the goblins." Vina looked around, and after a moment, she was sure there was really no one there. She could only sigh, Maybe I'm too sensitive. Yellow sand is blowing all over the sky, and the scorching sun is high in the sky. After several days of trekking, Vina and her group finally reached their destination. Glancing at the obelisk standing in the yellow sand, Vina licked her cracked lips and focused her gaze on the figures holding wreaths under the obelisk. I didn't expect these barbaric guys would also mourn their dead companions. Vina said to herself. As a saint, she grew up in the church, and her understanding of the outside world mainly relied on hearsay and books. In her understanding, orcs are extremely barbaric and brutal, incomparable to other intelligent life forms. When food is scarce, they will even resort to cannibalism. Instinct far outweighs reason, more like savage beasts than intelligent species. At the same time, this is also the view of most humans. After seeing this scene, although Vina's attitude towards life in these savage lands did not change much, she became more determined to preach here. If you can mourn your companions, you can pray to the gods. And she secretly vowed that when her missionary work was successful, she would tear down the obelisk and replace it with a statue of the God of Light. In the heart of this fanatical saint, only the statue of His Majesty the Great God of Light is worthy of being located in this position to accept the prayers of all people. Equipment Department. Minister Gal was excitedly discussing the research and development plan of the chainsaw sword with Irene, and a number of scrap samples were piled up in a corner. Most of them are sawtooth breakage and wear. Some are still emitting black smoke, obviously having just been scrapped not long ago. In the research and development of generation after generation, the shortcomings of the copycat chainsaw sword have become clearly apparent. This kind of melee weapon, which is close to black technology, can easily wear out or even break during use due to high-frequency vibrations because the saw blade is not strong enough when used. The first experiment failed because the material was not strong enough, resulting in direct breakage. Even if you engrave magic runes on it, it cannot solve the fundamental problem. The original weapon is suspected to have used a very advanced technological means, which can greatly avoid the wear and tear of the saw blade. However, due to the erosion of time, it is completely impossible to replicate it. After studying this technology, Irene named it single-molecule edge technology. It is envisioned that if this technology could be realized, even the body of a gold-level warrior would not be able to withstand a single blow from a saw blade. But because of the technology tree, Irene and her team are currently unable to discover this key technology. I can only sigh that the height that the ancient orcs technology tree has climbed is really outrageous. In response to this, Gal has been continuously researching and coming up with two more common solutions to the problem of easy wear and tear on chainsaw swords in recent days. The first thing is to make the chainsaw sword bigger, longer, and wider, and then prepare a few more spare saw blades. In his own words, I thought if I made it bigger, I could chop it off in one go, so I wouldn't need a second cut, and the wear and tear would naturally be less. However, because the saw blade would eventually wear out and break, and the result would be that the saw blade would fly out and easily hit nearby friendly forces, this plan was eventually forcibly abandoned. The second research plan is to use more precious metals. But because it was too expensive and could not solve the problem, it was eventually abolished. Gal also tried to replicate the metals suspected to be special alloys on the ancient orc spaceship, but no matter how he smelted them, he could not achieve the desired effect. Even if he dismantled the spaceship and melted it for reuse, it would be difficult to completely melt it. The metals used on the spaceship were extremely resistant, so in the end he had to give up. Now, with the help of Irene, the modification of the chain's word has taken a more reliable direction. Although they don't have single-molecule blade technology, they have magic. Irene envisions using magic particles instead of molecules to realize magic particle blade technology. By attaching a layer of high-speed, flowing magic particle flow to the surface of a saw blade, the functions of cutting and protecting the saw blade are achieved. If this technology can be successful, it is foreseeable that the offensiveness of the army under Irene will be greatly enhanced. Although the magic particle blade is not as powerful as a real single-molecule blade, it should be able to cut ordinary magic items and magic shields without any problem. However, due to lack of experience and depth of research on magic, this idea has not yet been fully implemented into reality. It only exists in the plan. Just when Irene's dragon brain was overheating and was running the laws of magic at high speed, a report from a human envoy asking for a meeting interrupted her thoughts. Chapter 98 Meeting. inserting the chainsaw sword test machine in her hand directly into the steel cast ground. Irene turned her head, her golden eyes full of solemnity. Those stupid humans. Do they still want to go to war with me? No, no, no. No, Your Majesty. The Orca reporter was frightened and opened and closed his mouth several times. He stuttered for a long time before straightening his tongue out. But they said they came to sign a non-aggression treaty. Non-aggression pact? Erin had a weird look on her face. Although she believed that the heavy damage she had inflicted on the invading army of the Principality of Rini was enough to temporarily intimidate the eastern countries, so that in a short period of time, after weighing all aspects, they would most likely not take action against her. But no one expected that this group of humans would be so straightforward as to give in and sign a non-aggression treaty. This feeling is just like when you're playing a 1v1 game and you just reduce the opponent's health bar a little bit, and the opponent immediately gives up. It's just as ridiculous. Irene had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if she had encountered a country in her previous life that was very good at surrendering. But then she thought of a guy. Her mother, the Black Dragon Silveri. Not long ago, Irene received news that Silvelli took action personally and took advantage of the Principality of Raini's massive invasion of the godforsaken land and the country's depleted national strength to completely destroy it. In the end, it took the legendary forces of the Eastern nations to drive her back to the great forests of Ghana. Thinking about it this way, the fundamental reason why human countries want to make peace is probably because of the Dragon Queen. Involving someone of her own kind and her own mother, Irene couldn't help but start thinking more deeply. Could this be the condition that Dragon Queen obtained through some shady deal she made with the Eastern nations? This thought popped up in Irene's mind involuntarily, and became more certain after combining it with her mother's personality. She didn't think this was her mother's love for her. On the contrary, for the Black Dragon, an evil dragon that is extremely good at playing tricks, Eileen only felt that the mother of dragons wanted to treat her as a cash cow that had not yet grown up in the back garden. As time goes by, it is foreseeable that this back garden of the godforsaken land will accumulate more and more wealth. By then, as a neighbor separated only by a river, the mother of dragons would only need to make a slight move to easily harvest the ripe fruits and put all the wealth in her own pocket. With a light sigh, Irene shook her head helplessly. After thinking it through, she felt relieved. She gave Gar a few instructions and asked him to continue studying the feasibility of the chainsaw sword. Then she walked out of the equipment department and prepared to meet the human messenger. To her, although Dragon Queen was suspected of stealing money, it was just stealing money. Although the feelings between the five-color dragons are weak, it is common for blood relatives to turn against each other. But all five-color dragons know their limits and rarely kill their own kind on their own initiative. Of course, it's not because they care about their old friendship, but there is a bottom line that must be followed. That is, you cannot kill your own kind. This is also the rule set by the five-color dragon Mother Tiamat. Five-color dragons of the same kind can be enslaved and bullied, but they cannot be killed. Otherwise, given the brutality of the five-color dragons, the race could be wiped out by civil war alone without the involvement of other races. When there is no faith, Aunt Tiamat will be doomed. Therefore, the battle between the five-color dragons usually ends with one side handing over the treasure and admitting defeat. With this bottom line in mind, Eileen was not too worried about Daenerys. She even regarded this unreliable guess as Daenerys collecting protection money, in a sense in exchange for time to develop in peace. If one day in the future I really have to face my mother and I can't beat her, the worst that can happen is that I give all my treasures to her. As long is fine, it is only a matter of time before he makes a comeback. What's more, Irene has never valued treasure. She cares more about her own strength. Treasure is just a means to quickly improve her own strength. A dragon's true wealth is always itself. Your Majesty. As soon as she came out of the equipment department hidden underground, Irene was greeted by the Imperial Guards led by Wong Kai. They all tapped their left chest with their right hands to express their highest respect to Irene. Each of these guys is wearing power armor. As the closest army to their own king, their duty is to guard Irene's safety at all times when they have no other tasks. However, due to the recent experiments being carried out in the equipment department, various instruments and scrap metal have almost filled up the entire underground space. These big iron lumps have nowhere to stand and can only guard outside the equipment department. Let's go and play with the human messenger. Irene walked out of the path made by the Imperial Guards. There was no expression on her face, but her brisk steps showed that she was in a good mood. Yes, Wonkai was the first to agree and followed closely behind Irene. As the third in command besides the two crowns, he naturally also learned about the human envoys asking for peace. The cracked mouth under the helmet had already revealed a mouthful of fangs. In the yellow sand, under the obelisk engraved with the names of the sacrifice soldiers, a group of human messengers led by Vina were surrounded by members of the Imperial Guard wearing power armor and holding broadswords. Your Highness, the alchemical equipment these guys are wearing is so strange. Captain Raya leaned over and whispered into Vina's ear. As a warrior, she also longed for this kind of armor that was very visually impactful at first glance. If it were not a matter of power, she would have wanted to go up and touch the texture of these armors to feel how they felt. So what? Vina curled her lips, glanced at the power armors, and muttered softly. These are all creations cursed by the great gods. Those two evil dragons are so bold that they dared to conduct research privately. I don't know where they dug up these ancient artifacts from. We must take them all back to the Pope to be destroyed personally. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from far away. Tap, tap, tap. As the Imperial guards surrounding the envoys spontaneously made way for them, Irene walked out leisurely, as if she was taking a stroll. At first glance, Vina noticed Irene walking towards her. At this time, Irene was wearing a white robe, her black hair casually draped behind her head, and her golden eyes were full of aggression. Plus that cold and beautiful face. But she didn't know what was wrong with her brain, but Vina secretly complained in her heart. Tiaska, not as good looking as me. Her mind was a little distracted, and before she knew it, Irene had walked up to her and was looking down at her. Her emotionless eyes met hers, and a sense of oppression that belonged only to dragons came over her. At that moment, Vina quickly saluted Irene using church etiquette, trying her best to suppress all the emotions in her heart, and said stiffly, "Respected Her Majesty Irene, Vina Alice pays you the highest respect." Chapter 99, The Ideal Saint. Irene raised her head slightly. As a giant dragon, she has never been interested in these complicated human relationships and all kinds of wrangling. In order not to waste time, Irene got straight to the point and said in a cold voice, "Human, I already know your intentions. As a five-color dragon who loves peace and dislikes violence, I have no interest in your complicated business competition and power struggles. I am very pleased that you and the Eastern countries behind you have taken the initiative to seek peace. After all, it would be quite troublesome if we take action." Without paying any attention to Vina's increasingly ugly expression, Irene asked back, "Isn't it?" Then, without waiting for Vina to answer, Irene held out a hand. "Come on, under the witness of the gods. Let us both sign a contract symbolizing peace." It was so straightforward that Vina was a little slow to react. This made all her plans go down the drain. As a saint who grew up in luxury in the church, according to Vina's ideal, the evil dragon would not surrender so easily. Even among human nations, for such a major event between two major powers, a party would be held first, and then the two sides would express their most sincere greetings to each other, while constantly vying for the greatest benefit for their side. And finally, under the witness of the gods, a contract representing this historic moment would be signed. Negotiating with a dragon is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you will end up with no body left. She had already made many preparations for this. A set of both soft and hard measures have been prepared. But what is going on in this situation now? You just agreed to it? Vina looked at the humanoid dragon in front of her with some disbelief. What else? Irene raised her eyebrows. I said before, I am a peace-loving dragon. Then Aaron hooked the hand she extended. Don't waste your time. My patience is limited. Okay. Vina was a little confused in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface. The education she received in the church since childhood allowed her to hide everything well, and she even had a smile on her face. Since Your Excellency is so anxious, let's sign the contract here. After saying that, Vina took out a piece of parchment emitting magical light from her storage ring and handed it over with both hands. Just sign your real name on it. Under the witness of the God of Light, the party who violates the contract will be punished by God. Irene took the parchment, and with just a glance, she saw densely packed names shining with magical light. Those were the real names of all the leaders of the Eastern countries. And at the very bottom, there's a vacancy. The general meaning of the contract is, from the signing of the contract, the Eastern countries will establish peaceful relations with Irene and her subordinates. Irene shall not actively invade the territories of the Eastern human countries, nor shall she send her subordinates to invade the territories. The contract expires in 100 years. Irene looked up at Vina and saw that her expression was normal and she didn't notice any unusual fluctuations in the contract. Then she took the quill handed to her by Wang Kai and signed her real name on the contract, Irene Afra Christina. As the real name was signed, the contract was officially established and the parchment gradually turned into a point of light and disappeared. After doing all this, Irene felt a little relieved inside. Finally, I don't have to be so cautious anymore. 100 years is more than enough time for her to grow to adulthood. By then, let alone protecting herself, I'm afraid ordinary legendary masters will have to avoid her when they see her. After she had thought about it, Irene remained calm on the surface and said to Wang Kai indifferently, Wang Kai, please send the guest away. Having said that, he turned and left. However, before Wang Kai could make any move, he heard a cry of surprise. Please wait a moment. But it was Vina who raised her hand. Irene turned her head and saw the little saint biting her lip, suppressing the joy on her face, as if she had made a decision, and said seriously, Your Majesty Irene, since you have signed this peace contract, you have been integrated into our Eastern countries. There are some things I want to make clear to you. First, please allow me to preach in this land of God's forsaken land. I will spread the glory of the God of light throughout this land. Let these humble and pitiful fellows return to the arms of our Lord. Hearing this, Irene's eyebrows were already furrowed, but Vina seemed not to care at all. She looked around at Wang Kai and other imperial guards. Also, back when we were in the Holy Kingdom, I heard that you had some alchemical equipment that looked like ancient artifacts. I don't know where you got these artifacts from, but as a believer in the God of Light, I advise you to hand over all the artifacts cursed by the gods, and I will take them back and destroy them all. After saying this at a very fast pace, Vina had a sweet smile on her face, and her eyes met Irene's increasingly cold eyes. Although the task given to her by the church was only to sign a contract, it was completed easily. But when she realized that the other party didn't seem as cruel as the rumors said, and seemed quite easy to talk to, Vina was naturally unwilling to leave just like that. So she just completed her job. So she simply spoke out all the thoughts in her mind. If she could do these things, she believed that both His Majesty the God of Light and His Majesty the Pope would be proud of her. However, what she didn't notice was that the female guard Raya who was guarding beside her had an ugly expression and her body tensed up. Raya didn't know whether she should just pull her prince away. According to her duty, she shouldn't say too much, but the prince's current behavior was tantamount to seeking death. She actually dared to speak to an evil dragon like this. Should we say that she is worthy of being the saint who grew up in the church and has never experienced any hardships in the outside world? As expected, the next second, Irene frowned and said in an unhappy tone, What are you talking about? I said. Vina thought that the evil dragon didn't hear clearly and ignored the guard who was pulling her sleeve frantically. She wanted to say it again, but just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Irene again. Forget it. I'm not interested. Wang Kai, send this not-so-smart girl away and don't let her dirty this land. Yes. Wang Kai responded, and with the mithril lines on his power armor flashing, he walked in front of Vina, stretched out a hand, and drove her away condescendingly and indifferently. Such a dramatic turn of events obviously frustrated this idealistic saint. Chapter 100 Kill You. At this moment, the girl clenched her back teeth, raised her head abruptly, and said in an extremely resolute tone, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Do you really think that we signed a peace agreement with you because you defeated a mere principality of Rennie? Then she swung her arms violently, breaking free from the captain of the guards who was pulling her and shaking his head in hints. Her eyes seemed to pass through Wang Sai's solid body and met Irene's displeased look. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, I will just say it straight. The reason why we are willing to condescend to come here is because of the request of the Shadow Mother. Otherwise, do you think you have the strength to have an equal dialogue with me? Vina's eyes swept across the crowd. I don't want to cause conflict between the two parties, so you'd better cooperate and voluntarily hand over all the creations cursed by the gods. We will pretend that nothing happened and continue to live in peace. Otherwise, you don't want to bear the wrath of God, do you? After saying all this in one breath, Vina felt her chest pounding and her heart was about to jump out. But when she thought of the expression of fear and terror that might be revealed on the other person's face, an inexplicable pleasure arose in her heart. She had never felt this feeling before. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife. It was thrilling, yet extremely enjoyable. At the same time, as her voice fell, the area fell into deathly silence. It was so quiet that the only sound you could hear was the rustling of wind and sand. And the captain of the guard, Raya, who was standing aside, feeling somewhat helpless, had his breathing gradually getting heavier. At an unknown second, a sudden sound broke the silence. Haha, what a brave little fellow. Hearing this voice, Wonkai glanced sideways slightly, then took the initiative to step aside, revealing Irene walking back slowly. You are one of the few who dare to talk to me like this. I admire you very much. There was a faint smile on Irene's face, and she felt somewhat happy because her previous guess about the mother of dragons was confirmed. Vina seemed to be very pleased with what Irene said. She puffed out her chest with some pride, and her well-developed figure was more clearly revealed under the veil. Thank you for your praise. His Holiness the Pope also said that to me. Irene sneered, but then put away her smile. She came in front of Vina with a flicker spell, slowly bent down, and said word by word, "Are you proud?" The little saint was obviously frightened by the sudden approach. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and she took half a step back. But then, looking at that face, she felt jealousy or some strange emotion suddenly surged in her heart. She bit her lip and took a step forward, her face almost touching Irene's. Her two watery eyes opened wide, and she said, "Yes, I am very proud, because I have the capital to be proud. I am a messenger of the God of light on earth. I am God's most beloved child, Before she could finish her words, Irene had already put a finger on Vina's lips and made a hushing gesture with the other hand. Then, Her Highness the Saint, the most beloved of the great God. Irene slowly took her fingers off Vina's lips, her eyes met those watery eyes, and her tone became very gentle, just like the older sister next door. Then, can you help me do an experiment? What experiment? Vina asked subconsciously. Thanks. Irene had an evil smile on her face, like a wicked witch who had succeeded in her plan. A long time ago, when Irene learned from the notes of the golden level archmage that the gods had disappeared, she began to have some doubts. I wonder if the gods really disappeared, died, or fell into a deep sleep? After all, the technological creations she has in her hands now are, after all, creations cursed by the gods. If one day the gods suddenly wake up, there will still be some minor troubles. It would be better to take advantage of this good opportunity, in the spirit of experimenting to seek truth, to kill a saint destined by God, and try to see if the God behind her will show up and take her soul into the kingdom of God. After all, as a saint, no matter how bad she is at least a fanatical believer. A believer of this quality may not appear even once among 10,000 people. The power of faith she generates, both in quantity and quality, is incomparable to that of ordinary believers. According to the records of Dragon Heritage, when such a believer dies, the gods will appear in person and lead him into the kingdom of God. With this in mind, Irene spoke. It's very simple. Help me do an experiment. If I kill you, will His Majesty the God of Light show up? Vina swallowed her saliva, and a layer of fear suddenly covered her heart, but she still tried to remain calm and asked, "What do you mean?" As Irene spoke, dragon horns suddenly grew on her head. A long dragon tail sprang out from her back, and two pairs of huge dragon wings tore through the white robe. Then, her body swelled rapidly, getting bigger and bigger, until the terrifying figure covered the area. Vina was completely shrouded in shadow. She could only crane her neck and stare at the behemoth in front of her with horror. At this moment, she finally recalled the fear of being dominated and ruled by dragons countless years ago, which was engraved in the blood of every intelligent race. It was at this moment that she finally understood that the person she was facing was never a human being. No matter how gentle the other party is still an extremely ferocious five-color dragon. A cold voice then came from the mouth of the giant beast in front of him. I want to try. If I kill you, will the great God of light take the initiative to show up and take your soul to the kingdom of God? As she spoke, Irene spread her huge wings with a bang. The huge black wings were like a thick dark cloud, completely covering the place, causing everyone present to involuntarily feel an emotion called fear in their hearts. Irene lowered the dragon head on her own initiative. The golden vertical pupils on her face, covered with cold black scales, were almost touching Vina's face. A slight exhalation almost made her fall to the ground. A sound like metal friction was squeezed out from between teeth. This is a very interesting experiment, isn't it? Faced with such a horrifying scene, the female captain of the guards, standing by, finally couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to stop the black dragon in front of her and take the opportunity to let her own saint lady escape. Chapter 101, Threat. However, there are people who are faster than her. When she just made a move, Wang Kai had already drawn the double-edged broadsword from his back and put the tip of the sword against the neck of Raya, the captain guard who was about to attack. The sharp blade easily cut through the tender skin, and a few points of blood dyed the black blade red. At the same time, the other Imperial guards present also acted quickly. They took complete control of the human envoy group as quickly as possible. This scene happened in a flash. Vina, who had just reacted, saw that everyone was under control. She focused her eyes again on the ferocious dragon head. The pampered saint lady mustered up her last bit of courage, looked directly at the black dragon in front of her, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "You can't kill me. The Holy Kingdom is behind me. I am an envoy of the Eastern Kingdoms. Are you trying to make an enemy of the Eastern Kingdoms by attacking me?" What a coincidence. As if she had heard a very funny joke, Irene opened her big fang mouth and showed a smile that only belonged to an evil dragon. The last person who said that, I broke his neck. He is dead as hell. She lowered her head and said playfully, "Well, guess what? Will those old men sitting on the thrones of the Eastern Kingdoms tear up the treaty and go to war with me, just for you?" No. Vina hesitated for a moment, and the next moment, as if she had finally recognized the reality, her eyes suddenly opened wide. She felt the murderous intent that materialized. The other party was not trying to scare her. This evil dragon really wanted to kill her. Vina immediately stopped pretending. Her face turned fierce, her storage ring flashed with light, and a scroll appeared in her hand. There is no doubt that this is a magic scroll of legendary level. This is her confidence. However, the next moment, an extremely majestic dragon power enveloped Vina, slowing her movements for a moment, and then an invisible wizard's hand completely restrained her. Can't move at all. The scroll containing the legendary magic fell to the ground with a thud. Irene's reaction was too quick. Having suffered a loss once, her reaction this time was almost subconscious. Everything happened in a flash. Then a huge dragon head came towards them, its sharp teeth flashing coldly, and it was about to bite Vina to pieces. Looking at the fangs getting closer and closer, Vina's eyes finally revealed despair. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what His Holiness the Pope taught her before he left. Control your character. This is not the church. Seeing that the huge dragon's mouth had already wrapped around her, a light bite would end her life. The saint was so frightened that she couldn't even muster the strength to resist. She could only raise her head blankly. Her pretty face became distorted because of fear, and 2 lines of tears slid down her distorted face. But just when Irene was about to bite this not-so-bright saint in half, she subconsciously sniffed. Then she frowned. The dry sand beneath Vina's body had become a little wet at some point, revealing a dark color that didn't match the surroundings. A strong, fishy smell emanated from the wet sand. This guy was actually scared to death. Irene raised her head with a look of disgust. What a disgusting guy. Irene retracted her neck, and her body shrank in a burst of magical light, returning to human form. At the same time, a brand new black robe appeared on her body. Vina felt the pressure relieved, and her whole body withered and died like a flower that had lost all nutrients, and she sat down on the ground dejectedly. But she hadn't given up yet. While her eyes were on Irene, her hands subconsciously wanted to touch the magic scroll. But Irene, who had suffered losses from the magic scroll before, was always on guard. Before Vina's hand touched the scroll, she saw it thrown away by the invisible wizard's hand. Wang Kai, who was standing by, reached out and caught it. Then, Irene leaned over, lifted Vina's chin with her hand, exerted a little force, and said in an extremely frivolous tone, "Don't struggle. Thank your gods, I changed my mind." Vina's watery eyes widened in disbelief. "I can let you go." Irene looked at this pretty face, revealing 2 sharp little fangs. "But I want you to exchange it for the book that records the magic of the dead." Irene tilted her head, as if thinking. "As for the quantity, it should be the same as the weight of your team. 1 book of the same weight in exchange for 1 life. That's a good deal, right?" "Hey, I'm not a devil after all. This is simply an outrageous request. You know, under normal circumstances, the evil profession of necromancer is very rare. Most of them call themselves necromancers after receiving some sporadic inheritance. Now, as soon as Irene opened her mouth, she said books that weighed as much as a team of people, which was quite a lot. But now the target of blackmail is the Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom, which makes sense. Recently, in order to guard against human counterattacks, Irene had been studying hard to catch up on information about the Eastern countries. She also had some understanding of this special country, the Holy Kingdom, which was founded on religion. The entire country of the Holy Kingdom is ruled by the Church. Its churches belonging to the God of Light are spread all over the entire Eastern continent. They must have done many immoral things, such as eliminating cultists and chopping necromancers into pieces and then cremating them. These evil books might still be left when the books are cleared out. Faced with such an impolite request, Vina subconsciously wanted to refuse. In the eyes of this saint, handing such an evil book to an evil dragon personally was tantamount to actively spreading necromancy. In her opinion, this was no different from those heresies that blasphemed God. For a fanatic, this is more painful than killing her directly. What is this evil dragon thinking? Is it trying to humiliate me in this way? Vina couldn't help but think so in her heart. In her heart, she was determined to resist exchanging her life for these dirty things. If it were in the past, she would definitely choose suicide without hesitation. As a clergyman, the thing he fears least is death. For her, death means returning to the Lord's arms and returning to the Lord's kingdom of God. But now it's different. His Holiness the Pope once left the East Continent a long time ago. After returning, he kept muttering that gods no longer existed and no one could return to the Lord's kingdom. Although the Pope never mentioned this matter again, Vina always kept it in her heart. She didn't dare to gamble. If she loses the bet and cannot return to the kingdom of the Lord, true death will await her. So, when it comes to defending the Lord's dignity in her own life, Vina's expression changes from shock to anger, to despair, and finally to expressionlessness. He showed a look of immense struggle. Not until Irene's face gradually showed impatience did Vina finally reveal a crazy smile, as if something was lost from her. There had been some subtle changes in her beliefs. 2 clear tears flowed from those watery eyes. She looks so weak and helpless, which makes people feel distressed. I see. As if she had let go of something, Vina showed an extremely twisted smile and said frankly, I will do as you say. Then he stretched out his hand to pry Irene's hand away, but he was unable to resist at all, so he could only say helplessly, You can let me go now. Haha, you're a sensible little fellow. Irene let go of her hand and used a cleansing spell on it with some disgust. When the restraints were suddenly released, Vina's body went limp and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and supported herself on the ground with her hands in time. Just feel the moist touch in your palms. Looking at the wet sand beneath me. She gave a sad smile. Under Irene's gaze, this arrogant saint lowered her head, tremblingly climbed up from the ground, and prepared to leave. Under the veil, drops of strange liquid were dripping slowly, wetting the dry sand and turning it a dark color. Wait! Irene suddenly spoke again. Vina only felt a chill on her back, shuddered with fear, turned her head tremblingly, and heard Irene say in a playful tone, When doing things, one must be honest. I am a rather suspicious dragon, so how about this? I will swear a solemn oath to your lordship of the God of Light before leaving. Chapter 102. Founding of a Nation. Irene has never been a kind-hearted dragon. Ever since she was reincarnated into this different world and gradually accepted that she is no longer a human, her mentality has also been changing. If she were asked to kill a human being who disrespected her now, she might not even think about it for a second. Therefore, when Irene was about to kill the Holy Messenger, she really had the intention to kill. But just as she was about to take action, Irene suddenly thought of another possibility. If the gods still sit high in their kingdom, looking down upon the world, will God punish you for killing a fanatic of God so brazenly? It's not impossible. Although those so-called gods do not pay attention to their believers all the time, most of the time, they automatically respond to prayers with their divinity. They completely treat believers as leeks to be cultivated to provide faith. But that is for ordinary believers. If ordinary believers are like the stars in the sky, the power of faith they generate is of average quality, but they win in numbers and quantity. If 1 or 2 are missing, it won't be a big deal and the gods won't bother to care. Then the faith of fanatics, in a sense, is equivalent to a bright moon surrounded by a sky full of stars. There are some extremely devout believers who are rare in a century. Compared with other ordinary believers, the strength of their faith is even as dazzling as the sun in the eyes of gods. The gods usually pay special attention to such excellent leaks. Although they won't pay much attention, they will at least devote a part of their mind to pay close attention, respond to the fanatic's prayers at any time, and perform miracles to improve their favorability and maintain the fanatic's faith. This will help the leeks grow stronger. Even if this kind of leek dies, the god will lead its soul into the kingdom of God, and then pray for the god to which it belongs, until the soul is completely assimilated by the kingdom of God and loses its independent consciousness, and then it will become a puppet guarding the kingdom of God. Continue to squeeze out the remaining utilization value. Therefore, once a fanatic dies, it is inevitable that he will attract the attention of the gods. If it is a normal death, it is fine. But if it is killed and the gods are in a bad mood, when guiding the souls of the believers back to the kingdom of God, they will punish the believers for revenge. That would not be fun. It was with this possibility in mind that Irene, who followed her heart, decided to be a good dragon after a brief thought. However, asking a fanatic to swear an oath to the righteous God of her own faith to actively spread the knowledge of evil books is almost a blasphemous oath, which is probably more painful than killing her directly. In a way, this could be considered another test of the gods by Irene. If the god of light that this saint believed and paid any attention to her, he would have to punish her for such blasphemous words. However, this punishment is only aimed at Vina. This is much safer than attracting the attention of the gods by killing a fanatic. Even if the gods really disappeared and Vina was not punished, Irene could still use this opportunity to get the book she wanted. No loss either way. Make the most of the surplus value of this little saint. Sure enough, when she heard this request, Vina's face showed a look of panic. As a saint of the church, agreeing to such a thing is already a heinous crime. Now she's required to swear an oath to her own god of light. How is this different from seeking death? Irene laughed in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face. She looked at the hesitant little saint in front of her and said indifferently, "Why? Don't you want to?" Then his tone gradually became more serious. "Are you trying to deceive a great real dragon?" However, Irene still underestimated a person's desire to survive. The reason why people are human beings is because they have a complex heart. Vina hesitated for only half a second, and then, as if she had understood something, she took out an emblem representing the god of light from her storage ring. "I hope you can keep your promise." Then, in front of the shocked eyes of the envoys, she swore an oath to the divine emblem. "My lord Pero, Vina Alice swears here." Perhaps she had finally broken through the shackles in her heart, or perhaps her faith had been completely distorted. Vina's tone became increasingly exaggerated, and she almost spoke the last few words of her oath with a smile. Just as the oath was completed, an invisible wave descended from the sky. That was not a punishment from the god of light for the blasphemous behavior of his fanatics, but it meant that the god had accepted the oath. "Call!" Vina breathed a sigh of relief, and her strong body suddenly bent down like a deflated balloon, and she could only feel her heart pounding. But then she raised her head again, tightly grasping the divine emblem, with an ugly smile on her lips, staring at Irene, and said word by word, "Now, can I go? Evil dragon, your majesty." Of course. After confirming a guess in her mind, Irene clapped her hands and signaled the imperial guards to release the envoys. Then he looked at the little saint girl with a distorted face and turned to leave with admiration and said, "Give my regards to the rulers of the eastern countries. I look forward to developing deeper cooperation with them. After all, I'm not some evil dragon." Vina paused and held her hands tighter. The captain of the guards, who was let go by Wonkai, ran up in 2 steps and quickly supported his own holy lady. After turning around and glaring at Irene, he supported Vina and led the envoys away. Tap tap. 2 footsteps were heard. It was Wonkai who walked forward, knelt on one knee, and presented the magic scroll that had just exploded from the little saint to Irene with both hands. After taking the scroll, Irene instantly injected her mental power into it, and then raised her eyebrows slightly. Wow, a legendary scroll of divine arts. Irene looked at the envoys who had gradually disappeared in the yellow sand and whispered, "What a warm-hearted little fellow, coming to visit and giving me such a big gift. I feel a little embarrassed." If Vina, who had already walked far away, heard this, she would probably be so depressed that she would want to kill someone. God have mercy on her, This scroll was drawn by His Holiness the Pope at great cost to save her life, but now it has become a wedding dress for others. After putting the scroll into the storage ring, Irene changed her serious expression and stretched. The whole dragon suddenly felt relaxed and waved her hand casually. "It's done. Call it a day. Call it a day." "Yes." Wankai bowed his head and responded, then stood up and walked towards the city gate with Irene. But after taking only 2 steps, Irene suddenly turned her head, her eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. For some reason, at that moment just now, she had a strange feeling that someone was watching her. Wankai also looked back but found nothing, so he could only ask in a low voice, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "It's okay." Irene turned her head and yawned, revealing a trace of tiredness. "Maybe I'm too sensitive." As if she had thought of something, she frowned and thought for a while, then raised her head slightly. "Pass the order down." 3 days later, I, Irene Afra Christina, will officially establish a country. Black Dragon Empire. Chapter 103 Black Dragon Empire. The dim light of dusk shines into the towering Royal Mage Tower through the hollow-colored glass. The royal magicians who were in charge of revising the historical materials of the East Continent once again added a few heavy strokes to the thick book. That is, the human nations could not bear to see the lives of the people destroyed, so they extended an olive branch of peace to the special force established by the 2 black dragons in the godforsaken land. After much discussion, they jointly decided that Her Highness the Saint of the Holy Kingdom, Vina Alice, would lead a team as a symbol of peace to the godforsaken land to sign a non-aggression treaty. This journey was destined to be dangerous, but the envoys entrusted with the important task decided to go without hesitation. After going through untold hardships, they finally signed a non-aggression treaty symbolizing peace and friendship with the leader of the Black Dragon forces, a female black dragon named Irene, in the godforsaken land. When the news spread, there were bursts of laughter in many taverns in the eastern countries. For those people who have drunk red wine, this news is undoubtedly worth celebrating. This means that they will most likely have the opportunity to drink that cheap and delicious red wine in the future. But then, even more explosive news came. The black dragon, named Irene, actually announced the establishment of an empire. This caused an uproar among all the ordinary people who learned the news. To them, the news was as shocking as if an alien had taken office as president of a country. This is not only incredible, but also rare in history. Throughout the history of the entire plane, although there have been a few dragons that have established countries, most of them are kind and neutral dragons such as metallic dragons and gem dragons. For a brutal dragon like the 5-color dragon, it would be better to just lie down somewhere and steal some gold coins and treasures from neighboring human countries than to go through the trouble of building and running a country. That life was easy, comfortable, and pleasant. But considering that before, these 2 black dragons disguised their identities and sold drinks for a long time like legitimate businessmen, this behavior was very undragon-like. As a result, the people of the eastern countries quickly accepted the fact that Black Dragon had established a country. The top leaders of the eastern countries breathed a sigh of relief when they confirmed that the 2 black dragons had not made any other major moves except announcing the establishment of a country. After receiving the news that the Black Dragon Empire was about to hold its founding ceremony, some of them, driven by curiosity, sent their envoys to the godforsaken land to observe this rare founding ceremony of an empire established by a dragon. And today, the founding ceremony of the Black Dragon Empire was officially held. The Black City, which was naturally appointed as the capital of the Black Dragon Empire, was crowded with people at first glance, and the streets were filled with floating heads. The density is no less than that of tourist attractions during holidays. Most of them were orcs and half-orcs who came from tribes scattered throughout the godforsaken land and belonging to the Black Dragon Empire. A small number of them came from all the way from the Dwarf Empire and the eastern human countries to watch the show. These foreign humans and dwarves are not worried about their own safety. After all, there are a large number of envoys from various countries to back them up. If anyone dares to take action at the founding ceremony, it would be tantamount to directly provoking conflicts between human countries and the Black Dragon Empire. This responsibility is not something that ordinary people can bear. What surprised these outsiders was that many orcs and half-orcs who came to the celebration were holding flowers and wreaths in their hands. If they were just ordinary flowers and wreaths, there would be nothing special about them. But the key point is that these flowers, without exception, are pure white. Someone stepped forward out of curiosity to ask, and found out that the black dragon, named Irene, seemed to have a special liking for white flowers and white flower wreaths. For this purpose, a statue was even built in the inner city to accept tributes of white flowers and white wreaths. If one wanted to pay tribute, one had to pay some copper or silver coins. The orcs all agreed that offering white flowers to the statue would gain His Majesty's mysterious protection. This surprised some guys who had never seen the world, and they exclaimed that it was worthy of being a black dragon that could build an empire, and that its taste was truly unique. But before they could finish their sigh, these guys holding white flowers and white wreaths were tied up and carried away by a dog-headed man and a group of guys wearing some kind of black alchemical armor, like they were escorting prisoners. Soon, some alert people discovered that there were many more white flowers and wreaths around the obelisk outside the Black City. It turned out to be brought by the orcs and orcs before. Those guys who were ready to give away free flowers were buried like radishes in the sand around the obelisk, with only their heads sticking out. If you get closer, you can vaguely hear them shouting some strange words like, "I am innocent. I don't know anything. I don't want to rebel." This scene immediately made some people who were planning to resell large quantities of white flowers from various human countries to the Black Dragon Empire give up the idea. And he secretly swore in his heart that he would never bring any white flowers into the Black Dragon Empire. Otherwise, who knows if you will be buried in the ground like a radish before you even enter the city. Apart from this little episode, the founding ceremony of the Black Dragon Empire went relatively smoothly. Specifically, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 2 black dragons descended from the sky in their dragon bodies. After releasing their dragon might and fiercely displaying a wave of claws, they transformed into humanoid forms and climbed up the wall of the inner city. Afterwards, Irene, dressed in a solemn black dress, announced the establishment of the Black Dragon Empire. Then, he issued a very high-level founding declaration. The level of professionalism is no less than that of the speeches given during church missionary work. This made those who came to watch with a curious mentality exclaim that it was outrageous. Such a freak actually appeared among the 5 color dragons. What surprised them even more was that after the founding declaration was issued, the evil dragon in their eyes actually personally received envoys from various countries. He also solemnly stated that he would implement the lofty ideal of peaceful development with the goal of promoting the overall economic development of the East Continent. From today on, we will put aside the past grudges and not only continue to export large quantities of red wine to the countries of the East Continent, but we will also launch higher quality wine products. We hope to establish a more friendly business model and build a stable business path. These words, while making the messengers exclaim that they had seen the dead in broad daylight, naturally won a lot of cheers. At the same time, the messengers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. According to the news they got, the journey of Vina Alice's envoys was not smooth. Vina, the core, has not been seen since returning to the Holy Kingdom. However, the guards and others who were traveling with him were unwilling to reveal what had happened. This made the management of the eastern countries unanimously believe that the 2 black dragons in the godforsaken land must be extremely difficult to get along with, and there would probably be trouble in the future. But now it seems that this style is more metallic than that of a metallic dragon, and they can't help but feel ashamed of their own groundless associations and smears. As a result, some of the church members, after thinking for a long time, did not have the courage to ask for the destruction of the power armor and technological items left behind by the ancient orcs. Although it was more out of their heart, the envoys this time were not pure girls like Vina. On the contrary, these guys were shrewd, and they knew deeply which was more important, their own life or the teachings of the church. The evil dragon has already taken the initiative to show his goodwill, and now you are taking advantage of him. Isn't that courting death? Except for those people in the church. Most of the messengers felt in their hearts that the blood flowing in the bodies of these 2 black dragons might be the blood of the silver dragon, the kindest among the giant dragons. Oh no, there should be only one with the bloodline of the silver dragon, and the black dragon, named David, should have the pure bloodline of the white dragon. This can be seen from his outfit, which is so weird that it makes him lose sanity. As for why he didn't think that the blood flowing in his body was from those chaotic and funny people in the abyss, that's because the accompanying clergy secretly conducted a series of tests on the little black dragon. As a result, not even a trace of the abyss was detected. This made them feel relieved, and at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that the Shadow Mother standards for choosing a mate were really open. Even if she can wait, can Songji wait? He may not be fighting with anyone somewhere right now. Even if she could continue to transmit energy to him, he was still immortal after all, and it would not work if she continued like this. And there were Robert and Eugene. She couldn't wait to meet her old friends. Qin Xian was thinking quickly in his mind how to sneak out and find someone. Just then, someone at the door called out, "The queen is here." Qin Xian suddenly felt a strange energy approaching her. She looked over alertly and saw a young and noble middle-aged woman wearing a violet satin cheongsam walking towards her. Her temperament is graceful and elegant, like a fairy from heaven. There was a girl with a ponytail following him. She was also pretty and cute, about 17 or 18 years old, and as pretty as a little snowball. Both of them have outstanding temperament and fragrant smell, which makes people feel extremely comfortable. Qin Xian couldn't help but stare in amazement, and couldn't help being attracted by their aura. The people around her bowed down, and she almost followed suit. Just as she was stunned, the ring on her ring finger suddenly felt hot. The heat made Qin Xian gasp, and she suddenly felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. When he looked up again, the scene before him had undergone a shocking change. The young, beautiful woman suddenly turned into an old lady with a pear-shaped figure and rough, dark skin. You can take it to the vegetable market and sell vegetables directly at the stall. The little girl also became a very ordinary girl, the kind that you couldn't find even if you threw her into a crowd of people and searched for a long time. Qin Xian then realized that she had been tricked silently. A psychic controlled her brain and made her see what he wanted her to see. Fortunately, the slave ring pulled her out of the illusion in time. However, Qin Xian herself is also a psychic. As long as she can realize that something is wrong, she will wake up quickly. This kind of mind control ability, if it is of a high level, can be very difficult to deal with. However, this person's rank is so low that Qin Xian doesn't even want to abuse her. "What are you fussing about? You can't even have dinner." The girl who looked like a maid shouted angrily, and everyone lowered their heads instantly, not daring to speak. The maid turned to look at Qin Xian, and the queen also noticed her. In the eyes of outsiders, they still look like perfect fairies. The queen tried to appear dignified and elegant and looked at Qin Xian. It made Qin Xian feel creepy. I don't know what's the point of their tricks. Suddenly, the queen narrowed her crow's feet eyes and revealed a gentle smile. "It's really beautiful. The king will definitely like it." She walked over and took Qin Xian's hand. "The king knows you're coming and is very happy. He has already said that he will summon you to the bedchamber immediately. Come with me."